The doctor comes into the room and reminds him that his mother has terminal bone cancer and that the hero owes the hospital 100,000 yen because if they don't pay, the treatment becomes impossible. Hearing this, the handsome man was shocked because he did not know that the diagnosis was so loud and, most importantly, fatal. Finally, the man remarked that he should hurry up and find a way to raise money for treatment as quickly as possible. The boy's father left him for another woman and abandoned him in early childhood, and his mother ended up in hospital and spent all her savings. But now, after so much effort, she was diagnosed with bone cancer, which was very scary. Every such moment he remembered the words of his mother, who insisted that he shouldn't get upset and never give up. After his first breakup, she supported him as best she could, saying that he would find another 500 like him. The woman was very cheerful and happy, and she knew for sure that she would be able to raise her son properly. His mother was the most precious person to him, and at that moment he realized that he had to find any way to earn money. After leaving the room, he pulled himself together and repeated the same phrase in his head about how a man cannot give up. He also spent so much time, but he still couldn't collect anything. And at the moment, he has no choice but to turn to one lady. As he got closer to home, his thoughts began to overwhelm him, because now he considered himself useless, because he didn't even have enough strength. Understanding that there is no way back, there is only one way out. It is to cast aside self-pity and self-hatred and pull yourself together. There were different sounds heard near the door, which was a little surprising, and also the conversations between the stranger and the friend were a little alarming. After knocking, the door was opened by a young man who loudly declared that Yuno was now his girlfriend, and he did not understand why he was still pursuing her. With his eyes and head down, the handsome man tried to explain that this was not what he wanted at all. But a lady began to approach the aisle. A friend asked me not to approach her because her new boyfriend might misunderstand it. The young man shared that he was not here to get her back, but simply wanted to borrow 100,000 yuan. Since his mother was hospitalized, the beauty got angry and remembered that when she wanted to marry him and asked for 300,000 yuan as a gift, he could not give it to her. The young man tried to explain that he would pay for everything and return every last cent, and that they were not strangers since they had been together for 3 years. The situation became tense, and the girl said that in all these years of living together, she could not even afford to buy a handbag, and her new boyfriend gave her a house. Turning around one last time, she told him not to press on her pity, because in that case it wouldn't help. The couple did not want to see the young man again and, already in the apartment, shouted at him to leave immediately. He, in turn, was incredibly upset, because this was his last chance to get money for treatment, but it failed. At that moment, memories of Yuno praising his talents and saying that he only gave her hope began to surface in his head. Also, her main condition was that before the wedding they could only hold hands, and this was very important to her. She then boasted that she had been given a limited edition bag worth 230,000 yuan. At another point, the guys were already arguing among themselves about marriage, money, and their life together, which was difficult. Suddenly, the young man shouted her name and asked her to lend him another 100,000 to save his mother. Hearing this, the girl was shocked, and her new boyfriend even laughed, saying that this would not happen. Suddenly, the stranger shared that he could lend him some money because he was now the manager of the Manhwa Corporation and had a lot of it. Then he smiled ominously and added that he did not understand why he thought he would do this, since he did not care about his mother's life. The handsome man tried to somehow explain, and added that he would definitely return everything and swore, because it was the truth. Reaching his hand into the room, the boy told him to clean up after his and Yuno's bed games, and then he could lend him some money. When I entered the room, it was indeed a mess, with many things lying around on the floor and on the bed, which was disgusting. The boys silently watched as he carried out their whims or even orders, and laughed a little at it. Looking into each other's eyes, they seemed proud that they were able to make the boy clean up. Handing over a trash bag, the handsome man said that he had already cleaned everything up, but was clearly depressed and upset by the situation. Suddenly, Yuno stepped forward, extended her hand and declared that he had done well, but now he had to get out of here. Hearing this, the hero became furious, because they had not agreed on this at all, and he could assume that it was a setup. At that very second, a fist flew into his face with a blow, causing him to even begin to lose his balance a little. Unable to cope with such a powerful force, he fell to the floor, trying to grab onto something to soften the blow. The young man then began to mock him even more, saying that he almost threw him off the 3rd floor with one blow. Looking at the exhausted guy, he added that he simply wanted to humiliate him. And he, as always, believed him, because he was very naive. Smiling, He recalled that the guy was the best student in college, but it didn't lead to anything because his ex-girlfriend slept with him, and he cleans up trash in his house. The humiliation continued, and with each passing second it became simply unbearable to listen to it. Since he was quite selfish, raising his foot and shoe up right above the guy, he added that he only wanted to tell him one thing. Having collected his thoughts, he shared that from that moment on, she would never appear before him again in his life. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a silhouette appeared, and after looking a little closer, one could see that it was a woman. The beauty literally hovered in the air. She had long red hair and a pretty outfit. The stranger literally did tricks on the fly, thereby shocking everyone, and they even froze in place for a moment. What was also surprising was that she did a somersault and then pushed her offender with her feet, causing him to fall. Seeing this, the young man literally opened his mouth, as it was quite sudden, and the stranger saved him. Turning towards the guys, the beauty asked if he was okay, since he didn't look his best. The young man still did not understand who she was and why she was saving him. Besides, she was very attractive. Yuno's new boyfriend was not at all thrilled with such a blow. But just like everyone else, he didn't know who was standing in front of him. Suddenly, a man appeared out of nowhere and said that it was better not to ask unnecessary questions, which scared everyone. With one light movement of his hand, from which a blue glow emanated, he pushed the young man away and apologized to him in advance. As soon as his body touched the palm, he immediately flew into the wall with great speed and force. The young lady pointed her finger at the blonde man and said that this was her house, and she would call the police right away. The guys turned to face her and asked her again if she really wanted to do this, after which they suggested that she think again before choosing. These words were baffling, as they were spoken quite confidently and as if these people were threatening. The young man came closer and asked her to be silent, adding that these were unusual people and it was better not to quarrel with them. The young man continued to stand silently, but he was still interested in who these two were who saved him. The man held out the suitcase, adding that he would give him the money he needed, hinting at paying for his mother's treatment. Opening the case, one could see more than 100,000 yuan, which was very unexpected, and he promised his uncle that he would definitely repay them for this. Hearing this, he said that the newborn calf was not afraid of tigers, and in the imperial capital, no one would dare to call him uncle. The stranger smiled softly and also shared that it was not a loan at all, but 1,000,000, especially for him. The young people were shocked after these words because they did not understand why these guys were giving such money to an ordinary poor person. Suddenly, he turned and looked at him with a stern gaze, wondering if they really wanted to tell him what to do. The couple was truly frightened by every word, and tears almost came to their eyes because anything could be expected from these creatures. The girl, approaching the door, asked Mr. E to come with them because they had something to tell him now. Hugging the suitcase, he said that they definitely gave it to him for a reason, because now he would be able to help his mother. This was very important to him, and it was simply impossible not to agree to such a proposal. As soon as the guys left the room, the young people breathed a sigh of relief, because they were scared to death by such a phenomenon. The young man said that they were very lucky, because he was still in love with Yuno, and they could figure out how to deceive him and take this 1,000,000. Sitting in the car, the blonde man shared that he was Emperor Jingyi's butler, Su Kiju, thus answering the question about their identity. He also continued to say that they wanted not only to give him money, but also to give him prosperity and wealth. These words were incredibly surprising, and looking at the paper that was handed to him, he was even more stunned. The Jingye family is the world's top giant, with industries spread all over the world and assets worth more than 1 trillion. A month ago, the only heir of the Ye family, their Emperor Jing, was killed. And once news of this incident spread, it would cause a commotion. The man said that the young man was the only heir, absolutely identical in appearance and name, so they wanted him to become a double of the owner of the Ye family. After hearing this, the young man was simply shocked. He didn't even know how to react, because this was the last thing he expected to hear. On the way, he thought that if he became a master, he would take possession of everything that his double had, and would be able to do everything he wanted within the limits of the contract. The butler also decided to add that the previous master's death was not easy, and he was gutted by hired killers. After what was said now, the guy didn't think it was a good idea, and he decided to ask if he could refuse the offer. The blonde shared that if he signed this contract, he would become very rich, and if he refused, he would go to the afterlife. The handsome man knew that for this family, the death of their master was the greatest secret, and if he did not sign, he would be killed to keep the secret, and there was no turning back. The man also asked if he wanted a better life, because the contract would be very beneficial for him, and he personally did not see anything bad in it. Thinking back on his life, he realized that he couldn't be afraid of death in his current situation, and besides, he needed to save his mother. Without hesitation, the butler signed it and said that now all the ups and downs of the family would depend on him, and from now on the whole city would be under his control. He, in turn, confidently declared that he would take care of everything that Master E had not managed to complete, and would spend Mr. E's money where he had not managed to spend it. The blonde liked the words that, with him, the family would successfully cope with all difficulties, and they inspired confidence. Turning around, the beauty said that from now on, she would be his bodyguard, and her name was Qin Luan, so he could feel free to ask for anything. These words really interested the young man because he really liked the girl and he would like to get to know her better. Taking the hint, she quickly refuted his intentions, stating that she only cared about his safety and daily needs. In that case, he told her to help him find 600-year-old medicinal ingredients of a certain kind. Hearing this, the beauty was a little surprised and asked if this was all he needed now. This task was really very easy for her now, and she decided to start doing it right away. The beauty said that in an hour she would be able to deliver these medicinal herbs to him, which was very fast. The young man shared that these herbs are currently priceless and extremely rare. Even if you have money, it does not mean that there will be enough to buy them. The bodyguard and her boyfriend went to a 5-star hotel, and she calmly waited for him inside the hotel suite. She also considered that he had simply locked himself in his room since he came to the hotel, assuming that he was studying medicinal herbs. Still, she knew that, whatever the case, it shouldn't bother her, because she was only obliged to care about his safety. Looking at the table, the handsome man was very happy because he was finally able to get them, and all the ancient medicinal ingredients were with him. The hero knew that being a double and ruling the territory was not for him, and he agreed to it only because he had no other choice. Now he will be able to activate the special heavenly scripture left to him by his master when he was a child. The boy was always curious about when his time would come, but the teacher repeated the same thing, that he would find out about it himself. At some point the man became very ill and his death was approaching, but at the end he asked the student to give him his hand. Having handed over the heavenly scripture, he said that if he could not find 600-year-old herbs, then it was okay, but he must strive for this all his life. The young man had always been poor, and if it weren't for this contract, he wouldn't have been able to buy the ingredients he needed. But now he has them. While performing the ritual, he chanted something about heaven and earth, yin and yang, medicine and martial arts, and the search for the path to immortality. At that very moment, a sign appeared in his hand, from which light, yellow and blue, poured out and filled the entire room. The body was overcome by heat and cold. It was a very incredible sensation, and one could even say unpredictable. The young man tried his best to endure all the hardships and get the energy he had dreamed of since childhood. At that very second, the clothes on his body began to tear, because new strength was filling him with every second. Suddenly, the beauty heard strange sounds right from the room, which made her very wary at that moment. Without further ado, she burst into the room and asked again what was wrong with him and what was going on in general. Seeing the young man in front of her, she closed her eyes and asked what shameful things he was doing. The handsome man was in an awkward position. His clothes were torn and scattered around the room, and he was making strange sounds. Suddenly, the young lady also fell under the power of energy, and exactly the same thing happened to her outfit. The girl sincerely did not understand what he was doing here, and most importantly, why he was doing this to her. He, in turn, silently looked straight into her eyes because he himself did not fully know the consequences and what would happen next. Suddenly, he began to rapidly approach her, which shocked her even more because the unknown is frightening. Grabbing their bodyguard by the hand and pulling her back, the guys began to lose their balance and fall to the floor. The young man shared that he was feeling dizzy, but the red-haired lady had no idea what to do. Having pinched his arm, he screamed loudly in fear because he did not know what she was doing. And all this time, it was as if he was in a trance. She, in turn, also decided to ask him what he was doing in the room, but the memories seemed to have been erased. After searching through his head, he finally realized that he was able to activate the special scripture, and he was happy about it. Suddenly moving closer to the beauty, he kissed her, saying that now he would become very strong. Having come to his senses after such a transformation, the young man sat in the car and thought that the heavenly scripture is divided into two types: combat and healing. The first makes him strong. The healing one helps to cure diseases, save human lives, and the resources of the new family are more than enough to make him a great master. In today's world, power is of great importance. Without it, you are nothing. And besides, if he activates the healing scripture, he will be able to cure his mother from cancer. Both these scriptures are in harmony with each other, and he should do his utmost to cultivate them to the utmost. The lady, while in the car, still remembered what had happened and did not understand why everything had happened this way. The only thing she assumed then was that the guy definitely had some kind of secret, and now it didn't seem as simple as before. Gathering her thoughts, she tried to scan him so that he would allow her to see what power he possessed. Arriving at the hospital, the woman shouted that her son would come soon and pay for everything, while they wanted to take her out of the ward for a financial debt. The boys were arguing very loudly, but suddenly the son came in and decided to ask what was going on and why all this was happening. The young man asked how you could be so careless towards your patients, since there was no heater in the corridor and it was very cold. The nurse kept insisting that it was a good thing that they were moving her to the corridor, since according to the rules they should have taken her out of the hospital. She also told them to stop arguing and wasting her time, and instead start looking for the money they needed. The young man said that he did not want to discuss any nonsense with those who wanted to die, and added that he had already paid for his mother's treatment, and it would be better to take her back quickly. He also shared that she has weak ki and heart energy, so evil spirits enter her body. And common symptoms are chest pain, irritability, and shortness of breath. The young man continued to tell her that she would die in 3 days and advised her to be more kind-hearted, otherwise she might become an animal in her next life. The woman was shocked because she really does have these symptoms and she has already done many tests, but still has not found the cause. The doctor wouldn't leave him alone and asked him to tell her a little more, but he only said that anger was very harmful to her health. After these words, she began to cry, declaring that she was wrong and asking for help, because he probably knew how to save her. Having agreed to do the favor, he first ordered that the bed be taken back to the ward and that he apologized to the mother, which was very pleasant to hear. The young man also confirmed to her that everything he had said earlier was the pure truth, after which the woman began to ask for forgiveness. The doctor also vowed to take care of his mother as if she were his own sister, in exchange for him curing her illnesses and giving her a prescription for medicines for her. Sister didn't like being addressed as an old woman at all, and she even made a remark about it. The handsome guy shared that today, he hit his head on the wall and remembered everything that the senior master had previously taught him. He also said that she needed to rest more, and then she would recover faster, and he would continue to look for money. Hearing this, the lady was incredibly happy and considered her son to be very good and caring. Approaching his bodyguard, he asked her to help him find silver needles for acupuncture. He decided to explain all this by saying that it would help cure his mother, and he was very confident in his words and that she would recover. Hearing this, the beauty said that if he could cure her with needles, she would do whatever he asked. The guy was incredibly interested in this proposal and agreed to take part in the dispute. While in the room, he decided to study the cultivation of a young master from a wealthy family. Master Yolan, like him, became the master of a rich family, and now its fate depends on him. But fortunately, there is a heavenly scripture that he can practice. Suddenly, the woman started screaming a little, and the son jumped up because he began to worry about her condition. Having collected her thoughts, she said that she was in a lot of pain now, and the disease was consuming her body every second. Running up to the nightstand, he told her to lie down because he would immediately give her a massage, which would make her feel better. The acupuncture needles haven't arrived yet, and his cultivation level isn't high enough to cure his mother's bone cancer. But with his energy and strength, he can ease the pain and sincerely hopes that this will help him. It was the only decision he could make, and with the magic in his hands, he touched her hand and other parts of her body. After several minutes, the woman was finally able to exhale, as she felt a huge relief in her body. The lady stated that it was an amazing massage technique and she no longer felt pain, to which she was told that he could do it every day. She also shared that she would like to go for a walk and asked to find a chair for her so that she could get some fresh air. The handsome man knew that if his mother was not in pain and was full of energy, then he could find a way to completely cure her. While walking around the garden, the children discussed how lately they had been getting the feeling that the longer she lay in the hospital, the sicker she became. She also really didn't like the fact that he sometimes called her an old woman and threatened to send him on 50 dates after she left the hospital. Suddenly, something else caught her attention and, looking to the side, her eyes opened and she asked her son to look forward. Right in front of them walked a gorgeous girl with long hair and a very pretty outfit, along with her guards. The young man said that she has quite strong and athletic legs, a heroic spirit and a sharp look. She is definitely an unusual person. The mother explained that she had seen her several times before, and that her name was Wei Chuishi, and that she knew that her grandfather was in the intensive care unit. The young man added that the woman wanted to marry him to just such a lady and considered it a blessing for their family tree. The beauty stood opposite and looked at the boys very seriously, as if she suspected them of something. Yes, the young man even began to worry a little because it's not every day that you meet such an attractive person. Looking around, he analyzed and realized that she was in danger because few people read the newspaper at such a time. At that very moment, many men pounced on the guards and began to approach the girl closer and closer. They, in turn, could not withstand such a strong blow and fell to the ground, thereby leaving their owner without protection. One of them loudly declared that they were the ones who would kill her right now and put a knife to her temple. Luckily, the girl was not a simple girl and was able to easily extend her leg, using a very precise strike and deflect the dagger. The young men clearly did not expect such a turn of events, and, through their own carelessness, let go of the weapons. The boys were furious. They were very upset that a little girl was capable of something and was causing them losses. There were still many of them, and it was very difficult for one to stand up to such a crowd, which is why she fell to the ground. Looking around, it became clear that her bodyguards were completely useless, and she would have to try to cope on her own. Addressing the young man, she stated that they had better run away from here because these people were martial arts masters. Seeing the boys talking to each other, the strangers realized that they were in cahoots and also threatened to kill them. The beauty tried to somehow explain that they were just passers-by, but the more she talked to them, the worse it became. The brunette tried to attack with his weapon, and in flight he said that everyone present would leave this world. Suddenly the young man began to act, because now he is not just a man, but has some abilities. With a slight movement of his foot, he was able to lift a branch from the ground and grab it with his hands, after which he made it clear that he would also fight. The lady was surprised that he also had abilities, and thought it would be great if he joined her in this unequal fight. The young man shocked everyone by the fact that he handled the stick very accurately and twirled it masterfully. Suddenly, looking around, the scoundrels disappeared somewhere and completely disappeared from sight, as if they had never been there. Suddenly, the girl stood on her hands and even got a little angry at the young man because she wanted him to show a little more enthusiasm. In response, she heard that they had nothing in common and that he was not going to interfere in something that was none of his business. He tried to argue that these guys were professional killers, and even if he helped, she was unlikely to change her mind. The strangers assumed that the young man was another of her bodyguards, but he was undercover and needed to be killed first. The young lady decided to play along and confirmed these words, thereby putting the young man in an awkward position. There was a slight misunderstanding between the guys because they even forgot for a moment what situation they were in. The men were already running towards them at great speed, shouting for them to go to hell immediately. The beauty did not like these words at all, since there was also a joke that they were flirting with each other. These murderers deserve to die for their crimes, but most of all, they deserve it for their own stupidity. They, in turn, considered the guys to be very confident and decided to deal with the young man first. With just one movement of his hand, he was able to intercept the blow and say that they themselves asked for such consequences. Having kicked the man right in the stomach, he added that he and the girl had never collaborated. After such a strong blow, the enemy flew upward, right into a tree, from which he received many injuries. The other, in turn, did not understand at all how he managed to throw his brother so far away with one blow. Without any doubt, he replied that he would find out now, and did exactly the same thing to him with his leg. The guys fell on top of each other and lost their balance, because the damage was incredibly strong and impressive. The brunette had no choice but to lie down, since he was physically unable to stand on his feet, just like his brother. The beauty was incredibly surprised that the stranger was able to defeat two strong killers in such a short time. He, in turn, shared that the two of them would not be able to escape, and it would be better to sit here and wait for the police to arrive. The handsome man himself didn't expect that he could hit so hard, and it was probably because he had absorbed the essence of 600-year-old medicinal herbs. The opponents told him not to think that everything would be fine since he was able to defeat them, because the people who were with them would come back for him. The guys really didn't expect such an answer, or rather, the last words, because after what was said, the bodies fell lifelessly to the ground. Upon examination, it was clear that they had a deadly poison with them, and in case they were caught, they would use it. The lady was curious as to who her ally was, but he explained that he was just a passing person and nothing more. In this situation, it was not important to go into details, but the main thing was that he was able to help her, and she decided to thank him for it. All these words were quite exciting for the young man, and he only added that he was not worth thanking, Suddenly, the beauty saw something wrong with her new acquaintance and tried to take a closer look. She was surprised that the young man started bleeding, but he tried to explain that it was just a force majeure and there was nothing special about it. The lady was confident in herself and her suspicions and decided to find out as much as possible what had happened. The boys were very close to each other, which was quite awkward for both of them, and they couldn't hide it. Turning quickly, she declared that she was not a stupid lady who would lose her temper over something like that, and that he should not think anything unnecessary. Suddenly, she remembered her bodyguards and began to scold them, because they had not done their job at all. Despite their skills, the young man shared that Miss Wei was too angry. Her body was suffering from an imbalance of yin and yang. She should be more careful with her strong anger. He also noted that he helped defeat the killers, and she threw herself into his arms, and this is considered that they are even. What surprised her was the warning that she would not be able to make the breakthrough she so dreamed of for the rest of her life. Turning around, she literally did not believe the words she heard and decided to ask how he knew. As she was leaving, the mother told her son that she was a little chubby girl, and that she would be angry when he held her in his arms like that. The lady, in turn, was sure that the young man said this just like that, and she was really stupid to take his words seriously. While in the room, the old man asked if she had been able to find out the identity of the two murderers. But there was no positive answer. He shared that she should be careful these days and not go outside again until her strength grows. The only option in this situation was to agree with the grandfather's decision, because he was quite an influential and respected person. He also remembered that she had previously told him that a passing guy had saved her life, and he wanted to meet this stranger. The granddaughter tried to refute his words, arguing that he was simply a fraud and saw no point in seeing him. The little girl had been training with the old man in martial arts for a long time, and she had never seen any rich and influential young man. I wondered why she blushed and got so excited when she talked about this man. So he ordered to hurry up and invite him here. During the acupuncture therapy, the woman felt simply wonderful. She had not relaxed like this for a long time. The son said that he would give her a few more of these sessions, and her illness would soon pass, and everything would be better. The handsome man turned to Miss Qing and said that she had been able to verify this, and that he would have to ask her to help his mother make the bed. He also explained that he would be able to find out whether the method was working or not when the doctor finished the examination, which was important to her. Suddenly, he announced that he had one more request, namely, that she allow him to kiss her. Suddenly, an unknown voice was heard slandering the young man and calling him a scoundrel, which was surprising. Turning around, one could see a lady who was shouting that the man had bad intentions and was pestering women. The young man explained that he was talking to his girlfriend and did not understand what this had to do with her. The lady realized that her beauty was a step higher than hers, and her figure was also good, and she was definitely not just Yehan's friend. The young man came closer to his bodyguard and confirmed that she was indeed his girlfriend. For some reason, he blushed a little. Naz understood very well that he was just a substitute for the master, and she would not show disrespect to him. Suddenly, Miss Wei shouted loudly that her grandfather wanted to meet him and he should go to his room immediately. He also wanted to make it clear that he could not allow her family to take advantage of him by asking all 6 sisters to marry him. All these words made her very angry because jealousy and rage filled her body, after which, slamming the door, she left. The handsome man asked his assistant to find out for him the identity of these 2 killers, and this man, to which she agreed. Also, before leaving, she asked him to let go, and he began to realize that his hand was still on her waist. As he walked away in the opposite direction, he added at the end that she should find out about this as soon as possible, after which he would come and take a look. In his thoughts, the guy was thinking that the girl's figure was really beautiful, but her character was just a little cold. After the door closed and the gentleman left the room, she was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, but something was bothering her. The situation that happened was really very strange and unexpected for her, because her cheeks turned red. The intensive care unit was absolutely wonderful, and the room was like a 5-star hotel. The man thanked Yi's younger brother for saving his granddaughter's life, and added that if he needed anything, he could just say so. He noted that the old man had a good character, and he was not at all as simple as he was rich, but he did not want to deal with such people. The grandfather also said that he heard that his mother was being treated in this hospital, but she was still in a general ward, and he said that he would undertake to transfer her to a high-class one. The lady shared that she couldn't get it with just money. She also needed connections, and since he had saved her, she wanted them to be even, and he shouldn't refuse. Suddenly, the handsome man asked his assistant to immediately transfer his mother to the best hospital ward, after which she called someone, The boys didn't understand what this action was and asked if they really thought that their family was running the hospital. Suddenly, a doctor came into the room and announced that they were changing the mother's room to a higher class one, and that paperwork needed to be signed to approve it. The lady was surprised because it was difficult to get it even for her family, let alone just solve everything with one phone call. The handsome man said that he saved her simply because he was passing by, and he did not want anything from her, so they should leave the room. Suddenly, the old man smiled and asked his younger brother to stay and listen to something, because it was important. But suddenly, the man began to cough very loudly, which scared everyone, because his condition and illness were also strong. The numbers on the machine that measured his vital signs began to jump very quickly, and his granddaughter became incredibly worried. Before he could even leave the room, the guy was able to see this and turned around to examine the whole situation. A number of doctors ran into the room and asked everyone to step aside because an emergency was about to take place. The girl rushed at the worker with requests to save her grandfather, and he promised to do everything possible. The handsome man knew that Wei Junhai's condition was quite serious, but now that the doctors were here, he didn't need to worry. Almost leaving the room, one could hear only incomprehensible screams, and, turning around, what he saw made him worry. The old man pushed his granddaughter and the worker away from him with all his might, causing them to lose their balance and literally fall. The beauty did not expect such an action at all and even got a little injured. Because the collision was quite sharp, the young man wondered how a 60-year-old man could have so much strength, and he did it with such ease. The chief told the nurses to hold him while he injected him with a sedative to make him feel better. Suddenly, the boy grabbed the doctor's hand and said that he could not give him this medicine, because if he did, old man Wei would die. The hero shared that he knows that this is unacceptable for him now, and as soon as they introduce it, his heart will immediately stop beating, and he will not be able to return to life. The man was very angry that they were interfering with his work, and shouted that if he delayed him to save him, even 10,000 deaths would not be enough for him. All these words made the young man worried, but he knew that the evil spirit energy was attacking Wei Junhai's heart and veins. The reason he goes mad is because his body spontaneously tries to resist this force, and if he is given a sedative at this point, his body's ability to defend itself will be suppressed. Then, the energy of the evil spirit would instantly kill the old man, but he still did not understand what all this had to do with him. Now he can forgive the guys for not believing him, but the consequences will be very dire. After leaving the room, they could only hope that the boys would cope, but they heard that the blood pressure and pulse were becoming very low. The bodyguard even suspected that what the young man said was true, or perhaps it was just a coincidence. Suddenly, the doctor fell to his knees in complete shock, because he did not understand how all this happened, and he was unable to help the man with his practices. The granddaughter was simply furious and demanded an explanation for this, but he could not give one at all, because he had only given her a harmless sedative. He also suggested that perhaps there was nothing he could do, and that her grandfather's death could not be avoided. The beauty could not stand it, and tears began to flow into her eyes. And it was simply unacceptable to realize that the doctors had made a mistake. Emotions overwhelmed her body, and the only way out of this situation, she decided to hit the worker with all her strength. Running out of the room, she shouted at the end that if something happened to her grandfather, he should be ready to go to the coffin. The old man must hold on because there is still something better, and the young man probably has a way to cure him, because he was able to predict the consequences. Walking down the corridor, the boys suddenly heard someone screaming and that someone was catching up with them. Turning around, they saw Wei's granddaughter. Once in the ward, the doctors were simply shocked, as the blood pressure began to return to normal. The handsome man noted that if they really didn't know how to diagnose the disease, they shouldn't treat it carelessly. Grandpa was not in the best shape yet, but soon he will be able to wake up because his vital signs are now completely normal. Tears welled up in the granddaughter's eyes because literally a moment ago, she could have lost a loved one. The young man also said that later he would write out a prescription, and by following it for a month, the grandfather would be able to recover and be completely cured. The lady stated that he saved her grandfather's life and her Wei family is now deeply indebted to him. She is ashamed that she was rude earlier. Without any answer, the guy called his bodyguard and went to the exit of the room, thereby ignoring all the girl's words. The old man had been fighting for his life as the disease had been taking hold of him for years. But now, he had finally found hope for the future. Yuno was shocked because she didn't expect to see a high-class intensive care unit when she came to visit Tang Yunji. Without any hesitation, she knocked, walked in, and introduced herself as her son's friend, Han Yunuo. Realizing that the woman didn't recognize her was great, because when the time came, she would be able to put on a good show and the money would finally be hers. The lady smiled and said that Xiao Han had just come out and she should wait for him for a little while. The beauty flatteringly noted that her mother had let it slip that she had never heard of her, and especially of her son having such beautiful friends. Suddenly, some guys entered the room, not expecting to see the young man's ex-girlfriend right there. The young man instantly became very serious and asked why she had come here. The friend guessed that the lady standing next to her also wanted to get Ye Han's money, and that she thought too highly of herself. Closing his eyes, the guy said that she should leave because she was not welcome here, and he did not want to continue the dialogue. All the words that were said touched the beauty very much, and tears instantly came to her blue eyes. She also said that she knows that he hates her and does not want to listen to explanations, but she still wants to share her opinion. The talk was about Lo Wei beating her up because of their relationship, and then not allowing her to contact the boy, which she really wanted. Luckily, the guy knew that she always used this trick to trick him into giving up all the money, and this time he wouldn't fall for it. Realizing that her ex-boyfriend, as always, was not stopping her, it literally shocked her because the plan was getting out of control. Realizing that there was no other option, she quickly turned around and threw herself at the guy with hugs. She also began to explain that he is the only person she knows, and her current boyfriend is a mistake, because he beats her. Suddenly, several bills flew at the beauty, literally hitting her on the head, causing her to even scream. The lady was very serious and loudly declared that if she needed money, she could take it and get out of there and not pretend to be unhappy anymore. The friend didn't understand why they were doing this, and who this lady thought she was to have the right to humiliate her. But suddenly she heard that she was now Ye Han's girlfriend. Yuno, in turn, did not believe this, and assumed that, judging by her clothes, she must be from one of the nightclubs. After hearing this, the beauty couldn't just stand there. She swung her arm and hit her in the face, causing her to fly off. The unexpected actions and such confidence on the part of the stranger were simply unperturbable to her. Also, one of the solutions that the beauty used in this situation was that she asked her guards to throw the girl out. In the end, she just screamed about how good they were together, and that he had previously said that he would love her all his life. After this, the lady thanked him and then remarked that everything was fine, because she really hated such women. Laughing, the guy said that she was one of those girls who never did anything cute and always spoke with her fists. All this time, the mother watched what was happening and was touched by how her son communicated so interestingly with a stranger. Then suddenly she announced that he really had a very beautiful girlfriend, after which everyone was surprised. Having collected his thoughts, he told her not to think too much. If he were looking for a companion, he would find someone much more attractive. The lady literally froze in place when she heard the question about what made her worthy of a young man like Ye Han. He was more skilled in martial arts, could organize a high-class ward with just one call, and had a more extensive education. The woman laughed because she understood that he was just teasing her, after which he himself blushed, which was quite entertaining. She also decided to give Lady some advice, namely, she needs to have good control over her man. Suddenly, after these words, she decided to anger him a little by sticking out her tongue and making a face. Watching the way the girls communicated, one could understand that it was almost official. She was simply set up by his mother and still did not realize it. Coming out into the corridor, the assistant came closer and told the gentleman that she had been able to find out something. After collecting her thoughts, the girl shared that the Wei family and these murderers had some kind of relationship with each other. After all, these guys are an influential family in Jiangnan province, and Wei Jinhai is the head of the family. And in his youth, he worked hard for the benefit of the country. This was not surprising because during the treatment, the handsome man felt that the old man was an unusual person, and the granddaughter's skills were also amazing. The assassins who tried to kill Lady were from Qingtang, a local assassination organization, and they rarely fail. But this time, they still couldn't carry out their plan, and they will probably return soon to sort things out. Suddenly, a beauty came out and said that she would leave first, and when her grandfather woke up, they would definitely thank the guy. The only thing that confused Ye Han in this situation was his granddaughter's red face, and he didn't understand why. Not hearing an answer to her question, she loudly declared that she was leaving and turned around. The young man found this amazing and noted that it would be nice to have her as a girlfriend, even though she was a bit hot-tempered. The medicinal herbs he had used before had been completely absorbed by his body, and now his internal energy was filled with the energy he needed to make a breakthrough. The only suitable place for this was the bathroom, and the body seemed to be burning from the inside. Now that he had truly purified his meridians and tempered his blood, according to the heavenly mystical martial scripture, he had officially entered the body-tempering realm. This heavenly mystical medical teaching was very powerful, and he had only recently learned it, but he had already reached new heights. There were still a few things he had not yet mastered, but the bright future was already within his reach, and he was becoming more and more perfect. Suddenly, the bathroom door opened and a rather pretty nurse walked in. The young lady literally froze in place. She did not expect to see someone inside who might be naked. Realizing that she was in an awkward situation, her only solution was to slam the door loudly. Suddenly, the young man covered her mouth with his hand and explained that this was his mother's room, and he had just finished taking a shower. All these actions and words left the stranger even more confused. She did not understand how she ended up in such a situation. The young man smiled softly, said that he would let her go, and asked her not to shout like that again. After collecting her thoughts, she explained that it had scared her a lot because Aunt Tan had a medical motor installed, and she thought she could come over and clean up a bit. Suddenly, she started screaming again because she remembered that the young man in front of her was still naked. She quickly turned away and began to apologize and insist that she hadn't seen anything because she felt very embarrassed. Taking a step back, she accidentally slipped on a puddle, and the guy grabbed her by the waist to keep her from falling. Their faces were very close to each other, and she whispered thanks to him for his help. Suddenly, Yehan, without any hesitation, kissed her directly on the lips. She was even more shocked. The beauty didn't understand whether she should scream, but she didn't want to push the stranger away at all. Suddenly, the granddaughter entered the room, looking for the boy and wanting to talk to him. Before she could say a word about her grandfather, she saw what was happening in the room and screamed loudly. The lady was literally furious and accused the guy of harassing the nurse while also being naked. Suddenly, the nurse intervened and said that it was not true, that she was the one who approached him first, and that he had nothing to do with it. After coming to her senses a little, the beauty assumed that Auntie Tang had been taken out for an examination by the head nurse, and that she had come to clean up and accidentally met Yehan. The nurse quickly agreed with this because it was true. She was very sorry that everything happened this way and caused a misunderstanding. Suddenly, the girl screamed again. Everyone turned to look at her, not understanding what was happening. Without further ado, she ran out of the room, saying at the end that she had things to do and that she was leaving first. With her head down, the granddaughter shared that her grandfather had already woken up and wanted to see the young man. He should quickly get dressed and go. Suddenly, Yehan noticed that anger was damaging Miss Wei's body, and if she was so angry, he wouldn't be able to help with her problem. He was also embarrassed by the fact that she was really very beautiful. But as soon as she got angry, all this disappeared. The young man once again confirmed that she was attractive, and if she were his girlfriend, he would make her even more beautiful. She was truly pleased to hear this, because the young man also liked her, and such compliments were especially pleasant from him. Realizing that she was about to blush, the beauty quickly turned around and asked him to hurry up so that they could go. He, in turn, thought about how the energetic Wade Zuichi had turned into this, and realized that it was definitely not something he could fix on his own. Upon entering the room, the old man noted that he had previously underestimated Brother Ye, because he was not only good at martial arts but also at medicine. The handsome man advised him to lie down for a bit, because the old man had not yet fully recovered. His blood vessels were clogged, and he cleared them out. The old man said that he took back all his words because saving a life cannot go unrewarded. The man added that one must first of all take care of oneself and be careful with the killers, because they know almost nothing about them. Suddenly, a brilliant idea came to his mind. Ask his granddaughter to stay with Yehan because he would be able to protect her. The boys' faces did not express joy. They did not expect such an offer at all and were not delighted about it. The old man continued that Brother Ye was not an easy person, and even if his granddaughter wanted to do something, she would first need to ask his consent. Unexpectedly, the young man noted that if he was not afraid that he would eat his granddaughter, then he would not mind spending time with her. The beauty really didn't like that these two didn't ask her opinion, and in general whether she agreed to this. Sitting in the car, the guys began to discuss what they wanted to eat. The lady was still unhappy with this company. Realizing that he was still impolite and didn't even ask her opinion, she began to calm down little by little and agree with him. Suddenly, the lady quickly pressed the gas pedal, which made the guy even scream a little because he hadn't yet had time to fasten his seatbelt. Miss Wei was indeed driving very fast and with a snake-like movement, and one could assume that she wanted to kill him. Having already gotten out of the car, the girl noted that they had arrived, and this restaurant would definitely satisfy him. She suddenly realized that she was talking to herself and, turning around, was surprised to see a young man. It was the first time in his life that he had been carsick, and he found his companion truly ruthless. But she, in turn, said that finally, having won one victory, she feels much better. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard asking what the hell Yehan was doing here, which attracted everyone's attention. The young man said that it was not bad. He received $1 million in the morning, and after lunch he was already able to pick up a girl. The handsome guy told his companion that this was his former classmate, and she probably doesn't know that he even eats garbage to borrow money from him. He also shared, addressing Miss Wei, that her companion was a poor guy, and he was just lucky that he got some money, and she should not allow herself to be deceived. After all, today he saw with his own eyes that someone gave him $1 million, while he, a manager, had an annual salary of 500,000 plus a bonus. Moreover, his mother's hospitalization is also an expense that he had to pay, and it must be very expensive. The guys were literally shocked when they heard that it would be better for her to just wait until she died, rather than deal with all this. Suddenly, the young man could not stand such words directed at him, and he slapped the standing guy. He was simply shocked that someone dared to hit him. And who under such circumstances, which made him look less than great, the handsome man shared that he doesn't care that he insults him, but he should never insult his mother. After these words, the next blow flew straight into the face of his former classmate, which he certainly did not expect. The ladies stood and watched in horror as everything happened, and the pink-haired companion in particular was furious. Turning to the beauty, she expected some kind of reaction from her, but she only silently lowered her eyes to the floor. Miss Wei seemed to be even amused, hearing all these words and watching the fight, which was very surprising. The classmate, in turn, was already not feeling very well, and he had no choice but to lie on the ground. The situation was quite tense. The young man just looked at him angrily, trying to figure out his next steps. Suddenly, a brilliant idea came to his mind. He called and asked that someone from the Manhwa group be fired. The bodyguard picked up the phone and, upon hearing such a request, stated that he had every right to decide such issues, since this was the E family's enterprise. The beauty watched everything that was happening and noticed that it just looked like the first slap, after which he became stronger again. The young man was indignant because he did not believe that he had the opportunity to fire him, because he had achieved significant success for this group. Suddenly, a telephone ringing was heard, coming straight from the young man's jacket, which even surprised him. In the call, the man stated that he was face to face with death and asked not to drag him into this trouble, so he was fired from that day on. He was very shocked and tried to persuade Chairman Wei, arguing that he had just recently negotiated a new deal for the company, but he did not listen to him. The beauty felt calm, watching everything that was happening, because she had long ago realized that her companion was not an ordinary person. The classmate didn't want to stop and loudly declared that he would fight with Yehan and was about to hit him. With a deft movement of the hand, he was able to dodge, thereby knocking down his opponent, and, stepping on his foot, he slipped. His body fell right into the trash can, which even made him scream a little, as it was quite unpleasant. The man begged Xiaoli to call the police so that she could save him from such a strong attacker. The lady, in turn, refused his request because now he was not her manager, which made him even more angry. She also began to come closer and kicked him with her foot, saying that he was now disgusting and just a worthless person. The young man suggested that Miss Wei go and have dinner somewhere else, to which she kindly agreed. Suddenly, a girl's voice was heard shouting at him and asking him to wait, while calling him handsome. The stranger slipped her business card into his pocket and told him to call when he had some free time. The young man decided to drive the car himself this time to make it safer. But suddenly he felt that someone was looking for something in his pocket. Taking the business card from the stranger, she noted that a girl like her looked very bad. Lady also believed that it was not true that he thought that she didn't care about him and didn't want him to get involved with others. The young man, without any hesitation, approached her closer and asked her again if she really thought so. The beauty began to blush, because she did not understand what he was going to do and why he was leaning so close. The situation was quite awkward for both parties, but the young man felt confident because he liked it. Closing her eyes, his companion told him to wait a little, because she thought it was still too early. Suddenly, she heard a strange click, after which, raising her head, she tried to understand where this sound came from. Smiling, the young man said that she had been sitting in the car for so long, but still had not fastened her seatbelt. After dinner and approaching the car, the guys discussed what they should do next. But the guy was going to go to the hospital to take care of his mother. The handsome man said that she needed to drive properly, or he would have to help her put on her seatbelt again. On the way, a message came to the phone. Looking, you could see the inscription, which said that there was a tail behind them. Without any doubt, he asked to change places because he wanted to get behind the wheel. But it was unclear to her why he would do this. The young man argued that there were 2 cars behind them that had been following them since they left the restaurant. Looking in the mirror, one could see for themselves that these guys had indeed been chasing them for a very long time. Throwing her legs up to change places with the guy, she said it was very uncomfortable because there was not enough space. The young people somehow tried to move so that he could drive the car himself. The situation was quite awkward and even a little interesting because the guys had never been so close to each other. The lady's displeasure grew with every second, and she loudly declared that when it was all over, she would not spare him. It was surprising to see that Ye Han was not at all concerned about the situation of 2 assassins chasing after them. Suddenly, he turned the steering wheel sharply, causing them to turn right and almost crash into a parked car. The beauty began to worry a little, and all this was quite unexpected and dangerous. The lady shared that this big car is not the same now as driving so fast at night without turning on the lights. Realizing that the situation had reached a dead end, the young man said that he could not get rid of the tail and needed to get out of the car. By doing what they had planned, they were able to meet their enemies face to face and silently watched each other. The strangers loudly declared that there was someone who had paid them money to take their lives, and that today was definitely not their day. When asked how much they were paid, one could hear that it was about 100,000 yuan, which was even more surprising. The guys thought that this was not something they should worry about now, but the blonde was also angry at his colleague for not being able to keep commercial secrets. Turning around, he loudly declared that if they had any last words, they could say them now. Turning to the girl, they noticed that she looked good and first wanted to enjoy her and then get rid of her. The young lady could not stand such words directed at her, and jumping over the car began to attack. The young man was shocked that his companion was so determined, and he loudly declared that he should join her. The opponents began to fight back, but they had the advantage of having weapons, namely sharp knives. Seeing that they would fight them with their bare hands, it stopped the beauty for a moment to think about what was happening. Luckily, she was able to deftly dodge the blow, thereby saving her life, which was very exciting. Still, Miss Wei was slightly hit on the stomach, and it wasn't a very deep scratch, but it was still unpleasant. The blonde jumped and noted that carrying a knife was completely normal for a killer, and he didn't understand why everyone was so surprised. He also loudly declared that these guys were no match for them, and that they would deal with them in a matter of seconds. The young lady was a little exhausted from such a blow and began to lose consciousness for a moment. Suddenly, the handsome man was able to stop the swift knife strike with his hand, saying that he had already told his companion about this. The young man was able to squeeze his opponent's hand very tightly, causing him to throw away his weapon because it was very painful. Without any emotion on his face, he continued to twist the enemy, after which he heard a loud scream because it was a terrible feeling. As the knives fell from his palm, they bounced off Ye Han's shoes and then quickly flew straight towards the blonde's chest. Turning to the beauty, he decided to ask why she wanted to rush forward so much and whether she really wanted to be killed. Without any hesitation, she explained that life and death were not important, and if he did not like something, he could do it. As he examined the girl, he thought that her wound shouldn't be very serious, since he saw how she dodged as much as possible. To prevent the situation from getting out of control, he asked to wait until he finished with them and hit the blonde in the face. The other men also began to attack and remarked that they were surprised that the hall master mentioned him, since he actually had skills. The handsome man tried his best, and he really succeeded without any doubts. These guys are really professionals. They all attacked from the same angle as when they attacked Wei Zuiqi, and it's hard to escape from them. During the attack, they shouted that the young man was still too young in their eyes and that he would never be able to cope with them. It appears that the first man with the knife was a decoy to allow the second man to get behind him and prevent him from escaping their control. But to these guys' great regret, their strength is much less than Ye Han's, so nothing works out. The men were simply shocked that one young man could so easily deal with them and put them in a dead end. Handsome lacks real combat experience, and that's exactly what he needs: experience fighting these guys. No one understood how it was even possible for one boy to cope with a crowd of professionals, and so skillfully, the young people tried not to lose heart, but kept shouting that they would succeed and that he would not be able to defeat them. Suddenly, the handsome man apologized to them for saying this and looked them straight in the eyes very seriously. At the same second, he jumped up and hit one of his opponents right in the middle of his body, causing him to fly off. He calculated his strength and the angle of fall perfectly, so that the boys fell on top of each other and lost their balance. Smiling softly, the boy turned to the others and suggested that they continue their battle. The stranger knew he would go crazy if he continued, because he had just dodged his attack and he was able to make 2 consecutive hits while he was in the air. The only thing the enemy did was try to distract the handsome man by telling him that there was an attractive girl walking behind him. He really fell for this deception and, turning around, began to understand that there was no one even close. Turning back, one could see that the enemy was quickly running away, shouting something about the mountains remaining green. Suddenly, a beautiful bodyguard could be seen in the sky, who immediately arrived to the master. The youth knew that Qing Luan's skills were very good, and this guy would not be able to escape, and he knew that his problem was precisely his lack of experience. Remembering that his girlfriend was hurt, he decided to check how she was feeling and if everything was okay. The next thing he saw was not very pleasant, and his eyes became bigger and his heart began to beat even faster. The beauty sat near the car and held her wound with her hand, screaming a little in pain and trying to hold back her tears. Suddenly, he began to understand that the girl was poisoned, and he began to walk quickly straight towards her. Arriving at the Lingshan villa, the young lady was finally able to lie down, but the pain still enveloped her body. The young man said that she had been poisoned by the killer's homemade poison, and it was too late to send her to the hospital to have the poison removed. The only solution in this situation was acupuncture, which would greatly help in recovery. One of the assistants was incredibly surprised that the bleeding was stopped with just a silver needle. Luckily, the wound was shallow, so it didn't take long to stop the poison from spreading. The hunk shared that there will be no scar and she doesn't have to worry about wearing a bikini in the summer. Looking at his girlfriend, he realized that she looked simply stunning, and her figure was very graceful. Suddenly, the assistant's voice was heard, who announced that he had already bought the medicinal herbs and tools that he had asked for. After grinding all the ingredients, he made a bandage and applied it to the wound so that it would heal quickly. The young man was very serious during this process because he could not afford to make any mistake. The assistant saw that he was really very sincere, especially since the miss had been careful since her youth and had never had relations with other men. Moreover, he was a highly qualified doctor, and his family must also be good, and he thought it would be great if he could see the little young master before he retired. Finally, the guy could breathe a sigh of relief because the wound was now completely treated and there would definitely be no scars left. The handsome man also explained that all these herbs are for removing the poison that has entered the body. But seeing that he was putting the pill in his mouth, he didn't understand why this was happening. Since it was intended for the young lady, he knew that he had no idea what kind of poison it was, so he could only use this method, and began to chew the medicine. Having collected his thoughts, he began to approach closer and closer to the beauty, who was still lying unconscious. In his mind, he said that he was not trying to take advantage of her in such a difficult situation, but only wanted to help. Since he had cultivated the heavenly mystical medical art, it had made him invulnerable to all kinds of poisons, so he decided to transfer his own aura. Only in this way could he be sure that nothing would happen to her, and he began to move closer. The young man was able to pass the medicine into her mouth, after which, at the same moment, he heard sounds from her. Suddenly, the beauty opened her eyes and looked pleadingly, because she did not understand at all what was happening. Moving away, he asked her to wait a minute, because she had just almost bitten off his tongue. The young lady thought that Yehan had actually taken advantage of the fact that she was unconscious and secretly kissed her. The handsome man explained that he was trying to give her an antidote for the poison and told her to try to taste the grass in her mouth. After a moment, she began to realize that this was indeed the case, but decided to ask her assistant if this was really true. The blonde confirmed these words and also added that the gentleman was able to bandage the wounds and really tried to save her. Realizing that she had done the wrong thing and had yelled in vain, she decided to change and even blushed from embarrassment. Smiling, Yehan shared that it was okay because he was a generous person and would not hold a grudge against her. Suddenly, an unknown roar was heard, and the young man's bodyguard burst into the room. After examining everything, she said that the remaining killers were already dead, and she had already dealt with the scene of the crime. Only one was captured alive. Coming closer, the gentleman said that he was glad that at least someone was able to survive, and now they had the opportunity to question him. Miss Wei understood that this girl was definitely a top-level expert at the very least, and it was surprising that she was on the boy's side. The beauties looked at each other with a little disdain, as if they were trying to scan each other. The young lady immediately began to realize that the red-haired lady was clearly not Yehan's girlfriend. Suddenly, the young man asked the two of them to stop staring at each other and asked the man who sent them. For a second, the guy decided to use the needle and stuck it right into his neck, causing him to scream a little and get up. The blonde began to dodge back somewhere, saying that he would never tell about the person who sent him. He was very shocked and afraid of everything that was happening, especially when they started to intimidate him. The young man said that last time he was not ready for this, so his people managed to commit suicide, but now he has no chance to do it. Suddenly, the handsome man began to stick needles into all parts of the stranger's body, using a very old technique. The beauty did not understand where he learned to do this and was so good at acupuncture techniques. Looking at the exhausted blonde, he nevertheless asked once again if he really didn't want to tell everything. The man loudly declared that he would share everything he knew, because now he was definitely not in the best position. Yongsheng Group, one of the largest real estate companies in Ningzhou, its assets are valued at hundreds of millions of yuan, and the Li family actually controls the Yongsheng Group. After hearing the story, the young man still did not understand why these people wanted to kill Miss Wei. After collecting her thoughts, she told him that once, false documents were created to sell a substandard house, and she found out about this deal, which caused him to lose a lot of money. Even if she had to do it all over again, she would still stop him, and she doesn't regret her actions one bit. The blonde tearfully declared that this was all he knew, after which he heard the order to let him go, and was very happy. Suddenly, he felt a knife wound right in his neck, which made his eyes become even bigger and his breathing gradually fade. The beauty shared that he could not be left alive, so she made such a decision, easily carrying out her plan. The young man noted that if she liked doing it this way, then she could do it that way. The main thing was that everything suited her. Li Yaoyang hired assassins to kill Miss Wei, and he can't believe that her family doesn't know about it. And he doesn't understand why they didn't hire a strong bodyguard. The lady shared that her grandfather suddenly developed a strange illness and was hospitalized for over a year, which led to a division of power in the family. After hearing the whole story, one could assume that in this case, Mr. Wei's illness was not so simple. The situation escalated when the beauty suspected that someone had deliberately made her grandfather sick and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity. The young man didn't care what was going on inside their family, but now that he had been provoked, this matter would not end so easily. The handsome man was completely confident in himself, in his abilities, and believed that there was no need for help, because he would be able to settle this issue tonight. The lady then shouted that he had gone crazy, because looking for Li Yaoyang alone when he had many people around him was very dangerous. The only thing she heard in response was a request to stay here and recover while he finished all his business. A blindfolded stranger was playing games with several micro-hundreds and trying to catch up with them, laughing at the same time. Catching one of the bodies, he shouted loudly and declared that now this beauty would be his girlfriend today. Taking off his mask, he wondered why she was so cold, still holding her by the waist and suspecting nothing. Suddenly, right in front of him, he saw a suspended, lifeless body that looked straight into his eyes and seemed familiar. Without holding back, the young man screamed loudly in fear, since he could never have suspected that he would see such a thing. Out of fear, he even fell to the ground and, looking around, saw that everyone was still lying there, as if they had lost consciousness. Looking around, he was confused, because he sincerely did not understand where his bodyguards were. Suddenly, he saw someone he definitely didn't expect. His silhouette was quite familiar to him, because it was Ye Han. The handsome man asked how the young master was doing, and that it was rather stupid to assign only 8 bodyguards. The blonde didn't understand how they managed to do this, because his guards were hiding in the shadows, but the 4 were in plain sight and difficult to find. The young lady stated that his Yunsheng group was nothing more than the Ye family's dog in the imperial capital, and did not understand how he dared to attack the Ye family's young master. Hearing these words, he was simply shocked and even began to stagger, because he did not expect at all that such people would be in front of him. Realizing the situation he was in, he literally fell to the floor and asked again if he was really the young master of the Ye family. Hearing a positive response, he knew that without them, his family would not exist. Not to mention the band would not exist today. Realizing that his whole life depended on this man, he began to bow and ask for forgiveness for having made such a huge mistake. The handsome man noted that a serious crime can be forgiven, but an insult inflicted during life cannot be forgiven. Seeing several sharp needles flying at him, he began to ask for more and begged that he spare his life and not kill him. According to Wei Zuiqi, the Yunsheng group is the largest in Ningzhou, and it is not a simple group, as such powerful forces are merely subordinates of the Ye family. The young man was already completely exhausted, but he begged for help because his strength was leaving him, and he was afraid of losing his life. Sitting closer, Ye Han asked if he knew what he should do from now on, to which he received a positive answer. He also said that from now on, he would be his younger brother, and the Ye family was in the capital of the Sky High Empire, and if he ever had any problems in Ningzhou, He could just call him and he would help him deal with them. All this care that began to surround him was very suspicious and strange, but suddenly he became interested in something else. Picking up the frame that was standing on the table, he saw a beauty depicted on it and decided to ask who she was. He also shared that this was Xiao Ye, the eldest daughter of the Qin Jiao family, whom he had been pursuing, and she was the girl of his dreams, so he always carried a photo of her. He also said that he would immediately cancel the task given to Qing Tang. But now, Qing Tang would not give up so easily. They always complete tasks 100% and have already failed twice because of him. And this has affected their completion percentage, which will definitely make the leader want to take revenge. The handsome man was surprised that he could assume that someone could cope with him, because it was a complete lie. The subordinate refuted his words and asked him to simply be more careful, but in no case to doubt his strength. As he watched the boys leave, he began to realize that he had just almost provoked Xiao Yi and almost lost his life again. Looking around, the guy realized that the photo of Qin Jiao had disappeared somewhere, and it had been on the shelf just recently. Sitting in the car, the handsome man couldn't believe that he hadn't been able to give him the photo, and while stealing it, he almost got caught. He also decided to explain that the girl hated the previous young master, not him, and therefore believed that everything would be fine. The bodyguard said that she informed Li Yaoyang of his identity so that he could help find his subordinate in Ningzhou. There were some things that he could delegate to him and not do himself, which was considered a very good idea. After arriving at the hospital, Yehan thought that he never expected that it would take him an entire day just to eat. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to something else, namely a young lady who was passing by in the corridor. Stopping her by the arm, he told the little nurse not to rush to leave because she had forgotten something. Handing over the package, he explained that she had dropped her sign today and he had successfully picked it up. Coming closer with words about how he would help her put it back on, the young guy smiled, which made the worker blush even more. The situation was quite awkward. After doing the actions, the girl thanked him and went about her business. The young man entered the room immediately asking his mother how she was feeling and if everything was okay. Without any hesitation, she explained that she no longer felt pain after he had done acupuncture today. These words were just great. She needed to lie down a little longer so that her son could give her a massage, because that way she would heal faster. The woman decided to share that she is not waiting to get better, but simply wants to live until the moment when she can hold her grandchildren in her arms. The next day, the boys decided to take a walk around the hospital grounds to get some fresh air. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard calling out to Brother Ye, and from the intonation it was clear that he was very happy to see him. The man turned to the doctor, explaining that this was Mr. Ye, whom he had told him about today, and if it were not for him, he would certainly not have lived to see this day. He also asked permission to introduce him to the president of the hospital, whose name is Gao Kyungfu. The boys shook hands and greeted each other as a sign of politeness and acquaintance. But the only thing was that the doctor did not expect Brother Ye to be so young. He had previously heard that he had amazing medical skills, and he had also recently had health problems, but he could not find the cause of the illness. The young man kindly agreed to help him figure this out, as he did not want to refuse such a person. Sitting down at the table and holding the man's wrist, he began to analyze his condition and think about the problem. Having understood the essence, he told President Gao to be careful, because his illness was not so simple. After these words, they began to question the young man, but he understood perfectly well that they were simply trying to test him. Yesterday, Wei Junhai was very ill, and even he was without help, but he was saved. And if this comes out, the hospital's reputation will fall. While pouring tea, the guy said that President Gao had been distracted from work a lot lately and had nightmares at night. The man was genuinely surprised because it was all true, but he didn't understand how he knew about it. Yehan closed his eyes and continued to say that he could tell such things just by looking at a person. The president was very upset and began to beg to tell more about his illness, and most importantly, the cause and treatment. In fact, the point was that it was not related to his body, but rather caused by the influence of a foreign object, which is why he could not find the cause. Moreover, he was the only one with the disease, and no one in his family had ever had anything like it, which was strange. The handsome man decided to ask if there was a place that he often visited, because it was very important. Without giving the patient a chance to say a word, he shared that on weekdays he was in his office at the hospital, except for the time when he went home. Suddenly standing up, the boy said that they would have to go to the office to check everything and find what was causing the effects. He also couldn't give a precise answer until he got into the room, because the problem needed to be carefully studied. Arriving at their destination, the man opened the doors and invited them in. They were eager to learn more. Through the yin and yang transformation of the heavenly mystic Dharma eyes, the young man realized that there was definitely something wrong with this office. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, which were glowing golden, and realized that the aura around him was quite compressed. The president still did not understand and considered it strange that a doctor could look into an office and cure diseases. This place had such evil energy that even the strongest person could not stay there for long. Looking around, the young man was finally able to discover the source of the evil that filled the entire room. There was only one problem that was really bothersome, and that was that the celestial eye had already expired. The young man said that if he believed him, he should throw the statue of Buddha Guanyin from the bookshelf, and then he would be naturally healed. This object looked quite ordinary, but only at first glance. But if you felt its energy, it was black. Suddenly, the man said that he did not understand whether he was a doctor or a healer, and how he could even allow himself to treat a patient like that. A voice behind him loudly declared that this Guanyin statue was his gift, and he didn't understand what they were talking about when they said there was something wrong with it. Manager Zhou Zheng continued to complain that they shouldn't listen to this nonsense from a stranger, since he bought it from a temple. He also explained that he had brought a new testing report that needed to be approved so that the medical equipment could be replaced. Clutching his head, the man recalled his words earlier about asking to come back later and discussed this in a more acceptable setting. President Gao believed that healing the sick was called medicine, not theology, and he could not believe him until he proved that there was a real connection between him and the subject. The path of Chinese medicine is not much different from modern medical science. It originally came from the witchcraft of ancient times. Hearing that the man was advised to simply smash it as proof, the manager became very angry and started shouting. A handsome man came closer to him and asked if he hadn't just said that he himself had given this statuette to Guanyin. Hearing a positive answer, he was delighted, because now, in his opinion, there were even more reasons to break it. The boys were arguing among themselves, each trying to put pressure on President Gao, but he, in turn, stood silently and looked at the floor. Having collected his thoughts, he declared that if he had to change, he would do it, and set about his plan. In an instant, there was a loud bang as glass shattered across the floor and seemed to release all its anger. Watching this was very surprising, as goosebumps ran through my body, and the very realization that the whole problem had just disappeared was surprising. On the other hand, he was able to feel completely relaxed and couldn't believe that it was really a Guanyin statue. The handsome man explained that there was nothing wrong with the item itself, but it had been placed in a grave and had become tainted by the aura of the dead. No one understood what the manager was thinking when he gave something like that to the president, because he probably knew the consequences. Exhaling, the doctor suggested that he did it because he did not cooperate with his company. And now, after what happened, their hospital will never do business with his company again, and he must leave immediately. The security guards began to escort the manager out, but he begged for mercy and claimed that the guy was talking complete nonsense. Turning to Ye Han, the man apologized to him for his abruptness, as he was very sorry for what he had done. Now he didn't know how to express his gratitude, but he asked if he would like to be a visiting professor at their hospital. He will be able to receive a monthly salary and will not have to come here on weekdays, but he will also be able to use his gift and all his knowledge to help people. This place hasn't been doing very well in the last few years, and unless they have good reserves, they won't be able to sustain it for long. In order to cultivate the heavenly mystical medical description, he needed to constantly diagnose and treat patients. But he did not want to be limited. Smiling, he said that he had time to think, and that he could feel free to come whenever he wanted, because the hospital doors were always open. After leaving the room, the manager called Mr. Wei, stating that the Guanyin statue had been found, and he didn't know what to do now. He, in turn, noted that in this hospital, number one, there is a great expert, and now he will personally visit them. Hearing these words, he was very happy, because he knew that his master would be able to do everything in the best possible way. Thousands of thoughts were intertwined in his head, but he now knew for sure that Yehan was dead, because he shouldn't have interfered in his affairs. A nurse entered the room with a smile and a full tray of various foods, saying that lunch was ready. The mother approached her, stating that she was working very hard, and invited her to sit down and eat with them, but she kindly declined. Unfortunately, the food at the nurse's is not as good as this, but if a woman wants it, then she simply has to do it. The boys sat at the dinner table and ate in complete silence, enjoying the food and the peace. While examining the girl, the mother noticed that she was really cute and suggested that she would soon have grandchildren. Suddenly, the woman lost consciousness and fell to the floor, causing the bowl of food to fall and everyone to jump. The young lady did not understand what was happening. how this was possible. But suddenly she felt a clouding in her head. In an attempt to help her patient, she began to run towards her. But all this was in vain, because she herself began to lose her balance. The young man was able to successfully catch her, but now he began to suspect that the girls had been poisoned. Because he has studied the heavenly mystical medical scriptures, he is already invulnerable to all kinds of poison, so he is not afraid of any. But the guys do not have such an opportunity. Suddenly, doctors ran into the room and asked what had happened, because they had heard loud sounds. The young man turned around and said that they had been poisoned and that emergency treatment needed to be started immediately while he prepared everything necessary. Unfortunately, doctors could not determine what kind of poison they had been poisoned with. But first they had to save their lives. Using my acupuncture techniques, I could see that it was starting to turn black very quickly. Suddenly, a voice was heard from behind, addressing Brother Ye and saying that he had come to visit. Looking around, the man began to realize that something was wrong and asked what had happened. The nurse shared that the two had been poisoned and they, unfortunately, had not yet been able to investigate what had happened. Suddenly, the guy announced that he needed yellow roots and golden honeysuckle immediately, and if they didn't happen, he would make the hospital disappear forever. President Gao shouted at his assistant to go and bring everything in the right quality and do whatever Brother Ye said. The workers bustled about as much as they could because they were very worried about the girl's condition and, first of all, about their own work. Looking at the woman, the handsome man explained that one can be sure that everything will be fine. One just needs to hold on. His mother worked hard to raise him, and the closest person in his heart would never let anything happen to her. Even though he only knew Zhang Yaoyao for a short time, he would never allow anything bad to happen to her in front of him. This poison is called bone-destroying poison, and it begins to act within 10 minutes after ingestion. A person who has been poisoned experiences pain in all bones, and the bones slowly disintegrate. Eventually, the person experiences excruciating pain and dies, and he is 100% sure of it. He used his acupuncture techniques and, having placed them all over the nurse's body, he began to wait for the result. Seeing this, the doctor was shocked, because the young man was using the long-lost acupuncture technique of heavenly transformation. Suddenly, a nurse from behind decided to ask what it meant and what its essence was. It is a legendary technique that is said to be able to cure all kinds of diseases, and one needle can give instant results. The only problem was that the requirements for its practitioners are very high, and it is difficult. A person must have a complete understanding of the structure of the human body. And most importantly, he must have significant experience. This acupuncture technique had been lost for decades, and he never thought he would be able to see it with his own eyes today. All the poison in the body is now removed through the fingers. And once the poisoned blood is completely removed, everything will be fine. Opening her eyes, the beauty asked what had happened to her and heard in response that she had been poisoned. But now everything was fine. With Yehan's medical skills, it would be too unfair if he were to be a visiting professor at Ningzhou No. 1 Hospital. Unfortunately, since the woman is already old, she will not be able to wake up for some time, but the poison has been removed. After looking at the medicines, the guy asked to leave them on the shelf and for everyone to leave the room so that no one would bother him. The guys watched as the handsome guy tried to do something with the herbs, and it was very fascinating. It was strange to watch as what he had prepared began to be put into his mouth, because he was not poisoned. The young lady also decided to ask what he was doing, because she sincerely did not understand why all this was happening. Trying not to swallow the medicine, he quietly said that he just wanted to give it to her, and looked straight into the nurse's eyes. Suddenly, he leaned closer to her and passed the necessary pill directly into the girl's mouth with the help of his tongue. The doctor thought that Yehan was going to use some unique technique, but it was as if he just kissed. The young man stepped back and asked her to eat this medicine, and then she would be completely fine. Suddenly, the handsome man turned to the table and seemed to try to do it again, because he put the medicine in his mouth. The young lady did not understand why he was doing all this, assuming that he wanted to kiss her again under the guise of treatment. Turning to the girl, he stated that he needed her to do him a favor, to which she agreed. Coming closer, he said that he would give her a pill, and she would give it to his mother from him. During the process, the beauty suddenly realized what she had to do, and did not understand why all this was happening. After leaving the chamber, the lady turned to her master with the message that she had been able to find out something. The one who poisoned the food was Qing Teng's killer. They disguised themselves as cafeteria workers and sprinkled poison into the food. It was clear that ever since Yehan had disrupted their mission, he had dealt them serious damage. But since there was no way to attack him, they could only resort to using poison. The girl also said that she sent several people to search for the killer, but they have very deep roots in the country, so it will take some time to find them. Returning to his mother, he was glad that she had finally woken up and offered her something to eat, since she was quite exhausted. And suddenly I heard the voice of a girl who said that she was the only nurse in this ward and that she would buy everything that was needed. Turning around, the handsome man put his arm around her shoulder and remarked that it would be better for them to go together, which made her a little embarrassed. Turning to his assistant, he said that she would stay there and asked for the keys to the car. Sitting already in the transport, there was a rather awkward silence enveloping the air, and everyone was immersed in their own thoughts. Suddenly, through the rearview mirror, the young man realized that someone was watching them, and this was quite interesting. After all, he would really like to see who was trying to attack him, after which the chase began. The young lady did not understand what was happening, as the guys were driving into the turns very quickly and unexpectedly. Having arrived at a cozy place, everyone got out of their transports and looked angrily into each other's eyes. The situation was quite unpleasant and was becoming more and more tense with each passing second. The blonde man clenched his fists and shared that Yehan was indeed very brave to have such a meeting. Without unnecessary emotion, the handsome man asked who ordered them to come here and, especially, to follow him. The boys laughed and said that they had come today to break both of his legs and that he simply had to endure them in battle. Otherwise, they might accidentally do the same to his arms. Smiling slyly, the handsome man asked again what would happen if he didn't do it, which was quite unexpected. After hearing this, the young people began to shout loudly that he was a scoundrel and wanted to stay in Ningzhou and not know who Brother Huang Mao was. Suddenly, a strong uppercut hit the enemy, who did not expect such confidence at all. Everyone around opened their mouths, as they could not even imagine that the young man would act first. After these actions, the blonde became incredibly angry and asked how he dared to hit him, after which, without any hesitation, the guy kicked him, saying that they were talking a lot of nonsense. This action caused the opponent to fly to the side, after which he asked to hurry up if he wanted to fight, because he was in a hurry. All the subordinates immediately ran to their boss, asking if he was okay and trying to help him get up. The young man ordered the guys to beat him for him, and to do it so that he would die and would not be able to breathe. The handsome man easily dodged all the blows that were inflicted on him, as he knew the best techniques. He also fought back and attacked very well, disarming his enemies in a matter of minutes. Taking a stance and smiling softly, he told the boys to continue, thereby angering them even more. The subordinates were simply furious. They were preparing to attack, saying that he would die now. Despite their good fighting skills, all these young men could not cope with one Ye Khan. The only solution the boss saw then was to take a weapon, namely a knife, and go and attack himself. But suddenly he saw a flying leg right in front of his eyes, which left him stunned for a moment, after which he found himself on the ground and was pinned by a foot in the neck area, which was quite painful and humiliating. Realizing that the oxygen was already running out in his lungs and he couldn't breathe, a cough escaped from his chest. The young man folded his arms and said that if he did not tell him who had sent them, then he should not blame him for being rude. The exhausted guys, who no longer had the strength to even get up from the ground, said that their boss had sent them and that they would call him now. The blonde, who had caught his breath a little, smiled menacingly and smugly shared that their boss was San Kun. He also said that in the entire criminal world of Ningzhou, their chief San Kun has the highest authority. Turning his head, the blonde began to call someone and try to somehow acclimatize, because his neck was only being pressed by a foot. The silhouettes in the distance told that a group of people were beaten by one person, and it was really humiliating for this old man. The stranger noticed that the young man was quite experienced and invited him to follow him, thereby guaranteeing his safety. Sitting on his opponent, he decided to ask who sent the brunette here, and in response he heard that it was the one he could not afford to offend. Behind their boss is the young master of the Yunshe group, Li Yaoyang, and there is no one in the entire province that their boss cannot afford to offend. Ye Han beat his men. For both reasons, he can't let him leave alive, so he should think about the offer. Someone from the crowd shouted for them to look at this child, to see that he was so scared that he couldn't even move. These words seriously angered the handsome man, and, narrowing his eyes, he began to think about his next steps. The stranger understood perfectly well that he had brought more than 20 people with him, and each of them was an expert, so making another move was pointless. The handsome man decided to call and said that there was a man in the city who he could not afford to offend. Holding out his gadget to the brunette, he noted that there was one person who wanted to talk to him immediately. Picking up the phone quite brutally and declaring that he is Sang Kun, he doesn't care who is talking to him, because he will definitely take Ye Han's life. Suddenly, a loud cry was heard from the other side of the bell. which said that the young man wanted to go to hell and was most likely looking for death. Falling to his knees, the man decided to ask why young Master Li was protecting the boy. But he in turn said that Xiaoye was his older brother, and even he did not dare to offend him. But he wanted to play a joke on him. Suddenly, he fell right at Ye Khan's feet and began to ask for forgiveness, saying that he was very sorry. Looking up, he also added that this Luo family paid him to beat him up, trying to defend themselves with these words. It was strange that the Luo family did this, since the only person he knew was Luo Wei. Standing opposite the young man, the handsome man asked who in the family had approached him with this request, to which he heard that it was Lo Wei. Also, shouts were still coming from the phone that under no circumstances should information concerning Xiao Ye be disclosed. Ye Han did not want to continue this meaningless conversation any longer and went back to his car where they were waiting for him. Having fastened his seatbelt, the young man shared with the nurse that he was okay and that she had to keep today's incident a secret. Suddenly turning around and laughing, he also continued to tell that otherwise he would have to do something bad. A little scared, the beauty asked if this man really wanted to put her in prison. The young man silently looked at the departing car and thought about everything that had happened that evening. He called his customer and said that he had caused him a lot of trouble, and that Ye Han was a person he could not afford to offend. The hero was very angry because he thought that his opponent had nothing but money, and he suspected that they were making fun of him. After hanging up the phone, he became furious because he knew that Ye Han had no past, and it was just a coincidence that the company found out about his corruption and bribery. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice standing behind him and decided to ask what had happened. He turned around to see his older brother, but he didn't tell his family that he had hired someone to teach the boy a lesson. In an attempt to brush off the answer, he said that all this was mere nonsense and that he did not need to pay attention to it. The young man shared that tomorrow the Ningzhou Chamber of Commerce would hold an internal meeting and he should attend with him, and we would learn something. The young lady was simply in a great mood and was eating the delicious things that she and Ye Han had bought from the store. The handsome man thought that she said she didn't want anything, but when he bought it for her, she couldn't stop. Suddenly, a fairly strong blow hit the car's windshield, and it was Ching Teng again. Trying to somehow steer out and return, the young man only asked his companion to sit still because it was unsafe. Stopping around the corner, the guy was about to get out of the car, but he kept asking the nurse to wait for him there. As he crossed the threshold, he accidentally slipped on a sharp weapon, which was quite unexpected. He was glad that he found it. After analyzing the situation, it could be understood that the person who was trying to kill him was in the house. This time the guys sent a real expert, who will be a little more difficult to deal with. Suddenly, a weapon flew into the building behind which Ye Han was standing, and he was able to easily remove it with 2 fingers. The only thing that could be seen then was the silhouette trying to run inside the house, but he felt pain in his hand. Taking a closer look, the handsome man made a perfect hit and wounded his opponent quite unexpectedly. It seems that the killer Ching Teng had been following him for a while, which is why all this happened. But fortunately, it turned out well. When they arrived at the hospital, the boys said that they had collided with one of Ching Teng's killers on the way, and the windshield had been damaged. After listening to all the instructions from her boss, the beauty nodded her head positively, assuming that she would fix the car. She also said that the president of the Chamber of Commerce learned that he was in town and invited him to attend the Chamber of Commerce meeting tomorrow. As he walked through the corridors, he realized that he was only in the realm of body slaughter. So if he encountered someone who was in the realm of superiority, he would be killed. Catslayer was running too fast to catch today, so it's time to level up. The young man gathered all his strength into a fist and distributed it throughout his body so that the process of superiority would increase. As expected of the Xuantian fist, it was worthy of being paired with the heavenly mystic martial scripture. Its strength had increased by at least 30%. As she left the room, the young lady informed him that 2 people had been assigned to protect his mother, and there was no doubt about their abilities. Patting the guys on the shoulder, the handsome man noted that they should work hard together, and then they would receive many advantages. The bodyguard, being in the same room with Ye Han, could sense that his strength had increased again. Walking down the corridor, the girl thought about how this was possible in such a short period of time. Arriving at the Ningzhou Chamber of Commerce, the young men got out of the car and headed straight towards the building. Luo Wei knew that Ye Han could never imagine that even if he was fired from the Shenhua group, he would still be able to come here. Suddenly, upon returning, he was able to see a person whom he definitely did not expect to meet, namely a handsome man. It was strange because this was the Ningzhou Chamber of Commerce, and all the people who came here today were important and respected. The young man explained that the president of the entire event had invited him to visit today. After these words, the brunette laughed loudly, as he simply could not believe that this was even possible for such a simple young man. He began to explain that the president of the Chamber of Commerce was a prominent figure in the entire Ningzhou region, and that he controlled several dozen companies. Looking at the car that Ye Han arrived in, the boys began to laugh, and they did not understand how he dared to say that the president invited him. The young man did not want to listen to this any longer, and passing by declared that if they did not believe him, then they should just get out of the way. Grabbing his shoulder, the hero asked him how he dared to barge in here, since this was the Ningzhou Chamber of Commerce. The handsome man did not want to tolerate all these words directed at him, and, turning sharply, punched him right in the stomach. As a parting shot, he only said that if he dared to joke with him again, he would make him disappear from the city. Watching everything that was happening, the fair-haired guy noted that this was all a huge shame for their family. After all, Ye Han dared to beat up Luo Wei in front of so many people, and this was no different from the Luo family being slapped in the face, and it couldn't be tolerated. The handsome man moved closer to the elevator to get to his destination, where he had been expected for a long time. The bodyguard who had been accompanying him the entire time remarked that she had already informed Chen Tianhe and he would come immediately. The guards at the entrance said that it was Torgo Ningzhou and that the two should hurry up and leave if they had nothing to do. Suddenly, the president's voice was heard, greeting young Master Ye and inviting him inside. Smiling softly, he also gestured with his hand and suggested that he would very much like Ye Han to follow him. Addressing his subordinates, the blonde man declared that nothing about young Master Ye should be revealed to anyone. Standing right in front of the huge table, the young man asked if he would like to take part in their meeting, to which he was refused. Being Mr. Ye was not an easy job, and he thought that these rich people could spend their time playing in the mountains, and did not expect that they would not only have to be on guard but also do business. Suddenly, a fair-haired guy entered the room, greeted President Chen, and noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He also decided to ask who this person was behind the panel, who was standing and watching. The blonde shared that this was the young master of the Ye family from the imperial capital. After all, everything they would discuss today concerned him. The atmosphere was quite tense, as many respected people had gathered, and the leader asked everyone to sit down. The discussion of business and the latest innovations was in full swing, with everyone offering their ideas and listening to others. The hero shared that the Ye family's investment is huge, and their Ziluo has been developing rapidly in recent years, so he hopes that they will be given a chance. The brother also confirmed these words, adding that their business is quite thriving, but they would like to receive investment from the Ye family. The handsome man had been sitting and playing on his phone all this time, but after hearing the words, he suddenly stopped. He heard that in the past few years, under Luo Yan's leadership, the Luo family had developed very well, and one could imagine that the first share of the pie would go to them. The blonde smiled and added that the Ye family had assessed their situation, so there was more hope for them this time. Suddenly, the young man shouted loudly that he did not agree, which shocked everyone for a moment. The guys didn't understand what was happening and why they heard such a sharp and rude response towards them. The silhouette declared that not a single penny of the Ye family's investment would be given to the Luo family, after which the voice became quite familiar to everyone. The elder brother stood up and asked the young master what they had done wrong. As he continued to play his games, the young man noticed that he really disliked Lo Wei and that he found him very unpleasant. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard behind the screen, which alarmed the boys a little and made them remember. You could hear how Luo's family begged the guy to give them another chance, because it was very important for his development. One of the arguments was that in order to obtain investments, the elder brother was willing to expel Lo Wei from their family. The hero didn't understand what was happening because he had never offended anyone with the surname Ye, except for Ye Han. Suddenly, the young man jumped up to the screen, shouting that this couldn't be happening, and that the man behind it couldn't be the young man he had known for a long time. Also, unexpectedly, the blonde grabbed him by the hand and warned him that he was seeking death if he was doing such things. The president could no longer tolerate such rudeness and declared that from today onwards, the Luo family would be expelled from the Ningzhou Chamber of Commerce. The young people did not understand at all what was happening and considered it impossible. But what was most alarming was the painfully familiar voice of the silhouette. As soon as the guys left the room, the men collected their thoughts and decided to continue their negotiations. After shaking hands, they agreed to meet again and silently went about their business. One of them did not leave with everyone else, but said that the Ningzhou shopping center would soon be put up for auction, so they had to be honest and fair. The handsome man looked at the vase that would belong to him if Wei Zuqi's family didn't get it, which was quite interesting. It also seemed strange that the hero couldn't tell President Chen who asked him to come here, and he only suggested that he think about it himself. Ye Han continued to eavesdrop on their conversation and realized that he would be able to hear news related to Wei Zuishi here. He shared that he had never shown favoritism in the Ye family's business matters, and he could rest assured of it. The main thing is not to let Wei Zuishi's branch get it, and it is really a dragon duel. But he didn't know if he should help the young lady. The beauty said that Wei Jinhai has 4 sons. The eldest is a member of the ruling party, the second is in the army, the third and fourth are engaged in business, and Wei Zuiqi is the daughter of the third son. Old man Wei Jinhai's situation is quite grave, and it is not as simple as saving his mother's life. Seeing a large bag of delicious food, the woman noted that he was spending too much money and that she could easily eat the food that was in the hospital. Looking at the nurse, he also added that she should also sit down and eat with them, because he had bought a lot. Despite all the refusals, her mother also asked her to join, because she worked a lot and looked after her alone. Right during the meal, the young lady fell asleep for a moment, because she was very tired after a hard day. Suddenly, she felt a hand on her shoulder and also heard words that she just needed to sleep if she felt sleepy. The nurse jumped up and said that she was very sorry, because she shouldn't be sleeping, and asked him not to tell the president about it. The young man also told her to go to the bedroom and get some sleep, while he would keep an eye on the place and ask the boss to find another person who could help her tomorrow. Even more unexpected was the crunch in the girl's neck, after which it could be understood that she became very motionless. Grabbing the worker's hand, Ye Han led her in an unknown direction, saying along the way that it was only for a minute. Entering the room, he suggested that she lie down on the bed, but she was still confused about what was happening. Excitement filled her body, and she decided to ask what he was going to do now. The handsome man explained that he wanted to give her a massage, and if she didn't get treatment soon, her neck would get worse. Rolling up his shirt sleeves, he began to come closer and closer and noted that he was about to start. The only thing he also said was that it would hurt a little and she would have to be patient, to which she agreed. During the process, the guy asked what the intensity was, but he listened and said that everything was just fine. All this time, the beauty was too shy to say that she could not cope with this alone, and soon fell asleep. Suddenly, she jumped up and said that it was already 7 o'clock, and one could see from her eyes that she was very excited. Sitting in the car with her bodyguard, she said that she thought that since nothing had happened to him, the killer had not yet left Ningzhou. In response, the young man shared that since he had not left, he would make sure that he did not go anywhere. The culprit is hiding in a villa in the suburbs, and there is one suspicion that this is a stronghold of Qingtang, so there should be a lot of people there. The only question that worried the handsome man was whether the Yi family could help him destroy these killers. Approaching the gate, one could see a magnificent 3-story villa with large iron fences, surveillance cameras, and increased security. Suddenly, a small explosion occurred, which easily destroyed the wall that was behind the boys. The strangers decided to inquire what these two were doing there, and warned that if they went further, they should not be blamed for their subsequent actions. The beauty said without unnecessary emotion that they should tell their boss to get out of here immediately. These words were obvious to men, and without any hesitation they began to call the boys names and attack them. One of them shouted loudly that he wanted to go against the guy. Specifically, he meant Ye Han, who was standing opposite. The young man was able to easily dodge the weapon strike, thereby saving his life and surprising the enemy. It could be noticed that these killers were really clever, and they acted quite quickly and confidently. Fortunately, the young man did not just stand aside, but struck them directly with his fists. From one such blow, the blonde flew straight into the wall, thereby hitting himself hard and losing his balance. At that very moment, the young lady ran up and kicked him right on the chin, which was quite painful. Having dealt with their obstacles, the boys continued their journey inside the amazing house. Once inside, the young man stated that these two people dared to break into their fortress. It was Zhao Bei, the deputy head of the Ningzhou Hall in Qingtang, and he remarked that they were indeed very brave. Looking straight at the blonde, they decided to ask if he really was the person they thought he was. Nodding, the chief asked again, "Why did you come here and do they really want to be captured?" Hearing that the guys were idiots and wanted to kill someone, he said that they were making a big mistake. Suddenly, a small noise was heard among the guards who were standing behind and were very shocked. One of them reported to his master that someone had literally just killed their man very skillfully and quickly. Smiling softly, the blonde man pointed out that Ye Han was indeed very skilled and could kill people with just a silver needle. The handsome man stated that the man was a murderer who poisoned him, and he deserved to die, despite the fact that he was on his own territory. Hearing various curses and calls to his side, the young man decided to ask if they knew who he was. Rising from his chair, he said that he saw in front of him a young man who was lucky enough to receive 1,000,000 yuan. Analyzing the situation, the guy was able to understand that it seemed like the Ye family had already taken care of his information, and everything was hidden. The situation was getting more and more tense. The only solution was to send his guards into the attack. Without showing any emotion, the handsome man turned to Qingluan and said that she could play with them first. The girl easily knocked the weapons out of their hands, delivered very precise blows, thereby disarming her opponents. Literally in an instant, all these guys were already lying exhausted on the floor, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, one of them shouted something about her going to hell and started running at a tremendous speed. Fortunately, the young lady had mastered various techniques and was able to dodge the swift knife strike without any effort. With the help of her foot, she knocked the weapon away from the enemy, and it happened in such a way that it flew into the young man on the right. As soon as the blonde saw that all his assistants were already lying dead, he began to get scared and asked again who the person sitting opposite him was. The handsome man, in turn, only smiled softly and asked if he still hadn't figured everything out. Rising to his feet, the young man shared that he held a grudge against the guys from Qingteng, but he had no other choice. After all, they did something that was simply unacceptable. They poisoned his mother and sent someone to kill him to finish him off. At parting, the young man added that he would save his life and he should tell his master to prepare his own coffin, because he would find it. Inside the mansion, the blonde approached the man and shared that the guy had asked him to convey a special message for him. These words alerted the chief, but after he heard that he needed to prepare a coffin, he became furious. Everyone knew that if this became known, the reputation of their Qingteng Hall would be completely destroyed. All the assassins from Ningzhou must be summoned urgently, because he personally wants to lead the entire team and kill this man. If all these people were to gather in one place, it would be a very large, powerful force. And right now, it would be directed at one young man. In the Luo family, a young man lay on the sofa and laughed, thinking that Ye Han was a fool, because he actually offended Qingteng. Even the owner of the hall was now going to take action, and he was completely sure that the handsome man was finished. In the Li family, the blonde read that Qingteng had announced in the martial arts world that he was going to kill a man named Ye Han, and it was strange that they wanted to do it to young Master Ye. The Wei family also read this news, and the young lady knew that this would end badly, and she had to find her comrade immediately. Running out into the street, she saw a familiar silhouette and called out to him, so that the guys would notice him and come closer. The handsome man turned around and decided to ask what had happened, and why Zuishi looked so worried. Smiling softly, the girl greeted the woman and asked again if she could put her son aside for a while. The young man still did not understand why she was so excited, and noted that he was normal and did not understand what could happen to him. Having collected her thoughts, the beauty said that Ning is the god of the killer, the master of the Qingteng Hall, who announced in the underworld to Ningzhou that he was going to kill him. All these words did not anger Ye Han at all, and it was very strange to watch, since he was being hunted by the master of the hall. With a few tears in her eyes, the young lady noted that he was now in great danger, and something had to be done. Unable to cope with her emotions, she threw herself into hugs, saying that this was all very dangerous. Holding his companion, the young man shared that it was very stupid to run here in such a hurry when she was obviously still wounded. Having lifted the beauty into his arms, he added that everything was fine now. The haste and excitement had caused her to faint. It was good that she was in his arms. If she had been in the arms of another man, everything could have ended differently. One could see a pretty girl lying on his lap, which created quite an awkward atmosphere. After several punctures with a silver needle, one could see that the young man had excellent medical skills. All this time, his hands continued to work, and he thought that he was now holding a beautiful girl in his arms. After a few minutes, she finally opened her eyes and regained consciousness, which was surprising. Her head was filled with the sensation of being pricked by a silver needle, and there were also several painful spots on her neck, which was a little scary. The young man immediately explained to her that she had recently fainted and that Mr. Ye was currently treating her. Closing her eyes, the lady whispered that he didn't look like Mr. Ye here, but rather like a common hooligan. The beauty also answered the question about her wound, saying that it had already healed and no longer hurt, which was very good. From now on, she needs to be more careful, because she was already too anxious, and if she starts to worry again, there could be trouble. Looking at the stars, the girl shared her dream of how wonderful it would be to live her whole life without worries. with the wind as a companion. After much thought, the handsome man asked if she would be the same with him if such a day ever came. Suddenly, breaking into a sad voice, she said that such a day, unfortunately, would never come. Ever since her grandfather was hospitalized, the fourth uncle had already taken away a lot of their family's business. And now, they wouldn't be able to get an important project. Their influence in the Wei family's affairs was declining. And upon hearing this, the young man declared that he would go to the tender conference with her. At the Sea Dragon Hotel, the Ningzhou Trade Center Trading Conference was in full swing, with many people gathered. The event was hosted by the president of the Chamber of Commerce, Chen Tianhe. And there were rumors that even the Ye family had a say in it due to behind-the-scenes connections. The young man heard that a gentleman from the Ye family had recently appeared at the Ningzhou Chamber of Commerce, but no one had seen his real face. One of those present added that there were rumors that he had no business talent, and that he only knew how to eat, drink, and gamble all day long. Suddenly, a car drove up to the building, and guys got out of it, who immediately attracted all eyes. No one realized that it was her boyfriend who was qualified enough to accompany Wei Zuishi to a conference of this level. Everyone was whispering that Miss Wei had a boyfriend with bronze skin and iron bones. Upon entering, the young lady turned to her father, announcing her arrival, but was asked to sit down. The man did not understand who this guy was accompanying his daughter and asked her about it. The people at the tables were discussing how they couldn't believe that third brother Zuichi had brought his son-in-law with him. The beauty quickly explained that this was not her boyfriend, but just a friend, and his name was Ye Han. Everyone understood that the young man was very close to his daughter and could not be an ordinary friend. The father called out to the girl, telling her that this table was for the Wei family, and he had no right to sit there. The handsome man replied that if there was no room for him here, then he could forget about it, because he didn't want to sit at the same table with a sick patient. After these words, the man jumped up and asked who they were talking about, but it was clear that he was furious. Upon closer inspection, his eyes were dull with dark spots. His skin was pale, and his movements were uncertain. Hearing this, his father asked him to shut up, not understanding how he knew about his illness. The handsome man explained that he was a doctor, after which the men's faces were shocked, as they did not expect to hear this. Suddenly, one of them cried out that this guy might be the same Mr. Ye who saved his father's life. These words were confirmed without a doubt, and one could see the surprise on the faces of those present. The father stood up and admitted that it was Zhang's fault for not recognizing him earlier and asked him to sit with them. After shaking his hand, he added that he could not thank him enough for saving his father's life, but he respected his honesty. The handsome man said that Mr. Wei Zheng needs to take better care of his health, otherwise it will be bad if something happens. These words were unpleasant, but he understood that he could not show dissatisfaction and suggested that the doctor take a look at his condition. The young man said he could give him advice, but the cost of treatment was 10 million yuan, and he would only start treatment after payment. When the man heard the amount, he was shocked. He couldn't even imagine that he would hear such a figure. Folding his hands, he said that Grandmaster Wei would come today, and he would ask to look at his condition later. After these words, Ye Han declared that only he could help cure the disease, and if he wanted to look for someone else, let him do so. The young man explained to his girlfriend that he was a doctor and never deceived patients. The beauty's father watched the conversation and did not know what to say. Everything was amazing. Suddenly, a blonde man walked up to the podium and greeted everyone on behalf of Ningzhou to make an impression. He announced that the tender conference was officially starting and suggested that they enjoy the food and drink of their province. Once everyone has finished eating and drinking, the tender conference will officially begin. While eating, the young man said that the Wei family had a very high status. So many people came here. Suddenly, a loud voice was heard, announcing that Grandmaster Wei had arrived and the person he wanted to see was here. Looking at the old man passing by, the man shared that he heard that he was also present at today's conference and had become a famous medical master with a remarkable reputation. Thanks to his guidance, the Qin family of Tianhai became what it is today. And it looks like the event is truly a grand occasion, and they will be lucky enough to receive guidance from the Grand Master. Smiling softly and extending their hand, they greeted Grandmaster Wei to sit down. Watching everything that was happening, the handsome man shared that this man is really arrogant. Hearing these words, everyone around was shocked and did not understand how he dared to talk about Mr. Wei like that. Turning to the old man, he asked for forgiveness for the youth's ignorance, to which he heard that everything was fine. He also shared that he had been having health problems lately, and he would like to ask him to examine his condition. Touching his hand, he said that his pulse was normal, nothing serious, but it seemed that he had been working too much these days, and he would write a prescription for him. The handsome man was very amused by the words that he does not see any problems. The only solution is to take medication for 1 month. Yehan also stated that he didn't expect that Mr. Wei was just a drunken old fool. After all, he actually said that there was nothing wrong with his condition. All the guys sitting behind him exploded with curses because they did not understand why he had the right to speak like that about a great man. The Grand Master shared that he has been a practicing physician for decades and cannot help but be able to properly diagnose the condition. The young man said that the practitioner looks, smells, examines everything, asks questions about symptoms. Wei Zhen has already been cancelled and his face. However, in order to diagnose and treat him, he had to check his pulse and say that there was nothing serious, which is very funny. The handsome man also continued to report that he could not diagnose all illnesses by pulse, to which he heard a request from his girlfriend to talk less. The old man became furious and remembered that Ye Han was the man who crashed in Guanyin's office in the president's office. Smiling, he said that it was possible that the statuette was installed by the Grand Master. He, in turn, said that he was going to look for it himself. But since he had already come here, he wanted to organize a competition. The guys didn't understand who this young man was, since Mr. Wei himself wanted to measure his strength with him. Ye Han was pleased with this conversation and agreed to this deal, but he didn't understand how he wanted to carry it out. The old man proposed to use Wei Zheng's condition as a topic for a competition, and whoever could correctly diagnose his condition would be the winner. One of the conditions was that if the young man lost, he would have to kneel down and apologize to him. Leaning closer, the young man suggested that if he lost, he would not only kneel and change, but would also run around the entire room like a galash. But there was also a condition that if his opponent lost, he would have to kneel down, bow to him 3 times and call him father. The guys stood opposite each other, discussing their bet and various details, which was quite fascinating. No one understood what was happening, but the Grand Master agreed, adding that newborn calves were not afraid of tigers, and he promised to fulfill the conditions. It was strange that Ye Han had only saved Wei Zhen once, but that didn't mean he was truly capable. Finally, the old man noted that he was not losing and suggested that they begin, to which the handsome man kindly agreed. Touching his hand, he said that the diagnosis and treatment results for his grandfather were the same as before, except that he was overtired and his bones were a little weak. The recipe he prescribed was Wu Yang powder, which uses 7 kinds of Yang medicine as its main medicine. Extending their hand to the young man, the guys added that it was now his turn to use his knowledge and make a diagnosis. The handsome man said that there is nothing wrong with pulse-related diagnosis and treatment, but there are many nuances. Touching the hand from which a blue glow began to emanate, the young man asked if he could move now. The man was shocked because he really couldn't and literally remained in place, his mouth open in surprise. The Grand Master was no less astonished, as he thought it was literally impossible. But then came the words about the structure of the human body to make the situation even stranger. The young man shared that the structure is extremely complex, which can affect the entire body and is like a house. Although it is intact on the outside, it can be moth-eaten on the inside. He also added that he only needed a convenient opportunity to collapse, after which he punched the man. No one understood what was happening, but his brother noticed that black liquid was coming out of his mouth right onto the table. Ye Han explained that the pulse condition is one of the more important aspects, and the decision needs to be made based on the patient's overall situation. At first glance, the medicine Qiang may alleviate the symptoms, but in reality the condition will be more serious, and instead it will mask the abnormalities caused by the disease. After all that was said, he also decided to ask Mr. Wei to check his pulse again. The thing is that a handsome guy asked him, and he was simply shocked, because everything was really very serious. Hearing these words, the man jumped up and begged Mr. Wei to save him, because he was afraid for his life. Everyone was simply stunned when they heard that such a great doctor asked a young man for advice and even called him an elder. The patient panicked and began to ask for help, and Ye Han had no idea how to save himself. Without hesitation, the handsome man said that he could help, but he had one request: to return all the things he had stolen from Wei Zuzi's house. Hearing this, the young lady was truly surprised because she realized that her friend was doing all this for her sake. The man knew that his father was not here, and he did not know how much good it did because it was absolutely impossible. He shouted after him that there were so many famous doctors in the world, and he did not believe that only he could cure his illness, because in the imperial capital someone would definitely help. Turning around, the young man confidently declared that only he could help, and no one else could cope. Suddenly, Lord Wei fell to his knees and began to bow, saying that regardless of whether he would treat or not, he had already given up. Looking at the one who stood at his feet, a fairly good doctor, he smiled and said that he had lost to them in a bet. The young man also said that he should forget about it and not call him father, but rather get up quickly. Mr. Wei bowed his head and said that he felt uncomfortable here today, so he would not be staying at this event for long. After handing over his business card, he added that if he came to Tianhai City in the future, he should feel free to ask him if there was any business. He didn't say another word and began to leave the room accompanied by his security, which made everyone feel awkward. All the men sitting behind him began to beg Mr. Yihan to look at them, telling him their diagnoses and what hurt them. The young man raised his hand and asked them to stop, because he was not going to check them all today. And after waiting for some kind of answer, the guys walked away from the place where Yehan was sitting, a little upset and worried. After hearing the praise of his girlfriend, he also added that not only did he have excellent medical skills, he also understood the technique of feng shui. The beauty was simply enchanted by his knowledge and asked if she could count them, to which he agreed. The guys talked to each other, discussing various techniques that they didn't know and those that their friend knew. The young man stated that Miss Wei was supposed to win the bidding in this tender, which surprised everyone. The fourth brother, as soon as he heard this, laughed, not considering it possible, and knew that it would definitely not be her. The handsome man turned to face him and asked why he was so sure of this. The hero decided to argue that the bidding was fair and honest. Although the strength of the Zuichi company was great, it had not yet dealt with large projects and had no experience. The young man said that he had done nothing wrong and would just wait and see how things would actually happen. He also didn't understand why he didn't want to return what he took, but he was sure that he would definitely take it and return it to his friend. In the afternoon, it was announced that the tender conference had officially begun, and the young master from the Ye family was watching the proceedings without looking away. The actions of each will determine the final attribution precisely to his word. Everyone was whispering that it was quite unexpected that Mr. Yi himself would be present, but they were investors anyway. In order to somehow calm the room, the blonde loudly declared that he would begin bidding right now and that everyone should be ready. The guys started shouting out the names of their companies, which they wanted to promote in order to somehow attract attention to themselves. The young man asked the beauty why she didn't raise her sign and show how it should be done. Exhaling monotonously, she declared that there was no point in raising this either, since she wouldn't be able to win anyway. The girl believed that other companies had extensive experience in real estate, but her company had not participated in such a large project. The young man told her to try it immediately, because if she didn't raise the sign, God wouldn't be able to help her. The Wei family member smiled ominously and turned to Zuichi, saying that it would not be her who would participate. Hearing such a statement, the beauty did not want to endure it any longer and loudly announced that she would try. The blonde man was surprised and looked at Yehan with a little fear in his eyes, trying to figure out who he was voting for. The handsome man, in turn, quietly pointed his finger at his girlfriend, and it was clear that he had already decided on a candidate. The president said that after their discussions, the company that ultimately won the commercial space project in Ningzhou has been determined. The guys were talking about how if someone could get this project, even a small company could achieve the goal in one step. The stranger knew that the most likely one was Wei Zheng's business. Judging from his expression, it was quite stable. Turning to his third brother, the man asked him who he thought would win this time. Without any emotion, Mr. Wei replied that it didn't matter, because their father had always taught them not to be too public. Their family has been a bit cheeky lately, so it's okay if they can't get it done. The young man asked Uncle Wei again if he really believed in his abilities, and also added that he had already said earlier that he would win Zuichi. The podium also resulted in the blonde loudly declaring that the chosen company was the Pengfei Group, which was the owner of Zuichi. Everyone present was simply shocked. No one understood how this happened, but there was confidence on the young man's face. The guys didn't understand whether Pengfei's group had any experience in this field at all, and they found it very interesting. The beauty asked again if her company had really won, to which she heard Yehan answer that he had said earlier that it would be her. The man jumped up and asked President Chen why his niece's group won, and how that was possible. He only shared that this was Ye Xiao's decision, and he did not believe that he could doubt his verdict. The young people whispered that this was logical. Otherwise, how could they have chosen Pengfei's group? My uncle was simply furious and did not understand at all how this could happen and how they were connected. The blonde said that he had said earlier that every step was in front of Ye Xiao, and everyone had to weigh it carefully. Walking closer to the tables, he also added that he wanted to congratulate the Pengfei group and asked Mr. Wei to come out to them and say a few words. The young men who were on Fourth Brother's team began to leave the room with anger in their eyes. The lady turned to her friend and asked if it was really her, assuming that the whole incident was a dream. She also shared that if he was really like that, then let him help her understand who she would marry. After thinking for a bit, the handsome man smiled and said that this man was right in front of her eyes, hinting at himself. After the event, the hero arrived at the hospital to visit his mother, who was still lying in the ward. According to the current situation, she will be able to recover in a few months, which could not but please. Suddenly, the young man noticed a silhouette through the door in the corridor and tried to understand who was watching him. A bodyguard entered the room and said that every step of Qingteng was now under their control, and they were mobilizing people, looking for opportunities to do everything against him. Everything would be fine, but Yehan was planning to attend Qinjia's birthday party soon. The natural solution in this situation, so that he wouldn't make mistakes, was to train the guy. In the hall, the beauty explained that as the young master of the Ye family, he was attending a special event and had to learn the basic rules of etiquette. But what worried him at that moment was the beautiful figure of his subordinate, and he tried to pretend that he was really listening to her. The young lady shouted loudly for him to stick his chest out and study the rules of etiquette first. The already tired guys decided to continue learning dance, because it is also really important for such a person. The bodyguard shared that otherwise he would be able to look at the book when he took part in the dance. Coming closer to each other, she asked if he knew where to put his hand and how to hold his partner. Feeling a hand on her waist, the girl added that he shouldn't get distracted, because if it weren't for Mr. Su, he would already be lying on the ground. The young man laughed sweetly and promised that he would study seriously and follow all instructions. The boys continued to practice dancing, and they did quite well as the student was diligent. Suddenly, the young lady slipped on the floor and the two literally fell on top of each other to the ground. The situation was quite awkward, as their faces were quite close and silence hung in the air. The young man did not plan to miss such a moment and without any doubts kissed the girl who fell. All this happened quite unexpectedly for both of them. But no one resisted. Everything was great. Suddenly, the bodyguard jumped up screaming that he had kissed her and that this was unacceptable. In his defense, the guy asked for forgiveness and added that he could not do anything with himself in such situations. All these words made her partner even more angry, and she already wanted to swing to hit him in the face. Before her hand had even touched, she heard Mr. Su say that she could not harm him. Realizing that everything was getting out of control, the beauty rose on her leg and suggested continuing the lessons. While dancing, they discussed the gifts she had prepared earlier, and they were too extravagant. She also shared that although all this is valuable, it has no purpose and is completely harmless. Suddenly, the boy remembered that he heard that Qin Zhao loved the piano the most, and he had an idea. After 3 days, their dancing skills were much better and the kids could move incredibly to calm music. Stepping back, the girl shared that it was quite good compared to professional dancers. The young man, in turn, said that it would be a waste of time to practice dancing with beautiful women every day. As they approached the exit, the lady said that they would not fly to Tianhai City tomorrow, and the flight was made as planned. Already on the plane, the young man thought about what awaited him in a few hours and what to prepare for. Suddenly, he felt a knife pressed against his neck and decided to ask what they wanted to do. The voice behind him said that he didn't expect to hear Yehan at all, but they still continued to sit in their seats. The stranger introduced himself as Ning Shashan, the master of Qingteng Hall in Ningzhou, and would take his life today. All the people who were sitting in their seats turned out to be murderers as well, and shared that now that the plane was in the air, even if he looked for help, he would not find it. One of them loudly declared that Yehan was meekly walking towards his death, and he could not escape it. The chief, pretending to be a little to the side, turned to the girl and advised her not to move. And the main argument in this situation was that if she took even one step, he would kill him right now. The situation was getting tense. The peaceful guys who were still on the plane were a little scared and were about to start a panic. The young man asked if he really wanted to kill him, and if he was sure of what he was saying. In response, he only heard that no one could save him now except his bodyguard, and his end was death. Holding Yehan by the neck, he added that this woman was his only salvation, and she was very good, so they would let him watch how they tortured her. Having ordered his subordinates to deal with the bodyguard, he began to smile very strongly and ominously. Suddenly, one of the passengers stood up, wearing black glasses and with blonde hair, which surprised everyone. He hit the boys with ease and confidence, and they began to lose their balance and then lost consciousness. The young lady also did not stand aside, but fought back as best she could, and she did it very well. The boss was simply furious when he saw that all his guys were knocked down in a matter of seconds. The Qingluan group has already dealt with all the other assassins and is now waiting for the young master's orders. The man was shocked. He did not understand what was happening and how it was even possible that their plan had failed. Suddenly, the young man stabbed his opponent right in the arm with his silver needle, causing him to scream loudly. Pain pierced his body. But the young lady also decided not to stand aside, but to teach the enemy a lesson. Falling to his knees, he asked again why he was being protected by the Qingluan guard and Xiaoye himself, since they were very respected people. The handsome man looked down and said that he couldn't find Ning Shushan, so he used this method to lure him out. He said that there were rumors that the Ye family's young master had been in Ningzhou for the past few days, and he might assume that Ye Han was not there. The young man smiled and noted that he had guessed correctly, but also continued to tell that, unfortunately, there would be no reward for this. After these words, the enemy fell to his knees and began to bow, asking for mercy as best he could. Ye Han, in turn, extended his hand towards the man and ordered his subordinates to deal with him quickly. Addressing the young lady, the young man shared that the strength of the Qingluan guards she trained was very good. The lady said that it took a huge amount of time for these guys to learn martial arts, and they would soon return to the imperial capital. The Qingluan people, the masters who were trained by Qingluan, each cut on their hand stands out on its own. And in the Ye family, these people are just Qingluan's subordinates. The young man extended his hand and declared that everything was fine, and that with her by his side, he would not need other Qingluan people under normal circumstances. The beauty reported that the Qingteng Hall had been completely destroyed and would definitely stop for a while. As for the next steps, she would let people watch it. Having finished the necessary information, the lady asked the young gentleman to follow her. In half an hour, the plane would arrive at Tianhai Airport. And before that, she wanted to remind him once again that he was not Ye Han, but the young master of the Ye family. The young man asked her not to worry, because he had already been able to adapt to this status, and everything was fine. Handing him the clothes, the bodyguard asked him to change because he had to look his best. The Qin family will be picking him up at the airport, and he must be excellent so as not to be laughed at. Watching his partner also change her clothes, he was able to notice that it was very exciting to change this from a beauty. The lady waved her hand near her face, saying that it was too hot and she didn't understand why Ye Han hadn't come yet. Her subordinate reassured her not to worry, and he could almost be there and would arrive soon. The girl was angry and said that if he were not the young master of the Ye family, she did not know who would welcome him here. The young people discussed that, against the backdrop of the imperial capital, evaluating Ye Han was a waste of time. The assistant also added that the lady should be careful and not let this trash take advantage of her. Suddenly, the voice of one of the guys was heard, loudly declaring that it was Ye Han's plane and everyone should get ready. The guys looked absolutely flawless. They got out of their transport with their heads held high. The beauty extended her hand in greeting and asked him to throw a birthday party for her. Smiling and shaking his companion's hand, he asked if she had eaten today, because if not, he wouldn't mind having dinner. The pleasant voice really struck the girl, and she said that she had already eaten, but he could eat alone. Ye Han understood that this beauty had nothing but good looks, and her face was as if someone owed her money. Following closely behind Miss Qin, he said that he had specially flown in to host a banquet for her. But she was unhappy. The assistant shared that he was asking Mr. Ye to forgive him because the lady was in a bad mood, to which he heard that everything was fine. The bodyguard decided to tell her that if it were in the past, he would have caught up and apologized to Qin Zhao and said a few nice words to her. Approaching the car, the girl informed that she was very embarrassed. Her family had been busy all these days, and she could not find a suitable car. Pointing to one of the cars standing nearby, she added that she could only allow him to ride on this one. The guys were simply shocked, because she looked terrible. But how to react to such tricks was no better. The only option to act in this situation was to smile and get into the offered transport, which is what Ye Han did. The young man, turning to the miss, said that he felt that Mr. Ye had become different, and not the same as before, to which he heard that this really hurt a little. It didn't matter now, because her Qin family and the Mu family had joined forces, and they were no less than the Ye family. Already at the banquet, everyone present greeted young Master Ye Han as he had just arrived. The guys entered the room together and caught everyone's eyes on them, which was a bit chilling. The young people whispered that this was the Ye family's trash master, and they heard that he invested 500 million yuan, and it all disappeared somewhere. They also say that this guy loves to play games, and one gaming company made a game for him, but he was the only player and everyone else was bots. The young man asked the beauty if this young gentleman had been so unhappy before, since everyone looked down on him. Young Master Ye's name seems to be a deterrent to others, but in the upper class, it is not invulnerable. To gain the respect of others, the most important thing is to have strength and learn to use it at the right moment. The handsome man stood and sipped wine and suddenly heard an invitation to everyone who wanted to attend the birthday party. The young lady said that before the banquet began, she would like to introduce everyone to the person next to her. This is the young master of the Mu Qingfeng family, with great wealth, intelligence, and self-confidence. The bodyguard who was standing behind him suggested that he should go and dance with Qin Jiao. Coming closer, the handsome man asked her if she could join him in the dance. In response, he heard that he didn't know how to do it at all, and he shouldn't invite anyone. The last time she danced with him, she lost her shoes. The lady who was standing with everyone else also noted that this had happened more than once, and that one should be more careful. The blonde man intervened in the conversation and stated that this was not the place where Ye Hyun should appear, hinting that he had seen him more than once. Leaning closer to Miss Chin, he decided to ask if he could ask her to dance, to which she agreed. The guys were floating in the air, merging into one whole to the beat of the music, which captivated everyone. All the people standing nearby looked with delight at the couple who were twirling in the middle of the hall and ate snacks. Suddenly, a voice was heard. It was Qing Shui, his bodyguard, who invited him to dance and added that she did not want to see a headline on the news tomorrow about him not being able to dance. Letting her hair down, the beauty also added that the Mu family was insulting him, and she wanted to prevent that from happening. As they got closer to each other, one could hear that everyone present began to whisper that the girl was so beautiful that she could surpass Qin Jiao. The blonde, seeing this, shared that he really decided to do this and was not afraid to make a fool of himself in public. Turning around, the lady also said that it was quite right and normal for him to be confused. Suddenly, everyone saw that these two were dancing superbly and were simply shocked that they could do so. Leaning closer, Yehan shared that he simply hated this Qin Jiao and suggested that they stop spying on her. During the action, the lady also replied that he was the young master of the Ye family, and it was up to him to decide what to do. No one understood how, in such a short period of time, he had learned to dance so well, and even too well. As soon as the music ended, the young men stepped aside as a sign of respect and drew everyone's attention. The hero came out on stage and loudly thanked Yehan for giving them all such a beautiful dance. He also stated that today was Miss Chin's birthday, and the gift he had prepared was especially for her. Looking straight ahead, one could see the Ronsky crystal piano that the international master used to play music at the World's Fair. At the Subid auction, it was sold to a private buyer for 20 million yuan, who turned out to be young Mr. Mu. Seeing this, the beauty ran closer to him with words of gratitude and said that she really liked the gift. In response, the young man shared that although it was expensive, their family's abilities were limited, and she did not understand him so well. He smiled at the handsome man and said that as for the gift, he had prepared it, and suggested that Master Ronsky come on stage. Everyone was shocked that the blonde was able to obtain the piano that the master played, but Yehan called him directly. We were literally flattered by such an action, believing that such a gift was quite unexpected and excellent. The young lady was surprised that music was composed especially for her birthday, and now she is written into history. Miss Chin replied that she liked everything very much and was grateful for such a surprise. The young man, having collected his thoughts, said that she liked him, but it seemed that she was still unhappy with him. Looking at everyone with confidence, he declared that in that case, from today onwards, he, Yehan, would no longer pursue Qin Jiao. Extending his hand, he also said that he had decided to give this music to the one who had always been by his side. As soon as the name of the beautiful Qing Shui was spoken, all eyes instantly turned to her. She didn't understand at all what was happening and why her gift was being given to someone else, including everyone's attention. Turning around, she began to leave, but after her she only heard the blonde's words about not being angry, because it was just a musical composition. Coming closer, the bodyguard noticed that he really knew how to please the girls, and she really liked it. Suddenly, the young man decided to ask her if she wanted to give him a gift, but she did not understand what she was talking about. Without any thought, the guy explained that he didn't need anything except her and offered to give himself to her. After these words, she could not stand it and hit him, causing him to fly to the side and begin to lose his balance. Everyone who watched noticed that Yehan's girlfriend was very hot-tempered and the young man was a little interesting, and they listened to all of this. Sitting on the sofa, Qing Shui said that this was his first time showing his face, and tomorrow this incident would be known to everyone. But also in this case, the news that he is not dead will make them realize that they are still one step behind. Suddenly, a voice was heard. which declared that these secret enemies would also be ready to make an attempt on his life. Old Man Su said that he was just passing by to take a look and praise the latest achievements. The people who killed him at that time would definitely make another move, and they might not only be enemies of the Ye family, but might even be one of their own. In parting, Streck also added that he was already looking forward to the day when the gentleman would return to the imperial palace. The young man was thinking about what it was like to be in a rich family, because his surroundings were really quite chaotic. After standing up, he declared that he really needed to have his own strength, and heard that he should find Wei Zuiqi. Before he could finish what he had planned, he heard the telephone ringing, coming from the nightstand behind him. Picking up the phone, the voice said that her father had been in an accident and they urgently needed to know where Yehan was now. The doctor came out of the room and shared that Mr. Wei's life was no longer in danger. He was fine and needed rest. Suddenly, a handsome guy came closer and asked what the situation was and what had happened. The young lady shared that her dad's car was hit by a truck. The driver was also caught. But something terrible happened. Suddenly, she came closer to him, saying that they could not continue with the commercial space project in Ningzhou. Her father was supposed to be the target of the attack, but the boy didn't understand why she couldn't just continue with it. Leaning closer, the girl explained that the Ye family had never received any investment and that they could not spend so much money. Looking straight into the eyes of his companion, he told her to leave this matter to him and to first take care of her father. Suddenly, the bodyguard added that Wei Peng was supposed to be killed, but no evidence was found. The only question that was bothering the guy now was why the Ye family didn't pay them money. The person in charge of this matter was a member of the Zhuok Xingtian family, and the young man decided to call him directly. The man on the other end of the phone greeted him and shared that he also worked for the Yi family, so the money could not have been spent accidentally. The Pengfei group, in his opinion, is quite good, and when they get this project, they should find the money themselves. Hearing that the handsome guy wasn't the head of the Ye family, meaning his opinion wasn't taken into account at all, it was strange. It was clear that someone in his family was dissatisfied with him as a young master. A true man is not so good, and it is not so easy to get benefits. The whole situation was quite tense and really bad, because it was necessary to find out who was behind this. As he left the room, the young man said one last thing. Since someone in the Ye family wanted to see his Joker, he should wait and watch. Now they had to figure out how to help Wei Zuiqi raise money, and he decided to ask the girl if she had a pen. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand and started writing something there, saying that she should help him find these things as soon as possible. Looking at the silhouette that was moving away, the lady began to suspect that this guy was completely crazy and did not understand what he was doing. The special medicinal liquor recorded in the Tianquan Classic of Medicine is very suitable for the modern market. As he got closer, the young man explained that these 5 bottles were a medicinal aphrodisiac wine, specially made by him. It can restore men's self-confidence, and it is not the same as a fake medicine on the outside. The handsome man assured her that she could be sure that she would take this recipe for medicinal wine as long as it could be mass-produced and there would be money. Hearing all these words, she jumped back. It was too expensive, and she couldn't accept it at all. Yehan tried to explain that she was in charge of production, and he was in charge of collecting money, and they were simply a business partnership. Looking down at the ground in awkwardness, she thanked him. But it was a little too little for such a matter. After hearing this, the beauty came closer and kissed the young man on the cheek, and he even blushed a little. After her action, she still did not dare to raise her eyes to the guy and asked again if everything was okay with him. At that moment, the handsome man's heart was literally bursting out of his chest because all of this was quite exciting for him. Without any hesitation, he moved closer and kissed her right on the lips, which she didn't expect at all. After which the guys continued hugging, passing energy to each other and listening to each other's heartbeat. The handsome man, in turn, approached Miss Wei's ear and quietly whispered that, of course, he was fine. The lady shared that, regarding medicinal materials, as far as she knows, the name of the largest local medicinal material merchant in Ningzhou is Zhao Dong. If he only needed medicines, then he should buy them from him. To which the young man agreed and offered to meet the man. As they approached the large leather building, they were greeted by a butler who invited Mr. Ye and his companion to enter. One could hear the conversation inside that there was no need to worry, because their Lin Luo Ye grass was absolutely genuine, and it could be guaranteed. The handsome man was shocked because he thought that these herbs could no longer be obtained anywhere. But it turns out that this is not true. One of them also said that Ling Luo's leaves were the disappeared medicinal materials, and he really didn't dare to take them. Smiling, the hero declared that the knowledgeable person could verify the authenticity and bring in a large profit from the result. The guys discussed that they no longer had time to think and that they should sign the contract as soon as possible. Suddenly, Yehan interrupted the conversation between the two men, pushing the paper away and telling him to wait a minute. One of them became furious and said that he had been discussing a deal behind Mr. Zhao's back and did not understand how it related to him. The young man introduced himself and asked the respected man to allow him to take a look at Lin Luo. Upon closer inspection of the plant, it was clear that the pattern of the leaf was strange, more like fabric, and holding it in his hands, he promised that if it broke, he would pay. Throwing it over his shoulder, the young man shared that it was not Lin Luo at all. Turning to Mr. Zhao, the young man added with great confidence and seriousness that this leaflet was an ordinary fake. The hero continued to insist that this plant was collected with great difficulty in the wild and that it was absolutely real. In response, he stated that the so-called Ling Luo sheet was forged using a film on the surface by technological means. After all, real leaves do not look like Ling Luo silk. But because it feels just as silky, the ancients called it Ling Luo Ye. Hearing this, the man stood up and immediately ordered his guards to take the liar to the police station. He also thanked Mr. Ye for his help, to which he said that they wanted to ask him for help in connection with today's visit. After talking for a while, he shared that, unfortunately, he could not sell them medicinal materials. Zhou Xintian said that if anyone dared to help the Pengfei group now, it would mean that they were against him, and he was a leading figure in Jiangnan. The young lady was very upset, because she did not understand what to do now and how to act in such a situation. The handsome man turned around and approached Mr. Zhao with an offer that he could cure any of his illnesses. In response to all his denials that he was completely healthy, the young man asked if it was true that he had not had intimacy with his wife for a long time. The man did not understand how he found out about this because it was a secret that only his wife and no one else should know. Smiling, Miss Wei shared that Ye Han was a genius doctor and could identify illnesses at a glance. Overjoyed, he declared that if Mr. Ye could really cure his illness, then he would definitely help them. Looking at the elixir that stood right in front of him, he decided to ask himself if he could become completely healthy if he drank it. The only solution was to find out, try it, and feel all the effects of the drug on myself. The next moment he felt as if his blood was boiling inside him, and suddenly his wife appeared. Sitting down on the sofa, the young man suggested waiting about an hour, but the girl was left with doubts about whether the medicine was really that effective. Turning around, he smiled and asked if she wanted to try it too. An hour later, the man returned to the boys with the words that the medicinal wine was truly extraordinary. The action of this drug is effective for any person, it acts quickly, has no side effects, and has a healing effect. He stood up and turned to Miss Wei, telling her that he would give her 10 million to help invest in the construction project. As they said goodbye, the guys shook hands, and he added that if they needed anything in the future, he would be happy to help. Suddenly, the young lady decided to say that 10 million yuan was far from enough capital for construction. The handsome man was still angry with Zhou Xintian, and he knew that he had to wait, and sooner or later he would pay for everything. Miss Wei, in turn, thought that she couldn't just rely on Ye Han, and also had to think of a way to make money. At the hospital, the nurse reported that Ms. Tan's health was much better and she was feeling fine. Someone grabbed the girl by the chin and decided to ask how her neck had been lately, to which he heard that everything was wonderful. Taking a closer look, he noticed that she had not yet recovered and suggested doing the massage again. Grabbing her hand, they followed her into the ward, and on the way he said that they needed to go faster because it would be easier to work after that. Having settled comfortably on the bed and having lowered her uniform, the beauty was quite awkward about it. The young man understood perfectly well that people usually have problems with their neck and shoulders because of work. In his Tianshuan medicine, there are several ways to treat, and if you do it well, you can make money. Suddenly, the young man decided to ask why his companion was so soft and pleasant, but suddenly he began to realize that he had asked too much, and he felt quite uncomfortable because it was unnecessary. Without waiting for the procedure to be completed, the lady ran out of the room and didn't even hear a word behind her. The young man continued to look at his hands and thought that the skin was very soft, and this was beyond his strength. Miss Wei approached the luxurious building and was confident in her intentions. Approaching Brother Long, she asked him to lend her 50 million on the condition that he return it within a month. The girl knew perfectly well that in the city only this man could get such a sum, and so she came to him. Looking straight into his eyes, the beauty sat down next to him and suggested that they talk calmly about money. Leaning closer, he said that Zhou Xintian had told him not to help her company and that she was making things difficult for him. Suddenly, one of the young man's friends threw a pill directly into Miss Wei's drink and offered her to drink wine. Without a doubt, the girl reached for the glass and knocked it back in one gulp, which was not typical for her. The hero stated that if only Miss Wei would stay with him for one night, he promised that the money she wanted to borrow would be deposited into her account tomorrow morning. Suddenly, Brother Long began to move closer and put his hands on the beauty's legs, which she did not like at all. Hearing the words that she was unable to take care of herself, the lady's head began to split instantly. Realizing that the conversation would not lead to anything good, the heroine stood up and added in conclusion that she had nothing to talk about. Suddenly, someone grabbed her hand and she began to lose her balance, not understanding what they were doing to her. Coming closer, the blonde told her not to get him wrong, because he just wanted to satisfy her needs. Realizing that the situation was hopeless, the beauty only prayed for Yehan to appear out of nowhere and help her. Brother Long looked very disgusting and was drunk, which made the smell around him not the best. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard, namely Mr. Ye's voice, but he still didn't know who was standing behind him. The young man easily pushed his opponent aside, and he flew to the side, hitting himself hard. I approach my friend, he started to take off his jacket. I ask if everything is okay, to which I hear a positive answer. One of the subordinates turned to Mr. E and said that the situation was getting out of control and that people were not approaching. The blonde man stood up and declared that if he didn't give him an explanation right away, they wouldn't get out alive. Smiling slyly, he also said that he wanted him to pay 50 million and break one of his legs. Hearing his side's rudeness and confidence, he added that he didn't want to leave here alive. Waving his hand towards his subordinate, he asked him to protect her while he dealt with these people. Looking closely at his own, he said that it was a long time ago and was ready for the next fight. At the same moment, all the guards standing nearby began to attack and move closer and closer to the guy. With a sharp movement of his leg, he was able to defend himself, or the enemy's 10th blow, from which he began to lose his balance. The young man's technique was simply excellent. He knew how to fight, because his experience allowed him to inflict precise damage. Watching everything that was happening, it was amazing, because everyone who decided to come closer was soon blown away. The chief did not understand who was standing in front of him, but only heard that his people had offended him and he had to count the medical expenses. Apparently, he had injured his men and was now asking for medical insurance, which was very outrageous. The young man looked his opponent in the eye and shared that he didn't need that much, 1 million in moral damage for each of them. Hearing such a sum, he exhaled, because for him it was not too much and he would be able to cover everything. Suddenly, he started listing that he needed another million for the time he had wasted, and all this would add up to 10 million. In order to end the conversation as quickly as possible or to get into an even bigger number, I agreed to transfer him a day. As they parted, the handsome man suggested that he could forget about what was happening today only after he saw the numbers. Come inside, the guys were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief because they weren't at home and could have a good rest. Having laid the beauty on the bed, he said that he himself would find a way to find the money. She did not need to continue looking for such people. Seeing that his girlfriend was already quite exhausted, he declared that he would go first and leave her to rest. Suddenly, the young lady grabbed his hand and pulled him closer to her, simultaneously asking him to leave. The situation was quite awkward because their faces were very close to each other and the guys were looking straight into each other's eyes. Suddenly, Miss Wei kissed her comrade, namely after he said that he would not leave her today. The young man realized that emotions were overwhelming his body and he could no longer control himself. The next morning, the boy and girl woke up in each other's arms, just as they had been lying there the whole night. The beauty suddenly opened her eyes and began to analyze the situation, assuming that she had been drunk the previous night. In order to somehow find out some information, the lady kicked Ye Khan, who had been sleeping next to her all this time. The young man in turn grabbed her and said that he was too tired, so he needed to sleep more. Realizing that she was still naked, Miss Wei covered his eyes with her foot so that he would not look at her. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from a subordinate who was wondering if she was awake, since breakfast was already ready. It was quite awkward that the young man kept looking at his girlfriend, who was getting dressed and asking him to hurry up. Sitting at the table and waiting for breakfast to begin, the boys thought about what had happened to them the previous evening. The young lady, having collected her thoughts, turned to the Khan, but still could not bring herself to say what she wanted. Suddenly, he confidently declared that she was now his woman, and her affairs were his affairs, and this was not up for discussion. The beauty was a little uncomfortable, but she agreed, after which her cheeks turned red and her eyes looked down. In the Shenlog nightclub, the young people discussed that the person the boss wanted to kill was called Ye Han. One of them replied that he had already checked it and that he had no experience. He only knew a little medicine. The second one also added that he remembers the person Ning was going to destroy. That was his name. And it took a long time to lose contact. Ning Shashan is an ordinary person, and being able to be the master of Ningzhou Hall also occupies a high position. This time the guys were quite serious and wanted to finally finish off the boy. The hero suggested joining forces with 4 B-level masters of Qing Teng, because he is sure that he will be a winner, and you will be a crook. Everyone agreed with this decision and literally perked up. They now have a good plan of action. When addressing Mr. Long with the words that the elder brother was thirsty, one could hear in response that he had the best red wine, and he would bring it. Suddenly, the brunette grabbed the guy by the neck and said that he doesn't drink alcohol, but feeds on human blood. While in complete solitude during meditation, the handsome man began to realize that he had almost reached the desired level. He will be able to tame the body and break through to the kingdom of salvation, which will greatly help him in the future. Suddenly, the door opened and Miss Wei's voice was heard, bringing a drink especially for Ye Han. Raising a glass of water, he decided to ask how she was feeling, because he was very worried about her condition. The young lady was put in an awkward position by such a question, and she did not know what to answer when time was wasted looking into her friend's eyes. Suddenly, a window behind the room was broken, and strangers began running out with weapons in their hands. The handsome man, without any hesitation, picked up his girlfriend in his arms so that she would not get hurt. At that very moment, a bodyguard appeared out of nowhere, jumped up, and began to attack. The girl was simply excellent. She fought off the enemy with ease, using her techniques. Seeing his subordinate being surrounded, Ye Han shouted at Qing Sui to be careful as she was being attacked from behind. Hearing this, the lady managed to turn back from the weapon that was flying straight at her, and it was quite risky. As soon as the enemies realized that they couldn't cope, they decided to leave, because they definitely didn't want to die today. The heroine was serious and loudly declared that she would pursue them, because such behavior was simply unacceptable. The boys remained in complete silence and watched the people who were gradually moving away from their field of vision. Raising her weapon, the beauty noticed that they had escaped. And these 3 killers, they were not ordinary, but very strong. Seeing that one person had not yet left, the boy asked Zuichi to stand behind him so that she could be safe. The stranger introduced himself as the B-rank assassin, Cold-Face Yan Luo, and he also added that he came here to take Ye Han's life. After these words, the young master remarked that it turned out that 3 assassins had just been used to lure the tiger out of the mountain. The hero smiled slyly and said that his bodyguards were all fine. So naturally they had to be careful. The B-rank assassin had completely gone out of his normal state, and Qing Sui would definitely have a hard time as well. Seeing that the enemy was swinging at him, and even saying that he needed to worry about himself first, was surprising. The young man tried to protect himself, covering himself with his hands, in order to somehow survive the blow. But at that very moment, he flew into the wall, from which he was very badly injured and lost his balance, after which he fell. The blonde man reported that he was nothing more than a human, and Ning Shashan had actually lost the battle. Suddenly, the enemy's attention was drawn to something else, namely a leg that flew right in front of his eyes. Grabbing the beauty's foot, he said that the little girl was only in the realm of body spell, and she should not be too rude. At that moment, the lady realized that she had made a mistake and asked to let her go because it was quite unpleasant. Having listened to these instructions, the enemy did it, but rather abruptly, causing the girlfriend to fall to the ground and hit herself. The fall was so strong that Miss Wei even lost consciousness, which made the situation even more frightening. As soon as the blonde man lifted Ye Han by his neck, he said that Ning Shashan was a little weaker, but he was also a master of the same level as him, and he didn't understand how he could be killed. Despite the awkward position, the handsome man said that if he wanted to know, he should let him start first. After hitting him in the stomach, he agreed, but continued to hold the boy by the neck in his hands. After such an unexpected attack, the young man felt pain in his body and even blood poured out of his mouth. The opponent did not agree to the conditions, but only continued to hold the young man and punch him in the face. Lifting him up so that he could no longer stand on his feet, he let him go and sentenced him that he could now do this. He also continued to say that with his strength it was impossible to be his opponent, and he was too arrogant. Ye Han himself understood this, but fortunately, he had practiced the Xuanchen technique in advance, which would definitely help him. He raised himself and began to whisper something about heaven and earth Xuanhuang, as well as Yan, which would bring him good luck. The handsome man began to glow with a bright yellow color, which illuminated the entire room, which made her stop a little uneasy. The enemy clearly did not expect this, but did not show it, but was serious and determined, so he wanted to enter the battle. Two very strong energies collided together, and the fight was incredible and very exciting. Their hands touched, trying to defeat each other, which was quite difficult, and the young man even began to win. After such a strong blow, one stepped back and noted that this was impossible, because his strength was greater. A second later, a new move called Xuantian followed, and it flew straight towards the opponent's face. He was shocked because the damage he received was strong enough that he was unable to cope with such an attack. As soon as the enemy lost control of his body and fell to the ground, the young man was able to exhale. But because he used all his energy, he also lost his balance and with it his consciousness. Opening his eyes, the handsome man did not understand what had happened to him and where he was now. Looking around, he heard a question about his condition, to which he replied that everything was fine, because he needed a little rest. Seeing a stranger at the end of the ward, he decided to ask his friend who this girl was, since he was seeing her for the first time. Miss Wei pointed at her and said that she was his grandfather's bodyguard, and her name was Zhao Huyin. She, in turn, shared that the killer Winton came because of him, had not yet wounded the young lady. If something went wrong, he would not be able to avoid the consequences. Turning around, the lady explained that the killer had come here to kill him no matter what. She was unhappy with this answer because she knew that she had to pay attention to her personality, because she was the daughter of the Wei family, and the guy was not worthy of her. Suddenly, a beauty appeared, stamped her foot and asked who gave her the courage to say such things. With her eyes closed, she explained that the Wei family had been inherited for 100 years, and 3 generations of grandparents were heroes, while he was just a small man from the lower classes. In response, the bodyguard asked again why she couldn't help Wei Zuiqi solve the funding problem. Then, the young ladies began to argue, and the tension in the air made her stop uncomfortably. Zhao Huyan turned around and said that since she was not welcome here, she would just leave. She didn't have time for that. Looking at her master, the beauty apologized for the fact that the 3 murderers had escaped and she had not been able to catch them. Raising his head, he said that everything was fine, but if Qingteng sent people to kill him again, he had to be well prepared. Miss Wei was very worried that her friend had a bodyguard, and that she was so strong. The lady decided to ask who Ye Han was, to which she heard in response that he had previously said that he was the young master of the Ye family. But the friend didn't believe it at all and thought that the young master in the Ye family couldn't possibly be as pitiful as the youth. She stood up and asked him to forget about it, and added that regardless of his status, he was still her friend. Because the guy's hands were so badly damaged, he simply couldn't eat on his own. And then the girl offered to feed him. From the outside, it all seemed pretty cute. These guys were even embarrassed by every action they took with each other. A doctor came in unexpectedly and said that the pharmaceutical factory was almost ready. But the jade amulet written in the instructions seemed strange. Opening the case, the man explained that these amulets had been prepared in advance, and now there were no problems with them. Pulling his hands straight above him, the young man began to absorb the energy that emanated from them and added strength to him. He lost a lot of spiritual strength yesterday, but it should be enough to recover and get himself in order. The tension in his body was quite high, so much so that blood even started flowing from his mouth. But he said that he was fine. Sitting down, he ordered that these jade amulets be placed in a jug of wine, and if the effect disappeared, then he should come to him again. Finally, he noted that Mr. E could be confident, and he would do everything as needed according to all instructions. After leaving, the friend loudly declared that Ye Han was already injured and had exhausted his inner strength and was now overloading his body. She also recalled that he always says that everything is fine with him, but she will not allow him to cope with difficulties alone. In response, the young man said that she was so angry that she could not break through, but in fact she could already do it. If it happens slowly, it will nourish the body and balance the yin and yang in her body, and everything will go well. Hearing these words, she was pleasantly surprised, because she had been waiting for this for a very long time and could not believe her ears. Pointing to a place next to him, the handsome man invited her to come closer and sit down, and he would tell her everything in reality. Without any hesitation, the young lady sat on his lap, which left him simply shocked, because he did not expect such directness. Having collected his thoughts, he whispered to her that they should cultivate together in order to avoid any mistakes. After all, they can break through faster than anyone else if they practice together, and it will also help him restore his inner strength. After these words, the girl's eyes literally lit up, because she realized that now she could finally help with something. Without any hesitation, she agreed to this proposal and she wanted to do it right now. Taking off her outerwear, the lady asked him to hurry up and did not understand what he was still doing in a daze. This whole situation made the young man very happy, and he did not expect that his girlfriend would agree to practice together so quickly. Looking at the ceiling, he asked her to repeat the formula he had just taught her, because it was important. Sighing monotonously and squinting her eyes, she agreed, after which she began to put all the knowledge together in her head. The main thing was that heaven and earth, Xuanhang and Neiyan, luck, and also harmony, because this brings strength. As soon as the practice was over, the guys lay down and tried to catch their breath. It was all quite tense. The beauty's enthusiasm was quite great, and she did not want to stop because she was still full of strength. In argument, the young lady stated that Yehan's profound strength had not yet fully recovered and needed to be done again. Standing up, the young man noticed that this girl was really terrible, because after the breakthrough, the combat effectiveness was actually so great. However, his energy and cultivation base had been improved, and in the future, when he encountered the realm of detachment, he would not be helpless. Suddenly, a bodyguard appeared and informed the gentleman that she had already sent Qingluan. Turning around, he was happy, because it was very good, and he plans to continue to study with Qingteng and the others. The boys were discussing that they both needed to go to the hospital now, and the young man suggested going together. Having met with the attending physician, he shared that the young man's mother was recovering very well. Entering the ward, she shared that she could finally be discharged from the hospital, but was only interested in one question. Did her son clean the house? The woman was also unhappy because it was not that their house was unlivable, but that at least they had money, but they should not waste it in vain. As he was starting to talk about how his mother should now enjoy the benefits, he heard his name being called loudly behind him. A friend said that her grandfather asked her to hand over the commercial space project in Ningzhou to her fourth uncle. This was clearly not the best news, and grabbing the beauty's hand, he asked if the Ye family was really giving him what he wanted. Upon entering the room, the young man asked Mr. Wei why he was allowing Wei Zuqi to hand over the project to Wei Zheng. The old man stood up and said that although Brother Ye had saved him, it was their family business, and he should not interfere. The handsome man was determined and asked if he was afraid that the Ye family would look for him like this. The man said that young Master Ye had handed over this project to the Penfei group, but Zhou Xintian had not contributed funds to the project yet, which meant that the Ye family did not support him. The lady's eyes were already filled with tears, and she explained to her second uncle that her father had put too much effort into this project, and if they left him, all their previous efforts would be in vain. But the words of the grandfather were law for these guys. My friend was just upset. She didn't know what to say, because this whole situation was very unfair. Yehan, angry, also said that this simply could not be allowed to happen, and that he would do something about it. Uncle didn't understand how he dared to say such a thing, and who he even thought he was to argue with them. Giving the order to her bodyguard, she stated that if the boy did not want to be hurt, then it would be better for him to leave himself. It all sounded more like a challenge, which the young man accepted and began to provoke the girl. Carrying out her direct orders, she swung her leg to hit the young man back and protect her master. By covering himself from the blow with his hands, he surprised everyone enough and put her in a clever position. The opponent's strength was indeed very great, and this only fueled the excitement in their duel with each other. All the techniques Yehan used were quite confident, and he easily landed a blow on the chest. The beauty did not understand at all how this was possible and why this boy was stronger than her, because this had never happened before. The guys who were watching this whole process were also surprised, as they did not expect such a turn of events. The young lady was already ready to attack her opponent, and their battle continued with great enthusiasm. The old man stood up and said that since junior brother Ye had decided to interfere in this matter, he would speak directly. He tried to take the opportunity to see who was the problem in their family, who was really good to them, hiding the fact that he was already healthy. The handsome man said that he saved him because of the doctor's kindness, but he didn't expect him to be so shameless and sacrifice the interests of others. After all, if he doesn't help, then he will have to leave the project, and if it is handed over to Wei Zheng, then his Wei family will come to an end. They didn't understand why Yehan thought it was so simple, since Zhou Xintian's opponent was not an ordinary person and was difficult to deal with. Suddenly, a bodyguard entered the room and told her master that she had done what he wanted. The young people, as soon as they saw her, were shocked, because they began to understand that this girl was not simple. In the hospital garden, Miss Wei sat on a bench and quietly cried from grief. Hugging his girlfriend, the young man said that if she felt offended, she could just cry in his arms. Pulling back a little, she thanked her friend for being with her now, because it was very important. After these words, the guys kissed, and the atmosphere in the air became increasingly favorable. This wonderful moment was interrupted by a phone call, which was quite unexpected. When the man picked up the phone, he said that he wanted to change in front of the girl for what happened last time. After all, although he doesn't know that she needs a lot of money, he can't solve this problem, and he doesn't want to take risks, so he suggested a meeting. At parting, the beauty promised him that she would come to the appointed place that evening, after which they ended the conversation. Although my friend always felt that Brother Long was not so kind, it didn't matter what he thought, because it was useless in front of absolute power. Looking straight into Yehan's eyes, she decided to ask him if he had any ideas now, other than going out with her tonight. Not hearing an answer, the guys continued talking to each other and laughing, raising each other's spirits. In general, it was quite sweet, and at the same time caustic, as the spark between these two definitely flew. At exactly 6 o'clock, the bodyguard was standing near the room. But from her appearance, it was clear that she was unhappy about something. As soon as the young people came out of it, they were shocked, because they didn't know that Qing Shui had been outside the door the whole time. The situation was quite awkward, even though she was a beautiful girl who could be a personal bodyguard. But most likely she heard the discussion of technology with another. With a serious expression, she said that the Qingluan people were here and asked what to do. Before he could finish his offer to go with him later and bring a few people, he heard indignation. He also asked her to just do it, and if anything changes, she will act accordingly, to which she agreed. Turning around, the beauty declared that she would arrange it right away. But in her head, she was thinking that he, as always, just wanted to kiss her. As he watched the lady leave, he thought that he just wanted to conquer this big beauty. But he was afraid to surpass her in strength for a while to improve her. On the outskirts of Ningzhou, namely in the villa area, a young man was already waiting for the guys and invited them into his house with an offer to sit down. In response, the young lady told him to just tell him what he wanted, and they wouldn't even sit down and waste their time. The atmosphere was quite tense, because no one wanted to stay in this place for long. And then the guy wanted to show something. The red curtain was lifted to reveal 100 million in cash, which was only offered if they agreed to the terms. The beauty knew that with this money in cash, the company's urgent need could be resolved immediately. With a little distrust, the young man decided to inquire what the conditions were, since this was quite a large sum. At that very moment, the young man pointed his finger at Ye Han, indicating that the most important thing was his life, which he wanted to take away, after which, smiling, he declared that these two had indeed fallen for his tricks and would not be able to leave so easily. He also said that the handsome man had foiled their plan with the white people, and that today he would die on this spot. His subordinates have studied his data. He was lucky that he was able to kill Yan Luo's cold face, but it was unusual, and he was definitely no match for them. The young lady also said that these three murderers were not from a common kingdom, and the handsome man should immediately flee while she stopped them. Leaning towards his friend and smiling, he asked her not to worry about running away, as it was useless at the moment. The young men continued to threaten that the three of them were enough to make this one die several times. Suddenly, Yehan's eyes began to glow, and he asked these guys if they were confident in their abilities. These words were indeed very surprising. But suddenly a loud sound and the breaking of glass were heard. Out of nowhere, a bodyguard appeared, and when they saw her, everyone was shocked, because they knew that she was very strong. The lady was able to easily neutralize one of them with just one blow, causing him to lose his balance. The chief, after seeing the action, froze in place and did not understand how it was possible that one of his best masters had given up so quickly. Then it was the second man's turn. The beauty stood right in front of him and was ready to attack. At the same second, her hand went straight towards him, the insane energy piercing the enemy through and through, causing him to fall. The young men began to be afraid, because the girl only needed one blow, and she really was a master of martial arts. They didn't understand how it was possible that the bodyguard next to Yehan could be such a high-level master. The opponents immediately began to run away and beg for mercy, because they did not want to die today. Suddenly, more guys appeared, knocking down the enemies and disarming them, delivering precise blows. Turning to her master, the girl asked again what they should do with them and what to do. The young man decided to ask if anyone else would bother him if he killed one of them, to which he received a positive answer. If this happens, there will be someone from the higher powers, and next time it may be a master. Patting the enemy on the head, he declared that he would destroy his cultivation base, and he should go back and tell Master Qingteng this. Looking at the young man who had led them into the trap, he began to beg for mercy and said that he would do anything. Pointing to the money, The handsome man asked if he could put aside 10 million yuan for him, to which he was told that he didn't need to borrow it, but could just take it. Ye Han was very pleased with this answer and suggested that he draw up a document to prove that the money was given to him. Trying to somehow avoid the tense situation and save himself, he agreed and said that he would get it right away. Sitting in tears, he was very upset that his 100 million was leaving him, and now he was very devastated and literally broke. Suddenly, a friend decided to ask the bodyguard if she really was a martial arts master, to which she received a positive answer. There are very few practitioners now, and even fewer masters, and she didn't expect to meet such a cool girl. The hero knew that if the relationship between Wei Zuishi and Qing Shui could be improved, it would be better if she joined the discussion. On the way back, the lady told me that martial arts were forbidden to noble people, and currently most of those who practice them were practicing them secretly in the city. Their family is also considered a family of martial artists, including her grandfather. But there are fewer such people in her generation now. As far as the beauty knew, the man who founded Qingteng was also a master. But it was unclear what to do if they came again. Knowing that there is a master bodyguard next to him, if there is no confidence in success, these guys will definitely not come. Smiling softly, the lady also thanked him again for the money, because now that she had received it, the project could continue. The young people were in a pretty good mood, and suddenly the beauty suggested going to her home. Or there was also the option of going somewhere where there was no one, which literally made the guy's hair stand on end. Without any hesitation, he agreed, because he wanted to be alone with Miss Wei, since she liked him. The whole time, a bodyguard was watching them to make sure he was safe, but she was worried when the car sped up. Following their trajectory closely, she saw that they had stopped in a parking lot and didn't understand what was going on. In the hospital, the mother was very happy, because she could already go out and wanted to go home as soon as possible, because she was tired of being in the hospital. Turning to the nurse, the woman also asked why Jiang Yao was not there, since she had always taken care of her. But she had taken leave. Turning to her son, she asked him to call the girl and thank her for helping and being very kind and caring. Having fulfilled his mother's request, he actually started a conversation with the nurse, but she asked them to be careful. From the background, it was clear that the beauty was in a bar, but she would not have gone to such a place voluntarily, and something was definitely wrong there. Hearing that she was now in the bar, Eros, the young man, told her to take care of her safety because he was coming soon. Turning to his mother, he said that most likely Jiang Yao seemed to be in trouble, and he wanted to go to her while he was there and would return home. As he walked inside, he reflected that he had never been to such places before, and now that he was rich, he had no particular interest in them. The situation was bad enough, dirty, but what he saw next was terrible. A young lady, who was very familiar to him, stood in the center of the dance floor and was very upset, but was forced to dance. Friends of Lang's brother discussed the beauty, describing her as very pretty, and indeed having her own secret style in that dress. The young men asked her to wear a more revealing outfit, but she did not want to which she heard in response that in that case she should return his money. The young lady, with tears in her eyes, said that the money that belonged to her would definitely be returned, but she just needed more time. Smiling very slyly, the blonde said that there was a way to not give anything away, and asked her to come closer. The method he proposed was also considered very simple, namely to go with him to sleep for just one night. The beauty was surprised because he said that if she would dance for him in such clothes, he would give her a few days reprieve. But then he decided that she was talking some nonsense, and if she wore such clothes for dancing, then there should be nothing wrong with sleeping with him. Suddenly, Ye Han grabbed his hand and said that he didn't dare to play the hero to save the beauty. And before he could finish his advice about letting him go, he felt a strong blow right in the stomach. Unable to withstand such tension and losing his balance, he flew to the side, which caused him to hit himself very hard. Turning to the girl, the young man asked if she was okay, to which he heard that everything was fine. The lady said that her father was sick, was in hospital and needed a lot of money, so she took out a loan from Lang's brother. Having heard that for only 50,000 he made her dance in such clothes, the guy began to take off his jacket. Covering the nurse with his outer clothing, he also added that she should leave the rest to him. The only thing he asked at that moment was to simply stand behind him so that she would be safe. Looking his opponent straight in the eye, he declared that his girlfriend owed him money and he would help her get it back. Pointing his finger at Ye Han, he ordered his brothers to break his legs because he wanted to play with his little nurse in front of him. Raising his hand, he declared that he was giving him the last 10 seconds to think and come up with an idea. And if he didn't do it, he would kill him. All these words were simply unacceptable. and he did not understand why they were talking to him like that, and once again ordered to kill him. Having easily intercepted the blow, which even made the blonde scream, the handsome man began counting down, starting from the number 10. The next kick went straight to one of the boys, and then came the number 9. Very predictably, the next word he said was the number 8, after which he hit the second guy. The handsome man had mastered many techniques, but he didn't even have to use them against such opponents because they were too weak. With every number on the countdown, more and more young people were traumatized and they were in shock. No one understood why the stranger was so strong, and everyone lay with huge wounds somewhere far away. After hearing all the pleas for mercy, he offered a deal that he would return the money because he was a good man who obeyed the law. Also, at the end, the guy promised to send her back to the hospital dormitory where she lives. Only after seeing that his friend's shoes were quite uncomfortable did he pick her up in his arms and offer to carry her home. The situation was quite awkward, and the beauty even blushed a little because she felt uncomfortable being so close to her friend. Already sitting in the car, the young man took the initiative and offered to help the girl take off her shoes so that she would feel relief. He also told her to be patient for a little while because dancing in such high shoes must be easy to injure your feet. During this process, the young lady did not understand what was happening to her because she felt some kind of tingling in her heart, which was strange. On the way, the guy also asked her not to say that she would return the money to him because he was more interested in her father's condition. One of the solutions to help a friend was an offer to look after her mother and pay her $10,000, not per month, which surprised her. The young man reassured her that it was not such a lot of money and that she would have to work a lot, but she agreed. Arriving at the hospital dormitory, the guy was the first to get out of the car to open the door for his companion. Putting his arm around her, he asked her to take her time and watch her step carefully, which surprised her a little. Suddenly, the beauty pressed herself closer and asked if he wanted to go up and sit together for a bit. The young man was indeed surprised but did not refuse, as he liked this kind of pastime. But suddenly, the young lady asked him not to be too energetic, because he began to lower his hand to her waist. Early in the morning in the park, the handsome man and his bodyguard trained a little and thought about everything that was happening. The girl shared that his technique looked very skillful, and she did not understand who taught him this. When asked to tell the secret and all the details, the young man asked her for a kiss, but she turned away. Suddenly, something else caught their attention, and the guy asked again who the two people were heading in their direction. These men were very serious and looked quite respectable, but it was unknown why they were here. After taking a closer look, the lady reported that it was Zhou Xintian and his bodyguard Ben Lei from the Garnet Gang. Coming closer, he asked Ching Sui to leave because he wanted to see Mr. Ye, but the guys didn't like it because they came without warning. To such arrogance, Yehan only said that everything was fine since the dog wanted to see him, and there was no need to pass by her. Here he began to tell that this time these subordinates came to ask for something and would like to take the initiative, hand over the position of the young master, and promise not to interfere in the internal affairs of the Ye family. He also believed that he was doing this for the good, because the young man was attacked because of his identity, and if he renounced it, naturally, this would prevent the attack. In response, the handsome man stated that his decision was indeed well thought out, but he wanted to know what would happen if he did not agree. The man was determined and asked to think carefully because last time he was in danger, but he was lucky and did not die. The question of whether this hero was somehow connected to the attempt on his life simply calmed the young man down. The handsome guy also said that if he came here to tell him about it, it means it is still going on. In response, he said that he had just seen Yehan practicing martial arts, and since he was so confident, he should let Master Lei practice a few techniques with him. Suddenly, the young man's body was hit by a blow that was quite unexpected and unacceptable. The young lady could not just stand and watch, but shouted out that she did not understand what he was thinking by doing this. He explained that the young master's body was excellent, but unfortunately, he was not his rival and could not defeat him, so he would not be able to defend himself. Yehan smiled and said that Zhou Xintian dared to make a bet with him, and in 10 days he and Ben Lei would fight again. But if he won, he would listen to him in the future. If it happened that the handsome guy lost, it didn't matter if the Yi family's master was against anything that was tempting enough. At parting, the men shook hands and agreed to sentence that if he managed to win, the chief would agree to any conditions. As soon as the guys were alone, the guy said that he was fine, because the enemy had not taken any serious action. But he is also a little unstable, so he asked his bodyguard to help him a little. Realizing that he was hinting at something other than martial arts practice, the beauty hit him. after which she said that Ben Lei had been in the realm of salvation for many years, and he had a power that could not be won, and 10 days was not enough. The young man also had a plan, because he knew a special technique, and as long as they trained together, his strength would grow. The young lady was shocked by such a statement and did not know how to properly respond to such a request. Sitting down on the sofa, he also said that he had a special room for this, and if she trained with him, she would be able to quickly improve her strength. After a few more blows from her master, she said that it was fine and she could help him, but she would not accompany him to the training room. Walking down the street, the man stated that it was built 10 years ago, but the house was still very new and in good condition. After all, it was sold inside last year, and today this plot was sold by a homeowner who was in a hurry with money. Upon entering, they were greeted by a beautiful woman who introduced herself as Chen and invited them in to see the room. Looking at the stranger, he realized that the auntie's charm was too strong, and there was only one who could compare to her, and that was Ching Sui. As she walked inside, she said that the broker had to tell him the reason, namely that she wanted to sell the house, but it was haunted. Looking at the realtor, she thanked him for bringing Mr. Ye and informed him that he was free to go. She also asked him to forget about it and believed that it was all because of the obsession of the intermediary who forced him to go on this trip. Entering one of the rooms, she shared that ghosts live there, and every night there are abnormal sounds and you can see terrible pictures. The handsome man looked at everything carefully and noted that he considered this house to be quite good, despite the fact that ghosts live there. Suddenly, a stranger's voice was heard greeting Miss Chen and introducing himself as Terlo. While talking to the girl, he shared that there was no need to take care of him, but only asked her to extend her hand to find out what was going on. As soon as the man saw Yehan, he cried out and remembered that Auntie had asked him to get rid of the ghost, and he didn't understand what this man was doing here. She, in turn, asked for forgiveness from Master Luo and introduced the young man as her guest. The young man began to say that he had found such a fake Taoist priest. This is Chen. Miss really treated people well. Entering the very room that had been talked about all along, the old man announced that she was rightfully considered the Heavenly Lord. Luckily, they found him in time. If he had come a little later, the evil spirits would have turned into ghosts and attacked the beauty. The solution was simple. Just listen to his instructions and give him your hand so that he could use the power from it. Suddenly, the young man gave him his hand, causing him to scream because he expected to feel Miss Chen. He also stated that where the evil spirit is in this room, if he uses the power of a woman, it will make the ghost soar. All these words made the master very angry, and he said that if her guest had his own opinion, then he would not take on this work, but she promised him 10,000 yuan. As soon as such a sum was named, his face instantly changed and he became kinder, saying that he would continue to do this work. After the man entered the room and closed the door, a loud scream was heard 3 seconds later. The old man's face was very shocked. He literally froze in place and shouted that ghosts live everywhere there. Folding her hands in front of her, the woman said that this was so, otherwise she would not have looked for him. But suddenly the young man asked to look for himself. He also shared with Miss Chen that he knew a little about feng shui and had just seen that there was an item in her room that contained evil spirits. The young man asked to simply follow his instructions, including Master Luo, if he did not want him to tell others about what happened. He asked Miss Chen's sister to stand in the corner, but the man was not allowed to stand far away, but only to remain near the door. Closing his eyes with 2 fingers and focusing on the energy that inhabited the room, the guy began to analyze. Suddenly, a bright yellow color began to emanate from the evolution, which illuminated the entire room. And it was amazing. As expected, the evil spirit yin is everywhere, and there must be an item carrying this ghost, and it must be found immediately. Looking around carefully, the handsome man saw the yin sha sword, and this thing was very useful to him at this moment. Taking the candle in his hands, the guy said that he was going to start now and asked not to be afraid of what would happen here. He placed his fingers directly over the fire and began to mutter something about the fire in the water, which should begin to act. Directing all his energy into the sword inside the room, he commanded that these forces kill the evil spirit. At that very moment, there was a huge explosion, and purple energy spread throughout the room and headed straight towards the old man. Sister Chen was scared, but she heard the request not to move, because it was quite unsafe at the moment. Turning away from the evil force, the man kept repeating that if he does not see ghosts, then they do not see him either. The beauty did not understand at all what was happening, and this whole situation was very stressful and terrifying for her. Seeing that his aunt was getting closer and closer to the ghost, the young man ordered her to close her eyes, to protect the innocent lady. He grabbed her hand and pulled her closer to him, hugging her and saving her. The old man continued to repeat the same words as before, but suddenly he felt some strange power inside himself. Realizing what he had just seen, he began to lose consciousness and fell to the ground, hitting his head. Once all this was over, Ye Han turned to Sister Chen and said that everything was fine. Although the young man looked unwell, he did not want to call a doctor, but only asked to hug him, because after that he would feel better. The aunt also said that he helped her, and this house should be sold only to him and for no less than 3 million. Together with all the furniture and household appliances, once the man came to his senses, he was still shocked and did not understand how it happened and how everything was resolved. Coming closer to the master, he apologized for being wrong and asked for forgiveness for his arrogance. Without listening to all the changes in his direction and other words spoken by the old man, he asked Sister Chen to discuss this situation. Smiling softly, she agreed, but also added that she could give him more rest and advised him to look straight into his eyes. As he left the house, he kept telling himself that his aunt was truly charming. But it was a pity that they hadn't met just like that. Also, this yin sword that extracts the spirit inside, plus a few other medicinal materials, will be very useful to him in the future. He called Qingxue and asked her to find a place where the yunlin grass grew, to which she agreed without any questions. The next day, the handsome man arrived at the right destination and, after looking, confirmed that this was what he needed. The bodyguard said that it was only put up for auction in an underground banquet hall in Jiangnan province and was not easy to find. Suddenly, the boy's attention was drawn to something else, namely, an accident that happened right in front of their car. It all seemed strange, as if someone had deliberately blocked their entry and exit and they had to get out of the car. After leaving the vehicle, the boys saw that a weapon was flying straight at the car at high speed, and they needed to react quickly. They did not immediately begin to understand where their enemy was, because now the main thing was to avoid danger. The blonde man stated that this gentleman wanted Ye Han's life and asked him to please leave there because he didn't want to kill her. The beauty is not so easy to overcome. She is very determined and only added that this would only happen in his dream. Looking around, there were a lot of enemies with golden hair. This only meant that they were foreigners. There were too many of these strangers, and they had weapons, which was a big problem. So we needed to run away urgently. The young men, having thought out their escape plan, began to carry it out, simultaneously striking their opponents. Suddenly, Ye Han felt a huge number of knives flying towards him from right behind his back. Fortunately, he realized this in time and was able to dodge, thereby saving himself from injury and generally saving his life. Suddenly, one of them managed to hit him right in the hand, causing him to scream, because the piercing pain was unexpected. Looking at her master, she screamed his name, but suddenly heard that her opponent was a blonde man. Looking straight into the enemy's eyes, in which only anger and confidence could be read, she was ready to attack. While the two strongest energies were confronting each other, the girl decided to ask who he was. The battle was in full swing, and the strangers shared that they were a group of Tianlo mercenaries, and he was Commander James. He also shared that someone spent $10 million for Ye Han's life, and he is really worth it. When asked if they were trying to insult Ye's family, the blonde replied that their family's hands do not reach abroad, and he would not have any problems. The beauty realized that there were too many of these guys and the young master would not be able to bear it. So she had to get rid of the other master first. Having grouped herself, the girl began to act. She took attacks from opponents and deftly dodged them. It was all quite difficult, because there were a lot of them, and they were really high level with good skills. Suddenly, the blonde began to understand that the beauty did not intend to defend herself, but rushed at him to create a gap from his blow. The main thing was that he quickly ordered his guys to kill Ye Han, because he didn't want to play these games anymore. It was necessary to finish as soon as possible. Suddenly, a sharp weapon flew straight into the protagonist's heart, causing him to freeze in place and not know what to do. The bodyguard, as soon as she saw this, shouted his name and ran towards him. The beauty did not understand how this happened, but only heard screams behind her that the opponents were leaving because they had not completed their mission. At that very moment, the lady began to cry as she blamed herself for not being able to protect young Master Ye. Suddenly, the young man asked if it was enough to just change, I suppose, so that she would keep him company, so that he would feel better. Having agreed, she suddenly realized that he was talking and still alive, but she needed to take him to the hospital as quickly as possible. Once in the ward, the young man said that he was able to move his heart so that the bullet would not hit it. Tianlo's mercenary group can pinpoint his location with 50% accuracy, and someone had to expose him. The young gentleman was assassinated and died immediately, so he stepped in as a double. Old Man Su also said that if he couldn't resolve this matter, he would die again in the future, which wasn't the best option. At Wei Zuixi's house, the young man explained that he wanted to configure the body-tempering liquid to break through the cultivation base. The young lady watched everything that was happening with great interest, because she did not know at all how it was happening. Taking off his outerwear, the handsome man explained that she just needed to get into the water, to which she agreed. The young man also said that usually the body-hardening liquid hardens the skin, and you need to hold your breath so that the effect lasts only half an hour. Hugging her friend around the neck, she also asked why her whole body was itching, moving closer and whispering directly into her ear the question of whether she needed help to relieve the itch. She laughed. After meditating a little more, the boys felt much better, and this was very good, because even his wounds were now healed. It was a pity that the evil spirits that demanded the body-tempering liquid could be satisfied otherwise. Otherwise, he could do the most to quickly increase his cultivation level. After kissing the beauty, he also asked if she wanted to feel the power of his breakthrough, which had changed after the healing. In Zhou Xingtian's office, a man reported that Ye Han had been killed by members of the Tianluo mercenary group and that his whereabouts were unknown. Suddenly, a loud knock was heard at the door, after which a young man entered with the words that the hero did not need to wait 10 days, and he could begin the duel right now. These words seemed quite arrogant to the bodyguard, and without any thought, he directed his energy. Gathering all his strength into a fist, the handsome man declared that he attacked him in the same way as last time, and this was already very predictable. Knowing that the opponent this time was much stronger than before, it was very intriguing and shocking. Looking at his hand, the man realized that the realm of supremacy technique had been used against him. At that very second, the handsome man began to attack first, saying that it was still easy, poor eyesight, and he would see clearly. Grabbing his opponent by the arm, he skillfully used new techniques and delivered blows to the body. Suddenly, the same strong master who boasted about his techniques could not withstand the blows from the boy and fell against the wall. The leader stated that Ye Han didn't know any martial arts at all, but now his strength came from Bei Lei, who lost. He also said that only 2 months had passed since the first attempt on his life, and he somehow managed to become a master. He, in turn, replied that it didn't matter, and it took him a little time to activate the Tianshuan medical skill after he became young Master Ye. Turning to his uncle, the young man decided to ask who ordered him to be dealt with and his life to be taken. Realizing that the hero was afraid to say something, he recalled the promise he made in case of loss. The brunette shared that it was just a person, a member of the Yi family, and if he said it, he would not be able to get rid of everything that would happen. The young man understood that if he showed his strength today, Zhou Xingtian would not go against him in the future. But trying to subdue this man was not so easy. Suddenly, the words that the man is 40 years old this year and does not want to have an heir yet shocked him greatly, because almost no one knew about this. Realizing that this was true, the handsome man also inquired about who organized the auction that was held together where Qing Shui went that day. In response, he said that it was from the Liu family, and the business was mainly antiques, collecting, medicinal herbs, and so on. Finally, he only asked to tell the Liu family that he, Ye Han, was going to talk to them about something that they had agreed to. Arriving at the courtyard, the young people did not understand why the gentleman had called them here, or whether one of them had assumed that the young gentleman Yi would arrive. Suddenly, an old man came out of the house and ordered everyone to be quiet, because today, Ye Han was coming to their Liu family, and there was no need to lose their politeness. One of them thought that there was no need to mobilize people like this since he heard that the Ye family didn't care about him anymore. Having met the long-awaited guest, they asked why he was driving a car that looked more like an online taxi service. Without any explanation, the young man said that they had held an underground auction in the capital of Jiangnan province a few days ago, which was true. The men were unhappy, because all these questions are unacceptable, since information about the client is confidential and cannot be passed on to anyone. The young man in turn explained that he had participated in that auction, and the Yunlin herb was the one he had purchased. But on the way back, he had been intercepted by an assassin. Hearing this, the old man was shocked and asked if anyone dared to stop him, realizing that suspicion fell on them. The handsome man was calm and decided to ask again, and asked to tell who put this product up for auction. Realizing that the brunette was making various rude remarks towards him, he hit him in the face without any hesitation. Losing his balance, he shouted to his subordinates that he dare not kill him, and ordered everyone to fight Ye Han. The situation was not very tense, as the young man easily fought off the guard's blows. His techniques were much better than theirs, and they were nowhere near able to predict the enemy's next strikes. Even though these guys had good levels, their experience in martial arts were much worse than the guys. Grabbing one by the arm, he easily turned him over and pointed him at the other, and both of them fell to the ground. The brunette watched everything that was happening in horror and did not understand why Yehan was so strong and skilled. Suddenly, he felt that someone grabbed him by the tie very tightly, and he began to worry about his health. The handsome man easily lifted him into the air with one hand and asked if he would tell him the information he needed. After landing, the man said that the items originally put up for auction did not include Yunlin grass, but then someone suddenly put it up for auction. He also explained that this thing was being sold for several million, and all the money would go into his pocket, so he could not refuse such a deal. Unfortunately, he didn't even know who that person was, but he certainly didn't need the money. He only remembered a group of people breaking into the monitoring room. After listening to all the explanations, the young man asked to be taken there, because he wanted to see for himself how everything was. After a while, the hero thought about the moment that there were only foreigners who wanted to kill him, and it seemed that he could only find a way through the Yunlin grass. He also shared his thoughts with the brunette, reporting that he said that all the money for the purchase went into his own pocket. The disappointed guy really didn't know that he had bought it, because if he had known, he wouldn't have taken the money and promised to return it. As he said goodbye, he avoided and thanked Yehan for the conversation. But Yehan didn't even glance at him, and just left silently. Sitting in the car, the handsome man shared that he already understood what Su Lao meant, because he wanted him to find someone who would want to deal with him and decide everything himself. But now, since Lu's hint didn't work, he would have to start searching by carefully examining the case of the Yunlin grass. Having called the man, he decided to ask if he knew where this grass had recently appeared. But in response, he said that it was very rare, relatively infrequent, and he had only heard that it had appeared in Juding City a few days ago. There would be a medical exchange meeting in the city in a few days, and he would wait for Mr. Ye there, thinking in advance that it would be better if he took him. On the way, the beauty said that Ye Tian, the most outstanding person in the younger generation of the Ye family, and the brothers' rankings were quite different. Ye Han's identity is the biggest obstacle for a man to lead the Ye family. The young man was most surprised by the fact that the young man was able to become a master at the age of 20, because it was very difficult. He showed strong talent in martial arts and business. Otherwise, he would not have become the first person in the young generation. He understood that some people needed to become masters on their own, while some had a master as a bodyguard from the start. Hearing these words, the young lady did not know how to react, because it was quite narcissistic to some extent. Arriving at the destination and meeting with the hero, he told him that the Yunlin grass had already appeared in this store. To find out who bought it the other day, it was necessary to contact the owner of this pharmacy, which is what the guys did right away. At the door, Yehan saw a very familiar silhouette approaching, and it seemed like the girl also recognized the guy. The handsome man was shocked, because he certainly didn't expect to see Sister Chen here, and decided to directly ask why she was here. Showing the ticket, the lady explained that she had been a little ill and had gone to the doctor, and he had written her a prescription, so she needed to buy some medicine. Sister Chen's companion was dissatisfied and thought that it was wrong to make friends with strangers, since it was probably because of her appearance that he approached her, and he should be more careful. While handing the piece of paper to the man, she also explained that he had no right to say such a thing to her friend. Once the pharmacist read the note, he shared that there was no milkweed at the moment and the amount of Angelica was insufficient, so she could pick it up tomorrow. Hearing these names of the drugs, the young man became a little worried and asked if she really needed them. At the same moment, he explained to her that this was wrong, because they had contradictory properties, and taking these two medicinal herbs at the same time could harm the body. The stranger quickly began to shout that this prescription was written by Master Hong, and he has excellent medical skills, and there can be no mistakes. Suddenly, another voice was heard from behind, asking who dared to say that there was something wrong with his recipe. Turning around, one could see an elderly man who was clearly unhappy with being doubted. The blonde explained to Master Hong that he had just been to the doctor, and the guy said that his prescription was completely wrong. The young man said that the healing effect of milkweed is to reduce swelling and eliminate congestion, and Angelica is to replenish the blood, which can cause problems. The old man began to complain that he had been practicing medicine for several decades, and this prescription had been prescribed hundreds of times, and this had never happened. Hugging her friend by the arm, the beauty asked him to forget about this incident, because she did not want to start an argument. Turning to his companion, he declared that if it was Wang Zhao, he didn't care, but he couldn't ignore this recipe for her. The young men behind him also started shouting at him to clean up himself if he didn't want them to force him. The fair-haired youth also began to remind Master Hong that they had a meeting to exchange experiences and begged him not to do anything seriously, after which he looked at him carefully and said that he didn't know him at all, and he shouldn't be talking nonsense. Yehan suggested that they conduct an experiment on the spot, and if there were any problems, he would apologize to him, and if there were no problems, he would apologize in return. The old man understood that he could not refuse, because then his reputation would fall, and he agreed to accept the bet. The golden dog, who was basking in the sun and feeling great, was watching everything that was happening. Pointing his finger at her, the leader ordered his subordinates to take the medicine, make a healing soup out of it, and give it to her. The blonde man turned to Mr. Ye and said that he was too impulsive, and although he had some skills, he was still far from Master Hong. He also looked at Sister Chen and said that she should believe him, because he dared to say this, which meant he knew what he was doing. The beauty, smiling softly, noted that then everything was fine, and she completely trusted his decisions and actions. The assistant didn't understand what was going on, but she promised to take all the consequences if anything went wrong and would voluntarily resign upon her return. The fullness of her hair, the charm of her gestures, and the temperament she displays when she is serious are truly superb. As soon as the dog drank the medicine, the guy started shouting that everything was fine with her and the prescription was completely correct. The handsome man, in turn, lowered his eyes and began counting down from 3 to 1, being very confident in his words. None of those present understood what was happening or why the young man was doing this, but they just continued to watch. Suddenly, the very second the number 1 was heard, the animal began to shake and became worse and worse. The golden dog fell to the floor, water flowed out of it, its body trembled more and more, and the sounds were strange. Seeing this, no one could believe their eyes. This meant that there really was a problem with Master Hong's recipe. The old man also did not understand how this happened, because he had been practicing medicine for many years and was always confident in his knowledge. Everyone present could not comprehend what had happened, and most importantly, the young man turned out to be right. The handsome man also explained that he did nothing, because all the people involved in the process were his subordinates, and he did not even have the opportunity to take a step. Looking into the blonde man's eyes, he explained that the effect of these doses on the human body would, at most, cause vomiting, but for the liver it would have an irreparable effect. Secondly, it is related to the season. It is autumn now, and the effect of taking the prescription on the body will increase, but most likely it was winter when it was prescribed. The hero did not understand at all how this was possible and why he knew all this, because the date of the prescription of the drugs was known only to him. Turning to his friend, he also stated that not only did she have problems with her medications, but the disease was also misdiagnosed. Touching Sister Chen's hand, he shared that she had a strong pulse, floating slightly, like waves of air. Master Hong decided from this that the patient had edema and prescribed medicine, but forgot one thing. Such a symptom could be a deficiency of qi. Hearing all these accusations, the old man began to get angry and asked who had sent the boy here and why he dared to disgrace him. After collecting his thoughts, he said that someone had bought Yunlin grass from him a few days ago and asked if he wanted him to tell who it was. In response, he stated that the one who bought the grass was sent by his competitors to destroy his place, and in that case, he did not dare compete with him. The man meant a test of medical skills and promised that if he won, he would tell him everything he wanted to know. Without any hesitation, the young man agreed to such a bet and was not embarrassed by the conditions. In case of loss, he would kneel and beg for mercy. Tomorrow morning, they will compete in the same place, and all the conditions will be discussed when he arrives, by which time it will become obvious whether he understands medicine. As for the secret recipe that the handsome man wants to get for the Dingsheng group, the man said that he will not give it up. Finally, he noted that he considered such an action to be a punishment for the boys and left the room. This situation did not bother the guy at all, because he was sure that no matter what means the enemy used, he still would not be able to defeat him. Suddenly, the young lady came closer, thanked Ye Han for not allowing her to take the harmful medicine, and suggested that they have dinner together. Looking straight into her eyes, he agreed and knew that Sister Chen's invitation was very difficult to refuse. The assistant continued to insist that they needed to apologize to Master Hong and get what they came for. The beauty knew that she would not do this because he prescribed her counterfeit drugs, and she was obliged to bear responsibility for the consequences alone. The young man did not dare to contradict the lady since she was right, but the situation was awkward. Taking Ye Han's arm, the boys began to walk out of the room to have dinner together and get to know each other better. The blonde came up with a cunning plan to get the lady drunk and be sure to return to her that evening. After thinking about his plan for a bit, he decided to call his friend and tell him that it was time to start. As they left the room, the boys discussed what they would eat today and chatted pleasantly. Suddenly, some stranger took a photo of the two of them together using a mobile device. By sending the photo to the right person, he claimed that Ye Han was still alive, which meant that he would be followed again. It was quite unexpected that he did not die as expected on that beautiful evening. But there was no stopping. The handsome man in the room came closer and said that he had completed his task. Mr. E was killed, so he needed to be given money. Suddenly, a phone flew towards him, and the boss ordered him to look for himself. He was still alive. The blonde thought it was impossible, because the bullet had hit him right in the heart, and there was no way he could have stayed alive. Coming closer to the man, he swung at him and shouted that the photo was fake and he was lying. Suddenly, the young man turned to face him, dodged the blow and made his opponent fall. Having lost control and balance, he landed right on the ground and hit the hard floor hard. The elderly man decided to ask him if he wanted to die, since he dared to speak to him like that. Seeing the old man was surprising, but also like a sneaking tiger. He was very stealthy and determined. The stranger told James that he would give him another chance, and if he couldn't kill Ye Han, then they would kill him, because his head was also worth a lot of money. Smiling, he asked not to worry, because last time he ran away, but this time he won't go anywhere. As he said goodbye, he waved his hand and said that we just need to wait for good news from him and everything will be fine. The subordinate said that the guy was very difficult to figure out, and even a master like James allowed him to escape. So the plan needs to be thought out more carefully. One of the main tasks was not just to take Ye Han's life, but also to find out the secrets that allowed him to be revived that day. At the hotel in Juding, the guys were very happy. They finally got their long-awaited dinner. During the meal, they discussed many things, namely what they do, where they work, and how they spend their free time. Looking at the blonde, the handsome man said that he knew now that Sister Chen had invited him to dinner. There was a toad who insisted on coming. As soon as the young man realized that they were talking about him, he jumped up and started to quarrel, because he considered Ye Han unworthy of being with his mistress. Smiling slyly, he turned to her and declared that he knew her current position in the company, and if he divulged her beauty secret, she would be fired the next day. In exchange for his silence, he asked her to go to the room and wait for him on the bed. If she obeyed, he would be able to help her. As soon as the beauty began to understand what was being discussed, she declared that Wang Zhao had simply gone crazy. But he denied all accusations because he had long imagined that this day would come. Suddenly, the attention turned to the young man, who asked them if they thought it was okay to say such things in front of him. The blonde was very confident and announced that he had prepared a big dinner for the guy, shouting loudly for someone to come in. He added that he would not allow him to spoil his good deeds, and that today he would break his leg so that he would understand the fate that befell those who had offended him. The hero tried to calm his girlfriend down, explaining that he didn't have enough people, and asked her to simply watch what was happening carefully. The first to attack was the largest opponent, who had a huge bat in his hands. But the young man didn't even blink an eye. He punched her in the face and said that this table was definitely not cheap, and he should not forget to pay for it later. He easily neutralized the second boy with a kick right to the stomach, causing him to lose his balance. All these guys were very stupid and their fighting techniques were basic, so they couldn't compare to Ye Han. The spectacle was quite exciting, because the opponents were confident in themselves, but this did not lead to anything good for them. Everyone, as one, fell to the ground after the first blow, which demonstrated his supreme mastery of martial arts. Each of the young men had something broken, either a rib or a nose, and they were literally exhausted. Taking a bat from one of them, he recalled the blonde's words about how he threatened to break his leg. But he didn't succeed at all. He, in turn, was very scared and did not understand who was standing in front of them and why he was so strong. With each step, the handsome man came closer and threatened to break one of his opponent's limbs. It was clear that the enemy did not want to fight, and only began to beg for mercy, because he did not want to sacrifice his health. Sister Chen put her arm around the boy and said that she had lost her appetite and that they should leave. But before they left, they asked the boys to compensate for the damage to the establishment. Lying on the floor, the blonde was in tears, but fortunately he only broke his left leg, and this scared him to death. This situation made the young man incredibly angry, and he promised himself that he would make them regret it. On the way, they discussed today's incident, and Ye Han couldn't understand Master Hong's behavior, as he didn't expect him to ruin her business. Having heard that his companion could not return without a secret beauty recipe, he said that he had it and could give it to her for free. Realizing that her situation had improved significantly and her career was not in jeopardy, she offered to go with her to the hotel for a proper chat. Looking straight into the girl's eyes, he asked if there was anything they couldn't talk about right there, but she insisted. Once inside, the young man shared that it was an anti-aging cream and asked Sister Chen if she felt anything. The sensations were truly unforgettable, and the beauty believed his words because the energy was raging inside the body. Looking closely at his friend, he also decided to ask if she felt any heat right now. The young lady agreed with this statement and noted that the guy's hands were so gentle that they made her feel comfortable. He, in turn, noted that she had very smooth skin, and he simply had to be careful not to injure it. The cream he applied was an anti-aging cream that not only removes scars and acne, but can also restore youth to the skin. Looking in the mirror, the girl was pleasantly surprised. Her scar on her back had almost disappeared, and it was amazing. Later, she said that if he gave her this secret recipe, she would be in great debt to him and would not be able to figure out how to get it back. At that very second, the guys approached each other and began to kiss, because a spark really flared up between them. The atmosphere was quite favorable. The young people hugged, chatted, and had a great time. Each of them felt comfortable in the arms of the other and literally did not want to end this moment. Suddenly, the guys heard the phone ring, which interrupted their idyll and forced them to be distracted from each other. The handsome man quickly informed her that she could answer first, and then they could continue the conversation, because there might be something important there. On the other end of the phone, someone was shouting loudly at Manager Chen, asking her to tell him what she had done. The lady quickly replied that there was no need to worry, as she already had a new product and was then asked to be on the video conference. Dissatisfied, she hung up and began to think about what had just happened and what would happen next. Turning to the young man, she changed and said that she needed to go towards him, to which she heard that everything was fine. As they said goodbye, the young people kissed again, and the beauty suggested that he come to her next time. A bodyguard was waiting for him near the door, and she immediately pointed to his lips, with which something was clearly wrong. Wiping them away with a napkin, you could see the lipstick that remained on his face after the kiss. At Master Hong's residence, the man was not alone, but was accompanied by his girlfriend, with whom they were having a good time. Suddenly, a stranger with pink hair appeared and asked if he really was a celestial being. Seeing the beauty, he muttered that he did not expect his student to find such an excellent woman for him. Coming closer, he literally looked at her and admired every part of her body because she was amazing. Suddenly, the stranger said that she wanted to use something and literally began to hypnotize with her gaze. The hero did not understand at all what was happening and asked her again what she was doing, since he was feeling ill. Suddenly, the guards burst into the room because they heard the screams of their master and tried to understand what and who was doing. Approaching the beauty who, a second ago, released an unknown pink smoke in their direction that intoxicated them, they were shocked. At that very moment, the boys fell to the floor because they simply could not breathe, since this substance was poisonous. As she approached the man, she noted that she had not previously expected that he would turn out to be a charlatan doctor with any knowledge. Tomorrow at the competition, he and Ye Han will be comparing poison, and her request is to use poison that the opponent must eat. Throwing her leg right over his shoulder, she informed him that no one was forcing him to kill, which he certainly didn't expect. The lady just wanted Ye Han to become her complete plaything and learn all the secrets of her body that did amazing things. Looking the man straight in the eye, she also added that if he understood what was being said, he should start licking her shoes to clean them. All this time he was as if under hypnosis, and even such a request did not bother him at all. He began to do it. Entering the room, the handsome man asked Master Hong what they were going to do and what they should start with. The old man shared that this test is to check the doctor's abilities, and today they will compare the trial drug. Suddenly, he heard his colleagues behind him whispering about heel marks on his face, and quickly denied that they were from a band-aid. He also said that they use the same medicinal materials to make the poison and create an antidote, after which they drink it. The young lady began to worry about her friend. In her opinion, it was too risky, and he should not participate at all. Without any doubt, the handsome man came closer and agreed to such a deal, offering to start as soon as possible. As soon as the man reported that his poison was ready, he remembered that Tina had added the substance that Nihungwan had given him the previous night. Having raised his grain in the form of a ball, the young man also declared that he had completed the task and was ready for the next stage. The next thing the boys did was start eating their creations, but everyone was confident of the best result. All the observers were simply delighted, as they did not expect that they would actually eat them and wanted to see the result. Seeing that Yehan was okay, it was very surprising because 10 minutes had already passed, and this shouldn't have happened. With a smile on his face, he said that both options did not work, and the old man had better worry about himself in this situation. Suddenly, the hero's stomach began to hurt badly, and he literally could not hold back, which caused an incredible smell to fill the room. Everyone present began to laugh at him, as they did not expect at all that someone would prepare exactly this kind of poison for the competition. The young man explained that it was just a small laxative, and that he couldn't solve the problem even with it. The observers also felt that Master Hong was the one setting the rules, and he should have known about the medicine in advance. It was a shame. Everyone congratulated Yehin on his victory, but he was most interested in who had bought the Yunling grass from his shop a little earlier. The realization that he had lost did not give him peace, but he still had to fulfill his promise, and he agreed to tell. Suddenly, he began to feel very strange manipulations in his body, which shocked the man and made him freeze in place. At that very moment, he fell lifelessly to the floor, causing everyone to run away and not understand what was happening and how this was possible. The guys started to panic, saying that he was dead, and they needed to run as quickly as possible to save themselves. Looking at the whole situation, the young man began to understand that something was wrong with the poison he ate, and someone had clearly replaced it. Turning to Sister Chen, it was clear that she was very worried, and he suggested that she leave the room. On the street, the guy began to explain that it was not he who killed him, but there was a master hiding, whom they did not notice at all. Despite all the arguments, the beauty was still afraid, because it was unexpected and quite cruel. The situation was tense, but the girl suddenly began to lean closer to her friend with a playful smile. Moving closer to his ear, she asked if he wanted to go with her to the hotel later to chat. This offer made the guy very happy, because last time they were not able to spend a normal time together, without any doubts, and even a little embarrassed, which made his face turn red. He agreed. Arriving at the luxurious hotel room, the young man lay down on the bed, on which fragrant rose petals were already lying. The young lady came closer and closer, saying that the guy didn't even know yet what luck had smiled upon him. The boys kissed, hugged, and spent time together that was unforgettable. Moving closer, the friend paused, but then loudly declared that he was so cute that she literally wanted to eat him. This message did not embarrass the young man at all, but only put him in a slightly awkward position, which made his cheeks turn red. Their faces were very close to each other, and the environment was quite comfortable for both of them. The lady also recalled that she had heard that the young man had countless imperial affairs in the imperial palace. Looking straight into her eyes, he agreed with this without hesitation. Since in some way it was true, the guy's hands were very pleasant and slid over the shoulders of his companion, which made her simply delighted. Suddenly, a thought came into the guy's head, which he began to think about, and it made him very wary. The guys were having a great time, but the young man was clearly not in the mood to continue all this. Suddenly, he started talking to her very rudely, which was quite unexpected for her, because she did not understand what she did wrong. After saying something about taming blood, he began to quickly touch her body with his fingers, as if he was trying to tickle her. The beauty did not understand what was happening and why he was behaving this way, because the atmosphere was quite romantic, as he suddenly explained that herself was indeed excellent, but it was not enough to hide from him, and relying on Master Hong was a waste of time. He also shared that he was able to find it, and apparently he was interested in who was behind it. Although her technique is not easy to find, it still shows flaws. Chen Fei's lipstick is a very rare color and the scent is unique, probably limited edition, while her lipstick is ordinary. The beauty lay silently and was quite upset that she was exposed, because she tried so hard to turn into Sister Chen. Realizing that the situation had already gotten completely out of control, she added that it seemed she had indeed underestimated Mr. E. Trying to somehow continue the plan, she nevertheless decided to act to the end and seduce the young man. The young man was simply crazy about her. Even though he knew that this girl was a fake Chen Fei, her figure was still quite attractive. The cunning eyes and sweet words began to intoxicate the guy, but he tried to hold on as tightly as possible. Looking at his companion, he confirmed that everyone has their advantages, but tried to control himself. The young lady, in turn, did not retreat, because it was very important for her to find out all of Yehan's secrets and techniques. Suddenly, the hero reached for her face and loudly asked who she was and who was behind her mask. As he approached with his hand, he suddenly felt no one, only purple smoke, which began to fill the room. You had to be very careful because it was, first of all, a poison that could fool him and kill him. Suddenly, a beauty appeared and declared that it was very surprising that he could remain calm in front of her. Looking straight into her eyes, he decided to ask if she had weakened his blood taming. The lady said that although his technique was excellent, his cultivation level was too low, but today's performance was still amazing. The heroine was one of the 4 heavenly kings of Qingteng, Ni Hongwan, also known as Red Luan. She also said that she had answered too many of his questions today, and now it was her time to ask them. Directing her power, which was in her hand, at him, she wanted him dead, as she received an order from her president. The young man literally froze in place, not understanding what to do or how to act now. Suddenly, a bodyguard burst into the room and easily protected him. Her attacks were confident. After landing, the girl asked her master to be careful. The evenings of the Qingteng Heavenly Kings, and these are A-level masters. The beauty smiled and noted that Ye Han had managed to pass her level today. But there was still something else, namely the other 3 kings who were waiting for him. As a parting shot, she only said that none of those whom Qingteng's group had planned to kill had survived yet, and laughed. King Sui shared that if the 4 heavenly kings came out together, even she would not be able to guarantee his safety. The lady suggested that they hide in Ye's house in the imperial capital, since even President Qingteng wouldn't be able to harm him there. Suddenly, the young man decided to tell what he had been thinking all this time about her and the talents of the stranger, trying to understand who was better and why he got punched in the face. In the city hospital, Sister Chen lay on the bed, but she felt very hot and at the same time good. Looking straight into the eyes of the handsome man, she answered the question about inner strength by saying that she felt great. Suddenly, the girl came to her senses, and the boy explained to her that she had been knocked unconscious in the car, but he had found her and brought her to the hospital. Trying to remember, she said that this morning a woman wanted to ride in her car, but as soon as she got in, something terrible happened. Johan explained that everything was fine now, and that coming to Juding City this time had caused her a lot of trouble, but he had already finished his business and was ready to return. The girl was still worried that she hadn't had time to thank the guy, and he asked if she was talking about what happened last time. Looking into each other's eyes, he decided to ask again if she wanted to have a quick fight, which she thought about. Their faces were very close to each other, and the boys eventually merged into a tender kiss. In the car at home was his father's companion, beautiful, and the fact that mature women are simply incredible in appearance. The bodyguard was clearly not in a good mood today, and realizing that the young man was still remembering his girlfriend, she pushed him on the head. She also thought that this guy didn't seem to have any other flaws besides lust, but this one was too big. Suddenly, she heard an accusation against her that she was jealous of him with other girls, which she did not like. The young man began to say that by returning to Ningzhou, he would only endanger his mother and Wei Zuiqi. Its cultivation also requires resources, and the city's QE is so weak that it can no longer satisfy it. Hearing this, the lady remarked that he should think about it, because even if he asked Old Man Su, he would not take him into Ye's house since he had not passed his test. Starting to rethink everything that was said, he understood only one thing. He simply needed a more spacious world. The beauty was truly surprised and did not know what to say, because she was worried about the master's safety. After collecting her thoughts, she confidently declared that no matter what, she and the Qingluan group would take care of him. After these words, the young man approached her kindly and noted that he was very touched by such concern on her part. Fortunately, or unfortunately, the girl did not like all these favors, and upon hearing this, she stopped abruptly, causing him to hit the glass. Arriving at the villa, the mother asked her son not to worry, adding that men always do great things, when suddenly they heard something they certainly didn't expect. They were wondering how long the guy was going to leave for. Coming closer to the nurse, he said that he would come in a few months and then bring her a gift. But it was important to her that he return unharmed. 2 hours later, at Wei's house, the beauty was furious and said that she wanted to go with him, because their family had a company in the imperial capital that could help him. She argued that her father could take care of the business in Ningzhou, and that there were many handsome men in the imperial capital, and she was afraid that he would fall in love with someone else. Looking straight into the handsome man's eyes, he told her not to worry, because she would always be the most important person in his heart. That same night at Ye Han's house, the bodyguard was already waiting for him near the car so that they could leave. The beauty said that the ticket to the imperial capital had already been booked, but she was worried that the Qingteng group would also attempt to assassinate the plane like last time. It was a good idea, and the young man had already thought about it before, so he decided to go in this luxurious car. Standing right at the first tunnel in Hangzhou, the blonde man told himself that Ye Han would definitely not be able to escape from him this time. As soon as he saw a car passing, he jumped off the roof and was ready to attack the guys. The vehicle was dented by such a strong impact, and the passengers inside definitely did not survive. It was quite powerful. Looking inside, he realized that the car was in such a state that he did not know whether it was possible to recognize Mr. E. Suddenly, after taking a closer look, he realized that this was not the one he needed, and promised that as soon as he found him, he would beat him to death himself. Near the national highway, the young lady also acted and carried out the task, landing on the hood. Looking inside, she was disappointed, because it was definitely not Yehan, and this game of hide-and-seek was already getting boring. Talking to herself, she told him to wait for her, because next time she would definitely catch him. On a mountain road, a huge rock fell on a black car, literally smashing it to pieces. The man was very pleased that he had completed the task and had already begun to come closer to verify this. His joy knew no bounds when he sorted through the fragments of the transport, because he knew that the young man was definitely there. Suddenly, taking a closer look, he realized that this was not the one he needed, and they again could not cope. Hitting the stone hard, he said that the guy was lucky today, but next time he definitely won't run away from him. There were a lot of emotions inside the man. He had one goal that he was going towards, and he knew that he would definitely achieve it. Around this time, the guys were sitting and chatting, but the bodyguard clearly didn't like such excessive attention from the gentleman. Suddenly, a young lady came out and informed the dear tourists that she was inviting them to use the services of the Lux Tour Transfer Company. The young man did not leave the girl alone, and thanked her for helping them change their identity information. Reaching the imperial capital safe and sound is only the first step. The main priority now is to reach the Grand Master Realm cultivation level as soon as possible. Only in this way could he protect himself and not rely on Qing Shui to confront the masters herself. The most effective way is to absorb the spiritual energy from the genius treasure and find several spiritual veins in the world. While thinking that his friend was already collecting an elixir for him that contained the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he heard someone calling out to him. The beauty leaned closer and handed him a brochure, noting that it was their company's new travel package, and she wanted him to take a look. Smiling sweetly, he decided to ask what kind of project it was, but he never heard a clear answer. Suddenly, a voice was heard that addressed the girl with the words that, at first glance, there was not so much oil and water in this guy, and it was worth approaching him. Looking into the distance, one could see a man with beauties who continued to shout at her to come closer. Suddenly, the manager intervened and said that they were a serious travel company and that they fulfilled all the legal and relevant requirements of such projects. Suddenly, one of the guests kicked the man, and he flew away. And he also shared that he wanted to talk only with the guide Juan. The stranger was getting closer with every second and began to grab the girl by the hand, asking her to tell the whole program again well and slowly. Suddenly, Qing Shui couldn't stand it any longer and stood up, shouting loudly for him to let her go immediately. Looking at the beauty, he noted that he was lucky today, because he didn't know that there was another girl. Without any hesitation, the lady stood up and kicked him right in the face. He definitely didn't expect that. The handsome man, in turn, grabbed the guide by the hand, but she did not understand what he wanted from her in such a situation. The young man pushed her closer to him, and she fell right onto his knees, and he ordered her not to be afraid because everything was fine. Realizing that she was now safe, the beauty thanked him for such an action. Suddenly, Qing Sui came closer and said that there was nothing to thank Yehan for, since they had the same thoughts in their heads. At this time, the man's girlfriends began to examine him because he looked completely unwell, even a little creepy. Standing up, the young lady began to talk about how they had many tourism projects. But the guy was interested in the project about 10,000 Buddha caves. The cave is less than 100 kilometers from the imperial capital and is a national tourist attraction with tens of thousands of exquisite Buddha statues. After hearing such a beautiful speech, the handsome man, without any hesitation, asked her to give them 2 passes there. Guide Hoan was incredibly happy and agreed, because this was her first project that she was able to sell on her own. Watching his new friend rejoice, he asked her to add 2 more of the most advanced service packages. Looking at the young lady in delight, he was simply captivated by her beauty and the positivity that she radiated. Suddenly, the bodyguard hit him on the head with the order that they no longer need to buy anything. Suddenly, the man behind also announced that he also wanted to sign, which no one expected at all. He started shouting that she should look for a client, and as for the cave of the 10 Buddhas, he would go there too. This news did not make her very happy because the stranger scared her first and foremost, but she also had no right to refuse him. 2 days later, upon arriving at the cave, the young lady mentioned that since Mr. Ye was their VIP client, she would personally work with him as a guide this time. After he agreed, she also decided to add something. namely that she had already contacted the security staff of the attraction. They will ensure his safety throughout the process, and there is no need to worry about these people hinting at the man. After listening to these remarks, he thought that he was not at all bothered by thoughts about this fat man, because he was only concerned about one thing: the spiritual veins that could be hidden in this cave of 10,000 Buddhas. It's just incredible. The beauty said that this popular place was built a long time ago, but it was as if no one even listened to her speech. There was already a faint spiritual energy gathering around the cave, and it seemed like there should be a spiritual vein hidden here, and he had to take a closer look. Suddenly, the voice of the fat man was heard, who declared that he saw nothing good in these broken stones and wanted to go inside. The lady began to argue that in the picturesque place there are only many open areas, and tourists are not allowed inside. Suddenly, he also asked the guy how he was doing and whether he dared to come in and see the scenery from the inside. Hearing this, the handsome man honestly told the guide that he was more interested in the inside of the Buddha. While hugging the young lady, he also told her not to worry because everything would be fine. Moving closer, he asked again if she would like to look with him at the beautiful landscape inside, which was inaccessible to outsiders. Without any hesitation, but still with a little doubt, she agreed, and the boys followed on. The closer they got, the stronger the spiritual energy became, and it must be close to the spiritual vein. This ancestor of 10,000 Buddhas in the cave, according to legend, was built more than 1,000 years ago, and it slowly expanded due to the existence of this big Buddha. It was not surprising to the young man that it was a little different from the other statues, since it was more solemn. Suddenly he saw something strange that caught his attention and decided to take a closer look at it. The statue must contain compassion and righteousness, but how can the spiritual energy emanating from this statue weakly contain evil intentions? After touching it a bit, he began to realize that the aura was coming from there, and it seemed like he had to find a way to get inside. Suddenly, turning around, you could see a group of guys who were making fun of the guy for deciding to follow the man. Guide Juan was not afraid and noted that the stranger really had bad intentions, and she did not know what to do with them. Suddenly, the young man declared that it was a good time, and that the fat man should allow his people to come and help. Everyone who heard this, including the opponents, became very angry and already wanted to start attacking while shouting nonsense. The young lady with soft pink hair asked Yehan to be careful, as he might hurt himself. In that same second, the young man was able to easily confront one of them without even blinking an eye. The guys were simply shocked when they saw that their partner flew into the wall in a matter of seconds. Looking at the boy he had just pushed, he noted that one blow would not be enough. Turning to the men, he made a finger and said for them to help him a little more, but they in turn began to run away, talking among themselves that they expected that only a woman could fight. Turning to Qing Shui, he stated that this was no longer something she could leave if she wanted, to which she agreed. Suddenly, the beauty caught up with one of them, and with just one kick made him fly back with great force. The young man thanked his girlfriend, and after she fell right at his feet, he hit him even harder. It was to the boys' advantage that these people were helping them break the Buddha statue so that they could reach their goal. With each passing second, more and more people lay unconscious, and she regretted that she had gotten involved in this at all. The beauty didn't even suspect that Yehan was so strong, and she watched everything that was happening with enthusiasm. Suddenly, the bodyguard turned to the boss with a serious face and said that it was now his turn. The man, in turn, began to beg for mercy, saying that he was wrong, and complimented her so that she would not touch him. Looking at the small time, the hero reported that his body was heavy, which meant that the blow would be stronger. And this is what they needed. Without any hesitation, Qing Sui kicked him with her foot, causing him to fly straight to the location they needed. Watching the enemy fly straight into the target, the guys began to rejoice because this is what they needed. The cave did indeed open as he had said, but the guide Juan was very surprised because she did not know that there was actually space inside. It was quite unexpected for her that there was such a large room behind the statue. Suddenly, something else caught my attention, namely a very strong aura that was flying around. Looking into the distance, what they saw next was simply amazing and completely unexpected for everyone. The beauties fluttered around, laughed tenderly, and greeted the gentleman as if they had been waiting for him for a very long time. The young ladies tempted him with words to come and take care of them as soon as possible. The young man had no idea what to expect as these girls wrapped themselves around him and attracted more and more attention. One of them even started whispering in his ear to hurry up, because they had very little time. Suddenly, he began to realize what was happening. Analyze the situation. It was very interesting. He looked at him seriously and said that fortunately, the spiritual power of the heavenly profound medical skills burst out, causing him to wake up. Suddenly, sounds coming from behind him caught his attention, and he didn't realize where they were coming from until he turned around. The sight was quite unexpected, because his girlfriends were lying next to each other and kissing right on the ground. The young man was shocked, because even a master like Qing Shui could not resist the power of the aphrodisiac contained in this aura. Watching everything that was happening, he didn't understand whether he should stop it or just let them continue. But at that moment, he knew for sure that he needed to stop everything as quickly as possible. While taking out his gadget, now he seemed to be under hypnosis and did not know why he took out the phone, but he was clearly aware that he clearly wanted to use the needle to wake them up. Once the girls experienced the acupuncture therapy, they actually came to their senses, but they did not understand how it happened. Turning away, the handsome man said that he didn't know how to tell him this, but noted that he didn't see anything. Suddenly, the bodyguard came closer to the gentleman and asked him to put the phone down because she was not being caught here. The girls got very angry as soon as they saw that he had taken 10 pictures that had been taken 5 minutes ago. To somehow diffuse the situation, he asked the two of them to wait outside while he looked at what was going on inside. In response to all of Qing Shui's reproaches, he asked her not to worry, because believing in certain things awakens lust and does not carry mortal threats. Without any doubt, the girl took the guide Huan by the arm and asked her to go to the exit, but she did not understand who her master was. Before she could finish speaking, some internal sensations began to interrupt her, and this was very unexpected. Opening his eyes, he said that he was both a bad guy and a good guy, but this answer was clearly not clear to his girlfriend. As he moved inside, he thought that if he entered through the crack, it was a real cave tunnel, and the aura was getting stronger and stronger. It all looked like a deep ocean with inexhaustible resources, and finally he found what he was looking for. It must be Hansky Zen, Tantric Buddhism, niche Buddhist path. But no matter what spiritual vein the sect belongs to, the spiritual energy can be used for it. Touching the golden statue, he understood that increasing strength was the key to success and was very important. Suddenly, a stunning energy began to emanate from the head of the monument and shot straight into the young man's forehead. Buddha suddenly spoke, reporting that after several years, someone was still able to see the descendants of the deep lineage of heaven. The young man noted that the junior also happened to practice heavenly profound medical skills, and he was fortunate enough to become the third senior. He hoped that he could enlighten him. He shared that if he was here, it meant he was connected to him, and he had to give up the rest of his aura. But if it was absorbed by him, then big troubles awaited him in the future. One of the main problems was the root of the troubles that greatly interfered with living a normal life. The handsome man listened to all these instructions with joy, because he did not expect at all that he would be able to speak with such a person. At the entrance, the girl saw a purple mist, but it did not harm people. Yehan had to find something to do there, because of which he would not come out soon. Suddenly, they heard a voice that asked them not to worry, because he would personally send them back to their hometown. Looking closely, one could see James, who stated that even if the young man thought that he could get around the group in this way, it was naive. Hearing these words, the bodyguard, without thinking, raised her hand up and shouted something about misfortune. In an instant, young people appeared out of nowhere, looking very confident and determined. The beauty shared that absolutely no one can touch the person she wants to protect. Seeing his opponents, the brunette didn't even blink an eye, because he knew that he would achieve his goal at any cost. The battle was quite intense, and the main ones were the first to attack, fighting with energy and trying to kill each other. Watching the young man and the girl fight was amazing, as they were both excellent in technique. No one in the world had ever been able to defeat Qing Shui, and she knew that James definitely wouldn't do it. Suddenly, the chief shouted to one of his assistants not to fight, but first to find the right guide. Hearing this, the young lady ran up to him and loudly declared that he did not dare to do this, after which she hit him. The brunette, approaching, shouted that although it was difficult to deal with her, he had other methods for this. Realizing that she had been distracted from her main enemy and was now in danger, he began to think of a plan of action. The beauty tried to turn around somehow, but she had difficulty doing so, and after that blood started flowing from her ear. The girl hit the wall very unpleasantly, causing her head to spin and her body to go numb. Trying to come to her senses, she looked around, as she understood that this was far from the end of their battle. Turning back, she realized that because she had landed on the wall, it had started to collapse, and that was bad. Suddenly, James began to realize that there was a space inside the statue, and he was now certain that Yehan was hiding there. The handsome man once sat and meditated, absorbing the energy of Buddha and trying to gain more and more strength. The lady was worried because she knew it was bad. She was wounded, and their opponent was very strong. The brunette laughed loudly and said that Mr. E was definitely finished now. But the girl still tried to defend him. Pushing her aside, he began to enter inside, telling her to get out, because after he killed the guy, she would be next. Suddenly, Yehan saw that his peace had been disturbed by someone, and he didn't like it at all. James, as soon as he entered inside, began to feel the aura of this room, which added lust. At that very moment, the girl's hands began to crawl over his body, and they said that he was a very handsome young man. The beauties showered him with compliments, thereby distracting him from his mission because the girls were truly beautiful. The bodyguard who was watching what was happening was confused because she didn't know why the guy wasn't moving. Suddenly, the handsome man declared that if he continued to pursue him, then he would dare to take on his Ching Shui's pain. With confidence in his eyes, he said that he was not strong enough to beat him to death right now, but he could still defeat him with an attack. One of the assistants came in and stated that James was seriously injured and was rushed to be picked up by people from the Tianlo mercenary group, and the guide was also sent back to the group. Hearing this, the handsome man asked the young man to stay outside and not allow anyone to approach the cave. He also explained that he would give the bodyguard spiritual power to stabilize the injury site and then use a needle to treat the internal injuries. During the energy exchange process, the lady felt discomfort and did not understand how his spiritual power could do this. In an instant, it seemed to her as if 1,000 lips were kissing her body, and it was simply an indescribable feeling. The young man also asked her to be patient because things would soon get much better, since the last spiritual force was directed to her Dantian. Hearing this, she began to worry because she did not expect that her comrade would use exactly this technique for treatment. At that very second, the entire body began to absorb an impossible force that was simultaneously unbearable and pleasant. Yehan pointed out that he checked her injury and it wasn't that serious, so he thought he could treat it. In response, the girl only asked him to shut up, since she did not understand what he had done to her and why he was still having some reckless thoughts. He didn't understand at all what was being discussed, or he knew that he just wanted to treat her, and she really was getting better. After looking at her wound, she shared that she had improved by 70 to 80%, and this amazing effect was simply a miracle. She also shared that he had advanced so much and the cultivation base was only one step away from the master realm. The youth explained that this master had given him a decade of cultivation base on the I Ordinance. He said that the hidden dangers of this secret spiritual energy zone were a bit ignorant. It is not good to stay in this place for long, and we need to find a safe place and a way to enter the imperial capital as soon as possible. Despite all the warnings about the members of Tianlo's mercenary group, the young man reported that at this time, the dangerous place was the safest. The young lady thought that the first time she saw the legendary warrior, it was amazing, but too dangerous. Thinking back to today's incident, she realized that Yehan was very handsome and hoped that he was not in danger. Suddenly, she heard the voice of a guy who greeted her and asked what she was thinking about, because she looked very happy. The handsome guy explained that everything was fine with them, because before he was just a bandit looking for trouble. The boys also calmed down, saying that she didn't need to worry because they weren't that smart and didn't dare hang around in crowded places. Suddenly, Guide Huang asked Mr. Ye if she could add him on WeChat, explaining that the manager had asked her to store the contact information of VIP clients. He agreed, saying that the next time he wanted to travel, he would definitely find her. In the evening, in the Weishi group, a branch of the imperial capital, the guys said goodbye as their paths were already diverging. In parting, the beauty waved her hand, noting that they would definitely meet again, to which the guy agreed. As she watched Yehan leave, she thought that she simply had to find a way to see him again. At the Weishi group branch in the president's office, Miss Wei was scolding about their property being handed over to others. The young man explained that the opponent was from the Sidhu family, a wealthy family in the imperial capital, and their Wei family was difficult to resist. The young lady was still furious and said that he was his grandfather's confidant and had made a huge mistake. He, in turn, explained that now that the young lady knew that the old man had given him everything in the imperial capital, he considered it right that she should not point her finger at him. Suddenly, an unknown voice was heard from behind, which slightly insulted the hero, which made him even more angry. The man didn't understand how these guys managed to get in here and where the guards were looking, so he ordered them to immediately throw these two out. At that very moment, Zhao received a slap in the face from the handsome guy, which he clearly did not expect, and the blow was quite strong. After this, Miss Wei's mouth dropped open, as she was shocked and did not understand where her boyfriend came from. Without any hesitation, he asked Zuishi to talk to the dog and explain the reason to her. If she didn't obey, then just teach her a lesson directly. Seeing this stranger yelling at the young gentleman, the bodyguard immediately kicked him. Having risen, he began to complain to his mistress that these people were beating him, and he would definitely tell the old man about it. Without any words, he simply disappeared, most likely running to report the situation that had happened to him to his superior. The young lady explained that Ye Han was indeed a bit impulsive, although Zhao Ran was disrespectful, but without him, they would lose even more. Putting his hand on his girlfriend's face, he asked her not to worry. He knew that when he was around, everything was under control. After kissing her, he also said that he was here to help her, and everything would be just amazing from now on. She hugged her boyfriend and asked him if he wanted to practice again, but he suggested using dual cultivation. Hearing this, she pushed him and loudly declared that she did not want anything close to this, as she considered it unacceptable. Suddenly, her mood changed significantly, and she added that she did not want to do it here in the office. But there were rooms here, and she wanted to follow there. After hearing these words, Ye Han became very happy, as he missed his girlfriend very much and wanted to spend as much time with her as possible. Sitting in the room in each other's arms, the guy remembered that this time she didn't tell him anything and didn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, the assistant's voice was heard, informing Miss Wei that someone had come to see her and urgently wanted to see her. Seeing her grandfather in front of her, she ran up to him, and he quickly informed her that she had done something wrong. The Situ family, the royal family. And this is not something their family can resist. And Zhao Ran did this for the benefit of them all. He also continued to shout that she couldn't take care of the Wei family's affairs in the future, but should leave that matter to the guy. The beauty literally couldn't believe her ears. She didn't understand why her beloved grandfather was saying such things. Suddenly, Ye Han intervened in the conversation and asked why Mr. Wei was treating his granddaughter like that. But in response, he only said that although he had saved his life and was indeed somewhat capable, this was the imperial capital, not Jiangnan. The handsome man clearly didn't like the words that the emperor's big shot was not the so-called Jiangnan family, which could be enemies with them, and he should get out of here. Suddenly, an unknown voice was heard, which said that he did not expect it to be so lively here. Turning around, one could see the blonde man, who also added that it just so happened that he liked liveliness the most. At that very moment, Mr. Situ kicked Ye Han, saying that there was no place for him to speak and that he should disappear. After greeting Mr. Wei, he said that since he was here, he would be frank, and offered to sell the family property right away. Looking at Two Fingers, he assumed that they were offering him 200 million. But the blonde disappointed him by saying that they were talking about $2. This amount was clearly unacceptable, and the man noted that he could sell it for at least 20 million. The next second, an order followed, after these words, for his bodyguards to break one of the old man's legs. Suddenly, her blow was intercepted, and for a moment she began to lose control of her body, which was unexpected. The guards cleverly protected their master, and one girl was definitely an obstacle. Smoking a cigar, he said that the beauty was in good shape, and she should let him refresh himself first, and then he could add 2 more. Hearing this, the old man began to be indignant, but then he was told that he did not deserve to do business with him and should sell the company immediately. All this was unbearable, but the extreme point was the threats to destroy his granddaughter, after which he agreed to sign the contract. The young lady in turn stepped forward and loudly declared that there was no need to say anything, and that she would never sign such a contract. At that very moment, the blonde asked his guard to come up to her and undress her for daring to talk like that. Suddenly, his hand was intercepted by young Master Ye, who also declared that he did not dare touch it, easily pushing him away with his foot. The handsome man asked since when Mr. Situ had become a savage, but he responded by saying that his family was one of the richest families in the imperial capital, and he was nobody in front of him. Looking straight into the young man's eyes, Ye Han explained to him that he was also giving him a chance to take it out now, and then he would spare his life. The blonde was clearly not used to hearing such words directed at him, because he had always been self-confident in his affairs. The situation became very tense, and the order was given to attack and beat the handsome man to death for threatening him. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a bodyguard appeared with her guys and told them to eliminate the enemy. The chief did not understand at all what was happening and why all his strong guards were isolated literally in an instant. Suddenly, he felt someone's hand on him, which made him very scared. He even dropped the cigar from his mouth and turned around. The beauty's conversation was short. She quickly hit him and knocked him down, simultaneously asking the gentleman what else he needed. As soon as he heard Ye Han being addressed, he became even more worried and didn't understand what was going on. "Look straight into the eyes, Zuishi," he asked to take her and her family out first, as he still has something to say to young Situ. Finally, the old man turned around and began to think about who this guy was, because he could easily deal with such people. Come closer to the blonde, he greeted him, but he was incredibly scared and even began to stutter. There was confidence and sternness in his eyes, and the smile on Yehan's face did not leave after he asked if he knew who he was. The young man in turn began to bow and apologize, as he had not previously known that the Wei family belonged to him. He suddenly said that if you want him to just let him go, then he needs to leave right now, to which he began to thank him. In the corridor, the subordinates reported to the old man that the people were brought by the young lady and worsened their relationship with the Situ family, which was very bad. After all, if today's events spread, it would be the end for them. And he thought that Yehan simply didn't want to send people away in front of them. Suddenly, the door opened and drew all the attention of those present, because it was unclear who would come out from there. The boys shouted for everyone to get out of the way and not interfere with their rolling, and began to leave the room as quickly as possible. No one understood why such an important Mr. Situ was tumbling and in such a worried state. He hugged the beautiful Zuichi and told her that the Situ family had calmed down and there was no need to worry about it in the future. He also told the old man that he helped them solve the problem with these people, but he had one condition. After collecting his thoughts, he quickly explained that he needed to let Zhao Ran go and then transfer the property to his granddaughter. Mr. Wei smiled and agreed, because now he would immediately order the boy to lead other areas, and the property in the capital would be transferred to the girl. He also grabbed his subordinate by the head and began to lead him out, saying that the young people needed to be left alone. Looking straight into the eyes of the young man, she asked him how she could thank him for such an action. Moving away a little and smiling softly, she still wasn't bothered by how exactly he wanted to spend his time. The handsome man really admired his girlfriend and considered her very attractive and tempting. At night, in the mountains on the outskirts of the imperial capital, young people were bandaging the wounds so that the pain would not be so severe. The assistant informed the chief that the news about Yehan that they had not received was that he had already appeared in the imperial capital. On hearing this, it was reported that they would immediately go there and not let him escape this time. Not far from here, a beautiful pink heel stepped right on a man's face with a small apology. The beauty also said that the younger brother cannot run away, because then his sister will simply swallow him up. Nearby, a man was talking to himself, explaining that the young man had indeed gone to the imperial capital, and if that were the case, he would personally find and kill him. The parent said that today's events would definitely spread, and then the people from Tianluo's mercenary group would find out that he had come here. If these guys take any steps, she won't be able to protect him, and then his safety will be at risk. Without any emotion, the young man explained that although this was the capital of the empire, it was not a place where they could roam freely, and offered to play with them. He also, while holding the chopsticks to her mouth, asked her to open her mouth slightly and eat what they had for dinner that day. Watching this, the guy also noticed that if he could feed her meat, then that meant he could feed her other things. There was a fight in the hallway and the subordinate ran to the manager to report it, because it couldn't just be left like that. At night in the hotel, the guys went outside to talk, as the young man was not worried that Ching Sui was too cruel to him. Suddenly we saw a purple color that emitted golden sparks and overshadowed everything around, which made us feel a little uneasy. Out of nowhere, a beauty appeared with the words that these slaves were waiting for him, and she really missed his body. Seeing this, the young man no longer reacted in any way. The only thing he could do was to protect himself and not give in. A voice was also heard from behind, declaring that without any doubt, Yehan would leave this world today. The enemy surrounded them on both sides, and it was indeed very early, since the young men had not yet had time to prepare. Trying to somehow escape the situation, to save herself, the bodyguard shouted loudly that it was necessary to do this, and they began to attack. The beauty took on the huge man because she knew that she was much stronger than her master and could handle him better. Unfortunately, their enemies were also strong and used incredible techniques to strike. The stranger smiled all the time because he was consoled by the thought that he had finally met his goal, and it was almost in his hands. Trying to attack the beauty, she told Mr. Ye to please not be so rude to her. Flying right above his face and breathing out purple smoke, she also noted that she could take him out in one hit. In that same second, two girls appeared in his eyes, who were very attractive and charming. The young lady moved closer to him, hugged him, and told him to just enjoy the atmosphere. After clarifying her words, he said that he could not seduce even a goddess, which made her very wary. The beauty was simply furious when she realized that he could not succumb to the influence of her illusion. Placing her on the ground and pressing her with all his strength, he shared that this little prank could not confuse him. Raising his hand, he also continued to talk about how he would let her enjoy it to the fullest right now. The young lady literally didn't know what to do, because she saw dozens of touches rushing towards her all over her body. Feeling the full force of the blood ornament on herself, she began to feel a terrible pain that affected her completely. After carefully examining the purple aura, one could understand that it was too strong and one needed to have good experience to deal with it. Suddenly, the partner saw that Red Luan had fallen, and he couldn't just stand there and watch it. At that very second, he swung his powerful blow at the handsome man, saying that he would die right now. Unexpectedly for him, his body began to be enveloped in a purple aura, and his brain became literally dependent on it. Right in front of him appeared two beautiful girls who began to lure him to them, to which he was perfectly taken in. Watching this, Yehan realized that this was just a good chance to launch an attack on his opponent. Swinging his fist and shouting something about Xuantian, the enemy flew away at great speed. As soon as he took the blow, he was able to come to his senses and, looking around, realized that his partner had betrayed Qingteng. She hugged the young man and told him that she simply couldn't watch Yehan die before her eyes. The man began to threaten that he would tell the president about this, but also that the person who betrayed them must die immediately. Having collected his thoughts, he began to run towards them, saying that he was now obliged to show his true strength. His muscles began to grow literally before our eyes, and his clothes tore into small pieces after that. Watching this, the guys realized that he had a very heavy, evil spirit, and he had at least killed hundreds of people in his life. In response, the stranger said that Qingteng's strength was beyond his imagination, and he could not even imagine how powerful they were. Suddenly, the beauty began to spread her purple smoke, which should take the opponents out of the game, at least for a moment. During the attack, he shouted at her not to embarrass herself in front of him with this trick, because it was literally childish. Suddenly, the bodyguard entered the battle, trying to prevent her master's most powerful blow. King Shui was truly an unbearable enemy. Even a strong master like her couldn't resist him. Seeing that this was not ending but only escalating, she asked Yehan to run away from there immediately. Hearing this, the brunette became even more angry and shouted that he shouldn't even think about avoiding him, since he wouldn't let him go that easily. The technique that the enemy activated, namely the Blood Devil realm, was very difficult to deceive in any way. Putting her arm around the beauty's shoulders, she asked him to leave her alone and go away. But he could not allow himself to do this, because he believed that they could not be separated. All this talk made the enemy very angry, and he only added to them that the moment was really wonderful, but they were very sorry that he would die right now. Looking him straight in the eye, the young man decided to ask him if he really thought he hadn't prepared anything, and then asked Qingluan to go out. The young man didn't even have time to say a word before he was surrounded by guys who were incredibly strong and skilled. One of them hit the ground with his fist, after which some blue inscription began to appear, which also lit up. All the guys who were there did the same thing, after which a pentagram appeared, with Yehan standing in the center. Suddenly, he decided to kiss the bodyguard on the lips, and at the end asked her to leave this matter to him, which she certainly did not expect. Deep Sky returned for a while. Everyone's combined strength was enough to fight the Grand Master, but only once. The enemy thought that all these words were empty, and did not even think about retreating, but only began to run towards the guys. The handsome man was clearly confident and also began to strike, shouting that he had never seen the world. But today, he would let him see it. After these words were spoken, the young man hit the brunette very sharply right in the chest, which even caused golden sparks to appear. During the battle, Yehan used a martial art that had no specific movements, called Pao Ding Jie Nu. The enemy was neutralized in a matter of minutes. His energy gradually disappeared, and his head became more and more dizzy. Suddenly, he saw the young man's finger right in front of him, which was rushing towards his face quite quickly. Before he could even touch her, he began to very quickly insult her and generally fuss, which was unexpected. Finally, he shouted that he would definitely remember Yehan and would return to take his life from this world. Once they were safe, the handsome man was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, as the battle had indeed been tough. Turning to Qingluan, he explained to them that they could return, to which they nodded their heads and obeyed the order. Then his attention was drawn to Qingxi, whom he asked to allow him to heal all her wounds and help her recover. Remembering the last time how it all happened, the beauty didn't even know what to answer, because emotions overwhelmed her. However, she could not refuse this, since she needed to restore her strength as quickly as possible. During the process, the young man realized that Huansky Zven's aura was too strong, and he didn't know how to save people now. After some time, the young lady was finally able to exhale and thanked her master for such help. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a beauty appeared and hugged the young man, saying that he was now safe and her wounds were healed. She also shared that she had been waiting for him for a long time because she had behaved so well and offered to reward her for it. The bodyguard watched everything that was happening, but she didn't understand what happened and why she felt a little uncomfortable when she saw it. Suddenly, a thought came into her head, which she tried to banish immediately and considered that such a thing could not be. The blonde lady continued to pester Mr. Ye, saying that she was very comfortable with his technique and that she wanted to continue. Suddenly, something else caught his attention, which made him tense up a little and focus only on that. In an instant, he grabbed his girlfriend and threw her to the floor, telling her to be careful because they were being attacked. On closer inspection, it was clear that someone was shooting at them, as bullets appeared. But who it was unknown. The young man could only assume that it was a group of Tianlu's mercenaries. But this worried the girl even more. James burst in after breaking the window and told Mr. E that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and that he missed him very much. Seeing the brunette, the young man asked if everything was okay with him and why he was in his underwear. He, in turn, replied that the handsome man should not be stubborn, and that if he ran away last time, then this time it was impossible. Suddenly, two beauties appeared in front of the guy, loudly telling him not to think that he could touch Ye Han. Seeing this, he said that this was as expected from Mr. Ye, that there were two beautiful maidens next to him, but soon they would become his. He straightened his fists and expected to be able to attack with ease, but the girls were no slouch either, quickly intercepting his blows. Pushing him away a little, the lady noted that this was just the peak of the Grand Master, and he would not be able to do any more harm. Looking at them carefully, he noticed that it was quite unexpected that they were both masters, but unfortunately, it was only a low class, and the strength was an earthly gap. Shouting loudly for them to get out of the way, he began to use his best techniques to win. This attack knocked the girls off their feet a little, but they grouped together and tried to withstand it. Suddenly, the bodyguard felt someone's hand on her, which surprised her very much in such a situation. Ye Han said that he was wrong. He didn't expect them to come so quickly because the previous formations were also used. The brunette noted that in his place he would have immediately run away, and not stayed here because of the two women. But he had no intention of doing that. Stepping forward, he said loudly that they were different people, and he was not like the young man, and was not a murderer. At that very moment, the Grand Master, saying that fortunately he was not him, because he would die, began to run towards him. This action was quite predictable, so the young man began to defend himself in order to protect himself. The two most powerful energies met and, clashing with their fists, literally thousands of impulses began to pulsate through their bodies. However, the handsome man couldn't withstand it, because the enemy was much more powerful and experienced than him, so he flew into the wall. The enemy stood right in front of him and was already ready to make the next attack in order to finally fulfill his mission. But at this moment, the only thing that worried him was that Ye Han had somehow become better. His strength had increased a lot. Having moved further away from the wall, having recovered from the fall, he suggested that they grab each other again in order to continue the battle. During the skirmish, the brunette said that even if you become better, it is not so easy to reach the level of Grandmaster. Unfortunately, the second time the young man could not withstand such a strong blow and began to lose his balance, after which he ordered his girlfriends to leave, but they were not going to do so, and the bodyguard said that she had sworn to protect the young master. Realizing that the situation could not be resolved in any way, and that someone would definitely have to sacrifice themselves, he once again asked them to leave the premises. It was quite exciting to watch everything that was happening, and the worry about Ye Han's life was still there. The brunette didn't understand why his opponent was so reckless. I guess it was all just because of two women. This whole conversation shocked the young lady very much, and she thought over all the words, since in some way it concerned her too. Suddenly, she loudly declared that she was also a murderer, and although she knew little, she felt and really did not know whether it was good or bad that she had met a guy. Looking back at the handsome man, she also noticed that she liked him more and more. She also said that she doesn't want a weak person to defend her and it will make people laugh when he says it. Without any thought, she pointed her hand at the enemy and said something about Red Luan, and most importantly, fog. The purple aura began to fill the entire room, and the enemy literally stopped seeing anything and did not know how to get rid of it. After this, the beauty's strength began to leave her, and she literally could not stand on her feet as she was very exhausted. Turning to Ye Han, she asked only one thing: to hurry up while the brunette was currently quite vulnerable. He picked up the girl in his arms and called out to Qing Shui, asking her to follow him so that they could escape. All this time, James tried to fight the smoke, and soon he succeeded, and it gradually began to disappear. Suddenly, looking around, he saw that there was no one else, and he shouted loudly that Ye Han was a slippery individual. Having arrived at a safe place and having put their friend on the bed, the guys watched her because she looked very bad. The girl used a high-end technique that she couldn't stand, which led to a coma, and she could even die. Touching her with his hand, from which blue flames began to emanate, he ordered her to wake up immediately. Suddenly, quiet sounds were actually heard from her body, and this only meant that she was gradually coming to her senses. This method actually worked, and it could be said that the heavenly profound medical skills were really good at healing. The beauty's body literally began to shrink and pulsate, and the unbearable pain roamed through her body, testing its strength. The youth didn't understand whether this was a problem caused by Huang Shizhen's aura, but he also felt Qing Shui's murderous aura behind him. Then suddenly something happened that he definitely didn't expect. The young lady came closer to him and hugged him from behind. The touch and the hot breath on her neck and that hand were very surprising, and one could assume that her friend's pink mist was the culprit. Unfortunately, the guy can't take advantage of such a wonderful moment, because now is a critical situation, and he can't stop healing Red Luan. Fortunately, the girl gradually began to open her eyes, and although her condition was not the best, she was alive. The young man explained to her that if it weren't for her, he wouldn't have been able to escape from James's hands and thanked her for it. Suddenly, she saw the bodyguard, who was very kind and not at all like her, and asked what had happened. The lady also noted that an hour ago they were enemies, but now they had developed a life-saving relationship. Walking closer to Mr. Ye, she asked him to let her know a little more about him right now. Suddenly, Qing Shui interrupted their conversation and asked them to let him go immediately. But no one understood what she was doing. The beauty, with a very serious expression on her face, ordered that she be allowed to do this. But no one understood what was being discussed. The young man literally couldn't believe his eyes and ears. He didn't know what was happening or how to react correctly. All these emotions were clearly not from a pure heart. And the culprit in this situation was the pink fog that clouded his head. Suddenly, a strong burning hand touched the young man's chest, causing him to lose his balance for a moment. The methods of a peak grandmaster were difficult to defend against, and this was how the QE that James left on his body appeared. If he doesn't reach the master, he won't know about it, and at some point it will suddenly activate and kill you. The beauty also added that his status was indeed unusually high, and she was interested in whether he was the young master of the family. The only question that really worried the guy at that moment was how she and the people of Qingteng knew his location. The lady explained that he had humiliated Lord Situ, and the news had spread quickly. Also, this man must be his opponent in the imperial palace. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard behind the door, asking again if Mr. Yehan was at home now. When they went down to find out who had come, the boys couldn't even imagine who was waiting for them. The young lady said that tomorrow afternoon in the Nangong courtyard, Mr. was invited to talk about the past events, and she needed to come. The young people began to discuss and decided that he would go there, because if it didn't happen, they would say that he was afraid. Turning to his assistant, he told her to go back and tell Nan Gongming that he would be there on time tomorrow. He held out an invitation. The girl smiled and asked her to accept it, since they wouldn't let her in without it. The handsome man easily caught it and began to carefully examine what was inside. Looking straight into the eyes of his subordinate, he thought that if he had not been caught, it would definitely have been a bad end, and she scared him. Suddenly, he threw a torn leaf at her and added that she had come and should not behave indecently, so he would also give her something. This action made her incredibly angry, and the lady did not understand how this was possible in relation to her. She looked menacingly and had no choice but to remain silent and leave, because she was not at the level to argue with the master. Looking after the red-haired beauty, he asked his bodyguard for a copy of the information about Nangong Ming. At the entrance to the luxurious building, the security guard announced that Mr. Nangong had only allowed Mr. Ye to enter. Once inside, a young man met him and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and if Situ Zhangyang had not told him that he had returned to the capital, he would have thought that he had died. With confidence in his eyes, the guy answered that he shouldn't worry, because he wouldn't die even if he left this life. He held out a glass of wine. The guy added that he was glad to see him today, since they hadn't met for a long time, and offered him a drink. He was also interested in one question. Where did it come from? Because previously the imperial capital did not attract him at all. Hearing that the young man was from the Ye family, he laughed and remarked that compared to Ye Tianjiao, He was a nobody and just ordinary trash. He also tried to explain that if he wanted to interfere in the affairs of the imperial capital, there would only be one end. The handsome man was a little amused by such words about his death, because he knew for sure that this would not happen. And all this was just a waste of time. Turning around, the young man said that if he had simply invited him to say these words, then he would simply go first, to which he began to be indignant. At that very moment, the young man was surrounded by guards who literally blocked his path and did not allow him to leave. The brunette began to laugh, offering the boy a choice between leaving the imperial capital or fighting to the death. Turning slightly, Yehan declared that he was choosing the third option, and that he would leave here peacefully and not say anything. But if he suddenly did something, there was no need to blame him for what happened. Suddenly, the red-haired girl intervened in the conversation and added that she really wanted to take revenge on him for what he did yesterday. Without batting an eyelid, he simply smiled and remarked that he didn't think she had such unrealistic ideas. Pushing her away with ease, the guy also shared that she really wasn't that smart, because she couldn't see that they had a huge difference in strength. As soon as the brunette noticed that his bodyguard was easily pushed aside, he was shocked. After all, the girl was a low-level master, and he sincerely did not understand how this was even possible. Without finishing the sentence about how nice it would be to have the opportunity to get hit, the guy saw that this wasn't all, and that the guys were running towards him. With just one kick of his foot on the floor and the summoning of a powerful yellow energy, he sent them flying in a matter of seconds. Watching what was happening, the chief was still at a loss, since the best guards had lost to the young man. Just by looking at him, one could tell that he was now in a state of wild fear and great confusion. The handsome man, in turn, noted that if he wanted to deal with him next time, he needed to find good people. The blow that the boy emitted from his finger instantly ended up in the opponent's neck, which he clearly did not expect. As he was leaving, the guy shared that if the problem was not solved within 3 days, he would simply die. He also asked to tell the others in the imperial capital that Yehan had returned and wanted to cause trouble as soon as possible. Frozen in place, the brunette tried to comprehend everything that had happened. But he did not believe his eyes and ears, since he had seen something like this for the first time. Looking at all his people, who were exhausted, he began to curse the young man because he did not want to die. Sometime later, the boss kicked his subordinate, saying that they could not cure him of the poison. The most important thing is that it was unusual, and the one who made it was not only very knowledgeable about them, but also had a high level of cultivation. Falling to his knees, the brown-haired man shared that he knew there was a place where he could get rid of this poison, namely the Temple of Hades. Hearing this name, it really scared the brunette, but he had no other option. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, the boys were discussing the 4 Qingteng heavenly kings and how 2 of them were incredibly strong and they needed to be as careful as possible. There is a feng shui treasure in this place, and there must be a blessed place here that will definitely help them. It is believed that bears do not look at this cave, and the beauty was wondering if they would hibernate here. The boys were a little hesitant to go inside, but they had no other option now, so gathering their courage, they went forward. It was true that it was quite dark and unsafe inside, but what awaited them there and the interest in the unknown were more attractive. The man shared with Master Quan Ming that there was a spring in this cave, and the legendary Tianlingguo elixir was growing next to it, and it was still in a mature state. After hearing this, he agreed, since they needed to go in and take the heavenly spirit fruit to break through the top-class master. The cave was quite narrow, and the boys had to crawl, when suddenly the girl noticed that she understood why the hole was getting smaller and smaller. The young man asked his girlfriend to be careful because this cave is too small. But it is dangerous. While they were exploring these passages, it was strange, because the path was very long and seemed endless. Suddenly, a brilliant idea came into the pink-haired lady's head, which she immediately wanted to turn into reality. The handsome man suddenly felt something strange, which was completely surprising at such a moment. Looking down, he saw his girlfriend right below him, looking into his eyes and not knowing what she wanted. The situation was quite awkward, and the guy asked his companion to keep quiet so that the bodyguard would not see it. The young man understood that he had to stop all this, and even more so, the questions the beauty asked made him blush. In order to somehow dilute the atmosphere, the young lady nevertheless decided to leave him alone and agreed to go back. After walking a little more, the guys were finally able to get to the right place and saw a small lake with a flower inside. This is the fruit of the heavenly spirit, and it is already ripe. After he eats it, he will definitely be able to break through energetically. According to his research on Mount Shenling, there shouldn't be just one heavenly spirit fruit here, and the aura should be stronger. Suddenly, a very loud explosion was heard, which was behind and filled the entire cave and its corridors with sparks. Turning around, one could see strangers who wondered if someone had arrived here first. A friend told me that these people were from the Temple of Hades, and the #1 dark force in the Dragon Kingdom controlled countless industries throughout the country. They, in turn, declared that whoever they were, they had to get out of here immediately, because they had to take the fruit of the heavenly spirit. Without any hesitation, the chief ordered his subordinates to remove these guys from his path so that they would not interfere with him. At that moment, Red Luan decided to intervene in this situation and sprayed her purple mist in front of the opponents. The young people began to understand that it was poison, and they simply could not move, including attacking. Taking a closer look, the man recognized who was standing in front of him, but he did not understand why such an important person was here. Having met the handsome man's gaze, he confidently told him that they definitely didn't have time for him right now, and that they were very busy. Hearing this, the blonde threw off his cloak and shouted loudly that in that case he must die. The friend couldn't stand the strong energy and fell to the ground, as her head began to spin. The boy turned around and shouted her name, not expecting her to use up so much of her strength. At the same moment, the bodyguard also began to attack, which surprised the opponents because they did not expect that the master would be against them. As he fought back, the blonde rethought that 2 masters were protecting this man, and it seemed like he had an unusual personality. The handsome man had no choice but to catch Qing Shui, who began to lose her balance and simply could not stand it. Suddenly, it came to him that he now knew why there was only one fruit of the heavenly spirit here. Before he could even deliver the first blow to his main enemy, the young man simply fell into the water. Looking at this, they thought that this young man was such trash, but 3 of them definitely wouldn't dare to come up and cause trouble. The strangers were already ready to take what they came for, namely the flower-shaped fruit that they really needed. After doing this work, he also noted that he did not know that he could easily get this fruit. But one of them remembered that the young master from the Ya family had returned. Without any hesitation, they decided to go to Nangong's house and also planned to subjugate the youth so that they would have a chance to deal with the Ye family. While underwater, the boys saw that the flower they needed had already been picked, and the handsome man pointed his finger at it. After emerging from the water to catch his breath, he also said that there really was something inside. And he was right. Nobody understood why such an old tower was underwater. And besides, there was quite a lot of space. The hero shared that he had explored the location of Mount Shenling many times, and also the concentration of spiritual energy here is very high, and practicing here for 1 day can be better than 10 days outside. Suddenly, the boys saw that Red Luan unexpectedly began to undress, but they did not understand why. The young lady explained that it was uncomfortable to wear clothes when they were wet, so she took them off and let them dry. Hugging her comrade, she also noted that this was not only a secret place but also without prying eyes. This whole situation really worried the bodyguard. She was not happy to watch what was happening. Suddenly, the girl stood between them, which was very unexpected, as if she wanted to interfere with them again. The red-haired lady pointed to the girl's birthmark, which was located on her lower abdomen, and showed everyone strange signs. The friend explained that this was set up by the Qingteng Group organization, and that's all she can remember. She was raised as a killer. Pulling down her skirt, the lady pointed to the exact same one she had, and her sister had one too, but she was kidnapped by traders when she was very little. The sudden realization that these sweet girls could be family was very interesting and unexpected. The young man watched what was happening all this time and could not believe his eyes, because no one could have thought of this. Suddenly, the heroine turned away and said that there was no point in chatting, and that she had just lied, and that she didn't have a sister. The young lady was very alarmed by this reaction. She did not understand why everything was happening this way, but she did not continue asking questions. Yehan decided to postpone discussing this topic, because now the main thing is to look at the situation here. He suggested moving on and pointed to a stone house nearby, after which everyone headed there. Everything looked quite strange, since there were clearly no people there, but some remains of them remained. Suddenly, a checkerboard caught their eye, and it was clear that people had once lived here and had a good time. The handsome man became curious about what it was and decided to touch it, moving one of the chips forward. Suddenly, a blue light appeared around, illuminating the entire cave and even making the boys a little wary. Looking around, the girls saw that Mr. Ye had disappeared somewhere in just an instant, which was very strange. The bodyguard began to explain that he should be fine, and that they should just wait for him to return. During his teleportation, the young man was very serious and tried to study everything that was happening to him. Finding himself in an unknown place, he began to look around, as he did not understand where he was now. Suddenly, he was met by an old man who was quite surprised and asked what the guy was doing in the deep sky zone. After examining him, he also noticed that he still had Huangshi's aura, and it seemed that the woman had indeed passed on the inheritance to him. Closing his eyes, the man muttered that time is also fate, and the calculation of time is almost the same. After which he opened his arms and announced that since the young man had come here, he would also pass on to him the inheritance of yin and yang. A hologram appeared right in front of him, and as he touched it, he said something about these symbols. He has the energy of meditation in his body and is invisible to the beautiful, and this is what he will be able to use for practice. In addition, since he received his inheritance, he must also be responsible for his yin and yang line. In the Bronze Tower, the monster was suppressed, and from now on he will be its guardian. He must solve all dangers, to which he agreed. A moment later, the young man found himself in the same place where he had been at first, only as if he were a little different. All this time he studied his internal powers of heaven and earth, Xuanhuang, yin and yang, which brought him good luck. The friend began to come closer and asked what kind of aura it was that completely enveloped Mr. E. As soon as she touched it, it was as if 1,000 volts had passed through her body, and it was a strange feeling. To her great surprise, she was still able to pass through the so-called dome that was above the young man and go inside. Yehan put his arm around her shoulders and asked her why she came in, since this was a completely unknown technique to her. The beauty, leaning closer, declared that she could not stand it any longer and had long dreamed of kissing him. The young man did not refuse his friend, and yet they merged in each other's arms. Suddenly, the girl began to feel unwell, moved away a little. It became difficult for her to breathe, but later she returned to normal. It was very important to the handsome man that his loved ones felt okay, and he felt better when he heard that everything was fine. Watching everything that was happening, the bodyguard noted to herself that, fortunately, she did not come into contact with the spirit ball. Understanding what her friends were doing now, she thought that she felt like she had let Yehan go again. Suddenly, the realization came to her mind that she shouldn't worry about this at all, since it didn't concern her. Suddenly, this blue dome began to simply evaporate and simultaneously emit even more energy. If you look closely, you could see the guys who seemed to be under hypnosis and under the influence of this aura. The young lady came closer and asked if he had managed to break through to the master level. Having felt all the flows of power inside himself, he agreed with her words, because it was true that now he had also become a master. His wounds have now healed, and his strength has reached the level of a grandmaster. He doesn't need to worry about facing an opponent again. Suddenly, a young lady ran up to him and pounced on him with hugs and various questions about their pastime. Suddenly, a strange noise was heard. Coming from the very top of the tower, a black essence was pouring out. It is said that the monster was suppressed, and it seems to have absorbed the mysterious energy here, which weakened the suppression of the Bronze Tower. Out of nowhere, a golden-colored creature appeared, screaming to be released immediately. He also promised to give the boy everything he wanted, including money, women, power, and even eternal life, provided that he released him. Fortunately, Yehan was reasonable and asked him why he was in prison if he could give him all this. Having hit him right in the face and hearing a loud scream, he told him to come back, and immediately, on the way back, he swore that when he got out, he would kill him, eat his flesh, and drink his blood to repay the hatred in his heart. Looking closely at the tower, one could understand that there were definitely some more secrets, but the master did not explain this to him. Suddenly, the bodyguard approached the gentleman with an offer to fight together so that she could understand how good he was. Without any hesitation, the girl began to attack Yehan, but he remained unperturbed. The handsome man was able to easily dodge her blow, which was quite surprising and amazing. The young lady failed to calculate her strength and flew past because of this, since she made a strong swing. Still, the girl's level was excellent, and, quickly turning around, she began to attack him with her left foot. Fortunately, the young man was able to cope with this too, demonstrating his amazing skill. Suddenly, he grabbed her leg, stretched a little, and kissed her right on the lips, which was very unexpected during the battle. The beauty's body seemed to go numb, because this was the last thing she could think would happen to her. The girl's face turned red from embarrassment, and she didn't even understand how to properly react to this situation. At that very second, the boy received a blow, from which he flew to the side, which in principle was expected from her. The young lady shared that his current strength was that of a low-class master and he needed a little more training. One of the paths of martial arts, body hardening, detachment, because all these positions are divided into 3 levels, and his next step is an innate master. Naturally, there are many great masters and many more powerful people in the world, so there is no need to be arrogant. After discussing the situation a little more, the guys decided to go since they had indeed spent a lot of time there. The only way out of this place was to swim underwater again to reach the tunnel. It felt like the young people were in the right place, and having emerged, they began to look around to see if there was anyone nearby. Once they reached the shore, they noted that they needed to go back and check the information about the Temple of Hades. This group of people made it clear that they were robbers, and they wanted to kill people when they met. And they stole the fruit they needed, so they needed to take revenge. A few days later, the handsome man was sitting and reading a book about cultivating the rich and young. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a red Luan appeared, came up from behind and began to whisper something. The beauty was unhappy that he spent all his time reading and practicing, and did not pay any attention to her. The young lady insisted, giving the argument that dual cultivation would only increase his skill. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard, remarking that he had previously heard that Yehan had managed to reach the level of a grandmaster. The blonde man entered the room, saying that it was very good to reach such a kingdom in a short time. After greeting old man Su, the young man added that he had almost died earlier and wanted to live with the family for a few days so as not to attract attention. Hearing that the man had agreed so easily, they laughed. But suddenly he responded by saying that the old people of the Ye family wanted to see him. This statement really shocked the guy. He didn't expect that they would see each other so early and so unexpectedly. Turning to his girlfriend, he wanted only one thing, that she not hear what was going on since this information was not public. He whispered that the real cannot be fake and vice versa, so the old man knows this too and he must go. Turning to his girlfriend, he warned her that he should visit his grandfather, but that it would be better for her to stay here. The young lady agreed, but also pointed out that he should return soon, since they had to continue their dual cultivation. The blonde was a little taken aback when he realized what was going on, and noted that the guy was lucky to be practicing like this. Then he asked him to send him some exercises with instructions on how his improvement technique works. Having arrived at the right place, the handsome man decided to ask if this was really the house of the Ye family. Walking around the area to the right entrance, the guys discussed that he was a little worried, but he shouldn't do that. As they approached the door, they could hear that an order had been given for everyone to remain outside and only Yehan was allowed to enter. The guys, ducking their heads, agreed. But the handsome guy was clearly worried about this situation. Opening the door slightly, he looked inside, which literally made the panic grow more and more with each passing second. The handsome man smiled and asked if he was afraid, and that was why he didn't enter the room. The handsome man looked down, introduced himself, but also added that he had to say that his health was not in the best condition. The young man said that although he looked very healthy on the outside, his internal body was actually withered, and he asked to be allowed to check. The old man smiled and allowed him to do so, as he was genuinely interested in what he could say by simply touching his hand. During the touch, the handsome man tried to analyze as much information as possible, because it is very important. Once the cultivation base has reached the Grand Master level, some methods in the Heavenly Profound Medicine Mastery can also be manifested. Taking out a silver corner, he asked his ancestor to be patient and began to stick it into her wrist. After finishing the procedure, he said that it would prolong his life a little longer, and the master had taught him all this when he was a child. He lowered his eyes and began to understand what was being discussed and smiled, because it was a pleasure to deal with such a smart guy. The young man also answered a question about his new identity, saying that it is very dangerous and it is worth adding a few people, because the girl cannot always protect him. After hearing this, he suggested that, in other words, if it would not harm him, then he could accept the identity of the Ye family's young master, which was true. In that case, he decided to say that he was the real young master Wei. The one who was there before and died was just a replacement. Hearing this, the young man literally spat out the contents of his mouth, as such news was simply shocking. The old man explained that his name was also Yehan, and the young master's appearance was the same as his, so there couldn't be such a big coincidence. The handsome man thought that he had been living in Ningzhou for as long as he could remember, and he had no memory of the Ye family. He shared that if he became a real master, he would lose his original personality, but he would have the opportunity to become the heir of the family and be its head. The young man was consoled by the thought that they were one of the few in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and if he was nodding his head, it meant that this had to do with him. Suddenly, Yehan stood up and rudely replied that he did not accept these conditions, which was quite surprising. The hero believed that if he simply took the person, he would accept the conditions, But if he really turned out to be a member of their family, he would not understand why no one had come to him for so many years. He also turned around and noted that as far as strength was concerned, he could achieve it himself and did not need help. Suddenly, the old man asked him if he really didn't want to know how his master actually died. Turning around, he remembered all the pictures in his head. And it was a natural death like any person. The old man said that the heavenly, profound medical skills had saved countless people throughout his life. And with his strength, it was not uncommon for someone like him to live even 200 years. This was true because by studying the medical skills that were passed on to him by the master, he could know for sure that he would prolong his life. The hero said that at that time his family was attacked by mysterious people when he was very little, and in order to save him, the master took him with him. There is no clue as to who these mysterious people were, as they came and went without a trace, and perhaps they are somehow connected to those who killed the previous master. The puzzles in the handsome man's head were now beginning to come together. He was thinking that the appearance of strangers and the master's death were somehow connected. After listening to these conditions and all the stories, the young man gathered his strength and declared that in this case he was ready to become the young master of the Yi family. The man was pleased by these words because the previous reaction was unexpected. But now, when he met his grandson, he felt relief. In a calm environment, the young man began to meditate in order to study his energy better. It turned out that he was the real master, and the one who died was a staged person, but now he did not know who his biological parents were. Remembering his mother, he also understood that nothing would change. He just needed to know more to protect himself from these mysterious people, and even fight them back. The Ye family doesn't want ruined flowers, but a real heir, and the old man gives him 3 days to come to the pavilion with the other family members. During his meditation, he thought over the entire conversation with his grandfather, and the thing that stuck in his mind the most was Tengyun Pavilion. After all, this was the place where the meeting was scheduled. But how could he suddenly realize that he had completely forgotten to ask what it was? Suddenly, he heard some noise behind him, and opening one eye, he decided to find out what was going on. A very large force burst through the window and smashed it, saying that the stranger was upset that Yehan had returned and had not even said anything. The young man tried to stop it so as not to injure himself with such a strong energy that was flying straight at him. When he broke through to the Grand Master realm, everything was truly different, and his perception of the outside world and understanding of his own strength became much better than before. A tall brunette entered the room and asked if he also practiced martial arts. The handsome man guessed that this guy was Ye Tianjiao and answered his question positively. But he couldn't shake the feeling of what was going on. The brunette said that the Tengyun Pavilion would open in 3 days, and he did not advise him to go there. Otherwise, he might end up disabled for life. Not wanting to listen to his relative, he turned his back to him and said in parting that they would see each other in the pavilion, and then he would see his powers for himself. It was clear that this answer shocked the young man a little, but he was completely confident in himself and wanted to teach Yehan a lesson. Entering the room, he called his bodyguard to him and asked her what the Tengyun Pavilion was. This was a secret kingdom that the Ye family entered by accident, and it contained all possible miracles, and only representatives of the family could enter it. The place will put different pressure on different people, and so far no one in the family can make it to the very end. The guy smiled and said that it seemed like this person could only be him, since he still remembered the things that Ye Tianjiao had given him before. The beauty listened to his entire confident story, but realized that since he became the Grand Master, his behavior had become more narcissistic. 3 days later, at the back mountain of the Ye family's estate, many people came to participate and test their strength. They also discussed that they had heard earlier that even the trash Yehan would be participating this time, which made them laugh a lot. When they saw the boys, they laughed and noted that this time they definitely wouldn't have to give it their all, and they would evaluate whether they would be scolded when they returned. Suddenly, they also saw Brother Tianjiao and greeted him, believing that he would definitely be able to enter the inner part this time. The brunette said that Yehan was wrong to think that he could challenge the pavilion after practicing martial arts. The youth realized that he was being targeted in this way, and it was probably because, judging by his personality, he was the person most likely to inherit the Ye family. No one could understand how the guy dared to say that he was too lazy and that he was giving the gentleman only 10 minutes to go there. Everyone present began shouting that he was very arrogant, and that he had gone crazy to allow himself to talk to Brother Tianjiao like that. Suddenly, a loud voice was heard, announcing that the Tengyun Pavilion was opening today, and the Ye family's disciples were already there. Seeing the empty hall, which was the largest, one could also notice the statue of the ancestors, and all one had to do was go up to it and touch it. The main thing was that the students of the Ye family could now enter, to which all the guys quickly ran forward. The brunette turned to Ye Han and said that he hoped that he would not regret his choice. At that very moment, he began to run very quickly inside, as if he was afraid of missing something. The young people were chatting among themselves, discussing that it was very difficult and they couldn't do it anymore. When suddenly they saw Brother Tianjiao. As expected from him, he can still run when he entered here, while many started to give up and fall at the beginning. Halfway through, he realized that he could no longer advance forward, because the pressure in the middle section was not easy. But he knew for sure that as long as he was going, he would be the heir to the Ye family. And this information motivated him very much. The guys were standing outside and eating in a great mood, but the girl was worried why her friend wasn't worried about the test at all. He explained that there was no reason to panic, because they would not reach the end in even 10 minutes, so they could rest assured. The handsome man and the young lady had a great time, chatting and chasing each other, which pleased them both. Grandpa decided to ask Old Man Su if Ye Han could pass the tests, to which he nodded in the affirmative. Looking at this guy's behavior, it was clear that he had led a completely different life and was more resilient than the younger generation of the Ye family. The old man confirmed these words and also decided to clarify whether this blonde still worried about everything that had happened. As soon as exactly 10 minutes had passed, the young man told his bodyguard about this, and she asked him to give her what he was holding in his hands. In an instant, the young man jumped up and ran towards the epicenter of the test to pass it. While running, he kept saying that Tengyun Pavilion was waiting for him. He would arrive right away. The guys who were already standing inside saw that this guy had finally moved and decided to join in. The brunette also saw this and wondered how many steps Ye Han could take, since he personally only had 5 meters left. Having taken the first step, the handsome man was surprised, because now the special power was suppressed everywhere in the body, and he considered it wonderful. However, this pressure was too little for him, and his confidence in victory only grew with every second. In the first moment, he easily overtook the guys who had stopped at the beginning and were already very exhausted. Suddenly, the next person he overtook was the brunette, and he clearly did not expect to see his opponent ahead. Those standing behind couldn't believe their eyes and didn't understand how he could be so fast and whether it was really Ye Han. Almost touching the statue, the handsome man asked his brother. For some reason, he asked, because he had known him for a long time. Despite all his requests to stop, he stated that he was overwhelmed by pressure and quite stupid. As soon as his hand touched this wonderful place, something incredible began to happen. There is a powerful force in this light, and it gathers in his body. The 3 spiritual components are compressed and mixed together. These 3 meridians are not compatible with each other, although they can be used simultaneously. The effect of dispersing the force will be moderate. A notification came that Ye Han was a descendant of the Ye family and was recognized by the ancestors of the Ye family and became their official heir. The guys didn't understand how this was possible and why, in their opinion, such trash could reach such heights with ease. The old man shared that of course no real arrogance can become a subject of cultivation. Even though his realm is still a lower grandmaster, his true strength should far exceed that of that rank. Looking closely at the Ye family's ancestor, he thought that these 3 meridians of spiritual power were indeed all one and unique. Once he was able to obtain the energy he needed, he bowed in respect, as it was a great honor. Suddenly, he decided to address Ye Tianjiao, turning towards him and calling out to get his attention. As I passed by, I noticed that the days were still long, and there was no need to rush, but I only heard silence in response. Everyone present watched him leave with a little admiration and confusion. From now on, he was the true young master of the Ye family and also their heir, which made him much stronger and more confident. Starina shared that today, he will pass on to people the information about what happened, and others will learn about it, because he realized that he is a real master. However, in the future, he will encounter more and more dangers, and the Ye family may not be able to protect him. Grandfather also answered the question about his mother by saying that in the beginning she never took her eyes off him and worked hard to raise him. So he is very grateful to her. The young man was pleased that the woman who raised him treated him so warmly and truly became like family to him. Having listened to all the instructions from the men, he turned away from them and thanked them for all their assistance and help. As for biological parents, if the old man doesn't want to talk about it, he just won't ask. There will always be a day to find out. Old Man Su and grandfather then watched as the young people left the pavilion together, discussing something heatedly. Finally, he said that he hoped that the heavenly sage, referring to heavenly profound medicine, was not mistaken. Then, as the handsome man and the girl returned to their house, several guys watched. Seeing him, they were overjoyed and had already come up with a plan to take his life, which they had dreamed of for so long. One of them asked how much pulse his tricks could withstand in order to use the weapon properly. But the guys were clearly in a very serious mood. They laughed and were confident in every word they said. Gathering their strength and taking the necessary weapons in their hands, they shot at a car that was driving right in front of them, causing everything to catch fire. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him, asking how he was going to entertain him, even though it was a little painful. The young people literally froze in place when they saw Yehan standing alive in front of them, because they didn't know how this was possible. The handsome man said that they had deliberately revealed their location so that they wouldn't have to search further. So it was only natural to be fully prepared. Hearing these words, the blonde immediately started running, as he understood that he was now in a rather critical situation. The bodyguard, without any hesitation, ran straight after him to teach him a lesson and attack him first. Two strong forces fought each other in one duel, and it was interesting to watch who would win. Suddenly, another loudly declared that it would be a great honor for the master to die at his hands, and immediately prepared 7 blows to death. Burning fists literally flew towards him, but he didn't even blink an eye, but only asked if that was all. Having intercepted the attack, the enemy began to realize that the young man was at the level of a grand master and simply could not believe it. Grabbing the enemy by the hair, he also sentenced that if he guessed correctly, he should receive a gift, and hit him in the face. It was all quite unexpected, and the brunette instantly began to lose his balance and fly away. Looking at his palms, the boy asked again if it was possible that his true ki contained some kind of poison. The young man explained that his ki continued to be saturated with poison as he trained, and he would die if he touched it. With a smile on his face and pushing away the flying weapon, the hero pleased his enemy with the fact that such poison would not affect him at all. At the same moment, the enemy flew far away from just one touch to the handsome man, which was quite shocking. Having fallen to the ground and hit hard, it was difficult for him to even breathe, let alone get up. But he still decided to do it. Standing on his feet, he decided to ask who he was, because the techniques he uses and his personal style are absolutely incredible. Suddenly, he saw a swing from the young man in front of him, which made him turn pale, because he understood that he was about to have a hard time. Grabbing his opponent by the neck, he shared that he realized this problem too late and there was no turning back. In his defense, he shouted that he could not be killed because his master was the king of the dark world, and he would not pardon him. In response, the boy said that he would gladly let him go, but the people in Qingteng Show still do not know what is good and what is bad, and it is already too late. With each passing second, the boy continued to squeeze his enemy's neck more and more, causing him to begin to choke. Realizing that the situation was almost over, he let go of him, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. At the same time, the guy's duel continued, and the blonde man shouted that the young lady was in good shape, and he wanted to spend time with him after he killed Ye Han. Just as the beauty was flying back from the blow, young Master Ye was able to pick her up right in his arms, which was unexpected. Bringing his hand closer to her face, he noted that it was not worth talking, but rather that she would do better to rest and leave it all to him. Suddenly, the blonde saw that his partner was completely exhausted and did not understand how this could have happened. Pointing his finger at the lying body, he added that he shouldn't worry, because he would be the next one in that position. All these words made the blonde incredibly angry, and he said that if he wanted to kill him, it depended on what skills he had. Standing confidently in front of his opponent, the young man thought for a moment and chose what to use. This Blood Devil realm is a bit closed off and his powers are constantly being lost, and he thinks that Qing Zhui is the same. Holding something behind his back and smiling very slyly, the guy declared that this time he was prepared and would not make any mistakes. The enemy pulled out a sharp knife and simultaneously said that he would not be able to escape, and his time of life had already come to an end. The handsome man, in turn, closed his eyes with 2 fingers and began to use his best techniques. As soon as he removed his hand from his face, it began to glow yellow, which was very mesmerizing. Swinging at the enemy, he looked out to receive his attack, and he even got a little scared. At the same moment, the blonde flew to the side from such a strong blow and literally threw away his weapon. The young man continued to use one of his tactics, Pao Jin Jianyu, touching the man very quickly. Falling to his knees, he noticed that the same technique had been used against him, and he still couldn't resist. I tried to run away as quickly as possible, but he only said at the end that he would definitely come to him again. But before he could even take a step, his body was sent flying upwards by Yehan's extremely powerful energy. The youth stated that there were 4 heavenly kings in his Qingtang group, and now 3 had been defeated. But he wondered where the other one was. The news that the greedy wolf was one of the strongest of the 4 and didn't need to deal with the guy was very surprising. The hero leaned back sharply and stuck a silver needle straight into his opponent's forehead, who began to demand that he tell him where this man was now. Suddenly, out of nowhere, someone's voice was heard asking if he really wanted to know where he was. He continued to explain that he was not a greedy wolf, and he was waiting for him, pointing to his partner, noting that he was a greedy piece of trash. The voice also said that it would wait for the guy at an abandoned cement factory in the southeast of Dijing. Looking at his opponent, the young man noticed that everything was already over, and thanks to the transmission of the head signal through the air, one could think that Greedy Wolf was a grand master. The lady explained that it was not necessary. Perhaps he simply placed a recording on the body, and it seemed that he was most likely a master of spells. Yahan gave orders for the Qingluan people to take care of finding Greedy Wolf while they were gathering, and it was time to finish off Qingtang. Suddenly, he saw that the girl had changed somehow, and he asked what was the matter and what had happened. Qingshui explained that she felt like she was drifting further and further away from him, and might not even be able to protect him in the future. Coming closer to her, he asked again if she wanted to increase her strength, but she did not understand how he wanted to do this. As soon as the correct option came to her mind, she pushed him, causing him to fly away as far as possible. At the abandoned factory on the outskirts, the man was incredibly scared, and you could hear that someone had been informed that these guys were dead. The young man said that the guy named Ye Han was to blame for everything, and the boss didn't have to worry. He would avenge them right now. In the end, he only said that after killing this man, they would remove the obstacles in the Dragon Realm. Looking into the distance, he shouted loudly for them to come out, and his look was very cunning and self-confident. At that very second, black energy began to emerge from the lifeless bodies and accumulate together. If you looked closely, you could see that it looked more like the ghosts of these people, only very angry ones. The whole room had a creepy atmosphere, and not everyone could stand to be there even for a few seconds. Raising his fist up, the guy shouted for the array of night killers to be waiting for guests and directed his subordinates there. That same night, at an abandoned factory, the boys saw a stranger who said that he had been waiting for them for a long time. Pointing to the entrance, he also added that they should come in if they had the courage to do so, smiling along the way. Looking around, the handsome man realized that the similar Red Luon was right, Greedy Wolf, the master of spells. The enemy loudly declared that if he could really see his array, he would no longer hide it. Hearing another request to come in, Yehan did not refuse, but rather walked forward quite confidently. Suddenly, at the end, he was grabbed by a bodyguard who informed him that wherever he went, she would always follow him. The young people held hands, and the guy noted that she had previously protected him, but this time he would do it. Gathering their courage, they went to the entrance, where they had long been awaited with impatience and a desire for revenge. It was unexpected for the brunette that he actually dared to enter, because this was the array of night killers that he had installed, and there were hundreds of souls in it. As soon as the first attack began, the young lady easily tried to fight it off, which she did quite well. The true Qi of these guys is only useful for living people, and they are not people, so it has no effect. Handsome said that if Greedy Wolf fought him directly in martial arts, then maybe he would spare him a little. He also said that in that case, he should never use a spell to deal with him. Suddenly, he saw that all his ghosts, which he had mastered perfectly, instantly dissipated completely. The young man had no idea what kind of technique could destroy his spell so quickly. In response, the guy said that if he wanted, he could teach him this, and continued to attack. Dropping to the ground, he ordered the killing array to open, as he couldn't wait any longer, and used his best technique. At that very moment, dozens of sharp weapons flew towards the boys, but they didn't even move at that moment. Suddenly, realizing that swords were rushing towards them, they began to get a little worried and try to do something. Dodging the attacks, the young man wondered if this was really the decisive move he had made here. Luckily, he managed to dodge all the obstacles, but in the distance, he heard some sounds that caught his attention. Turning to Qing Xue, one could see that she was not doing well, and the sharp blades were slightly grazing her. Without further ado, the comrade ran towards her to protect her, as he had promised earlier. Grabbing her friend by the shoulder, she opened her eyes slightly to understand what was happening and who was touching her. The young man resolutely picked her up in his arms and loudly said that they only needed to move forward, and he would take her to kill the enemy. As the boys ran, Dozens of weapons continued to fly past them, but they easily dodged them. Yehan decided to fly very close to the enemy in order to catch them by surprise and launch the first attacks. The brunette did not understand at all how he could have gotten into his murderous motive, and even opened his mouth in surprise. Landing on the ground, the young man smiled softly and told him to guess how skillfully he used his techniques. The enemy started shouting that he had an ability and the killing array had no effect on him. Tianxianyang's true key restrains the evil and sharp blade made of these dead souls, so it can't do anything to him. Watching the enemy swing his sword and say something in his last words was funny, because you didn't expect what kind of weapon his calling card it was. During his flight, Greedy Wolf felt a spiritual shock, as he was clearly not prepared for such a statement. Suddenly, the young man began to realize that something was getting out of control, and the sounds of the action were quite unpredictable. Something unknown began to pull him into the abyss, which looked very unsafe and frightening. As he struck with his sword, golden sparks emanating from it, the young man shouted for them to go to hell. The young lady was able to easily prevent such a blow and prevent her comrade from dying. Luckily, the weapon flew past him and failed to hit the handsome man, but it was close enough. Seeing that the beauty was bothering him, he became angry at her and began shouting various curses at her. At that very second, he released smoke that wafted around her body and prevented her from breathing normally, or even existing at all. The second decisive blow, which was supposed to be the final one from the enemy, had already begun to be delivered. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes and looked closely at the enemy with anger and fury. The one who dodged the blow asked if he had really just dared to injure his woman right in front of him. This whole situation made the young man incredibly angry, and he decided to use the Tianshuan Yin and Yang cut. At that very moment, a very strong energy flew at the brunette, and he clearly did not expect to feel it on himself. The blow was really strong, and he was unable to keep himself on his feet, and so he simply fell to the ground. Suddenly, the handsome man remembered his girlfriend and ran up to her to find out how she was feeling. Coming closer, he explained that she shouldn't worry, as he wanted to use his true key to save her. A sharp pain seized her body, and these sensations were unforgettable, as if thousands of needles pierced her in an instant. Fortunately, this technique helped to recover very quickly, and although it looked strange, it was quite safe. The sweet girl could not breathe, as what she had experienced was very disturbing to her and would not leave her mind. The young man noted that she could not blame herself for this, because he was really treating her and everything was fine. She looked sadly at her comrade and didn't say a word, because everything could be understood from her eyes. Ye Han was simply shocked, because this embarrassed look with a slight hint of indignation, it was too tempting. The boys continued to sit on top of this pipe and discuss what a wonderful view of nature it was. In Southeast Asia, on an island, a stranger sat on the edge of a cliff and meditated, lost in his own thoughts. Grand Master Star King Doc was focused on only one thing and did not like to be disturbed. Suddenly, his subordinate came up and told the master that the greedy wolf's soul lamp had gone out, and this was upsetting. After all, 4 of them had been defeated, and he knew that Yehan was no ordinary person after all. According to the information that had not been found about him, there was nothing surprising. They assumed that all this was being done by a woman, a Grand Master level bodyguard, and he knew that if anyone dared to kill his disciple, they would die. The uncle ordered his subordinate to prepare to go to the land of dragons, and he was glad, because he had not experienced such a sharp sensation of bloodlust for a long time. He also finally stated that the master could have confidence in him, because he still had a sense of proportion, and this time he would finish off Yehan and his girlfriend. When he got home, the young man laid Qing Shui on the bed, as she was still injured and had not fully recovered. Touching her face, he informed her that he planned to leave immediately so that she could have a good rest. Suddenly, the girl stopped him and asked him to give her a massage, as her back still hurt. Smiling sweetly, he agreed without any doubts and promised that she would be as comfortable as possible with this. During the process, the guys were talking, and the young lady asked him to do it harder to feel everything better. During the process, there was sometimes an awkward silence that made them feel embarrassed, but it did not last long. As soon as he heard that he was being asked to do it more intensely, he began to rejoice even more, because he loved it. Suddenly, the beauty felt something she definitely shouldn't have, and as soon as she realized what was happening, she screamed. At that very second, the guy received a blow directly to the head because he put his hands in the wrong place. Pushing him away, she turned the other way and told him to get ready because she was going to bed now. As he left the room, he didn't understand why Qing Sui was still so cold to him and didn't pay any attention to him at all. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard, saying that the bodyguard was cold. But Red Luan was very energetic. The beauty threw her leg over his shoulder and said that she missed him very much. She wondered where he had been all these days. Coming closer, she noted that she had had a very good time with him last time and would like to repeat it again. Moving closer to each other, they merged into a kiss that was very tender and at the same time unexpected. Qing Shui had been listening to what the boys were talking about the whole time, and she felt quite uncomfortable about it. At Nangong's house, the man became alarmed and did not understand what had happened to his poison, to which he was told that it had consequences. The blonde replied that it was never necessary to lift it, which literally made the man present's jaw drop. At that very second, he began to curse him and did not understand how he dared to do this to him, saying that he wanted to cut him into pieces. Then I explained to you that Ye Han is a person who belongs to a family from the imperial capital, and he also claims the title of the first in strength. He thought it was a joke and asked how many masters this family had if they dared to say such a thing. The brunette knew that Quan Ming was the lord of Kramai and even stronger than the youth because he had destroyed his future. He could not even imagine what awaited him. Suddenly, while he was telling the story, he realized that something was wrong with his fingers, and he was making some strange gesture. At Ye Han's villa, the handsome man sat all alone, meditating, completely lost in his thoughts. The five-element spiritual body described in the Tianquan Sutra is indeed too difficult to practice, but there is no way without it. If he didn't pay for the spiritual body, he wouldn't be able to break through to the middle level of Grandmaster. And although his real combat power had long since developed, his low level was still not up to that of a man in a loincloth. Suddenly, a friend came in and said that the item he asked to find was too expensive for his family, and he could not get such a thing. After all, it is only needed by the Grandmaster, and this kind of heavenly material from the earthly treasure cannot be measured in pure money. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Red Luan appeared, approached the young man from behind, and said that she knew a place where there was a chance to find it. As she approached, she stated that only after the guy kissed her would she tell him where they should go. Hearing this, the bodyguard became a little angry and asked if she could be more serious. After these words, the girl laughed and agreed to her demands, although she understood perfectly well that it would be difficult. Realizing that the situation was getting tense, Qing Shui no longer wanted to stay in this room and left first. As soon as the young people were alone, the guy said that she almost strangled him and he needed to be more careful. Moving even closer, the girl shared that there was an underground auction meeting in Zhengzhou City, and it was almost time. Every year there is an auction for warriors in this place, and they are used to exchanging items, so there should definitely be a five-element one there. Even if it doesn't happen, they will definitely get information. The beauty agreed that if they wanted to leave the imperial capital safely, they would need to come up with a good way. Having chosen a means of transport for themselves, like a bus, the guys sat inside, and the guy asked not to call him young master when they were gathering in such a setting. But Qing Shui was worried about what she should call her master now, and he asked her to call him something like daddy. At the same moment, a strong blow flew at his face, which he did not have time to dodge and fell a little. Suddenly, a girl got on the bus and introduced herself as the guide Huang Run, and also said that they had left for the city of Zhengzhou, and that they could come to her with any questions. Strangers who were also on the transport started shouting that there would definitely be no purchases this time, and they did not want to spend money. Suddenly, the young lady noticed someone she really wanted to see again, even earlier during their first meeting. Coming closer to Mr. E, she asked him if he needed any favors from her, to which he nodded negatively. Laughing and leaning over, she pointed out that if he needed anything, he could just call her at any time. Suddenly, the bus braked very sharply, causing the girl to lose her balance and fall right on top of the guy. It was quite awkward since she was very close to him, but he was more concerned about her condition and whether everything was okay. The situation was truly unique. The guys sat in this position for some time, but then began to understand what had happened. The beauty quickly jumped to her feet and apologized to the young man, simultaneously asking if he was hurt somewhere. All the passengers started shouting and complaining that the driver had braked so quickly and blamed him for it. Suddenly, turning towards the entrance to the transport, one could see something terrible that left the man speechless. The strangers burst in with a very sly smile and ordered him to sit down and not interfere. The first one entered and began to command that no one should move or say anything stupid, otherwise he would cut him into pieces. The passengers began to whisper that this was the Ghost Blade, a master and also an underground bandit who controlled all the underground casinos in this city. As soon as the guide Huan heard who had disturbed them, she became very upset and began to realize that it was all over. The young men came closer to her, saying that if she got off the bus, everyone inside would remain alive. He also explained that in matters concerning Zhongzhou, the final say rests with the Qi family, and when she enters their territory, she must obey. Realizing that everyone was in great danger, the girl agreed to go with them, but asked not to touch people. Suddenly, Ye Han grabbed her hand and said that he would handle it, but she just needed to think about how she would thank him. The beauty tried to dodge, declaring that she would go with them and did not want him to die, because he was not an opponent of the Ghostblade. Coming closer to the enemy, the young gentleman declared that whoever it was, he would give him 10 seconds to disappear from his sight. Hearing this, he remarked that he wanted to become a hero to save the princess, but it seemed he could only teach him how to be a man. Swinging very hard at the young man and trying to strike him, he was shocked that his sharp sword was easily intercepted with 2 fingers. The young man repeated once again that if he didn't want to die, he should just leave here. Still surprised, he said that the Qi family was behind him, and if he insulted them, he would not be able to get out of the city alive. The handsome man was not provoked in any way. He only said that if he insulted him, he would not be able to get off the bus. He, in turn, thought that heroes do not suffer instant defeats. He cannot provoke such a person who can catch his blade with 2 fingers. After thinking it over for a bit, he agreed to leave and finally shared that Miss Huang was lucky today. But it was impossible for someone to be with her all the time. The girl turned to Mr. Ye and said that he was too impulsive, and that these guys were martial artists with a 100-year heritage in Zhongzhou. He laughed and said that everything was fine and there was no need to say anything about the Qi family, since they could just try and kill him if they could. Handing the blade to his friend, he also said that it would be he who would help her defend herself at the right moments. The beauty was still outraged and did not understand what had happened and why everything had turned out this way. At that very moment, the girl began to realize that she had not thanked her hero and kissed him on the cheek. As she moved closer to the exit, she shouted one last time that she would definitely find a way to protect herself. On the territory of the Phoenix Guild, the guys discussed that they wanted to go first and would not accompany her further. Stroking the pink-haired girl on the head, he added that she should contact him at any time if she had any problems. Waving her hand after him, she shouted that Mr. Ye should pay attention to safety first. Gathering her courage, she decided for herself that this time she had to find a cure for her father, no matter how dangerous it was. Walking through the streets, the handsome man shared that this was a worthy place for an auction between warriors and that he had seen many similar ones on his way. Suddenly, a voice asked Ye Han why he was here at such a time, causing him to become a little tense. Turning around, he saw Sister Chen, who explained that she had come to see if she had something she needed. The friend hugged the young man and suggested that they go together, to which he smiled sweetly and agreed. This auction is held by the Qi family, and the 3 masters are the only ones who can do it. But the young man began to realize that these people are not ordinary. The girls walked behind in disgust, and Red Luan explained that on the day she took over her sister's body, she changed her makeup, so everything was fine. They arrived at a large estate belonging to the Qi family. One could tell that it was in the Salvation Realm, and there were indeed guards watching the door. By holding out a red package, the beauty thereby answered the question of whether she had an invitation. The young man began to argue, because he didn't have one, which is why they didn't want to let him into the auction. The men were quick to announce that only one person could enter by invitation, and unaccompanied. The strangers standing nearby were discussing the young man and did not understand why he was with 2 beauties and so inconspicuous. The only option to enter was to ring the bell, an act that few could perform. The bell was made of brass by the ancestors of the Qi family 100 years ago, weighed 1,000 caddies, and only a warrior with deep cultivation could ring it. Outsiders were saying that this little white face had soft skin and flesh, and they were afraid that he was not capable of such a thing. Smiling, the handsome man came closer and said that he just wanted to knock on the bell, and that would be enough. Gathering his strength, he did what he had planned, and immediately a very loud ringing sound was heard, which slightly deafened everyone. No one present understood how the guy turned out to be a real warrior and was able to make a call so easily. The guard said that Ye Han would now be able to enter, but unfortunately his companions would not be able to. Without a doubt, Red Luan ran up to the bell and kicked it with all her might, causing it to ring. The men were delighted and did not understand how this was possible, after which they did not even ask Ching Sui to do the same. The guys were shocked. All 3 were martial arts masters, and it looked like the meeting at the auction would be interesting. Upon entering, they could see that the estate was quite large and were shown where they could rest before the event. Sister Chen picked up the young man and apologized to the girls for wanting to delay Ye Han for a while. The handsome man did not understand what had happened and where they were going, but she asked him not to talk, but just to follow her. Entering an unknown room and closing the door, the lady asked to kiss her. And hearing no answer, she did it first. The young lady hugged him and told him that she had been thinking about him since they last saw each other and was very happy to meet him today. The guys decided to lie down on the bed to chat a little more, since they had very little time to be alone. Sparks really did fly between them, and looking into each other's eyes, they couldn't do anything else. Throwing her head back, Sister Chen said that she really liked the guy and couldn't wait to see him again. Realizing that the time to remain in the closed room was running out, they began to leave little by little. Finally, the boys decided to hug each other again, when the silence and calm was suddenly disturbed by a loud sound. Suddenly, the stranger knocked down the door with his body and flew straight to the end of the room. Turning around, they could see that he was clearly not in the best condition, and they began to worry about what was going on. At that very moment, a sharp dagger flew at him, hitting him straight in the heart and piercing through. The spectacle was truly horrific, but what interested me most was who was behind it and who committed such an act. After that, the guys entered the room and said that they would not be able to escape from Miss Chen, and they needed to hand over their rejuvenation batch as quickly as possible. The lady didn't understand how this happened and that these men had actually been following her to Zhengzhou all this time. They began to threaten that the young man with the small white face would not even be able to fill the flower, let alone fight them off. Starting to attack and swinging a knife, one of them said that he first wanted to kill the guy and then satisfy her. In response, Ye Han cleverly intercepted him and said that killing him in front of him was too disdainful. Looking straight into the eyes of his opponent, he decided to ask who made them come here to pursue Miss Fei. Realizing that the killers were not responding, he began to twist their arms, causing them to scream loudly in pain. Another tried to help his partner, but he said that he would never tell the truth. Hearing this, the handsome man said that he wanted to save their lives. But since they did not value it, then there was no point in blaming him later. The dagger that the young man knocked out of the blonde's hand flew straight at his partner, who curled up and literally couldn't move. Looking straight into the blonde's eyes, he said that he had one last chance to confess. But he still resisted. Watching this, the girl noticed that it was fortunate for her that Ye Han was nearby. Otherwise, she really didn't know what she would have done. Picking up the weapon of one of the assassins, he analyzed it, and it was indeed Qingteng. And it seemed like those two were also hired to kill her. After she brought a batch of rejuvenation to the company last time, she doesn't know how outsiders found out about it. When this thing is made into a product and released on the market, it will cause a huge sensation, and she doesn't know how many people want it. Moving closer, she thanked her comrade for protecting her, and promised to do so as long as he was around. Just as the young people were about to kiss, they heard a familiar cough right behind them. Turning around, they could see the bodyguard, who apologized for disturbing them. But the door was open. The heroine shared that she had already found out about the auction, and the exchange meeting would begin this evening. There were valuable things there, but they didn't need money. Turning to the lady, he smiled and said that it was simple enough, but he wanted to work on a few things and then go with her. As he was leaving, he also noted that he was not a scumbag, but simply wanted to give these helpless girls warmth in his hearts. In the room, Ye Han was thinking that when she reached the Grandmaster level, she would be able to use her bare hands to condense the pill, and it would be very convenient. Extending his palm to his girlfriends, he ordered that they could no longer call him a walking pill furnace. This pill is called Zhu Yuan, which has the effect of strengthening the body for ordinary people, and for warriors, it can speed up recovery. King Sui decided to ask again if he really meant that this means could accelerate the condensation of internal force, since such a thing had never existed before. Even the Juding Pavilion, which was famous for its medicine in the martial arts world, did not have this kind of pill. Suddenly, Red Luan jumped up and asked the master to give her one of his pills. He, in turn, agreed, because the materials from which it is made are not precious. And so far, as long as there are enough of them, one can use as much as possible. Watching what was happening, the beauty noticed that even if she was dying of hunger, she would not allow herself to be fed this. A moment later, the girls crossed their legs, sat and lost in their thoughts, meditating and radiating wonderful energy. After regaining consciousness, they reported that this pill was really good and would be enough for trading. The power of the drug can be fully absorbed in combination with the movements, and it will improve it. Then they can set out on their journey. That night, a blonde man came on stage and officially announced that their auction event had begun, and the rules were the same as last time. Everyone should go on stage and talk about what they want to sell and talk about what they want to buy. And the main condition is that everyone competes fairly. The first one presented his sword, the ancient divine Xuanyuan. and whoever has the life extension elixir can exchange with it. Someone from the crowd pointed out that the hero was just bragging and that he still had the stone left by Nuai to patch the sky and was giving it away for free. The bodyguard decided to ask if fools could participate in such an auction. But even without an answer, it was clear that yes. The second man provided his magic lollipop, which had not gotten any smaller after 10 years, but was quickly thrown out. Watching what was happening, there was nothing yet to attract them. And for now, we need to wait a little to catch what they need. The brunette told about a bone flute that fell into his hands from the ruins. He doesn't know what it does, and can exchange it for an elixir. The handsome man didn't like all these proposals, when this musical instrument was similar to the one sold at the market. Those present also continued to be indignant, because all these goods that were offered to them were just dummies. The chief shared that the bone flute was examined by their family, and they did not find any special features. It can hardly be considered a cultural relic. Suddenly, the young man stood up and loudly declared that he wanted to buy this musical instrument, after which everyone looked at him questioningly. The one who offered the exchange decided to ask if he had a panacea in his hands, with a little confusion in his eyes. The hero said that he has a type of drug, and the effect of this pill is to help ordinary people strengthen their bodies and the masters recover. The man who was standing on the stage was able to catch this miracle product and began to examine it carefully as it interested him. After taking one pill, he began to smile sharply and loudly informed everyone that it really worked. Without any hesitation, he agreed to exchange his bone flute for a whole bottle of pills. The handsome guy caught what he didn't want, but his girlfriend still didn't understand why he did it and how it would be useful to him. Looking closely, the young man realized that there was some kind of secret hidden in this bone flute, and he could feel the aura emanating from it. Everyone present began to blame Yehan, as they didn't believe that there could be something in this world that could help ordinary people cultivate. The boss really thought about it after hearing this because he had never heard of this pill, but if it was true, it would change everything. Coming on stage, the handsome man said that today they won't know whether it's true or not, because he came to sell it. However, it can only be exchanged for 5-element spiritual items, and he will not accept any other items. Suddenly, the beautiful Huangzhang saw a familiar face and did not understand why Mr. Ye also attended this auction. The old man came closer and asked the gentleman if he could try this Ju Yuan pill. Gathering his thoughts, he swallowed one tablet and waited for some result to make sure. A moment later, the man began to understand that this was not a lie, but he felt some changes in his body. Turning away and turning to the ladies and gentlemen, he confirmed that the effect of the drug was indeed as the young man had said. Nobody understood how this was even possible and how it all worked, since no one had ever created anything like this before. The old man came up with a cunning plan because everyone was worried, and he wanted this treasure pill to belong to his family. Many in the audience began shouting out prices, such as 100,000 and even $1 million for just one copy of the medicine. The handsome man still repeated that if someone had a spiritual item of the 5 elements in their hands, he could approach it, because he didn't need other things. Suddenly, the blonde jumped up and said that he couldn't be shameless because he had to take this pill today. As he walked towards the young man, he kept saying that he had to sell it because if he didn't, he would beat him to death. Without any hesitation, Yehan easily pushed his opponent away, something that no one had expected. The blonde fell to the ground with a huge crash and couldn't even get up at first, as he was at the limit of his strength. Everyone was delighted because the guy was able to beat Bloody Hand, and no one understood what his cultivation level was. The handsome man repeated that whoever had the spiritual relics of the 5 elements could exchange with him, and if they acted rashly, they would end up the same as this hero. The guys were talking about how they were in the Qi family's territory, and it was strange that they didn't pay attention to such things. My friend, as soon as she heard how much one pill cost, thought for a moment because one thought came into her head. After the auction, the friends walked down the hallway and discussed how they found it strange that no one had the item they needed and that it was all a waste of time. Suddenly, they heard some sounds behind them, which obviously attracted their attention and made them listen more closely. Miss Huang appeared out of nowhere and said that, although she didn't have the required item, she had information about it. She also explained to Mr. Ye that she belonged to the Huang family and was simply obliged to attend such an event. Previously, she didn't want to stay at home before she became a tour guide, and her father had a conflict with the Qi family in business and was injured. She also came to the auction to see if she could find a cure for the disease, thereby throwing herself into the tiger's cage. Unfortunately, she can't do anything, and there is even a saying that he is black in color, which describes the situation perfectly. The young man stated that he would not accept information about the subject for free, and asked her to provide him with information about her father's illness. She also thanked him in advance for this and informed him that the spiritual relics of the five elements were in the lower lake, and she had once seen them during her journey. After thinking about it, the handsome man realized that he knew this place and had to leave Zhengzhou immediately to ensure safety. Waving her hand and agreeing to his terms, she began to leave the building and asked the gentleman to be as careful as possible. Remembering that he had exchanged one item today, he took it out and wanted to see what this bone flute was capable of. Putting 2 fingers to her chin and saying the necessary words, he wanted to analyze her energy and aura. Suddenly, black, ominous smoke began to emanate from it, filling the entire room more and more. Out of nowhere, a creature appeared and said that after so many years, it was finally able to free itself. Yehan realized that he was not wrong in his feeling and that the flute carried some strange aura. The guys just froze in confusion because they didn't understand what was happening and who was flying in front of them now. The beast immediately began to attack the young people, as it thirsted for delicious flesh and warm blood. The young man was surprised that a simple ghost dared to create problems right before his eyes. As soon as the enemy found himself in a cage, it was a secret method of Buddhism, and he did not understand where they knew it from. In response, he also told the guy that if he had not been hungry for so many years and had not become so weak, he would not have been able to trap him. It was true, but the handsome man was now interested in who he was, and he asked to tell about his situation. The demon roared that if it weren't for the suppression of the people in Jinhaidao, he wouldn't have fallen into the trap of this bone flute, and it wouldn't be that easy to kill him. Red Luan said that this name was given to the master of the innate realm, and the Ghost King was suppressed by it. He laughed and said that the little girl was a little knowledgeable and that he was indeed a master of the innate realm. After thinking, the hero offered to make a deal. He follows him and helps, and in return receives a full restoration of strength. In response to the question of why he should cooperate with him, there were words that he should do everything possible to kill me. Suddenly, the evil spirits began to understand that the young man was the old man's successor, and now it became clear why there was so much yin and yang aura in him. He smiled and noted that it was a good choice, mutually beneficial and a win-win situation, so they could have fun together. The stranger said that he had not fully recovered his strength and could not help in battle, only at a critical moment. In the end, he only asked to remember his promise and teleported back to the flute. Qing Sui shared that it was too dangerous, and the Heavenly Ghost King was not capable of being a top-class master. Even if he couldn't display his full strength now, he was no good. Without listening to the end about how he was sealed in the bone flute, the beauty pointed her hand in an unknown direction. Taking a closer look, the guy noticed that it looked like they had become someone's target, and they needed to be as careful as possible. He also stated that they needed to go, and this time they should split up so that Red Luan could hide in the darkness, to which she agreed. The brunette approached the head of the Qi family and told him that he had been discovered by that woman, and he had not been able to find out anything. The leader shared that this guy was the young master of the Yi family, and the bodyguard next to him was a Grand Master level. But these guys knew for sure that they had to get the pills by any means, because they were very important, and he also asked to bring James to him. The man thought that since Yehan hadn't died last time, he wouldn't be able to hold out for long this time. At the same moment, in another place, she fell on the bed and threw her phone away, which meant that she was in a bad mood. The brunette himself laughed quite a bit because he had managed to get information about the gentleman, and now he would finally be able to catch him. The handsome man said that according to Huang Run, there is a yin dragon living in Longzi Lake, and it is attached to water, which refers to the water attribute of the 5 elements. Also on the way, he tried to calm his companion down so that she wouldn't worry, because he believed that there was nothing he couldn't handle. Such self-confidence even scared her a little, because anything could happen and you can't be so decisive. He walked a little. The girl asked him to wait for her for a few minutes while she went to the toilet, and asked him not to peek. The young man tried to do this but suddenly heard some strange sounds behind him. Turning around, no one was visible, but it was clear that someone was coming, and one had to be on guard. The young people came closer, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Mr. E. Yehan asked if his younger brother had already recovered, but was told that they wanted to kill him today. The elder pointed out that he and James were both mid-level grandmasters, and in order to prepare for today's interception, they had already studied it. The young lady, in turn, recalled her words that she could only exchange her pills for an item of the 5 elements and nothing else. Before they started attacking, one of them said that you need to see weakness in you, and in this world only the strong and worthy of treasures. As he prepared to defend himself, The young man thought that he was very interested to see how far he was from a mid-level grandmaster. Their fists connected, but suddenly the opponent's face changed dramatically. He did not expect to feel the following. He confirmed the words that the young man had grown in level, but they thought that this was impossible, because several months ago he could not fight back. The fake Yehan who punched Grandmaster Ki Donghai's internal organs knew about this, and he must have something to do with the murder. Without giving up, he raised his hand up and sentenced that he would die today anyway, because he would never overcome them. One of the techniques the man used was a royal punch, which sent the guy flying to the side. The landing was quite painful because he hit a tree, so much so that he even broke it in half. Even if his strength far exceeds that of a low-level grandmaster, he still can't defeat a mid-level grandmaster. Watching the enemy run towards him at great speed and also uttering various curses, he began to think over a plan. In an instant, a weapon flew at the enemy that he clearly did not expect, and he tried to somehow return from it. With just one blow of his hand, he cut these blades and noted that these were all just useless tricks. Suddenly, one of them finally hit the man's hand, causing him to scream a little as he was confident of his victory. Out of nowhere, a beauty appeared and turned to her master, saying that they should leave. As soon as he heard these words, he began to attack and added that he should stay where he was, because he had harmed him. While trying to strike the young lady, she did not stand aside, but defended herself as best she could against strangers. The brunette also didn't let anyone forget about him, but kept attracting Yehan's attention and also tried to intimidate him as much as possible. Fortunately, the young man was not one to be afraid of anyone, and even knowing that he was weaker, he was ready to fight to the last. The boys grappled, hitting each other with their fists, but their strength seemed to be equal, and they could not win. Still, James managed to land the first and very strong blow, saying that he would not be able to defeat him, despite the fact that he was a grandmaster. Although the guy was very angry, what he said was true, and if he was not in the kingdom, he would always be much worse in both attack and defense. Suddenly, something else caught his attention, namely a small sigh behind him. Turning around, one could see the bodyguard, who was clearly not feeling well and was listening to rumors about her beauty. The man threatened her that in that case he would destroy her cultivation base and then see how she would resist him. Suddenly, right before his attack, Yehan appeared and tried to cover his girlfriend from such a strong blow. The young man could not control himself and literally began to lose his balance and fall to the ground. The handsome man's strength was leaving his body, and he could not do anything with himself since this time he was faced with powerful opponents. At some point, he started pointing to his pocket and asked the girl to blow, but she didn't understand what he was talking about. After collecting his thoughts a little, he explained that he had a bone flute and needed to summon the heavenly Ghost King. Suddenly, the beauty began to understand what was being said, and repeating his words, she tried to do what he asked. The opponent standing behind asked if the two had any last words. Suddenly, they heard the heroine start playing the flute, which made them a little uneasy, as it was inappropriate right now. After analyzing a little, they felt that a very strong aura began to appear out of nowhere. An unknown voice said that the people should get out as quickly as possible. Otherwise, he would kill them both. Hearing the attraction towards him, the ghost did not want to tolerate it any longer and actually used some charms. After that, he asked again if they really wanted him to appear, to which they began to run away and ask for forgiveness. The guys were left alone with the creature and began to think about what to do next, how to recover. He said that the two would soon realize that help would not be coming in less than a minute, and that they needed to escape as quickly as possible. Suddenly, Red Luan appeared, saying that she had seen the cave, and this was more opportune than ever. The beauty waved her hand, causing a purple aura to appear, and she did this to help. The men running away were all muttering that if Yehan had the strength of a top-level grandmaster, he would have hit them right now and not let them go. How did these two suddenly realize that they had simply been deceived, and that they had foolishly fallen for such a childish trick? Returning to the same place, the young people were not found, as they had already managed to escape. And this is not the first time. Arriving at the cave, the ghost said that he had protected the boy's heart, but he could only save him from death, and could do nothing about survival. It was necessary to come up with a way so that every time he went out, he would not waste energy, but would accumulate it and begin to return again to the flute. Kingsway said that the young master knew how to heal, and he would not die so easily, and she simply had to save him, since he suffered for her. Tears rolled down her eyes as she realized that her true key couldn't heal his wounds, and she also didn't know what to do in such a situation. Suddenly, a dual cultivation came to her mind, one that could definitely help Yehan recover as quickly as possible, Turning to Red Luani, she asked her to guard the cave from the outside so that she could cure the young master, since she had an idea. The girl, without any doubts, began to leave the guys and obey orders, since it was very important now. As she moved closer to the hero, she thought that if he still felt this, then he needed to hurry and wake up. The friend believed that it would work, and although the dual cultivation had not yet begun, the master's purple aura connected her with him. As soon as the young people kissed, it was as if thousands of needles pierced their bodies, and it became incredibly hot. Unfortunately, the beauty's energy was not so strong, and she could no longer continue this healing. Red Luan watched everything that was happening, and was simply amazed by this outcome of events, and clearly did not expect it. Now it was no surprise to her that she wanted her to leave, since she had planned to do things like that. The girl promised not to interfere with the treatment, but she knew that what she was doing was not enough, and that she needed to allow her to help with the rest. The aura around filled the cave and enveloped the boys with its pressure, causing their powers to unite and fill each other. The feeling was very strange, as if there were 4 balls above him and they were literally sucking him in. The young man was still unconscious, but he was able to think and remembered that he had been killed by Chi Donghai. Suddenly, he realized that all this that he felt was Ching Sui and Red Luan, but he just didn't know how the girl agreed to this. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and said her name, which scared her and even made her scream a little. Moving away from the gentleman, she noted that he was most likely already fine, and he shouldn't say this because nothing had happened just now. She also kicked him in the cheek, adding that he didn't see anything and that he dreamed it all while he was unconscious. Their conversation was interrupted by the voice of a friend, who added that it was not yet time for this because she continued to work hard and needed to pull herself together. The beauty approached and asked how his recovery was, to which he replied that he was getting better. Ching Sui sat at the entrance and heard them discussing various things and what they were doing, but she felt uncomfortable about it. After some time had passed, the young people began to meditate to restore their energy. Heavenly profound medical skill combined with Huang Zhen and Zhenqi Yin and Yang, the recovery speed is really fast. After thinking about everything that was happening, the young man suggested that they first go to Lake Longzi and find the Yin dragon that he needed so much. Arriving at the right place, they were met by a stranger who ordered them to stop and looked clearly unfriendly. He shared that this place was within the influence of the Song family, the king of medicine, and no one was allowed to enter. Even though they tried to resolve everything peacefully with words, he still didn't want it and straightened his sword. As soon as the stranger swung his weapon, shouting that he would immediately deal with his opponents, he was unsuccessful. The handsome man still easily grabbed it with 2 fingers and also kicked the young man with his foot. Everyone present turned to look at him and did not understand who it was at all. It turned out that way, as one must have great strength. As soon as the men turned around, Ye Han informed them that he was the one who had just pulled all those tricks, and he didn't hide it at all. One of them turned pale in an instant, because he began to recognize the man standing in front of him and became afraid. Suddenly, something unusual, green in color, very large and very long, appeared from the water, which made me wary. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that it was the Yin dragon, which was simply gigantic in size. Everyone present became frightened when he began to hiss and ran in different directions to save their lives. No one could understand what was troubling this creature this time, and why it decided to crawl outside to scream. Handsome noted that eating people after appearing was very cruel, and he clearly intended to handle it alone. The boys immediately began to group together and ordered each other to catch him as quickly as possible and throw out the nets. The men actually succeeded, and after what happened, they told the young man not to come near, because the Grandmaster was there too. Watching this, Yehan only said that catching the dragon was the same as failing. One of them said that you just have to watch because there will be a good show here today, and it is just a dragon and it is easy to catch. He also continued to order his subordinates to pull it out for him and drive it. Unfortunately for these guys, the creature was very difficult to control, and they were unable to cope with such a complex process. In an instant, the dragon pulled them straight into the water, causing them to fly up into the air, no longer trying to catch him, but to save their lives. One of them did not succeed at all, and having lost control, he fell right into the mouth of his opponent. Red Luan shared that she has been afraid of snakes since she was a child, and they always grow as big as they are now. As soon as the lady heard this, she noticed that the girl had been afraid of them since childhood, and this gave her one thought. The young men still could not cope with the dragon and had already begun to use weapons and pistols in the battle. All these bullets successfully hit the enemy, but it was impossible to say that they caused any great harm. The actions only angered the snake even more, causing it to hiss and growl even louder and attack even more sharply. Suddenly, he rose up and opened his mouth wide. He growled in a voice that made the blood run cold in the veins. People fell from fear. They were seized by panic, and they feared for their lives because even experienced craftsmen could not cope with him. The boss didn't understand what had happened, because they had been preparing for this moment for 3 years, and everything happened so suddenly. The only solution in this situation was to retreat, since the dragon was now angry and it was necessary to run away. The handsome man said that if he couldn't do it, then he should let him do it because he really wanted to get the item. Without any doubt, the young man flew as close to him as possible, and no one understood what he was going to do. The girls hugged each other, and the friend said that it was not easy to deal with this dragon, and she was very worried about the master. This kind of heaven and earth spiritual beings are difficult to cultivate by nature, and their strength improves slowly. Suddenly, the young man grabbed him by his huge fangs and opened his mouth as wide as possible. There aren't many methods to tame it, and the roar doesn't indicate a threat to the Grandmaster. You just need to avoid the teeth. The scales looked hard. Even bullets could be blocked, but a true warrior's fist should be able to pierce them. If you look closely, you can see that this tactic really works and you can't stop. Suddenly, Yehan saw that a tail was swinging towards him, and he could no longer manage to somehow protect himself. At that very second, the handsome man flew away as far as possible because he received a strong enough blow that he could not cope with his body. Flying up to his friends, he asked them to help him because he definitely couldn't cope with such a creature alone. Without any hesitation, the girls pushed their master with their hands, giving him support for the attack. He began to talk to the dragon, telling him that he had to eat a lot of people to be able to practice up to this point. Killing him could be seen as a disaster for people, but there was no other option. And he raised his hand, gathering energy into a fist. He used the slash technique and aimed it straight at the enemy, hoping that it would work perfectly. Fortunately, his plan was successful, and he was able to inflict significant damage on the Yin Dragon. Also, as soon as he was able to take the spirit attribute, he decided to leave the lake and approach his girlfriends. He had to be careful that the remains of his body did not catch him and pull him into the pond, and he did not die there. As soon as the handsome man stepped on the ground, he turned to the girls and said that everything was fine and they could go. Suddenly, a voice was heard, which ordered them to stop immediately and attracted their attention. The man loudly told his subordinates to stop the boys and not allow any of them to leave the area. The chief muttered that if they hadn't fought the Yin Dragon and made it tired, it wouldn't have been able to kill him and was demanding his QE. The boys just laughed at all these words because they really thought it was funny that they were so self-confident. The brunette was determined and began to attack the handsome man as quickly as possible in order to take away the item he needed. At that very moment, Red Luan decided to protect the master and hit the man in the face, causing him to fly to the side. She also remembered his words that if they could catch him, he would be theirs. And it was unexpected for her that the people from the Song family were so shameless. Holding his cheek, he complained that even if the two of them were masters, one of his family would arrive soon and they would definitely not be able to escape. The next blow came from the bodyguard, who was able to kick the enemy away without any hesitation. At that moment, the man began to realize that these three guys were grandmasters. And it was just amazing. Holding a silver needle in his hands, the handsome man said that if he had not killed this dragon, more of their people would have died. Seeing that the eye of fate was aimed right at him, he began to beg for them to wait and apologize, after which he decided to take an interest in medicine, since he decided to use the Needle of Destiny to deal with him. Crawling back, he continued to ask for forgiveness and begged the young man to follow him to the family of the King of Medicine so that they could get acquainted. As he could see, he really needed the Yin Dragon Chi. And he realized that the guy was collecting the 5-element spirit, so his family was willing to give 2 items. These conditions really pleased Yehan, because he didn't have to do anything, and he would receive such precious treasures. Arriving at the right place, it was simply stunning. And they discussed that the Song family had not joined the world and lived in seclusion in this ancient Lisu mountain. The most important thing is that no one can move them now, because the 3 grandmasters are some of the worst opponents there can be. Go into the room with the 2 red boxes. The man has changed because it took him so long. Inside them are the 5-element spirit items, which they give away and hope that he will be able to accept them. Red Luan felt that something might go wrong and asked her comrade to take a look inside as quickly as possible. Inside was a piece of grass in a strange little sheath that no one had even heard of, but the plant was already known. In another house, a subordinate informed the patriarch that he had already handed over the 5-element spirit items, to which he was praised. The herb from the broken vein is extremely poisonous, and if someone consumes it, they will definitely die, and the scabbard is full of sword intent, and no one can control it. Inside Yehan's room, the handsome man was telling the same thing and warning his girlfriends not to accidentally do something stupid. But he didn't know how the sheath worked, and he decided to test it right away. But he understood that he had to be careful. Bringing them a little closer to himself, the only solution was to infuse some aura to see if the effect actually worked. Suddenly, something clearly went wrong, and a multitude of sparks flew around the room at great speed. Red Luan noticed this and was scared, because she didn't know what was happening and how this was possible. This action also did not bypass the bodyguard, and very quickly the rays circled around her body. The girls got angry and said that their comrade did it on purpose, and it was obvious that it was a sword spirit, which was very dangerous. This kind of aura is too strong, and it is not easy to absorb. And now it makes sense why the Song family was so kind, because they gave him these two dangerous items. Smiling, he remarked that it was a pity that they met him, believing that he had received very useful things for all of them, and suggested that they practice together. Suddenly, the young man began to realize that Red Luan had misunderstood his words and quickly checked her thoughts. At that very moment, he received a blow from the bodyguard, who asked him to hurry up because they had little time. Suddenly, in front of each other, the guys began to meditate, using the yin dragon as an attribute of water, grass, and broken vein as wood. And this scabbard was metal. He also warned that no matter what happens, you should not worry under any circumstances because everything is under control. When all these items were put together, something unusual appeared. And upon closer inspection, one could guess that it was indeed a sword spirit. Suddenly, a multitude of rays began to fly around the room again and hit the handsome man. My friend also experienced this, and in order to somehow get over it faster, she simply closed her eyes and endured. Qingsui was clearly not delighted with what was happening. The whole situation even made her a little tense. The mortality rate is low and it's all extremely offensive. But the young man hastened to console them, because he certainly didn't want this. After all, after improving this sword, its power can be significantly increased. Having collected his thoughts, the young man asked the girls to begin immersing and radiating their energy. Crossing two fingers between himself, he spoke to allow the Dragon Yin inner pill to open for them, after which he did the same thing with the grass and the broken vein, which resulted in a merger and success. Red Luan managed to do this, and Genjin's magical flame did not disturb everything, and now she feels endless vitality. As she moved closer, she told Mr. Ye that she could no longer resist and asked him to do it as soon as possible. Seeing that the girl seemed to be under hypnosis, it made him a little wary, because the aura of Huang Shizhen began to act again. Also, after he felt the touch of Qingsui's hand, he felt scared that even someone so strong couldn't bear it. The young man had no choice but to give in to their provocations and do what they asked. At that very second, the young man kissed his girlfriend, who was very close, and the situation was a little awkward and unexpected. Continuing his meditation, watching his friends lie and rest, he became completely immersed in his thoughts. He also felt sorry that he couldn't complete the strategy for Qing Zui, but now was clearly not the time for that. Unexpectedly, after cultivating his sword spirit, he could control this flying sword without any effort. Now he has a lot more methods and has the strength to fight so that when he meets James again, he won't be crushed and beaten. Looking at his new attribute, he decided to call it the Heavenly Penetrating Sword and thought it suited him perfectly. Suddenly, Red Luan was the first to wake up and turn to her master with a small smile on her face. The young lady came closer to him and asked him to spend a little more time with her because she missed him very much. All this talk caused Qingshui to wake up, which made her a little worried, and she didn't understand what was happening. After a while, the boys came out and thanked Mr. Song, but also noted that they would not linger any longer and would leave first. But after that, he said that if he had the remaining 5 element spirits, he could find him, because the gifts he gave him earlier were very valuable. Approaching the old man, the subordinate told him that the boy did not die and that he had absorbed the power of the grass, the broken vein, and the nameless sheath. This is also the latest news they received. Ye Han became a Grand Master and was able to defeat Ye Tianjiao in the Ye family's internal competition. All this was interesting enough for the patriarch, and he asked to make the news about the young man public, because some people want to kill him. In Beihai City, at the station, one could meet Miss Huang, who threw herself into Ye Han's arms because she missed him so much. The girl suggested that the boys get on the bus so that they could get home, examine her father, and prescribe treatment. The elderly man lay on his bed, barely moving, but suddenly noticed that his daughter had finally returned home. He also said that his illness was the work of the Qi family. And if it couldn't be cured, then there was no need to waste effort on it. Suddenly, a brunette appeared and started asking questions about the young man, and then began to throw him out of the room. Turning to his subordinate, the handsome man asked why he didn't want him to treat Mr. Huan, but he replied that this was not what he meant at all. But if something happened to the brilliant doctor, then let his daughter not regret it later. The offended and disappointed guy went on about his business, leaving the guys alone in the room. This stranger clearly interested Ye Han, as it was suspicious that he would become so nervous over something like this. As soon as he walked out the door, he called Mr. Chi and informed him that Miss Huan had invited a new doctor for her father. Suddenly, he felt his phone being snatched and literally froze in place in shock. The bodyguard did this and asked who he had called, to which he ordered the guards to take her out. The beauty in turn kicked him and remarked that she did not like people who eat inside and outside. He began to say that the poison that the Chi family gave to Huang Hao could not be undone at all, and if anyone treated it, they would become a murderer. Suddenly, loud sounds were heard from the room, and they really interested the girl because something clearly happened. The boys rushed inside and saw the young lady lying on her father and crying loudly. But it was not yet clear what had happened. The brunette, looking closely, began to suspect that the old man had finally died and felt relieved. The only option was to check his breathing, and he did so immediately. Feeling that the air did not touch his finger, he was incredibly happy, as he had been waiting for this for a long time. He started shouting that Mr. Huan was dead and that Ye Han had killed him, and he would immediately call the police to deal with it. In his thoughts, the brunette was already happy that the man had died and that this room would now be his. But he understood that he shouldn't think about it. Suddenly, the handsome man sighed contentedly and realized that he had done everything right, and now he had learned the necessary information. At the same moment, he brought the silver needle straight to the victim's hand and jabbed it into the center of his palm. Suddenly, the old man began to wake up and toss and turn, which made the brunette simply hold his breath. Mr. Huan sighed with displeasure, making it clear that he had already heard everything that was said in this room, and he was clearly not happy about it. He also started shouting that he understood why the Chi family knew about their entire company, since his subordinate turned out to be a traitor. Suddenly, the bodyguard grabbed him by the hair and was ready to lead him out of the room, but he continued to scream and beg for mercy. The old man shouted that if it weren't for Mr. Ye, he would never have known about his insidious plan, that he was actually a spy organized by the enemy. At the same time, in the Chi family, a young man shared with the head that the spy they had assigned had been exposed and caught. He was also angered by the news that Ye Han had been able to cure Mr. Huan, who had escaped last time and seemed to have decided to fight them. Suddenly, James ran into the room asking about young Master Ye, and his relatives said that they had managed to find out that he was now in Beihei. The handsome man reported that Ye Han was acting like a mouse, and they could no longer act frivolously. They needed to come up with a reliable way to not let him get away again. In the Huan family, the head thanked the boy for saving him and offered to do everything possible to help him in return. Hearing that his daughter knew what the handsome man wanted worried him a little, and he decided to ask how she knew so much. The man exhaled because he didn't want to argue with her or somehow explain this situation, because now was definitely not the time for that. Raising his eyes, he decided to ask Ye Han again what he thought of his girl, as if he wanted to marry her off. The boy, without any hesitation, noted that he did not mind, but suddenly felt his arm pinched. He in turn said that tomorrow evening in Beihei they will hold an underground fight, and all the participants will fight in the match to solve some problems. All those who participate are martial artists. If they can compete for first place, they will receive an answer from Old Man Beihei because he was once the #1 master in the city. Young Master Ye, after hearing this proposal, agreed to go with Mr. Huang. Left alone, he thought that the Chi family would know that he was there, and his opponents would definitely come again, but this time they would not be defeated, and they should teach them a lesson. Suddenly, Red Luan came up and said that if the young man said that, it meant that he already had a decision in his heart, and she wanted to hear it. The guy's tactic was that the three of them were not their opponents individually, and they needed to show up together, and this time the guys would use them. The young men stood and listened to their instructions given to them by Ye Han, and he explained the plan of action for tomorrow evening. The handsome man explained that today was not their first meeting, but this was their first official meeting, and he invited them to improve each other's strength. One of them pointed out that they had the Ye family's resources to cultivate and guide their masters, so they had no idea how to become more powerful. Brother Zhang stepped forward and shared that if the master competed with him, and as long as he won, they would believe in him. He began to think that it seemed like he still needed to show some real skill if he wanted the boys to obey him. Without any hesitation, one of them started running towards the handsome man to fight him. He was confident in himself, since he was the strongest of all his subordinates, and he had no rival of the same level, so he acted quickly. His powerful strike was intercepted by Yehan in an instant, and he didn't even blink an eye, as it was a piece of cake for him. Grabbing the boy by the arm, he pushed him to the ground, causing him to moan a little in response because it hurt. The faces of everyone present were simply amazing. They couldn't believe their eyes. Pointing at himself, he explained that from now on they would all be his little brothers and promised to find a way to make them grand masters. In the yard, the boys discussed that the pills that the young man had created were now useless to them. But in the future, he would try to make even more. Turning to his girlfriends, he showed the number 2 and said that the two of them should also prepare for double cultivation. The bodyguard didn't understand what they were talking about or what kind of blow they were talking about, but her friends tried to explain it to her. The girls were lying on the bed, and Red Luan said that 9 heavens of ice and fire, this technique is called, and she does not see anything strange. It is a secret joint strike technique based on the mutual cooperation of the two of them. And the young man must set the rhythm for them together. Time is limited, and he can only use this method once, so he needs to be focused and ready. Directing 2 powerful energies at their girlfriends, they wrapped around them and even caused a little pain. Flames of different elements flared up in his hands, and with a serious face he said for them to hold their breath. The beauties were even a little scared by this turn of events, because all this was unknown to them. At that very moment, Yehan touched their abdomens with his hands, causing the energies to completely take over their bodies. In order to quickly cultivate the 9 heavens of ice and fire, they must be energetic, and he would adjust Ching Sui and Red Luan together. It was necessary to concentrate as much as possible and understand what the essence of what was happening was, in order to then separately work out the technique. A few minutes later, the guy was finally able to exhale, and the next step was how to display the heavens of ice and fire. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to something else, namely the state of his girlfriends, because it was a little strange. Ching Sui quickly jumped up to him, as if she was about to hit him, and was clearly unhappy with everything that was happening. The father and daughter were sitting in the next room and did not understand what was happening and why they were hearing such screams. The next night, my father introduced the master who would help him in the competition today. And he is a professional in foreign underground boxing and has already reached the top in the world. Yehan pointed out that there was no need to worry about him since he already had his own methods. But he didn't believe him and considered him just a doctor. The hero thought that Wei Donghai and James should have arrived by now, and this time he would keep his girlfriends in the dark and make sure they enjoyed this magnificent gift. At the desired destination, the guards at the entrance forbade the boys from entering, as they had received orders that the Huang family and dogs were not allowed to enter. Passers-by who also heard this began to laugh, because the man and his daughter were compared to animals, and this was low. The brunette also stated that they could only enter if the leader lay down on the ground and learned to bark. Then they would be let in. Suddenly, before they could even finish their arguments, the guards saw a burning hand in front of them. The handsome man didn't like this whole dialogue and decided to deal with them as quickly and efficiently as possible. The young man stepped forward and declared that if they had the courage, they should ask the Chi family to come to him. Mr. Abino became nervous and was against the idea, because the man he considered his guest had insulted this family. Inside the estate, an assistant informed the Grand Master that Huang's men had just forced their way in, but he gave the order to seal off the entire area. The men clenched their fists and were ready to act, saying that Yehan would definitely die today. In the courtyard, in the arena, the old man greeted everyone and announced that the winner of this competition could ask him a few questions. Having looked around at everyone, he collected his thoughts and solemnly announced that from that moment on the competition was open. Then, out of nowhere, the main guy appeared, jumped onto the stage, and everyone held their breath. He decided to ask if anyone could come to challenge him, also noting that he was from the Chi family. The boys were discussing that the Grand Master had made a lunge, and the young man had asked for an apology for not being able to take action. He, in turn, shared that if no one dared to stand up, then first place would be his, and then they would lose their status. Hearing that someone from the crowd was against it and thought it was too much, a blow flew at him in an instant. Looking around at everyone, he asked if anyone wanted to say anything, realizing that no one would dare. Suddenly, the handsome man stood up and loudly declared what he wanted. The people sitting nearby did not understand what he was doing there. At the same moment, he jumped up to him on the stage and began to come closer and closer, looking into his eyes. The enemy said that he thought he would find him later, but since he couldn't wait until death, he shouldn't blame him later. The onlookers shouted that this guy was simply crazy and that he had managed to provoke the Grandmaster, which meant that death was inevitable. The man immediately began to attack, saying that he would take his life and that it would happen literally in a moment. The handsome man did not look scared at all. He was also prepared to attack and defend himself from attacks. The enemy did not understand why he was so strong, because before he could not take his blow, and now perhaps the strength increased too quickly. Absorbing 3 5-element spirits has truly increased his power, and he is now a true warrior. Seeing this, the young man who was supposed to protect them was shocked and asked the boss again if the guy was really a Grandmaster too. Suddenly, out of nowhere, James appeared, saying that the place was blocked by them and he wouldn't be able to escape today. The guys present began to worry because the door was locked, and a battle between such people is very scary and it will hurt them too. The young lady began to worry and get worked up, but deep down she knew that Mr. Ye would be fine. Someone behind shared that these two were mid-level Grandmasters, and even if this guy was the same, he was no match for the two of them. The stranger said that the confrontation between the 3 Grandmasters could easily harm them by mistake, and advised them to step back and hide for now. The guys decided to listen to this suspicious guy and sincerely hoped that everything would be okay with Miye. The young men used their best techniques, blowing up everything in sight and shouting for him to die immediately. They surrounded him on both sides, but he explained that he had not said that he was going to escape. He waved his hand, after which a blue sword appeared. It shimmered very beautifully and disappeared. With just one movement of his hand, he tried to destroy the energy that was rushing towards him from the enemy. The man noted that a low-level Grandmaster was no match for him, and if he wanted to break through his defense, he was still far from it. Raising his weapon up and enveloping himself in incredible power, he began to think of a plan of action. Gathering all his thoughts into a fist and concentrating on victory, he struck the shield with a sharp sword. In an instant, he evaporated, after which Mr. Key flew away in fright because he didn't even think that such a thing was possible. Looking straight ahead, he was simply shocked and even furious, since now the plans of action definitely needed to be changed. At the same moment, the golden fist flew at the handsome man, but he didn't even blink an eye and tried to block it. The enemy said that real gold is not afraid of fire, and he learned this in a foreign temple. The first blow that brought an unpleasant feeling to the guy was exactly that. He was really interested in this technique. The man shared that this guy's strength had grown too quickly and that he needed to be killed this time, and then used the Overlord's fist. Gathering all his energy and aiming at his enemy, he began to act, as he had long been thirsting for his death. The young lady, watching everything that was happening, was delighted and very worried about her friend. He said that no matter how strong the attack was, the body was still a low-level Grandmaster. In order to somehow protect himself, the handsome man decided to use Qingmu God's ignition and covered himself in golden rays. The young people did not understand how he had not yet died and was feeling fine, which was simply unacceptable. The stranger was shocked that 2 mid-level Grandmasters couldn't kill him together, and he wondered what kind of background he was. Everyone present, as soon as they heard his name, began to whisper among themselves because it sounded very familiar to them. Someone remembered that this was the young master of the Ye family, and it was said that a few days ago he returned to the family and was recognized by the ancestors. As soon as Miss Huang heard that the Mr. Ye she had known for a long time turned out to be the young master of the Ye family, she was very surprised. Turning around, Yehan stated that if that was all, then now was the time for the two of them. But they didn't understand what he meant. Realizing this, looking at his opponents, he shouted loudly for his guys to come out and start acting. Out of nowhere, subordinates who possessed good strength appeared, saying that they had been waiting for this for a long time. Standing in a circle, the young people began to activate the formation, and a pentagram appeared under their feet. All this enormous power launched a magnificent phoenix, which sparkled in the sky and filled the entire room with its light. The man tried not to despair and realized that this was just a group of high-level masters and they would not do anything with their techniques. Suddenly, they began to notice that their formation was somehow strange, and something was approaching, so they needed to break it quickly. Out of nowhere, beauties appeared, who were very determined and ready to attack. The girls thrust their fists forward and shouted something about the 9 Heavens Ice Fire Fist. Their power merged into one and flew straight at their opponents, causing them to lose their balance. The men didn't understand how these guys, 2 low-level Grandmasters, could display such enormous strength. In response, the ladies only said that it was not over yet and continued to attack with their flawless weapons. They knew that they had to kill Yehan first before dealing with these two beauties. Without any thought, they began to act and flew towards the guy, saying that he was about to die. Raising two fingers up and activating the heavenly penetrating sword, he said that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Their power was instantly blocked, and a weapon was flying towards them, which was very frightening because they did not know what it was. All this caused them incredible pain, which is why the boys began to scream and simply became exhausted. This technique surrounded them and fooled them. They could not cope with the sword that was constantly circling around. Suddenly, the brunette began to feel that something was wrong with his hand, and it began to worry him greatly. Suddenly, they saw that, unfortunately, they had lost their limbs, and it was just unbearable pain for them. At the same moment, the boy sent his weapon at them again, but they had already started trying to avoid it. As they flew up, they discussed that if they stayed here, only death would await them, and they needed to retreat. The boys watched as they quickly ran away and shouted that they would never forget what Yehan did to them. It was a pity that there wasn't enough energy to continue controlling the heavenly penetrating sword and pursue them to kill them. It's a really unusual expenditure of energy, and he feels like his body has been drained. The onlookers didn't understand how it happened that the two strongest mid-level grandmasters had escaped and some guy had won. The men began to discuss it, as they could not believe their eyes and thought that such a flying sword only existed in novels. Suddenly, the old man's voice was heard, and he laughed and clapped, because he thought that this fight was really not bad. Addressing him, he stated that since he had won, he could ask him a question of any nature, since he was already getting old and was not afraid of anything. After hearing what he wanted to know, he explained to him that the Situ family had 5-element spirit items in their house, and he could go to them if he wanted. Suddenly, the handsome man became interested in why he felt that he wanted him to fight the Situ family. He was a little embarrassed by the words that it would not benefit him in any way, and he was simply telling the truth now. At that very moment, a strong blow flew at the old man, which he clearly did not expect and did not even have time to do anything about. The man felt some strange actions inside himself, and severe pain began to pierce his body. At that very moment, the hero lost his balance with a small cry and fell down, which surprised everyone. He started screaming because he didn't understand how the young man could allow himself to act so meanly towards him. When suddenly he heard that he was being asked to stop pretending, his face suddenly changed to that of a sweet old man. He waved his hand and said that he couldn't stand him throwing his body around any longer, and if the guy had nothing better to do, he could leave. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a large broom appeared and he began to clean up. But Yehan was worried about why such a strong person was hiding in this small place. Folding his hands and saying goodbye, he said that in that case he was leaving. And as he said goodbye, the old man told him to take these limbs. Suddenly, the voice of the Phantom King was heard, asking to take the hands of these two people, because for him, this was a great acquisition. The Situ family was relaxing in their backyard, swimming in the pool and enjoying the beautiful weather and nature. Suddenly, out of nowhere, men appeared and said they wanted to talk to Situ Shaolian. He screamed because they scared him to death, and he had no idea who they were, and he ordered them to get out of there immediately. The blonde's conversation was short. He grabbed the guy by the neck, which made him shake even more with fear. Approaching him, or rather his shoulders, he bit him right on the neck and began to drink his blood. The beauties, who had been in the pool all this time, began to cry and fear for their lives from these strangers. Suddenly, one of the guards appeared, tried to intervene in this process and shouted for the chief to be released. The second vampire smiled when he saw him, because now he understood that in front of him was an opponent with whom he could have fun. With just one look, he was able to blow up everything around him, and this amused him greatly. The partner was already doing quite well because he was able to restore his strength with the help of human blood. The blonde begged to spare him and not to kill him, offering in exchange his life or any money he would offer. Leaning down, the stranger stated that they had not come here to kill him, but on the contrary, they wanted to cooperate. The guy said that they knew that there was a small conflict between him and Yehan, and they could help him kill the handsome guy. The man thought that this was simply impossible because his opponent was the young master of the Ye family, and he was under the protection of the Grand Master. Suddenly, he began to understand that the man standing in front of him was also a warrior, and he once again asked if he wanted to cooperate with him. As soon as he was able to collect his thoughts, he smiled and agreed to such a deal, offering to tell everything he knew. In Wei's group at night, the young lady was already very tired, but she was finally able to finish what she had been doing for so long. The only thing that bothered her was that her boyfriend wasn't getting in touch with her, and she was even a little worried about his condition. Suddenly, out of nowhere, vampires appeared and addressed her with the words that she was truly a beauty and should go with them. The young men began to approach her, but did not answer the question of where they wanted to take her. They spoke in riddles. The beauty was also not simple. She tried to fight back these guys with the help of her strength and logic. Unfortunately, the enemy was able to easily intercept her attack and neutralize it. But he liked such determination. At that very moment, she felt a strong blow directly to her stomach, causing her to begin to fall to the ground. The blonde said that the blood of practitioners was much tastier than ordinary blood, and he was very pleased with his prey. Miss Wei looked very exhausted. She literally couldn't get to her feet, and all she could do was lie down. Seeing that the victim was now in a hopeless situation, he noticed that he liked her even more now. In the car, the handsome man tried to call someone, but unfortunately, he was completely unsuccessful. Turning to his bodyguard, he ordered that they needed to go rescue Wei Zuiqi as quickly as possible, to which she agreed. Suddenly, they heard Red Luan's proposal and yelled at her a little, because now is definitely not the time for mischief. The young lady asked him to think carefully, because after this he would definitely be happy. And these words even embarrassed him a little. On the outskirts, Yehan passed by a forest, and suddenly he heard some strange influence, either an aura or something else. The young man tried to listen and find out who was next to him now and whether it posed any danger. Suddenly he saw 3 yellow lanterns rushing towards him. It was definitely an attempt on his life. Out of nowhere, bandits appeared, shouting for him to die and swinging their knives at him. Yehan didn't start to worry at all and even said that a small group of people came out and thought that you would improve. After gathering his thoughts, he began to attack using Shengjin Sengyun, the true key sword, and wounded his opponents. After those guys fell to the ground, he told Situ Junyang to come out and start looking around. As soon as the blonde man came into view, he reported that something was expected from young Master Ye, that his strength was very great. Seeing that he dared to tie up his friend Zuiqi, he began to get even more angry because it was very low. Julia ladies shouted for Yehan to hurry up. There were 2 grandmasters waiting for him everywhere, and it was very dangerous. Then suddenly, vampires appeared out of nowhere and said that they never thought that he would risk his life for a woman. They also remembered that he killed their younger brother. And they are here today to avenge him, and he will no longer be able to escape. In response, the young man shared that it turned out to be a disciple of Star King Dao, and was clearly planning something bad. He also noted that he thought it was he who should prepare his last words, and began to attack first. Mr. received a fairly strong blow directly to his face, which caused him to lose his balance. At that very moment, the rope that was around the beauty's neck came undone, and she was freed. The lady ran up to her hero with hugs, and besides, they hadn't seen each other for a long time and missed each other. Touching her nose, he smiled and asked her to hide and watch as he taught these people a lesson. The opponents were clearly not in a good mood, and began to use the 10,000 swords technique, after which they were covered in red rays. One of them began to smile and said that he was not going to take his life so quickly, because there was still unfinished business. Suddenly he saw a guy running towards him with fists, and the energy emanating from him was very powerful. The handsome man, without any hesitation, performed one of his best cutting techniques and aimed it at the vampire. He couldn't withstand such a strong blow and fell to the ground, but in another he became even more angry and used a blood explosion. As he attacked the young man, he said that his blow could make his blood boil and tear him to shreds, and with a blink of an eye he agreed to this. And the enemy was simply shocked when he saw that nothing happened. He decided to use the same cutting technique against another person, so as not to bother for long. The men were shocked, because even though this guy was a low-level grandmaster, his strength was comparable to the average one. The young man called to himself his best weapon, and noted that if the 2 of them were talented, then let them continue. As soon as the vampires saw that their enemy was using a flying sword, they froze in place and didn't know what to do. To somehow protect themselves from such a technique, they tried to create a dome and cover themselves, but it was still useless. At the same moment, the shield was destroyed and the sword flew through them, thus making them realize that they were weaker than the guy on the blocks. After which these guys took off and decided to return to tell the master about this hero, because he is not so easy to deal with. The handsome man understood that if it weren't for the 3rd inheritance within him, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to control this heavenly sword. At the same time, Miss Wei was mocking the man who was doing this to her, and even though he was begging her for mercy, she didn't pay attention to it. Turning her attention to Mr. Situ Yehan, she greeted him and also added that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He also noted that he would not kill him, but he needed to tell his patriarch that if he wanted to stay alive, he could exchange himself for a fire attribute spirit artifact. In the secret room, The young man said that he hoped that James and Chidonghai understood the reason why the Chi family and the Tianluo mercenary group had gathered them today. They answered positively, because this was the reason for the temple, and if it were not for it, they would not have the power that they have now. The blonde shared that he didn't need to talk about it anymore, and they couldn't kill Ye Han in one fell swoop, and the elder couldn't wait any longer, so they had to go directly to the Ye family. Hearing that these guys have very strong security, which consists of Grand Masters, he shared that he has his own path. On the way to the imperial capital, the beauty turned to her companion and said that she had heard bad news about his family. Before they could even say that everything would be okay, a stranger landed on the bumper of their car. The man tried to defend himself and decided to ask again who he was there and what he planned to do with them. Hearing that the victim was indeed from the Ye family, he shouted that he would die right now and smashed the car window. In the patriarch's room, the old man sat and meditated, immersed in his thoughts and studying his energy. Suddenly, he looked at the window and heard that, as expected from the head of the Ye family, he was able to sense his aura. Having directed all his strength at the unknown person, he noticed that he was hiding well and should leave immediately. Suddenly, what he saw next caught him a little by surprise, and he had to figure out what to do. The windows began to break, and the strong blow directly to the head's chest was very unpleasant and painful for him. Suddenly, he began to understand what was happening to him, and who had gotten into this battle and what they wanted from him. Turning to Brother Su, he ordered him to have Ye Han return back immediately, as there was business to attend to. The handsome man missed his girlfriend very much, and couldn't stop looking at how beautiful she was. Suddenly, Old Man Su appeared and said that something had happened at Yi's residence, and that they needed to return with him immediately. This statement really scared the guy, because anything could happen, and it was quite unsafe. Upon arriving and entering the room, Ye Zhenyun, the grandfather, was delighted to see the young man and asked him to come closer. He, in turn, with frightened eyes, decided to ask what had happened and why he was needed. Taking the old man by the hand, he noticed that his entire body was drained of blood and all his internal organs were at their limit. Raising his hand, he said that there were also some powerful forces in this world, and they were so big that even families were just vassals. The Tianshuan inheritance is in the Gai, and one of them is also one of the 4 inheritance powers that protect the dragon race. Only by mastering it will he be able to open the legendary ancient seal of the beast that suppresses the earthly world and open the door to the world of beasts. Their enemy is a temple of dark forces, and in the West they simply want to take away the inheritance from his family. They want to remove the seal of the beasts and plunge the whole world into chaos. They also wanted to destroy the Ye family from within, force them to hand it over, but they didn't know that it belonged to Ye Han, and his parents and teacher died at the hands of the temple. The old man also reassured him that he saw his growth in his own eyes and was very glad that he could achieve success today. His Ye family is the leader of the supreme superpower, the Dragon Kingdom, and this token not only represents it, but the entire superpower. As he held it out, he added that he would put all his cultivation into it, and once activated, it could temporarily raise its strength to that of a high-level Grand Master, and the rest was up to him. The handsome man listened to this carefully because this place was defeated by the temples 20 years ago, and now the masters and powers are hidden everywhere. He needs to find these people. As he thought about all the information, he was worried that the monster in the bronze tower that he saw that time was the monster that the Temple of the Gods wanted to release. Understanding the seriousness of the situation, he bowed to his grandfather and went to fulfill his request, which was very important. The mood was decisive, and he said that the Temple of the Gods was his enemy, and he simply had to allow him to destroy them completely. The situation was quite tense, and the old man nodded his head, understanding that now everything depended only on Ye Han. In the Ye family's hall, the boys were discussing that a big event was happening, but the head was still missing, and this incident had hit their reputation too hard. Seeing Mr. Su, they ran up to him and asked what had happened and how they should proceed now. He, in turn, said that the head of the family was attacked by an enemy last night, and he let him go to heal his wounds. The position of head has now been transferred to another. They discussed that not everyone can become and occupy such a position, but now he definitely has money and wealth at his fingertips. Suddenly, a brunette appeared and said that when the Ye family was in danger, it was his duty to take the place of the head. The man was shocked because when his grandfather was injured, no one cared about safety and everyone was staring at his position. Suddenly, Ye Han appeared and told Ye Tianjiao that if he became the head of the family, he would not be able to solve the difficulties facing him. He explained that their enemy was obviously very strong and that fighting would lead to a stalemate. so he suggested first giving in and smoothing things over by suppressing the enemy's anger. Hearing this, he became angry because the head of the family was at stake, and he still wanted to be soft just because he considered himself worthy. Unable to bear it, he directed his force at the young man and asked what qualifications he had that he dared to judge him. Seeing this, the boy turned to his brother and said that he was a disciple of the Ye family and was disrespectful to the head, so he should be punished. At that very moment, using his strength and aiming his fist at the young man, he lost his balance and fell. Looking him straight in the eyes, the handsome man said that he now had to sit on his knees in the Hall of Ancestors for 3 days. None of those present understood how a young man could have a grandmaster and how such a thing was even possible. The brunette thought that it was impossible for Yehan to be the head of the Ye family, and he didn't believe it until the end and continued to argue. The old woman said that there was an order today, and from now on the guy will be the head of the Ye family and will be responsible for all their affairs. No one could simply believe their eyes and ears, since this young man had previously been completely inept. But now he had reached such a position. The handsome man saw the throne that now belonged to him and began to approach it closer. He sat down and took out a token, loudly declaring that he, Ye Han, was now the head of the Ye family, and asked if anyone objected. After everyone bowed their heads, they began to listen that they were currently surrounded by strong enemies, and the most urgent task was to unite all the power. Key family members are not allowed to leave the home starting today to ensure their safety. The young man also smiled when he heard the question about enemies, because he had already prepared a good method long ago. At Yehan's residence, Red Luan pounced on him, saying that she had missed him very much during this time. She also explained while holding the box that the Situ family had brought back a fire attribute artifact, and he now had what he wanted. He was overjoyed and picked it up because it was a fire bead, very valuable. And with it, their cultivation base could rise to a new level. Turning to Qing Shui, he suggested that they practice together and motioned for her to come closer to him. The lady understood that every time they did it together, they would be able to achieve success, but if they did not practice, they would not succeed. As soon as the guys with the body opposite each other and in the center placed the bead, they began to meditate and radiate energy. The force that came down was very powerful, and not everyone could cope with it, but they tried to master it. Very strange sensations raged through the body, and it was as if thousands of needles were piercing it in one moment. Red Luan was also not delighted, because these emotions that she experienced during that time were simply unforgettable. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes wide and seemed to be looking into space, because his pupils were not even visible. The young ladies came closer to him and informed him that they could not continue this any longer, and he finally came to his senses. The girl moved closer and felt strange emotions inside herself, which consumed her more and more. Suddenly, the bodyguard grabbed him by the neck with her hands and asked him not to ignore her, as it was unpleasant for her. Moving closer, they merged into a very tender kiss that filled their bodies with energy. After finishing, the beauty was very happy and reported that she had managed to break through to the middle level of Grand Master. After examining her inner feelings, Red Luan confirmed her words, because she also managed to do it. Yehan was a little dissatisfied because his level was still low and he didn't have the strength to win. The main problem was that he lacked the last element. But now that he has mastered the flame of the fire god, he is not afraid of any opponent. Suddenly, they began to hear some strange sounds and sparks coming from the window and turned to look. Out of nowhere, men appeared and loudly demanded that Chief Ye show himself immediately. The young man stepped forward and said that Chi Donghai had quickly escaped last time, but he would not allow him to do so again this time. Hearing this, he laughed and could not believe his eyes that the guy was now in charge, and said that he had given him the inheritance and would then spare him. Smiling, the young man asked again if he really thought he would give it, saying that he also turned out to be the temple's dog. The guy standing behind him pointed out that there was no need to talk to him, and this time the 3 Grand Masters of the Qi family had joined forces, and they had to force him to tell them where the inheritance was. Now, without Ye Zhenyun, the Ye family was like a tiger without teeth, and these people were easy to deal with, and they immediately began to attack. Straightening his hand from which energy emanated, he added that they should allow themselves to experience the power of the fire god. Having felt this on themselves, and it was also an unusual fire, they were simply shocked and very badly injured. The handsome man explained to them that his family was not a place they could just barge into, and that they needed to think before they did anything. At the same moment, another strong blow flew at them, which caused them to lose their balance and fall. The wound and sparks inside their bodies raged, and the boys did not know how to cope with such a stream of pain. Looking at his opponents, the handsome man asked if they had any last words, to which they began to stutter. The man still did not want to give up and tried to direct all his blue energy at the enemy. Ye-han was actually intrigued by this action and didn't understand what was going on, since this had never happened before. He in turn instantly became more like a man created from water, and he asked if he still wanted to fight his temple. In response, the hero said that it was an unknown creature possessed by fire and ordered not to play such games with it. The young man shared that this was just his clone, not his real body, and he needed to give the inheritance to Tianxuan. Otherwise, he would destroy the Ye family. A silver needle appeared out of nowhere, and after showing it, the young man said that if he wanted to do this, he would have to wait another 20 years. The handsome man clearly did not plan to give up the inheritance in order to get out of the Dragon Kingdom, because he did not belong here. The creature walked away and shouted that Ye-han must die. Their temple must be destroyed, his family. He just needed to wait a little bit. As he was leaving, the young man shouted loudly that these guys were just scum, and that they no longer needed to exist in this world. Watching this, it was strange that in the end he killed them, his grandmaster dogs, who fell to the ground. The young people did not understand at all what had happened and how this was possible. And most importantly, why Ye-han was so strong. Old Man Su explained that there was no need to worry, because this guy in charge was very good, and they would get through this difficult time. Hearing that the man was slandering, Mr. Ye decided to ask what he meant by his words. He explained that he received a call saying that their Louis group had been shut down because they were suspected of illegal activities, and if this continued, the losses would amount to at least several million every day. After listening, the handsome man suggested going to the same place to look at the situation and solve these problems. In the group's office building, one could see that the door to the premises was sealed with a cross, and this seemed strange. The young ladies who were standing nearby were delighted, because this was the first time they had seen young Master Ye with their own eyes and thought he was very handsome. The bodyguard quickly came to the defense and tried to shield her master from the annoying fans. Suddenly, a brunette ran up and asked what he was going to do, since the company had suddenly closed. Suddenly, the answer to the question of who did this came from the man himself who dared to commit such an act. The blonde said that his group was suspected of illegal activity, and that he, as a legitimate businessman, would report him, and also did not expect that the young man would succeed in becoming the head of the family. He continued to share that this was only the first step of their offensive, and that there were other methods behind him, and he was waiting for the day when he would come to him and beg for mercy. Ye-han said that there was no need to worry about this, and the Ye family's affairs would be resolved by themselves, and everything would be fine for them. Turning proudly and walking away, he shouted at the end that from now on they didn't know each other and didn't want to communicate anymore. When I tried to call Director Liu, he was clearly in a bad mood and ordered that the whole thing be closed down, since he couldn't help them anymore. Watching his subordinates humiliate themselves in front of some man clearly did not please Mr. Ye. Starina explained that Rostat said that if you can solve this problem, then you need to come up with a way, and he ordered that the workers be sent home first. Turning to Qing Shui, he suggested that she go, because this matter could not be left like this, and something needed to be done as quickly as possible. Although the temple warrior did not come to the Dragon Kingdom, it is obvious that there are many of them throughout the kingdom, causing some trouble. He called Mrs. Chen and asked if she was free and what business he had with her. Arriving at the hotel, the beauty threw herself at him with hugs and was glad that he had finally managed to find her again. Having heard various flattery directed at her, she noted that a man's mouth is deceitful, and he must prove it with his actions. Coming closer to her, he agreed with this and was already ready to prove his love and sympathy for her. Suddenly, he twisted her arms behind her back, but she did not understand what was happening and why he was so serious with her. Smiling, the young man said that he would prove it with his strength and show what new skills he had mastered. All this time, the bodyguard stood behind the door, and it was unpleasant for her to listen to these sweet conversations that were between the two of them. The beauty was simply delighted during the time they communicated and were alone. They were already lying in each other's arms and chatting sweetly, discussing the matters that were worrying them at the moment. He was also concerned about what had happened to his companies and asked her to provide some details. Fortunately, the girl knew a person who could help, but he was unusual and could not just meet Ye-han, but she promised to take him to him. Arriving at the commune, it was strange that a big person was living in such a place, but if Chen Fei dared to do so, there would be no problem. As she led him inside, she introduced her friend as a genius doctor named Ye-han and greeted the man. The old man was shocked, as he did not expect to see a doctor in front of him, or that anyone would come to visit him. Suddenly, the voice of a lady was heard, asking who had visited her estate on such a day. After taking the young man away, she said that he was very handsome and ordered Jiang to let them in and not delay them at the door. The tension between these guys was clearly unusual, and the man seemed to be afraid of this lady. Smiling softly, she also shared that she saw that the younger brother standing in front of her was very good. As she moved forward, the blonde also decided to ask him what he thought of her, as if she was trying to seduce him. As he removed her hand from his face, he thought that this woman was not at all depraved, but simply sick. The handsome man said that due to the yin-yang imbalance in the lady's body, she is very unstable, and this causes the body to weaken. If this continues, then both will die. Touching her neck, he began to analyze her health condition in order to accurately determine the cause and prescribe treatment. After he did this, the beauty turned to her husband and told him that she seemed to be feeling better. The man was delighted and shared that they had consulted many specialists here and abroad about this disease, but no one could solve it. Hearing that the problem had not yet been solved, but that the symptoms had only been slightly alleviated, made people a little upset. Suddenly, the blonde started pestering Yehan, which clearly didn't please her husband and made him not understand what was going on. Pushing his wife aside, he said that he could try to treat her here, but he knew their secret, and if he failed, there would be no need to blame him for being rude. And if he still manages to save her health and get a positive result, he will fulfill any of her wishes. The handsome man really liked this deal, because it was what he needed at such a difficult moment. Raising his hand, he thought that there was joy in his divided chi, and he was afraid that Zhang Jun's wife would be beaten to death by him if she heard this. One of the ways to treat this disease was acupuncture, which is exactly what the guy wanted to use. Watching the blonde become exhausted during the procedure made me feel a little uneasy, and even sorry for her. In desperation, she pounced on the handsome man asking for help, because she could not stand it any longer. The girl was so persistent that she simply pushed her doctor onto the bed, but he was forced to control himself. Suddenly, as soon as his hands touched her back, she felt some kind of relief and a very strange feeling. The whole situation was very strange and unbearable, but the young man tried to help the lady as best he could. Her body was experiencing more and more pain that was piercing her from within, and she could not bear it any longer. The exhausted beauty fell onto the bed and asked if there was anything else that could be done to make her feel better. Smiling, Yehan said that she had completely recovered and didn't have to worry about it in the future. The girl stood up and thanked him for this, but only asked him not to tell anyone about what had just happened. After coming outside, the husband shared that he had checked, and there were no suspicious violations of the law in Louis' group, and such a closure was impossible, and he would immediately seek its cancellation. He also explained that they had been watching the Mu family for a long time, and they should do less illegal things. And this time, it just gave them a push. Having heard all the necessary information and such good news, the boy thanked the man for it and said goodbye. Loud shouts could be heard from the guys around the company, demanding that they be paid for their work. The brunette also hit the boss and called him horrible names, but also added that their company couldn't solve the problem at all. One of the leaders told them to destroy everything here and knew that after the pogrom, he could go to the Mu family and get his money. He also previously thought that his masters were so powerful, but it turned out that they were nothing more than empty shells. Suddenly, an unknown voice was heard, which ordered the old man to be released immediately. Turning around, one could see the bodyguard who had hit the enemy, sending him flying to the side. The boys were unhappy and ordered the head of the Ye family to kneel down and bow to them 3 times, and then he would forgive the debt he owed them. Such words were simply unacceptable in relation to the patriarch, and in that same second they flew off from the lady's blow. Yehan said that people who take advantage of the opportunity are causing trouble at this time, and he warns everyone to get out of his way immediately. The guy said that the company was closed and he doesn't think that the Ye family's downfall is just a matter of time. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a policeman appeared, asked to move away as far as possible and approached the entrance, tearing off the sticker. He also explained that they made a mistake and wanted to close the Blue Leaf Group, not Louis, so it would be open today. After dodging, they apologized to Mr. Ye, to which he remarked that everything was fine and they should just remove the mark. Turning to the guys who were organizing the rally, he asked how many of them were there and why they weren't leaving. The young people were clearly upset, as they understood that they would no longer be able to work there and had made a mistake. As he was leaving, the handsome man said that he had to leave, and now everything depended only on Ye Feng. He had to continue to run the company's business. The police explained that the one who asked for the mark to be removed was the king of Nanshan, their imperial capital, and he personally ordered it to be done. It was surprising to the man because they had once tried to meet Zhang Jun, but he had refused. And it was simply amazing. The hero shared that it was true, but this time the king of Nanshan looked at Mr. Ye's face. The manager was simply horrified. He did not understand how this happened, and how quickly Patriarch Yehan managed to do such a thing. At the hotel, the blonde man turned to his naughty little nurse and asked how she was feeling. The beauty was simply delighted and really enjoyed spending time with the gentleman. She listened to everything. He was clearly determined and already wanted to get to know her as much as possible and find out more about her. Suddenly, a subordinate burst in and loudly declared that he had bad news, which made the owner angry. Brunette said that Louis was open, and the king warned them, saying that the imperial capital was not a place for the Mu family to joke around. He began to think about who was behind the men, some kind of force, and that he would not offend him yet, whether it was possible to help the temples get things. And here was the key to success. In the Nangong family, Junior shared that he heard that he had long ago found an expert who could deal with Yehan, and he thought that it was time to make his contribution to the Temple of Gods. The stranger decided to ask again whether the temples were planning to attack the family, and was clearly inspired by this idea. Suddenly, something unknown appeared above their heads, creating some kind of tornado of energy. As they looked more closely, they began to understand what was happening, and it became even more eerie. The high-level Grandmaster was floating in the air and was concentrating on his power, which he used to teleport. He reported that Lord Quanming, one of the 5 masters of the underground palace, had been training in secret and seemed to have succeeded. People like that with this level definitely had great combat power. And although he had seen them before, this was a completely different case. The blonde really looked amazing. His strength was incredible, and the energy around him was growing more and more. The stranger congratulated Master Quanming on breaking through to the high level of Grandmaster and dodged in front of him. The blonde also introduced himself and said that he would like to ask him to help deal with the Ye family. And once that was done, he could recommend him to the temple. The Lord shared that there are rumors that the temple is the highest power in the world, with countless Grandmasters among whom are innate masters. Mr. Mu agreed to the conditions that he must know the consequences of lying to him. The atmosphere was quite favorable, but still, such a strong person in one room felt unpleasant. As he was leaving, he said that he had just broken through and his hand was numb. And in that case, he wanted to use the Ye family to warm up. In Yehan's room, the handsome man meditated and listened to his inner instinct and energy. Red Luan noticed that it was becoming unbearably hot, and her whole body was going numb. But at the same time, it was also cozy. The dual cultivation continued to improve the heat, and the true Qi was constantly tempered. It improved more and more. The beauty reported that his cultivation technique was indeed getting better and easier to bear each time. Opening his eyes, he said that this was all natural and they would have another round, but only a little later. The inheritance of joy and yin and yang is also one of the 4 inheritances. Now it has 3 kinds, and it remains to obtain the 4th to complete them. Suddenly a voice was heard, introducing itself as Quangming, and shouting loudly that he wanted to see Yehan. But if this did not happen, he would destroy their home. The guards did not understand what was happening and who was standing in front of them, and the most alarming thing was that he could fly. The blonde also asked again if Yehan would come out, as he urgently needed to see him and discuss some matters. Realizing his patience was running out, he launched his attack straight at one of the men, causing him to fall to the ground. The stranger kept shouting that if he didn't come out, he would kill all the people here, and then they began to realize that it was the Grandmaster. In one movement, he grabbed one of the workers by the neck and lifted him up, causing him to start choking. The situation was very unpleasant, and no one could do anything because the blonde's strength was incredibly great. As they watched one of their colleagues simply fall down lifeless, they caught themselves and couldn't believe their eyes. Talking to each other in panic, the guys did not understand why he still hadn't come out and was making people suffer. Laughing, the enemy said that it seemed like today was the time for their family to be destroyed, and he planned to do it. He also believed that without that old creature Ye Zhengyun, the Ye family would be scared of such events. First, he vowed to destroy his ancestral hall, and then go look for the treasures collected over centuries. Suddenly, Yehan appeared right in front of the man, blocked his attack and greeted him, adding that they met again. The blonde clearly didn't expect to see a handsome man in front of him, and even opened his mouth in surprise at that moment. Starting to run towards him, he shouted that since he didn't die last time, today would definitely be the day. The boys began to confront him, directing all their energy into the enemy in order to deal with him as quickly as possible. He, in turn, did not understand how some people could stop his attack, because he was a high-level grandmaster. Without any hesitation, Yehan decided to use the heavenly penetrating sword. The weapon sank right into the enemy's collarbone, and he froze in place from shock, after which his body was filled with pain. At that moment, he didn't understand at all what was happening, and the energy was leaving his body, which was amazing. The weapon was spinning around, and he still managed to dodge it, but with great difficulty and effort. Gathering his thoughts, he began to activate one of his best techniques, saying that it really annoyed him. Red Luan, seeing the following, shared that the techniques he used were only capable of a high-level grandmaster. Directing the attack straight at the handsome man, he shouted for him to die as soon as possible, because he had been longing for this for a long time. Turning to his girlfriends, he asked them to do it together, and for the handsome man to taste their combined blows. The young man really didn't understand how this was possible, because he considered himself invulnerable, and here he was losing. At the same moment when the energy reached his body directly, he flew to the side and hit hard. As soon as he landed, he noticed that this guy's strength had grown too quickly. Plus, these girls were very powerful. In response, Yehan shared that if this was not enough for the enemy, then he could just stay here, and they would make that word. The blonde didn't want to tempt his luck and decided to fly away so as not to harm himself and his health even more. Suddenly, when the boys were alone, Mr. E felt very ill and fell to his knees, trying to hold himself up. They ran up to their friend and shared that he had seriously overtired his body, and that this was due to the combined blows. Upon arriving in the room, they began to meditate so that he could recover as quickly as possible and continue the battle. Opening his eyes as energy began to fill his body, he sighed a little and realized that this was all being done by Red Luan. As soon as the bodyguard saw that he had woken up, she was very happy, and he hastened to console her that he was all right. The beauty hugged him from behind and noticed that it scared them to death. And even Qing Shui was alarmed and almost cried. The hero said that, however, Quanming was a high-level grandmaster, and even if he fully revealed his potential, it would be too difficult for him to deal with him. It won't be long before he makes his move again, and if he does, the lady won't know what to do or when he'll come again. Smiling, Yehan explained that all these events did not mean that he had no aces up his sleeve and that he had everything under control. Suddenly, a voice was heard that had promised to the patriarch, and it stated that Ye Feng was asking for a meeting with him. The brunette who ran in shared that the enemy had just attacked and the Ye family had suffered heavy losses, with countless items being damaged. If this continues, their entire company will be cut to pieces, and they can't take that much risk. The hero said that with their current strength, the Qingluan group would no longer be able to protect him, so they had to stay at the Ye residence. At Nangong's house, a blond man entered the room screaming that he had failed and that it was just terrible. The handsome man turned to him and asked the elder if there was any good news. He reported that the guy's strength had grown very quickly, and he tried his best to kill him, but he defeated him. The gentleman did not understand how this was possible. The only option was that he had absorbed the inheritance, because even such a strong man could not cope with him. Suddenly, one of them remembered that the Ye family had recently received a shipment of goods, and it was said to be an infrastructure project of the Dragon Kingdom. Suddenly, an idea came to mind that this batch was poisoned by the Qin family, and the master wants to contact them immediately. Picking up the phone, the sweet lady said that she would immediately stop all supplies to the Ye family and ask them to just leave it to her. Suddenly, an assistant came up and, turning to President Qin, said that this was strange and that others might suspect something. The beauty shouted that she simply asked him to do this action, and as for the reason, he should not think about it. As soon as he dodged and ran to carry out her order, she was able to exhale and remembered Ye Han. With cunning eyes and the same smile, she talked to herself about how she couldn't wait for him to come and beg her. There were a lot of rumors going around in the E-Group building. The guy was interviewed and also informed about the rumors that were starting to be spread. He, in turn, did not answer them, but only walked along the corridors where his subordinates greeted him. The young lady walked closer to Mr. Ye, informing him that she was his personal assistant and was ready to carry out all orders. She also added with a wink that she could serve him personally, which looked more like she was flirting with him. Suddenly, the bodyguard intervened in the conversation, shouting loudly that she had blocked the young gentleman's passage to his office and that he should not be disturbed. Seeing this, he asked if the girl was jealous, but she denied everything he said and tried to be just as cold. Suddenly, an alarming voice was also heard, which reported that the Wuyan family had lost their goods. Their family ship, which was carrying the cargo, had been wrecked at sea. If this party is connected with the infrastructure of the imperial capital and the construction period is delayed, They face a huge amount of penalties. When asked if the assistant had contacted other suppliers, another voice answered and said that there was no need to do so. She also confidently said that her Chin family was here and no company would dare to supply them with goods. Telling them that they were the most powerful and that they could destroy themselves in anger, she was glad that she would finally be able to humiliate this guy. She also added that his end would consist of paying compensation for the penalty caused by the delay in construction, and perhaps he would even end up in prison. Smiling and laughing slyly, she also said that in that case, the Ye family's glory would finally end. They would be finished. Suddenly, the young man asked if Madame Chin would dare to argue with him, and this interested her. The young man suggested that if he found a source of supplies, she would accompany him all the time. And if she doesn't dare, then her Chin family is nothing, and the temple behind her is also nothing, which made her very angry. Without further ado, she agreed and believed that if he could really find a way, she would fulfill his demands. The handsome man reminded her that she had made a statement, and now they were making a deal to make it official. Suddenly, the bodyguard came up and asked if he really wanted to get it that badly. But he explained that the more arrogant she was, the more she could be crushed, and the influence of the temple would not withstand the multitude of enemies. He also wants to check whether this force is monolithic, and whether it is possible to pull some of its parts towards himself in order to gradually destroy it from within. The beauty was dissatisfied and accused him of choosing only female powers in order to lure them away. The only thing she was still interested in at that moment was how he was going to solve this problem. She suggested that they could create their own supply. Picking up the phone, the young man noticed that this was the real solution and began to dial the number he wanted to call. The man he was talking to could be heard saying that he had a friend who had encountered something, and he wanted to invite him over to take a look. At Zhang Jun's house, his wife said that her husband had just come out and she wanted to take him to him later. And also, looking him straight in the eyes, she thanked him for curing her last time. She really feels good. Remembering how the previous meeting went, he understood what was being discussed and was glad that his patient was feeling much better. The blonde asked for a massage, which made her feel warm and cozy all over, but there was also some strange feeling present. The young man tried to do the massage slowly and carefully so as not to hurt the girl, but on the contrary, to help. He also explained that all this is natural. His energy not only heals diseases, but also improves the condition of the skin. It all sounded tempting. And after the procedure, she promised to take him to a friend who just happened to be having problems. A young lady appeared on the threshold, and the mistress said that she had brought a brilliant doctor to her. The girl looked simply stunning and asked if all brilliant doctors were really that young these days. The beauty and her companion discussed how he was not only young and attractive, but also excellent in martial arts. Watching his companions whispering to each other, he noticed that the two of them were like a wolf and a tiger. Touching her hand, he told her that her body was fine, but the girl was bothered by headaches. Looking straight into her eyes, he activated the heavenly technique and began to analyze her condition. The lady was a little scared by this action, but said that Mr. E was indeed an expert in his field. Sitting down on a chair, she was interested in what he saw and what treatment he could prescribe right now. He lowered his head and noted that there was nothing complicated yet, but he was not going to give up and continued studying. Suddenly, something else caught his attention, namely the rock, because there was poison on it, the so-called poison of desires. The initial stage of poisoning is headache, dizziness, and in the middle stage, the whole body becomes hot and lustful. Hearing this, the lady could not understand who dared to poison her, and decided to destroy this rock, which contained all the bad things as soon as possible. The girls were delighted with how quickly the doctor analyzed the situation and asked him to get rid of the source immediately. Coming closer, the handsome man swung at the object that was troubling him and was ready to say goodbye to it. After hitting the object with his energy and fist, he began to tremble and the entire room was filled with a golden aura. In the blink of an eye, a miracle happened. What was causing pain to the owner was shattered into small pieces, simply into smithereens. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the spirit of the earth attribute, one of the 5 elements, which he needed. Having understood this, the young man wanted to take it, because with this item he would be able to complete the inheritance. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to something else. The girls reported that their hearts were beating too fast. Seeing this, the young man was simply shocked and tried to understand how to help them. Touching the core that was sparkling, he commanded the poison of lust to disappear immediately and watched it happen. Suddenly, the young ladies began to feel changes in their bodies, as if something was leaving them. When they came to their senses, they did not understand how this had happened and why they found themselves so close to each other in this situation. The handsome man sighed. He was finally able to solve this problem, although he thought that it happened too quickly. But you can't turn back time. Turning to Miss Lee, he stated that he had already helped her and that she would gradually recover in the coming days. The blonde said that Group E had recently encountered big problems, and she knew how she could help to repay them. She also heard about his business and thinks that it is just a matter of a small number of goods, so they are willing to sell him everything at a low price. Looking at Yehan, she shared that she would like to try a massage from the handsome doctor in the future. 3 days later, the lady sat and told him that she had heard that the young man would not be able to deliver the goods today, and he would be held accountable and his family would collapse in an instant. As he said goodbye to her, he asked her if she really thought he wouldn't be able to deliver it, and also noted that her message was a bit tired and she wasn't up to date with the latest information. After picking up the phone, the beauty learned that there were no delays in the construction deadlines, and that someone still had the goods. Watching his opponent become upset, he wondered if she remembered the promise she made back then. Suddenly, she jumped up and loudly declared that he should not think, and that she would not sleep with him or accompany him. Realizing that she was running away from responsibility, he decided to use a certain technique, namely Huangshi Zhen Qi. As soon as the girl felt it on herself, she froze in place and did not understand what was happening to her body. The body began to be filled with some strange energy, which filled more and more and became hot. Realizing that she could no longer bear the heat that was pulsating inside her, and even her emotions had become strange. Turning to the guy, she began to think that she really wanted to be with him and she couldn't help herself. Moving closer to him with slightly flushed cheeks and a sweet look, she began to ask him to take care of her. Yehan looked at her condition with pride and ordered her to come closer to him and beg him to do it. The beauty did not know how she ended up in such a situation, but it was as if her body was not controlled by her mind. Without any hesitation, she knelt down and actually began to ask young Master Ye to spend time with her. Seeing her in front of him, he agreed and told her to enjoy all the actions that would take place. Suddenly, the young lady began to feel a little unwell. Her head was spinning, and her body seemed to be going numb. Suddenly, he suspected that something was clearly wrong there and began to analyze her condition and health. Also, unexpectedly, the beauty came to her senses and asked how he dared to say such things about her when she felt better. The young man did not understand how all this happened so quickly, and how she was able to overcome his charms and return to her thoughts. The lady said that the temple's power was very strong, and he was not their rival. And if he again lied to their plans, it would only lead to an even greater blow to them. Smiling, the lady shared that she could help him with the information she knew and save the situation. Of course, it would be useful for him to obtain the Qin Jiao, since he cannot be ignorant about the temple. As they got closer, it seemed as if some kind of spark flared up between the boys, and they were attracted to each other as if by a magnet. In Ye's residence, the handsome man sat and meditated, asking Wutu Shenyang to begin and gathering energy around himself. The young people seemed to be sitting under a dome that was surrounded by yellow energy and was quite favorable. All of them were focused on just one thing: to raise their level and cultivate as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes, and it was as if he had made a breakthrough that greatly improved him. Finally, the 5-element spiritual body was completed, and he was able to become a mid-level grandmaster. Suddenly, the thought came into Lady's head that Mr. Ye was very handsome, and she couldn't take her eyes off him. Even more unexpected was the fact that a dagger flew into their room and stuck into the wall along with some paper. Without further ado, the boy walked closer and read the note that was left for him, and it looked more like a threat. Some stranger took his mother hostage, which made him simply furious and unable to control himself. Seeing such a master, Red Luan was very scared, as she had never seen him in such a state before. A friend said that she had just asked Qing Chaowei, and the Qing Luan group that protected Tang Yunji had been completely destroyed. Suddenly, the phone rang, which even made the guy a little happy, and he picked up the receiver. The voices announced that the Zheng family had taken away Tang Yunji, their Jianfeng army. So Yehan had to be careful. Gathering his thoughts, he ordered Qing Shui to follow him, so that they could destroy the peace of their opponents. These people are a martial arts family, and they have raised a group of professional warriors called Zhanfeng, and they all have one battle. Also, these guys are actually members of the temple, and it is unknown how many people are still faithful in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Suddenly, they saw that they were being attacked with sharp swords and swung right over their heads. Suddenly, the opponents jumped back when they felt Yehan's strength, who had no choice but to defend himself. The young people retreated a little to gather strength and think over their plan of action and finish what they started. Standing opposite each other, they shouted something like a pre-formation. and an illusion of a fire tiger appeared. The beauty also did not stand aside but attacked the enemies, trying to protect herself and her master. Strangers can use their Grand Master's combat power, and the people from Qingluan Guard died in the same way. One of them said that they could send their entire army to Zhanfeng, which meant that he deserved it and would finally die. Suddenly, the boy decided to use the heavenly sword technique and ordered it to fly towards the opponents. They literally froze in bewilderment as to what was happening, since they were seeing something like this for the first time, and it was dangerous. Once the youth reached the level of a mid-level grandmaster, it became much easier to use the heavenly penetrating sword. Zheng Yaozu, the patriarch of the Zheng family, was watching all of this and was amazed at how much Ye Han had grown in such a short time. Seeing Quan Ming, Mr. Ye decided to ask him where his mother was, since that was what worried him the most. The blonde laughed and said that he only allowed him to come, but did not say that he could return the woman to him. Hearing such words, the guy was literally furious. He wanted to kill his enemy as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the master used his energy to protect himself and bring Ye Han back to his senses. He flew to the side in an instant, which even made him a little worried because these people are incredibly powerful. He began to explain that he owed Quan Ming a favor and therefore had to take action against him, and he could not back down. The old man also believed that it was too easy to kill the master, and he decided to do it in front of the entire imperial capital. After all, in 10 days they would have a duel, and if he won, he would release his mother Tang Yunji, and everything would be fine with her. With his current strength, he was definitely not Zheng Yaozu's opponent, and he could kill him right now. So he didn't understand why she was suggesting this. Gathering his thoughts and trying to control himself, the handsome man declared that if in 10 days he knew that the woman was wounded, he would not let her go. Without waiting for any answer, the boys flew away, as they could not listen to it any longer. The blonde laughed and decreed that he must kill Ye Han in 10 days. Otherwise, his Hades palace would not let his family go. He must also know that behind his palace there is the Temple of the Gods, and he simply must keep his promise. The man didn't know how to react to this at all, but he would try to do everything possible to achieve this. In the hotel room, a subordinate came up and said that the family patriarch had already met with Ye Han, and very soon they would measure their strength. He, in turn, was happy, because he believed that after the guy's death there would no longer be a lord, and this battle would announce the complete fall of the Yi family. In the nightclub, the young people were having fun, discussing what would happen in 10 days, and they didn't understand how Ye Han had even agreed to this. After this fight, the situation in the imperial capital will also change, and in the future there will be no Yi family, and it will be fun. The opponents discussed that he actually wanted to challenge a high-level grandmaster, and he was truly seeking his own death. Suddenly, the chief's voice was heard, who said that there was no need to draw conclusions and wait for him, because he had already arrived. He also added that his star temple is a power laid down by the temples of Southeast Asia, and he received an order from the temples. Looking into the eyes of the young people, he loudly declared that if he wanted to kill Ye Han, he would do it himself. He didn't need anyone. With his eyes closed, the handsome man experienced strange sensations that bothered him, and he needed to sort himself out. The young lady also did not understand what was happening and how she could help her comrade, but she did not have this information. He knew that, after all, they were mid-level grandmasters, and even if he practiced dual cultivation, it would be difficult to advance further. This battle was inevitable, and whether it was for his mother or for the entire Ye family, he had no choice but to increase his strength as soon as possible. Suddenly, the voice of the bodyguard was heard, who entered the room and called out to her master to look at her. Ye Han noticed the girl and asked her again why she wasn't resting since it was already late and the day had been busy. After collecting her thoughts, she decided to ask if his strength would grow faster if she helped him with cultivation. Coming closer, she asked him not to think too much because she just wanted to help him in the fight. Moving closer, the young man kissed her on the lips, but she was clearly not inspired by what was happening. Suddenly, her body was covered with some kind of dome, and she could only assume that it was a seal left on her body by her master. Smiling, the guy noted that if that was the case, then that was all that was needed, and she need not worry about her safety. Hugging his girlfriend, he also shared that there was nothing to regret, and that meant that their destiny had not yet come. The day had finally arrived, and everyone present could hardly wait for Ye Han to arrive at the right place. The old man looked up and saw his opponent and greeted him, as he had already thought that he would not appear at all. He also decided to reassure him that his mother's safety was okay, and if he won, he would immediately let her go. After all, he is at the half-step innate cultivation base, and to bully him as a mid-level is not a good thing to say. The condition was that if he survived after 10 moves, then victory would be his, and the fight would not continue any further. After hearing this proposal, the handsome man realized that something was wrong there, and he felt that the old man was up to something. The young people discussed that half a step, an innate master would use so many moves, but even one would be enough to kill an ordinary one. Gathering all his strength into a fist, he began to attack and used one of his best techniques against the young man. Watching this, the guy did not understand what was happening because it felt like his body was blocked, and half a step was so powerful. Trying to fight off the attack, he shouted that even if he died, he would definitely not die like this. The tension was mounting, and it was getting more and more difficult with each passing second. But Mr. E definitely had no plans to give up. The bright light that emanated from the boys literally eclipsed everyone present, and they did not understand how the boy was able to withstand such a blow. Now it was even more uneasy because Zheng Yaozu's attack had simply thrown him back, and he had very little strength. Next, the old man noticed that young Master Ye's cultivation was indeed good, and he began the second move. The handsome man used his best techniques with full confidence and tried his best to win. It was unexpected when his opponent hit him with his elbow right in the face, causing him to fly off a little to the side. The next blow came from the enemy's foot, and it was quite unpleasant and unexpected in this situation. The young man froze in place and tried to somehow come to his senses in order to continue the battle and not fall face down in the dirt. The whole atmosphere was tense, and everyone wanted only one thing: to humiliate their opponent and be the best. The guys discussed that Ye Han was amazing, and he could even resist and still stand on his feet. The attacks became stronger and stronger each time, and now the young man began to understand that he was starting to feel bad. After one of these, he simply couldn't stand it and began to lose his balance, after which he fell to the ground. His body was already exhausted, and even just getting up was incredibly difficult for him, let alone continuing. Seeing this, the blonde man was overjoyed and shouted loudly that Ye Han was finally dead, and he had been waiting for this for a long time. When suddenly the young people saw the following, which shocked them. Mr. Ye was still able to rise to his feet. Looking straight into the enemy's eyes, the handsome man reported that 10 movements had already ended, and he had survived. The old man shared that he clearly didn't expect that he would actually be able to do this, and now he could go, and his people would escort the mother to Yi's family. The blonde man, hearing this, became angry, because he was sure that Ye Han would die today, and began to attack him. He also shouted that he had taken Zheng Yaozu's 10 moves and should now be seriously injured. Suddenly, he felt that his attack was intercepted, and he was truly surprised because he did not expect such power. The handsome man smiled and asked him if he really thought he was seriously injured and completely exhausted. The young man pushed him away with ease, and everyone literally opened their mouths, as they did not expect such a turn of events. Zheng Yaozu released the water element, and paired with his 5-element spirit body, his injury was healed. During the battle, he shared that their level difference was very large, and no matter how high his potential was, suddenly he felt a sword pierce his throat, causing him to freeze in horror. Somehow, having withstood the tension in his neck, he also decided to ask again if he really was using a flying sword. With each passing second, he moved further and further back, thinking that it was simply impossible and not believing his eyes. The young man was pleased with himself and asked again what it had to do with whether he would kill him now or not. The people present were shocked that he was able to deal with 10 of the master's moves, as he could kill a high-level grandmaster in a second. The blonde also couldn't understand what was happening, and whether he was really that strong now, and the only thing he knew was that he needed to run as fast as possible. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the boss appeared and said that there was no need to talk nonsense anymore. Heading straight towards the young man, he shouted that he had killed his disciple and insulted the temple, and now he must die. Such an attack was truly amazing. It was necessary to gather all thoughts and strength into one whole in order to resist it. Luckily, the boy managed to survive the first blow, and he definitely didn't want to stop, but confidently walked towards victory. Even if he had a 5-element spiritual body, he wouldn't be able to withstand fighting against a high-level grandmaster all at once. Taking the token out of his jacket, he thought that he could not wait any longer and that now was the time to use it. Suddenly, everything around began to burn with a yellow flame. Sparks emanated. The aura was very tense, which everyone felt. During his attack, the young man asked the man if he was a high-level grandmaster. The enemy did not understand at all how the boy had suddenly decided to attack him. And with such confidence, what was even more unexpected was that the great man who was the head of the temple received a punch in the face. Jumping back, he noticed that this guy was not simple at all. and he needed to try his best to defeat him. Shouting behind them for someone to come out, young people appeared, and it was clear whose side they were on. During the flight, the guys explained that they are the temple of the southeastern region of Asia, and this is the Star Temple, and they do not understand what others are doing now. After analyzing the situation, the handsome man realized that he was currently facing a total of 6 high-level grandmasters. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard, calling out to everyone and making them turn around to see what had happened. The old man said that this was the territory of his dragon kingdom, and if they couldn't kill young talents, then they shouldn't take him seriously. At that very moment, a man swung at these people and dealt them the first attack, causing them to jump back in surprise. The boss didn't understand what was going on and why his partner, as he thought, was now speaking out against him. He, in turn, did not want to listen to anything and continued to defend the boy, since he truly saw potential in him. Ye's hand simply froze in place at this moment. He clearly didn't expect that someone would stand up for him and help him. Understanding the entire situation, the chief declared that Zheng Yaozu had just declared war on the temple. The imperial capital would definitely be drenched in blood now. The blonde man pointed out that the Zheng family had actually betrayed the temples, and they should be severely punished. He also didn't like that his assistant wasn't on his side and didn't confirm everything he said, so he said they would discuss it later. Those present were saying that the old man was very strong, and they couldn't understand how Ye Han was still able to withstand his blows. Extending his hand to the young man, he informed him that this was the end of the matter and that he wanted him to follow him to his house. In the Zheng family, the handsome man shared that the eldest played so well that even he was deceived and did not understand what was happening. The man explained that this was all because the temple of the gods threatened his family, and he had to pretend to kidnap his mother, but in reality hid her with him to take care of her. The temple at the sides always wanted to enter the imperial capital, and the temple of Hades is their strength in it. Although he wants to stop all this, most people took refuge in these temples. He also noted that he clearly didn't expect the young man to have such power, and it was truly terrifying, which was nice to hear. The innate realm is hard to find. He has been stuck in it for 8 years, and the power of modern warm weapons can easily kill a warrior. The boy was also interested in the words that being a newborn in the kingdom means an empty space. The power of the temple spread throughout the world, and the mothers are like clouds if he allows them to inherit from him, and they will not be able to dominate the world. After listening to all the conditions that the old man offered, the handsome man still agreed to cooperate with him, and they decided everything. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard, which attracted attention, and the guys turned to see who had come. The young lady and the woman entered the room, and she shared that she had brought the one he had asked for earlier. Ye Han was very happy to see his mother safe and sound and ran up to her, saying that he would take her home. Suddenly, she turned away and loudly announced that she did not want to come back, which puzzled everyone a little. The lady explained that she was very comfortable here. She tasted spicy food every day and could play mahjong with real women inside. The old man listened to everything his mother said and remarked that she was very nice, after which the young man laughed awkwardly. After talking with Tang Yunji, adding Ye Zhenyun's words, the boy understood the story of his life. His biological parents died at the hands of the temple after he was born. Her family also felt that the real young master should return, so they asked Sukiju to come to Ningzhou to find him and test his strength. The woman loudly declared that his master, old man Tianquan, was a good man to have prepared all this for him, and he should take responsibility and go with the Ye family. The handsome man shared that he was going to lead her, but she would always be his mother, regardless of whether they were related by blood or not. These words made the woman happy, because she loved him very much and considered him as her own son all her life and supported him as best she could. Unexpectedly, hugging the young man, she said that he had become a real man and she was very proud of him. She also suddenly started leaving the room, saying that she was going to play mahjong and that he could do his own thing in the meantime. Suddenly, a young lady ran up to ask if he was really the head of the Ye family, to which she heard a positive answer. The girls were also curious as to whether it was true that if it weren't for Old Man Zheng, he would have died long ago. Suddenly, she felt a push on her shoulder, and it was an old man who asked her not to talk nonsense. This beauty's name is Jia Shuang. She is from an unusual organization of the Dragon Kingdom, and the Yan Group is a semi-official organization whose purpose is to maintain peace. The lady also started to tell him that if he wanted to join them, he would first need to pass her test, because she wanted to test his level. The man, upon hearing this proposal, also confirmed that it would be nice, because he would like to be a judge at this battle. Without waiting for any answer, the beauty began to insult the boy and was ready to attack. Her movements were quite interesting, and she was focused on showing all her skills. Swinging her leg right over the guy's head, the lady thought she could hit him, but he intercepted it with ease. This move was indeed surprising, but she continued to struggle and test Yehan's strength. In order to do it next time, she had to do a somersault and also use her leg. But this time, she failed too. Landing on the ground, she literally couldn't understand how this was possible and why nothing had any effect on him. The girl got angry and said that he was completely hardcore and couldn't even move for decency's sake. The handsome man began to tease her and asked her to try again and use all her milky energy. Hearing this, she became furious and considered it her curse, but she did not plan to retreat either. Picking up speed, she ran straight towards her opponent, thinking that now she would definitely be able to strike. Yehan could still easily dodge her without using any effort to do so. All of her techniques were quite remarkable to him, since the fighters he had met before weren't even close. Suddenly, the lady was shocked when he grabbed her leg while intercepting her attack. This action was clearly not to his liking, and at that very moment, the young man was able to receive a very unexpected blow to his face. After this, the lady landed on the ground and loudly declared that this was a curse and she could not stand it anymore. In order to somehow increase her strength and energy, she decided to use them to the fullest and began to glow purple. The young man heard this and almost laughed, because he was sure that all this time she had been trying her best. The old man stroked the girl's head, saying that that was all for now, but it was clearly not enough for her, and she wanted revenge. The handsome man was beside himself when he heard from the man that his rival turned out to be a high-level grandmaster. Suddenly, she was also alarmed by the words, namely that the young man called her a little lowly, and this made her furious. At that very moment, she pounced on him, because she did not consider herself small, since he was only short. The girl bit him on the head and began to strangle him, after which she heard the question of whether she was really a dog. After collecting his thoughts, the old man turned to Yehan and said that on behalf of the Yan group, he wanted him to join. Shishuang has already reached such a level at such a young age, and the strength of the group is really great. Now that he has faced the danger of the temples, the advantages of joining outweigh the disadvantages. Hearing the agreement, the man remarked that from now on he was a member of the Yan group, and they would use her power to force the families of the imperial capital to restrain him. Destroying the Qingtang assassin organization that has entrenched itself in the imperial capital is one of the first tasks, as they are a threat to security. He also shared that in addition to the security guarantees that they cannot give the guy, the Yan group is also the resources needed for growth. After completing the task, he promised to give him the magical weapon that old man Tianxuan left in the imperial capital. At the bar, the young lady said that their group had been taking action against Qingtang for several years now, and they couldn't find their boss, the king of assassins. The young man responded by simply saying that a man cannot say what he cannot do, and he will try to deal with them. Turning away, she declared that there was nothing to be done about it, and that apart from the fact that he was handsome and strong, there was nothing good about him. Suddenly, she became interested in the offer, namely the drink that the guy put forward, and offered her to try. The beauty didn't know at all what it was, and he understood that he actually felt guilty. Suddenly, the brunette banged on the table with a question, after which the young man explained that he was going to hire the best killer among them. Starting to say that the guy's price was out of his reach, he literally opened his mouth when he saw the amount of money that began to appear in front of him. Yehan explained that he had money, and even if the assassin king Qingtang acted on his own, there would still be a price and he would be able to pay it. The man noted that the boss had excellent eyesight, and the strongest killer in their group was the king of killers, Shadow. And if he wanted him to act, he had to explain why. Bigwig shared that the person he wanted to kill was the head of the Ye family, and he should go back and ask his boss how much it cost. Having shaken hands, he agreed to this and added that he would go right away and ask the chief directly. The young man explained that he should have the people from the Yan group prepare and keep a close eye on these people from all over the country. And when the shadow killer showed up, he would deal with him himself. He suddenly decided to ask her if she knew where Shadow was, but she didn't understand how he could actually determine their location. The girl believed that this could not be called a little trick, and if she had a method like his, she would catch a lot of bad people. Trying to carefully understand what was going on, the young man asked again if she wanted to learn, to which he heard a positive answer. Hugging his new girlfriend, he explained that when the mission was over, she would go with him, and he would show her everything. The handsome man didn't understand how he could feel guilty about teasing the little lowly a little, and he had to come to terms with it already. The brunette stood in the forest and pretended that everything was fine, as if it was very fake, and in fact he was waiting for someone. Looking around, hearing footsteps nearby, he tried to find out where they were coming from. Watching the boy from the tree, the lady remarked that it was no wonder she couldn't find him, since it turned out that the formation was hiding Qingtang's location. She also added that if he wanted to kill Shadow, he had to get inside first, and there was no need to tell her that he had a way. After he noticed that he knew a little about formations, he closed his eyes with 2 fingers and concentrated. At that very moment, he mentally commanded the heavenly eyes to open and begin to analyze the situation. Out of nowhere, a portal appeared right in front of them, emitting blue energy. Putting his arm around his girlfriend's shoulders and pushing her forward, he noted that they needed to go inside, and that there was no need to be afraid. At Qingtang's headquarters, a subordinate approached the master and reported that someone wanted him to kill Ye Han, the head of the Ye family. He, in turn, laughed and began to swear at the guy, saying that he did not understand how he did not realize that he was being followed the whole time. Having received a strong blow, as if from lightning, on his forehead, he became frightened and did not know what awaited him now. Turning around, the leader shouted loudly that since the guys were here, they shouldn't hide, but could come out. As he got closer, the handsome man noticed that, as expected from the king of assassins who was good at hiding, he was able to spot him. The man stood up and started shouting, because he didn't understand how he dared to break into his Qingtang group headquarters. He also said that many people wanted to kill him, but no one had succeeded. And even if he broke in here today, he still wouldn't be able to do it. After which he said that it just happened, and he could take his life because the temple wanted to find him. Looking his opponent straight in the eye, the young man shared that the king of assassins must have some abilities. After which, at that very moment, a sharp blade flew at him, which should have knocked him down, but he noticed it in time. The boy was able to easily fight off such a sudden attack and protect his life from sudden death. The enemy shared that thanks to them, his Qingtang could break so many assassins, and it was truly a skill. Suddenly, out of nowhere, another weapon appeared, but it was too close, and it was flying fast. Jumping back, the young man noticed that he was going too far and attacking him from the very first words, although they were just talking. Looking as if into emptiness, the voice said that if he couldn't find him, he wouldn't be able to do anything with him, and wouldn't last long either. Suddenly, the young step loudly declared that he had found Shadow, grabbed him right by the neck and explained that while he was moving here, a residual vibration would occur, and he could record these small changes. All these actions actually helped to determine his position, but he knew that even in this case nothing would happen to him. In an instant, the enemy literally evaporated in his hands, and the handsome man noticed that he seemed to want to run away. He activated one of his techniques and, flying up, enveloping his body in yellow energy, he was already ready for battle. The beauty, seeing that he was releasing flames in such large quantities, said that it was simply incredible and amazing. The enemy was also a little surprised by this action, because he did not expect at all that someone would want to go against him so quickly. He also began to threaten that no matter what, he was still a high-level Grandmaster, and it would not be easy to kill him. Hearing this, the handsome man only smiled and noted that this did not mean that it was impossible for him. Moreover, a high-level master like him only knows how to hide and show his tail, after which he received a blow. The youth also hurried to use the heavenly penetrating sword against his opponent, and launched it. Suddenly, he walked right through the Shadow's head, and it was clear that he had not expected such a turn of events. The enemy began to lose control and then fall to the ground, which was simply amazing and exciting. The young lady, who had been watching the whole time, could not believe her eyes, because it only took her comrade 3 minutes to do this. She kept repeating in her head that it took a mid-level Grandmaster 3 minutes to kill a high-level Grandmaster. As she watched, she also understood that this Qingtang leader was not strong in frontal combat, but he still had great status and energy. Also, turning to face her friend, she began to realize that Ye Han had not used his strength when he fought him and was looking down on her. Hearing that she needed to tell the people from Yan's group that it was time to do so, she shouted at him, which was a little surprising. For a time, the entire imperial capital began a large-scale purge of Qingtang, and many assassins lost their lives. These guys have been purged from top to bottom. They must be caught and killed, absolutely all of them. On some distant mountain, a beauty stood on the edge, looking at her palm. She said that it was time to return the blood connection with her younger sister. In the Zheng family, the girl reported that the young man easily found the enemy's lair and killed the leader of the Qingtang group in 3 minutes. The old man began to praise Ye Han for this, because he did a very good job in this mission. After the group's decision, he immediately became the senior member of it. He also added that there was no need to thank him, because it was he who fought, and it was time to give him old man Tianshuan's things. In the Shuang Valley, they said that the things were left here by this man, but she had no idea where they were. And since he is the old man's disciple, he will definitely be able to find them because others simply cannot do this. Gathering his thoughts and gaining confidence, he illuminated his aura and loudly declared that he would look for them. Reaching out his hand and concentrating on the energy, he decided to use Tiandi Xuanhuang, the yin-yang connection. At that very moment, a huge portal opened, which the guys decided to enter to examine it in more detail. There was a lot of spiritual energy inside, and he could get twice the results with half the effort when he practiced. Before she could even finish telling her friends that they could stay and live there if they wanted, something else caught their attention. Upon inspection, it was the Tianxing life needle, and it seemed to be something his teacher had put in specifically for him. The Eye of Life is an amplifier composed of 18 silver needles, and if used in combination with Tianshuan Genki, it can save the dead and kill the pit. Suddenly, a young lady also ran up, saying that she wanted to see how powerful this magical weapon was. Hearing this, the handsome man laughed, because trying such an item is not easy, but he did not refuse. Raising 2 fingers up, he focused on the aura that the needle emitted and tried to analyze it. Suddenly, the beauty was surprised by the fact that several dozen needles were rushing straight at her, and very quickly, as soon as they touched her body, the girl screamed in pain, because this really wasn't the best feeling. After which she fell to her knees and could not switch off from the fact that she was tickled, because they had different sensations. The next feeling she used was comfort, and her whole body began to fill with some kind of warmth. Red Luan, seeing this, asked the master what he had done to her, but he only laughed in response. You see that Loli is not in the best condition now. He ordered them to go back into the box. Suddenly, she was able to come to her senses and did not understand what had just happened to her. But she tried to remember. As soon as the girl realized what had just happened to her body and how it had reacted, she felt ashamed. After thinking about it, she said that he could use these silver needles to confidently deal with a high-level Grandmaster. She also said that Old Man Zheng wanted to remind him that the Moida Temple was hidden deep within the Dragon Kingdom and was very difficult to eliminate. Moreover, the power of their leader is incomprehensible, and his identity is also carefully hidden. If he wants to figure it out, he must start with the people who are controlled by him. Without waiting for any answer, she began to run away, saying that she had had enough and that she wanted to leave first. Suddenly, a friend came closer, threw herself into hugs, but she also said that this place is really wonderful and she doesn't want to leave yet. Coming closer, she said that little Loli had just left and suggested that they sit down and spend time together. The guys immersed themselves in meditation. They felt the energy that comes from within and increased their strength. Even Ching Sui noticed that staying here was indeed suitable for training and she felt better. However, her inner feelings did not give her peace, and she did not understand what she felt for the young Master Yi. Sitting at the table, the boys were arguing, discussing that the temple had given an order, and their large families must do everything possible to deal with the Ye family and Ye Han. The blonde felt that it was impossible for the Yan group to constantly monitor the imperial capital, and that the youth would never leave it, so they could just relax a little during this time. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a telephone ringing, which alarmed them a little. But still, with someone's permission, they were allowed to pick up the phone. What he heard, namely, he learned a new way to deal with Ye Han, made him very happy. He began to explain that his Qin family had started with medicine in Tianhai City, and now the medical center had become so well known that the boy had decided to open his own across the street. The boy laughed and asked if Ye Han really thought he could compare to the masters of medical Taoism. The discussion continued, but their main goal was to somehow humiliate the boy and force him to leave the imperial capital, or even die. The brunette knew that when the time came, the temple would definitely reward them and him first and foremost for the work they had done. In Tianhai City, a young man examined a woman and, despite the fact that she was fine, decided to write out the prescription for her to take for 3 days. All clients were simply delighted, as the treatment was very effective, inexpensive, and also fast, and it always worked. Turning to Loli, he asked if he could cure other illnesses, such as headaches, which are cured in a month. Also, while discussing the Qin family, the girl noted that their Yan group had not found the problem and still could not solve it. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a voice that asked again who allowed them to build a medical center here. The young man explained that they have certificates and can do whatever they want, and everything is completely legal and legitimate. The strangers demanded to see the certificates, and the guy asked his assistant to give them to him. Carefully studying the form in order to dig into it as much as possible, he understood that he needed to act somehow. Unexpectedly for everyone, the man tore it up, saying that he was being deceived with a fake certificate and that he had seen many like that before. The guys sincerely understood what was being discussed and what he meant, since all their documents were real. The young people argued that the Chin family controlled all the medical clinics in the city, and they could only tolerate it and had no way to resist. After hearing all this talk, the handsome man said that if they wanted him to close his center, they did not have the appropriate qualifications. Hearing these words, the chief ordered his assistants to immediately go and destroy this fake clinic. Putting his hand on little Loli, he asked her to go and make amends with these guys, but she was not thrilled. All the beauty's actions were spontaneous, thoughtless, and now she obeyed and ran into battle. In an instant, the pink lady scattered all these men to the sides, which was unexpected. Seeing such an event, the chief said that in the medical center E was kidnapped, deceived, and murdered on the street, and he would definitely report it. Suddenly, he felt a huge blow on himself, and the young man also said that he would not do this, after which he began to hear accusations that the stranger from the Chin family did not dare to touch him at all, let alone beat him. Suddenly, a female voice was heard calling out to Yehan, causing everyone to turn around to look. Before he could even ask his miss to avenge him, she stepped on his head with her foot and declared that he was naive and had changed his mind about how easy it would be to deal with the guy. He greeted Chin downstairs, adding that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and he was interested in how her recovery was going. The lady knew that he must have played some tricks on her last time, so she did it. But it took a few days to recover. The beauty was literally furious, and she shouted that Yehan dared to end their family, and she would not let it go. The girl also offered to test his medical skills. If her family wins, he will immediately close his center and be captured by her. The young man agreed to this, but also specified that if he won, she would close all the hospitals in Tianhai. Having heard such a proposal, the beauty understood that she could not make such a decision, because she was not alone and did not control. Suddenly, someone else's voice was heard, who agreed to such a deal without persuasion. It was the patriarch who said that there would be a test at the Chin Medical Center in 4 days, and he agreed to Yehan's conditions. The guys came to an agreement, looking each other straight in the eyes, and each was confident of his victory and wanted to wipe the enemy's nose. The young people discussed that they were very interested in this event, and then it would immediately become clear who was strong and who was weak. At the Chin Medical Center, the old man explained that he had agreed to the conditions because the ancestors had planned a competition, and the young man would definitely lose in 3 days. The assistant also said that there were rumors that the ancestor had been cultivating for a long time, and had long been in the realm of a high-level grandmaster. To deal with Yehan, the ancestor does not need to act personally, because this bottle contains the elixir that he recently refined, and there is no antidote to it in this world. At the E-Center, the girl handed over the contents of the test, which seemed to suggest that they would have to start treating patients with the same disease at the same time. Having carefully read all the tasks, the young man agreed to this, and at parting the lady remarked that he should prepare to accept defeat. Suddenly, he grabbed her by the shoulder and asked if he had already managed to let her go, but she did not understand what he was talking about. Smiling slyly, he said that she must pay a small price for her betrayal of him. At that very moment, due to the touch on her shoulder, her body seemed to start to burn and then suddenly became foggy. He hugged his girlfriend and suggested that they go into the room and talk, as they still had a lot to discuss. Little Loli watched this and was surprised that he wanted to hide something from her, which is why he even took her to another room. 3 days later, at the Chin Medical Center, the old man announced that doctors were a sacred profession, and today he wanted to expose Yehan in public. The handsome man in turn replied that he dared to sell medicine for 1,000 yuan instead of 50. Because of these years, he did not know how many patients were deceived by his hospital. The spectators supported their bosses and believed in their victory sincerely, because they knew that they were real professionals. The man asked him not to talk nonsense and also added that if he had any real skills, he would find out about it after trying. The guys conducted a special medical examination of these 2 patients, and both suffer from a rare disease that prevents them from standing on their feet. Having voiced all the conditions, the 2 of them could begin right now, and the old man rushed out to do it first. After feeling the pulse, he said that there was an imbalance, and weak qi and blood in the body, and mild poisoning. If this was not treated in time, the person would die within 3 days. He also added that fortunately he did not meet him, and 3 needles could make him recover and get back on his feet. By sticking his instruments directly into the patient's head, he used some of the best techniques and had complete confidence in them. The young man was experiencing terrible pain and tried to concentrate on the fact that the bad energy was leaving him. Suddenly, he jumped up and said that he could now walk and was feeling much better. Those present didn't understand how this happened, but they knew that the Chin family still had real skills, not abilities. Now it was Ye Han's turn, and his patient was already sitting opposite him, waiting to finally be examined. Touching his hand, the first thought that came to mind was that the man was poisoned, and this seemed strange. He used his technique. He touched him, which made him cough. Blood came out of his mouth. At that very moment, the patient simply fell to the ground lifeless and did not even move, and everyone froze in horror. The judge decided to go over and feel his pulse, assuming that he was dead or had lost consciousness. After analyzing the situation, he began to shout at Ye Han that he had killed a man and could not be considered a doctor at all. Hearing this, the old man remembered that he had previously said that the young man was a liar and that he could kill people simply by measuring their pulse. The brunette continued to insist that he be captured, since he had taken the life of an innocent man. But he asked to wait a little longer. The men did not understand what was being discussed, because there was no breathing or heartbeat, and they saw no point in continuing. Taking something out of his jacket, the guy said that he could even save the dead, and was confident in himself. This time, he decided to use the Tianxing life game, and with the help of energy, these objects flew around the youth. Pointing 2 fingers upward, they obediently obeyed their master and were already ready to be used in the treatment. In an instant, silver objects flew at the patient and settled all over his body at the right points. If you looked closely, you could see that they were emitting a black aura, which made it clear that something was wrong. The handsome man did the same with his hand and collected all the bad energy into one hole to remove it. He also loudly commanded his needles to return back to the box, which they did immediately after this was said. The young men froze in place when they saw that the man who had just been dead began to rise to his feet and cough. The opponents opened their mouths because they didn't even know that such a thing was possible, and that their main competitor could do it. The old man stood up and thanked the gentleman for saving his life, but he asked who had poisoned him. The center said that yesterday someone from the Chin family gave him some pill and said that it could cure his illness, and it most likely did. After hearing all the explanations, Ye Han noticed that the man didn't say that they were poisonous, but that same man did, and suggested that he invite what he took out from the patient. The observers began to blame the old man because he really wanted to set the guy up, and his family really are liars who kill. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a man appeared, telling no one to panic because he had arrived. This was the grandfather of the Chin family, and with just one word, he was able to perform a miracle because he was strong enough. His action was to explode the bad energy in the handsome man's hands, and he even staggered a little because he didn't expect it. At that very moment, something strange began to happen, and the power literally increased, which frightened everyone, because this had never happened before. Realizing that it was unknown what was flying at the patient, little Loli ran up and covered him with her body so that he would not be harmed. At that very moment, her health began to deteriorate, and the aura around her, dark purple in color, seemed to be suffocating her. The boys ran up to her to see what had happened, but the grandfather, seeing this, only laughed loudly. Grabbing her and rushing off somewhere, he only shouted that if he wanted to save his girl, then he just needed to follow him. The young man had no choice, and without any hesitation, he began to fulfill this condition. The brunette said that he had smashed all the cameras and phones here, and he was sure that word of what was happening here should not get out. The onlookers were not at all pleased and said that even for the Chin family, these actions were too much. But they could not provoke them with their words. Together with the old man, as soon as he got there, he threw the beauty to the ground, and she hit herself with her elbows and knees. Turning around, Lady explained that his poison could suppress the true ki in her body, and he explained that this substance was originally prepared for Ye Han. Hearing this, the friend began to defend him and said that he should not even try, because with his abilities he would not be able to defeat his comrade. The boss didn't like all these words at all, and he decided to use the bone erosion array to neutralize the lady. Looking ahead, she was shocked, as she didn't understand where this evil, murderous mass that was approaching came from. Concentrating all his strength, he said that with the help of such a technique, he would be able to compete even with a half-step innate. Realizing that the situation was getting heated and completely out of control, the beauty only prayed that Ye Han would not come for her. Before she could even think, the young man appeared and loudly ordered that his girlfriend be released, because she should not suffer because of him. The grandfather pointed his finger and said that if he had the opportunity to fight him, then he would give the girl back. When he began the attack, He said that he wanted his family to surrender meekly and give them a decent leave, but they apparently did not want that. Gathering all his energy into a fist, he began to attack, since this situation could not continue any longer. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. Namely, some array was starting to act against him and dull his strength. The opponent explained that it was called a bone erosion array, and it contained his power and the poison he had been accumulating for years. Grabbing the guy by the head and causing him incredible pain, he screamed at him to go to hell and die. Suddenly, he began to understand that something was getting out of control, because he was still alive and even intercepted his blow. Still, it was hard to deal with such power when you couldn't do anything, and Yehan lost his balance and flew to the side. Little Loli was worried about her friend and asked him to get out of here and leave her alone. He in turn said that she was too noisy, and it made him feel like he was actually dying, because this was no comic book. Looking at his opponent, he also shared that he had obvious medical skills, but he did not use them in the right direction, but instead created such a vicious circle. Hearing this, he asked what relation he had to the fact that other people were dying, because it did not bother him at all. Also realizing that he was now being insulted with various nasty things, he could not tolerate it and swung to deliver another blow. During the attack and the destructive technique, he shouted that the boy's legacy would now be his. In order to somehow protect himself, Yehan decided to use the heavenly incinerating flame. Suddenly, he began to notice that something was going wrong, and all his efforts were simply useless, and he could do nothing. The enemy stated that he had already learned all of his tactics from all of his battles, and no matter what tricks he used here, he would not be able to escape. The next thing that Bureau was forced to use was the heavenly penetrating sword, and he pointed it at his grandfather. To his great surprise, he didn't even blink an eye, but simply watched as the weapon flew towards him at high speed. Seeing one of his most powerful punches just bounce off and not do anything at all was terrifying. The enemy repeated once again what he had already said earlier. All his tricks were useless, and he had already learned them all long ago. I realized that the Ghost King likes this kind of thing, and he can only absorb it because it's all bad energy. Raising 2 fingers up, he decided to use the Tianqing life game to somehow ease the situation. Watching what was happening, the enemy was even a little surprised, as he had rarely seen anything like this before. He then explained that this magical weapon was not bad, but it would turn into metal within moments, and there was no way to break its array. The handsome man took out a flute and began to play it, after which the black aura filled the entire space more and more. A ghost appeared out of nowhere, and the opponent froze in place in fear because he did not know what kind of thing came out of the musical instrument. The monster laughed and said that he smelled something delicious and was ready to devour everything around him. In just an instant, he obeyed his master and was able to absorb the energy of this array, which was only a joy for him. The old man seemed unable to even say a word, because the fact that someone had absorbed the energy of the bone erosion array was unbelievable. Raising 2 fingers, the boy explained that it no longer stopped his true ki, and he would tell him when he died. The ghost still enjoyed collecting the aura that was flying around the room, and he found it deliciously tasty. Realizing that the situation had gotten very out of control, and he was now in a hopeless situation, he literally lost any hope of salvation. The handsome man in turn shared that the array was broken, and now he was going to attack his opponent, and he needed to get ready. As they began to attack him, he shouted that he couldn't be killed because if that happened, the temples wouldn't let Yehan go. At that very moment, the man fell to the ground powerless, and out of nowhere, his relatives appeared. The boys didn't understand how it happened that their grandfather was dead, and Yehan, despite all the setups that were created for him, still won. Pointing with his hand, he said that they were giving 2 options. Either their family would leave the union with the temple, or it would disappear from that moment. He also explained why they should do this because now their lives depend only on him, and the temples will no longer protect them. Suddenly, even the Elder Lord confirmed his words, and the temple of the gods would no longer stand on their side. The reason they valued their family was because of the body of their ancestors, and now that they are gone, they do not provide such value to the temple. The brunette also lowered his head and realized the full depth of the situation, and noted that what the patriarch said was true. Folding his hands, the chief declared that from now on, his Qin family would leave the Temple Alliance and join the Ye family. Addressing little Loli, the handsome man ordered her to pack her things and go out, which surprised her a little. Already in the family estate, in a separate bedroom, the girl thanked him for saving her. But in response, she only heard that there was no need to do this if he had not finished yet and used the Tianqing life needle technique. The sensations were clearly unpleasant, but she had to endure it so that her health would be restored and she could feel well. Suddenly, the beauty screamed as pain entered her body, and she could do nothing about it, unfortunately. Seeing this, Yehan wondered if this body could possibly be the body of a nirvana spirit. And this was all very suspicious, when suddenly the lady confirmed his words and added that although her constitution was strong, as soon as it became almost incurable, she could only resist, and even if she couldn't stand it, she would simply die. But there was one way that would fix it, only it was a little strange. The young man was truly worried about his girlfriend's condition and tried to help her in any way possible. Suddenly, he pulled himself closer to her and kissed her right on the lips, which actually brought her back to consciousness. After she started screaming, he tried to explain that he just wanted to detox. His body is invulnerable to all types of poisons, and as long as he exchanges his body's true energy with her, he can remove toxins from it. Despite all the beauty's refusals, she understood that if she did not undergo this detoxification, she would simply die. The only thing little Loli asked was to be more careful, because she was very worried. After a few minutes, the dark energy gradually began to leave the girl's body, and she began to feel better. Exhaling, the handsome man declared that everything was ready, and she was now completely fine and could get up. Suddenly, the lady heard this and very quickly moved back, looking at him with very frightened eyes. Jumping up and running out of the room, she said that she was going to find Old Man Jung for recovery and was leaving first. Recalling the process of meditation, he noted in his mind that the body of a high-level grandmaster was indeed good. Concentrating and closing his eyes, the boy asked the Qin family patriarch to tell him everything he knew about the temples. He shared that this is a powerful force that has a strong influence throughout the world, and each of them has different abilities and techniques. Yehan also knew that the Mu family was in Zhonghai City, Dragon Kingdom, and was an old enemy of the Ye family. But it couldn't be said that all the answers were there. Behind these people is the underground palace, which is the proxy of the temples, and if they do not obey it, their family can be destroyed in an instant. If the alliance is still loved, it can fight to the end. But in this case, the power of the Dragon Kingdom will suffer, and in another, other dangers will inevitably arise. The old woman also advised them to leave the imperial capital as soon as possible and not to fight with the temples, because they are not their enemies. Hearing that Mr. Ye was willing to protect them if they obeyed, the boys immediately bowed to him and gave their approval. In the imperial capital, in the conference hall, the young people gathered and discussed why the Qin family had not arrived yet. One of them called the boss and heard that he would not participate in the meeting and they would not go into these muddy waters. These people have actually retreated, but he has to let these families be their pawns, let them work for him. He can't let them be afraid. Having thought about this, he did not object to the indent, but only added that in the distribution of goods there would be one less member. And this was only better. The blonde also shared that remember, the Meiji 20 group ceremony will be held soon, and this time, with full support, he will definitely arrange the most luxurious celebration for the Situ family. The brunette said that there were rumors that the Qin family had been directly defeated by Ye Han, and even the family's ancestor had died at his hands, and they definitely wouldn't be able to withstand such a blow. No matter how strong young Shahram is, the gods may be stronger than him, and they decided to take it step by step, but first deal with him. The chief sat and thought over the whole incident, and he actually had some kind of plan in his head that he wanted to stick to. At the opening ceremony of the 20th anniversary of the Meiji group, the boy met Patriarch Mu and was surprised that he came in person. He, in turn, asked not to be too polite, and it could be understood that he was too arrogant. The Situ family had a celebration, and this time Mr. Ye came to give them a big gift from himself. The boys, as soon as they heard this, asked what he meant, as they suspected that something was wrong. The handsome man explained that he had 3 types of cosmeceuticals in his hands, which had the effect of removing wrinkles, scars, and whitening, respectively. The young man shared that when it came to this area, no one in the entire Dragon Kingdom could compare to his group. At present, the effect of the product is not much different from other brands on the market, but its impact is greater, and Yehana's drug is definitely incomparable. Having heard various reproaches directed at him, the handsome man shared that if Patriarch Situ does not believe him, he can try it on the spot. The man thought about it. They say the guy is a genius doctor and he really does have abilities and he won't lose anything if he tries. The subordinate asked the Patriarch not to worry and promised that he would not delay this matter because he wanted to expose the fraud in public and see what tricks he would resort to. These 3 bottles of cosmeceuticals were developed by him after using the secret recipe from the Tian Xuan medical manual. After some time, the young man said that he had brought people, and now it was up to him to try it. Young Master Ye smiled softly and handed his 3 bottles to the boys who would be testing them. He also said that this bottle of cosmeceuticals was called Huangyan cream and began to smear it on the girl's face at the same time. The name of this cream is simple. It is called whitening cream, and it has only one effect. It whitens. Suddenly, the patriarch told him to pretend to be a ghost, because how could he explain if it didn't work in 5 minutes? After the required time had passed, the ladies grabbed their faces in sheer delight as their scars and wrinkles had indeed disappeared. The competitors did not understand what was happening, and they themselves even considered it surprising. They had never seen anything like it. The girls were happy and wanted to buy even more, because this cream is simply amazing, like a cosmetic surgery. The friends immediately ran to Yehan with requests that they needed such cosmetics for personal care, and asked him to provide them. After laughing a little, he suggested that they first go their separate ways so that they could use the cosmetic product a little later. Turning to Patriarch Situ, the young man asked how he liked the product and whether he wanted them to buy it in the future. The leaders suddenly got angry and shouted that all these people were probably picked up by the guy, and the whole thing was a setup. The handsome guy, in turn, warned that they were the Emin Group and could get into the beauty industry themselves by choosing the address of a store near them. Having analyzed everything, he understood that he could not refuse, because then his family would go bankrupt, and the store could close even in a year. If he accepts the gift, the Ye family will not compete with him, but they must understand what he means and not forget that this is the Dragon Kingdom. The blonde and the chief began to worry and ask again whether Patriarch Situ really wanted to leave the Union. Hearing the reproaches directed at him, he came up and hit him, saying that he was a traitor to the Dragon Kingdom and still wanted to threaten him with the Temple of the Gods. Observing the whole situation, the young man noticed that the man was very good at assessing what was happening and could succeed in the future. The young lady greeted the boys and asked why they had come to their Nangong house. The handsome man decided to explain that he had visited this place in order to discuss something important that was bothering him. The girl smiled and then asked again if he had really come here to beg for mercy so that her family would let him go. He suddenly announced that he was a doctor and that Mrs. Nangong had such a wonderful life, but she was terribly ill. He didn't understand how he could wait for death without asking for help. Hearing such a statement, she screamed and did not understand how he found out, because it was a top secret. Coming closer, he told her that not only did he know about it, but that she felt a heat all over her body, and there was no way to relieve it no matter what. A few hours ago, the gentleman hit the blonde man and added that he had been watching him for a long time and obeyed him. As soon as he realized that he had just been beaten, he grabbed his cheek and did not understand how someone dared to touch him. Without any hesitation, he ordered his guards to come and kill him, especially for him. The handsome man extended his hand and declared that as long as he was here, no one could touch him, and he thanked him for that. With just one movement of the hand, so many people fell to the ground, and one could hear them screaming that they would regret their actions. Leaving this place, the opponents were very unhappy and literally seething with anger, but they could not do anything. Turning to the patriarch, the young man handed him the elixirs, saying that if he continued to oppose their family, he would make him understand the consequences. He also asked to tell about the Nangong family, and heard that in fact it was very easy to conquer them, because you just needed to win over the mistress. The blonde shared that the patriarch is very strict with his wife and obeys her in everything, and if she says anything, he will definitely leave the union. Suddenly, a plan appeared in the young man's mind, and he asked to be taken to Lady Nangong so that he could carry it out. At noon, the young people were chatting in Nangong's house, and the young man asked her if she now believed him and if she felt better. The beauty was simply delighted and already felt much better, promising that if he completely cured her, she would help him. Touching his stomach and gathering all the energy in his palms, he promised that in that case he would work harder. The lady was simply crazy about the fact that she could finally feel better. The pleasant warmth inside her body was unforgettable. In the Mu family meeting room, the younger turned to the patriarch because they were unable to control the situation. The man was incredibly angry as he realized that all the partners they had managed had now defected to Yehan's side. He slammed his palm hard on the table and swore that he would definitely find and kill the guy and would never let it go. In the underworld palace, the patriarch introduced himself and begged to see Lord Minghuang, and also asked to take Lord Ye's life. The creature said that he was in the middle of practicing, and the main part could not come to the Dragon Kingdom if he wanted to kill him. He could only put aside his power. After asking a little more about this favor, he agreed and directed the energy directly at the man. Now he has half a step of the innate kingdom. The rest is up to him, and he can do whatever he wants. In Tianshuan Valley, the handsome man was thinking that he was alone outside and didn't know how Ching Sui and Red Luan practiced. Suddenly, he heard some sounds that seemed very familiar to him, and decided to find out everything as quickly as possible. If you looked closely, you could see girls lying in each other's arms and talking about something. The beauty explained that Huang Luan was teaching her the practice that he himself had taught her, and they were very happy to see him. Hearing this, the young man could not just stand and watch, but asked to be allowed to join the meditation. The young lady experienced some strange feelings every time she saw her master. She didn't like that he was hanging out with other girls, but there was nothing she could do about it. Suddenly, the handsome man came closer to her and put his hand right on her face, which made her shudder a little. Quite unexpectedly, the guy pulled himself towards her lips and kissed them, causing her to let out a small cry of surprise. At that very moment, the dome appeared again, as if protecting her from something, and one could understand that everything was still ahead. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard, saying that he had finally found Ye Han, and now he would be in trouble. The man said that this was indeed a good place, and that young Master Ye would really like everything that happened there. Turning around, they saw the Mu family patriarch. But what confused them the most was that he had a half-step innate realm. After realizing the whole situation, the young man realized that he should not be allowed into the Tianshuan Valley, and asked his girlfriends to hide. Suddenly, a very strong blow flew at him, which he could not foresee, and he barely tried to dodge. Unfortunately, the enemy's strength was now unbearable. He had never encountered such power before. The only thing that worried Johan at this moment was why this guy had suddenly become half a step into the innate realm. He shouted back that now he couldn't escape. This was his last day on Earth. In order to somehow save this situation, the handsome man decided to use the Tianxing life needle and activated the technique. It was unexpected for the opponent that he was a mid-level grandmaster and could compete with someone like him. But he also understood that this was not enough, and that he could only block his blow. Suddenly, the young man noticed an incredible attack that was rushing towards him at great speed and was about to hit him. Before he could even react, this enormous force hit him, and he lost control and fell to the ground. All these blows were incredibly unpleasant and life-threatening, so Mr. Ye didn't even know if he could survive. The opponent was very pleased with himself. Clenching his fist, he loudly declared that today he would die at his hands. Without further ado, he continued his attack, aiming his fist straight at the handsome man. Suddenly, Red Luan appeared out of nowhere right in front of him, shielding Yehan with her body. The girl could not withstand such strong energy. She literally froze in place, which caused her mouth to bleed. However, the aura that was around her absorbed her, after which she flew to the side, hitting her body hard. Opening her eyes slightly, she informed her young master that this was all she could do. In an instant, the beauty began to close her eyes, which was very scary and simply terrible in this situation. The guy was beside himself because he loved his girlfriend very much and didn't want her to die because of him. Looking straight into the eyes of his opponent, he heard him say that he should just come up and die. Suddenly, a bodyguard appeared, stood right in front of the handsome man, and declared that if he wanted to kill him, then he had to go through her first. The opponent was not at all embarrassed by this action, and he directed his fist at the girl, which she tried to defend herself against. Suddenly, he felt some kind of attack flying towards him, and he dodged it with all his might so as not to hurt himself. The man did not understand what had happened, how it was even possible since he had not previously suspected that such a thing would happen. Out of nowhere, a young lady appeared and asked if a mere half-step innate realm wanted to kill her disciple. The blue-haired beauty landed and asked again why he didn't hurry up and do it. Pointing his fist, he shouted that he didn't care who she was and ordered her not to try to stop him. With just a touch of her hand, she created a shield that was so strong that it would not let through anything that could harm it. Moving her palm slightly, she directed a blow at her opponent, causing him to fly away in an instant. Looking into the eyes of this woman, he did not understand who she was and why she was so strong that she could control him so easily. Watching her opponent run away, she shouted after him that if he didn't want to die, he had to leave immediately. Suddenly, the stranger turned to Yehan and looked at him questioningly, as if she suspected something. Suddenly, she said that she wanted him to die, because she considered him a scumbag and would not allow such a thing. In the Tianshuan Valley, a young man ran up to his girlfriend and said that everything would be fine, and that he would help her recover. The girl's face looked completely gloomy, and she did not respond to any words, which frightened everyone even more. The young man tried to study her condition, but he did not understand how this was possible and why this was happening. Suddenly, he heard words saying that why shouldn't he just die? since it was he who destroyed Huang Luan. The stranger also said that now there was no need to pretend, but to beg her to save the girl. As befits a dissolute man, the bodyguard also approached the boys and began to beg the older one to save the young lady, because she could definitely do it. She looked down and shared that she also wanted to save her, but she was hit by the half-step of the innate realm and could no longer go. The handsome man, in turn, began to get nervous and shout that he did not believe in this and would do everything possible to keep her alive. The first thing he decided to use was Tiandi Zhuanhuang Creation and Nie Yan, and then followed by Tianxing Life Needles. Red Luan lay down, and her body was completely covered with silver needles that possessed magic. Seeing this, the elder was shocked and asked if he really was a descendant of the Tianxuan clan. Nervously, the handsome man said that this was not enough. And Nie Yan was furious, Joy was furious, and the entrance was too. The young man used all his best techniques to revive his girlfriend, because he cannot let her die. Suddenly, black energy began to leave her body, and it seemed like she was getting better and better with each passing second. Turning to his older sister, he recalled that since she wanted to save her, he suggested doing it right now. The lady insisted that she still needed the help of the spiritual artifact to maintain her life force. Hearing this, he remembered his heavenly penetrating sword and decided to use it as this. Seeing that the young man had a flying sword, she noted that this would be enough, and with the help of her energy, she used it. The artifact hovered right above the beauty's body and tried to help her save her life by filling her with its aura. In an instant, the young lady seemed to be under some kind of dome, where her strength began to recover. Now this is enough to keep her alive, but if you need to completely cure her, then at least 3 innate level elixirs are needed. After thanking the elder, she declared that she would now go through with Qing Shui, but she did not understand why she needed to do this. The beauty explained that she was her mother's sister, which made them even more shocked and did not understand what was happening. The elder one said that she and Hongluan were sisters, and her mother was their younger one, but unfortunately, she was tracked down by the enemy and left too early. The girls were also separated and abandoned to their fate. But she searched for them all these years. Although the Dragon Kingdom is so large that finding 2 children is too difficult, only recently had she touched the seal left by her mother, thanks to which she sensed her location. But it was a pity that it was already too late. However, the spiritual energy here is strong, and Hongluan's body can be preserved here for 1,000 years, and Qing Sui must return to practice with her, cut off lust, and become a nun. The beauty also added that the most important thing is to stay away from this scoundrel, hinting at Mr. E. Hearing this, the girl thought that even though she was her relative, she could not refuse this and no longer be with the young master. The older one clearly didn't like the fact that her younger one refused to go with her, and she started to get angry. The handsome man also decided to repeat his girlfriend's words that she would not leave, and there was no need to complicate her life. It was obvious that the lady was literally furious, because she started shouting that he had no right to speak like that and use his powers. The young man didn't understand why she was doing this because he was seriously injured and tried his best to save Hongluan, and she still wanted to kill him. As soon as Qing Sui saw her comrade being thrown back with great force, she began to worry about his condition. The elder also continued to say that he was too weak and could not be around her students at all. Grabbing the girl by the hand, she asked her to forget this man, because she was a descendant of their family and she should not worry about nasty things. As soon as the young man was able to get up, he saw that his girlfriend had literally been grabbed by force and taken away somewhere. He shouted after her that he would never allow Qing Shui to be taken away and would definitely find a way to get her back. In the palace of the underworld, the man shared that he had failed, and everything he had been given was spent, because suddenly a woman dressed as a Taoist appeared. It was strange for the creature to listen to such a description, but he did not understand what else he needed then. He, in turn, fell to his knees and began to bow, so that he would give him even more strength because then he would be able to kill Ye Han. After thinking for a while, the Lord agreed, because he knew that Lord Ye was the son of the Tianxuan clan and was very dangerous. This item is a necklace made of white bone, which can absorb pure feminine yin power and clothe him with power. After whoever turns away must use the item, and in just a month he will be invincible. In the Mu family's nightclub, the beauties cried because they were in incredible pain and begged the patriarch to stop. He, in turn, did not listen, but cast out his anger on them and tried to test the new powers that he received. It was very cruel to mock girls who were innocent, for the sake of one's own pleasure and experiment, as he finally felt what he wanted, and the necklace they gave him worked. He now began to understand how it worked. The things that Lord Minghuang gave him were indeed good, and absorbing power higher than the three women had greatly improved him. The man understood that if this continued, 1 month would not be enough to become half a step innate. Suddenly, one of the workers saw his friend and asked why she came out without clothes. Turning around, he saw a handsome man, but only in a different form. He had green eyes and sharp fangs. Without any hesitation, these demonesses attacked the ordinary guy while he stood there confused and didn't know what to do. The creature that possessed them at that moment was simply the most terrible. It dreamed of capturing the imperial capital. Having assumed his form, he said that first they should accept a small gift from him. Not long after, the handsome man ran after Qing Shui and cursed the demonic nun who could fly incredibly fast. So suddenly the girls saw that the young man was running after him all the time, and the eldest did not understand why he was so persistent. Turning around, she began to threaten him, saying that if he dared to appear again, she would simply kill him. He, in turn, shared that his girlfriend did not want to go with her, and he would never allow her to be taken away. The woman said that he uses such eloquent speech to deceive others and she wants to stop it. There is only one chance to bring the lady back, to prove whether he is ready to risk his life for her, and if he can withstand her 3 blows and not die, then she will allow her to return. Even without any doubts, he agreed to such a deal, because it was the only option in this situation. At that moment, the elder raised her hand and was already ready to attack and deliver her best blows using amazing techniques. As soon as she looked straight into her opponent's eyes, all her energy poured out onto him, knocking him off his feet. The opponent's eyes looked terrible. They glowed and blazed red, which could not help but frighten. This demonic nun had beaten him twice already, and he had no choice but to endure and go to the end. Seeing that the guy remained alive after the first blow, she immediately prepared to deliver the second. She was genuinely interested in seeing how long he could hold out. But the thought of him saving Qing Shui motivated him. Suddenly, while the second attack was rushing straight at the guy, a bodyguard appeared in front of him and covered him with her body. The girl did not listen to all requests to move away and literally ran to her death, throwing herself under the blows. Suddenly, what happened shocked the elder. She did not understand what was happening and why the green aura appeared. After examining the entire situation, one could tell that this was Qing Feng's spiritual pattern. And this sight was simply unbelievable. At that very moment, the young man screamed in pain as he was already ready to accept and say goodbye to his life at that moment. Suddenly, he realized that he hadn't felt anything and was in some other place. Looking back, he saw Qing Shui, who was sitting opposite him, very beautiful, with an alluring gaze. Looking around, he still tried to come to his senses because he couldn't believe his eyes that this had happened. The lady remained silent and looked at him as if she was trying to hypnotize him with her appearance. Just as unexpectedly, the guy's eyes began to glow golden, and he seemed to understand the whole essence of what was happening. Having already found himself in the right place where he had been before, he was determined to save his friend. Suddenly, he heard someone shouting that he was a thief, and looking around, he asked who had called him. Suddenly, Qing Shui started hitting him, and he tried to explain that she was also experiencing an illusion. The girl grabbed her shoulders from behind and screamed for him to let her go, because no one could touch her, except young Master Ye. He said that he was not him without any doubt, and did not merge into a tender kiss from which she screamed. After what happened, she was still able to come to her senses and asked how it happened to her. But the reason was one, that they ended up in a fantasy world. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard ordering them to wake up, and turning around, they were simply shocked. The huge bluebird said that if he offended her daughter, she would punish him, and it was unclear what that was. In an instant, the girl returned to her original form, but she felt some pain in her body. The young man said that she hit him twice and he deserved revenge. The loud bird began to spread its energy, flap its wings, and scream that everyone here would die, which meant that they had to run as fast as possible. Sister told Yehan that if they didn't defeat this phoenix, they would truly leave life, no matter how much they wanted to. In response, the guy explained to her that he was already wounded, and if he didn't break through right now, he literally wouldn't be able to fight. One of the options for saving herself was to cultivate twice with Qing Shui, but her relative clearly thought that it was terrible. Watching the beast and the girl quarreling about something, the young people moved away to avoid getting caught. Having stayed, the beauty explained that she had in fact already prepared a long time ago and had chosen him for the rest of her life. Kissing the lady, he said that he would take care of her forever, and now she is his only woman. Suddenly, during the battle, the bird stopped because it felt something was wrong, and the woman did not understand why it did this. Suddenly, the animal screamed for her to go to hell, And then she realized that the guys had already finished cultivating and her sister's pattern had gone completely crazy. Something terrible was happening at the Yan group's base. Bandits burst in and started smashing everything around. The man and little Loli didn't understand why there were so many walking corpses dropping people in the Empire lately. These creatures do not have intelligence and cannot obtain useful information, as if someone were controlling them. The power of the stranger behind them should not be underestimated to control so many walking corpses and hurt people. The young lady fully agreed that he needed to prevent innocent people from getting hurt as quickly as possible. In the nightclub, the patriarch continued to absorb energy from women, creating some kind of monsters out of them. He talked to himself, notifying that he only needed 4 days, and then he would be able to break through the half-step of innate powers and kill Ye Han. Qing Sui told the guys that she felt her ravaged qi becoming more and more powerful, and it seemed like it was about to break through. As long as the two of them had the same rhythm, under the influence of dual cultivation, their cultivation base could quickly improve. Without any doubt, the beauty suggested continuing, as she already wanted to raise her level as quickly as possible. The older sister tried to somehow defend herself from the blows that were inflicted on her, because she was very defenseless now. She also said that she could only try to distract this spiritual beast and allow the two of them to break through as quickly as possible. Calling out to the young man, she asked how long he was going to do this, because she could not bear it any longer. The youth explained that they could not hesitate, and he and Qing Shui would become one when they could reach the final peak and breakthrough. At that very moment, the two kissed, as during this immersion in the energetic state, everything was much better. Sometime later, Mr. Ya came out and announced that he had finally become a high-level grandmaster. With his current strength, he could fight even with half a step innate. And the girl also felt that she was already on the verge of a breakthrough, and there was still some left. Finally, he asked her to wait here while he took care of Phoenix, and quickly ran towards the battle. The elder sister, with her strength, could no longer restrain this insatiable bird and almost gave up. The most terrifying thing was that the amount of energy the enemy possessed seemed endless. The girl noticed that this creature was pouring out its lower ki, thereby destroying everything around. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a handsome man appeared and asked her if she wanted to go to heaven with the spirit pattern. Grabbing her, he closed her. He also explained that he had already broken through and his wound was completely healed. Now it was her turn to pack it too. At that very moment, the bird's wings were torn off with the words that it was all over, and it began to fall. These wings are made of spiritual power, and they dissipate when they are torn off, as, in principle, happened. He kicked the enemy with all his might and ordered her to return, causing the creature to scream loudly. In a split second, all of this evaporated as if it had never existed, and even Qing Sui was surprised as she watched it. Suddenly, her body started to hurt really badly, as if thousands of needles were piercing her from the inside, which was strange. The girl's mood changed in an instant, and she immediately became somehow lethargic and even a little tired. She realized what had happened and ran up to the master, saying that she had finally broken through to the high level of Grandmaster. With this power, she can protect herself in danger, and it seems like the last thing I was missing was the spiritual power of this phoenix. The elder sister, addressing them, stated that since they had both already made such a decision, she would not interfere with it. She also emphasized that she would not touch the beauty again, and the Taishu sect behind this would not let her go so easily. She, as their descendant, has the blood of Qingwang. Despite this, they will definitely return her to the sect. And if she continues to stay on Ye Han's side, then next time it will not be her, but an elder. The beauty was also concerned about one question: the level of cultivation of these men whom they had just threatened. Hearing that the worst of them was also from the innate kingdom, the guys just froze in place because that was a lot. The friend tilted her head and turned to Mr. Ye, but he understood what she meant and didn't do anything stupid. Suddenly, she ran even closer to him and kissed him right on the lips, which left him in shock. Looking him straight in the eyes, she asked for forgiveness for not being able to stay with him and having to leave. The girl also added that he had done a lot for her, and it was time for her to do something in return. The young man added that he promised her that he would definitely increase his cultivation as soon as possible and accept her back with dignity. The lady agreed to this, not holding back her tears, and swore that she would wait for him all her life, as she loved him very much. In the imperial capital, at the Yan group's base, little Loli ran up to the old man and told him that they had found the source of these monsters. After catching her breath, she shared that this was Mu Yongchun, the head of the Mu family, and it seemed like he was cultivating an evil technique where he sucked out energy from women. When asked about his whereabouts, the lady shared that he is currently with the Mu family in Dijing village. Hearing this, the patriarch ordered that people be sent immediately to this house and that the man be detained as quickly as possible. At the entrance, the guys stood and looked around. But one thing was strange, that there was no one there. Walking forward, the elders ordered everyone else to wait here, and the realm's grand masters to follow behind. Suddenly, someone's voice was heard, which said that he had finally come here and that he had been waiting for him for a long time. Out of nowhere, these walking corpses appeared and began to attack people after they listened to the words about the gift that was presented. The man clearly didn't like this. He was already ready to defend himself and protect his people from such ignorance. He decided to use his best techniques against these guys and literally tried to destroy several of them at once. The protagonist of this event suddenly appeared and said that if Zheng Yaozu had not ruined the Mu family's plan, then Ye Han would have died long ago. Jumping up and swinging, he shouted that he would kill him today, and then he would get to the boy. Two powerful forces clashed together, and it was quite difficult to defeat each other now. Soon the patriarch fell to the ground, as he used his power, which he received from someone's gift, but did not fully control. The opponent began to laugh in response and said that he was half a step into the innate cultivation base. He also shared that when the Dragon Kingdom is destroyed and they all die, he will not be a traitor, but will stand at the head of it. Gathering all his strength into a fist, he shouted for this one to die and directed a mad attack straight at his opponent. All this was simply shocking. No one understood how to deal with the man and what to do, because he was very strong. Taking all his energy into his fist, he directed his entities to help him deal with the people. These skeletons attacked and literally sucked the true ki from the patriarch, taking away all of his aura. The villain was clearly pleased with this turn of events, as he believed that now no one could defeat him and he could do anything. Suddenly, a Tianxing life needle appeared out of nowhere, heading straight for the enemy and scattering throughout his body. The handsome man came closer and asked if he really didn't want to kill him, as he had said earlier. In response, he said that he did not expect him to appear right in front of him, and noted that he was already half a step ahead of the innate, and that he was no match for him. Young Master Ye also didn't plan on giving up. He tried to activate as many of his techniques as possible. Unfortunately, the enemy kept saying the same thing, namely that his power would never run out and he would rule. While preparing for the attack, he also noted that he would never be able to harm him, so he might not even try. Suddenly, he felt some strange changes in his body, which made him stop. Having landed on the ground, he thought that it was simply impossible, and did not understand how this could have happened to him. His energy was slowly fading. He just prayed for the power to come as quickly as possible, as much as possible. Suddenly, instead of arms, the opponent had some branches and his legs and body became like a tree trunk. Once again preparing himself, Ye Han repeated his action with the silver needles to bring his opponent back to his senses as best as possible. He tried to push them away with the help of his new limbs, and in principle he succeeded. Little Loli couldn't just stand there and watch her loved ones fight, and it was all very difficult. Suddenly, these branches grabbed her, luring her with black energy and absorbing her true ki every second. She didn't understand how she could get out of here, and she thought it was very disgusting, since it was already difficult to breathe. Suddenly, a young man came up from behind and cut the arms with his techniques, and also used a Zhuantian strike. The enemy screamed in pain as his body began to burn alive and he could no longer exist normally. The necklace, which was made of white bone, broke apart and fell to the ground, thereby taking away all of his power. The unknown person said that it was necessary to wait until he emerged from his lair, and the land of the Dragon Kingdom would finally pass to the Temple of the Gods. He also ordered that they had to wait, and Ye Han of the Wind eventually, everything that would happen to him would belong to him. The patriarch shared that the fact that the temples behaved in this way may have something to do with the secrets that old man Tianxuan kept. The young man said that he once saw strange beasts in the Bronze Tower, and they want to use the 4 major artifacts to release the sealed beast to control the world. Upon hearing this information, the man noted that those similar to them needed to prepare as soon as possible. But first, the guys need to remove all the obstacles around them so that they can freely think about the following. He ran up to the little Loli, picked her up in his arms and heard her ask if Yunchun was still alive. Hearing that he was still on this world, she started coughing, blood pouring out of her mouth, which was terrible. After examining her, the young man said that she was seriously injured and needed to rest, but she did not agree and asked him to heal her. After thinking a lot, the guy shared with her that there was one way, but the process was a little painful. During this process, the girl's body seemed to be dying because she felt such pain as never before. At that moment, she was only interested in one thing because she didn't understand how much time this would take. Raising 2 fingers up and activating one of his techniques, he noted that he would soon be finished. She needed to hold on for a little while. Almost everything was ready. And after these few days of treatment, she would fully recover and her cultivation would improve significantly. Having climbed onto the bed, the beauty thanked him and asked him to hurry back to the base to help the guys. The man said that the inside of the Dragon Kingdom had been cleared. The Ye family and the imperial capital were temporarily safe, which was good. Suddenly, the handsome man decided to ask if Senior Jung knew where the Taishu sect was, because it was very important. In the training room, the blonde stood and meditated, diving into his own mind and controlling energy. Turning around, he said to Ye Han that in this world, the strength of the 7 immortal gates could surpass the entire country. The Dragon Kingdom has always been the guardian of the gates, the dragons several decades ago. The 7 great immortal gates gradually left this world, and now he wants to instruct him to go to those who are Taishu to find out the reason for all this, and all his questions will be answered when he gets there. The blonde also shared that he and Xia Shuang would go to Tianyang City because that was where they could help him find the right path. In Tianyang, at the airport, the guys were talking about how the scenery here is good, and it's true, and we need to visit as many places like this as possible. Suddenly they met a man who avoided them as he greeted them, introducing himself as one of the Yan group, and offered to get into the car. The beauty explained that they would go to the Tianyang building now and find Ye Yi, the local boss. He would definitely be able to help them. Then something terrible happened. Their car flipped over and the young people barely managed to get out to save themselves. The enemy said that he never thought that he would dare to come to Tianyang City, because it was here that he was a god. Looking him straight in the eye, the young man said that in that case he was a killer of gods and was very serious. Without any hesitation, he began to attack, saying that he would kill him right there and then and that he would not do anything about it. The handsome man decided to use a Zuantian strike against his opponent and was already swinging at him to kill him. He, in turn, did not understand how he dared to oppose him and whether he really was seeking death for himself. As soon as their hands touched, the man flew away in shock, or he could guess that Ye Han had a half-step innate level. Smiling, he confirmed this and also added that, unfortunately, he noticed it too late, and now he has nowhere to go. The little lowly shared that since he came and wanted to kill them, it seems that their location is known in the Temple of the Star God. But it doesn't matter. At the Tianyang building, a nice woman greeted the boys and asked who they were looking for. The employee shared that Miss E would not be able to meet them now, as she had recently fallen ill and had not seen anyone for a long time. A guy interrupted the conversation and said that, as far as he knew, Ye Yi was a high-level grandmaster and couldn't easily get sick, so he assumed that something had happened. His friend tried to calm him down and said that this was most likely the case and suggested that he come another day. The young people did not try to find out what had happened, but simply left the premises so as not to attract unnecessary attention. The woman called and reported that the two had just come to visit Ye Yi, and she had already sent them the photos. The blonde man said that he was reporting to Lord Quichen Wang that he had found nothing, but Ye Yi knew about this place. The subordinate ran up to him and told him that some people had just been looking for a girl, and perhaps they were the ones who had killed Star King Dao. Realizing the complexity of the situation, he asked to look after Ye Yi for him while he sorted out the situation. On the terrace of the Tianyang building, the beauty did not understand why they had flown there, since everyone was only supposed to arrive tomorrow. The young man explained that if his guess was correct, then Ye Yi should be kept under surveillance. There was a high-level Grandmaster aura in this room, and he also suggested that we come closer to take a closer look. When they opened the door, they were a little shocked, as they didn't expect to see this right now. The young people who stood there were dumbfounded with fear, because according to their plan, no one should enter this room. Coming closer, the handsome man asked if they wanted to stop him, but he already knew the answer to this question. The guards, although they tried to somehow stop his attack, were completely unsuccessful. The young lady ordered everyone to stop and explained that these guys were just subordinates and there was no need to make their lives difficult. Ye Han explained that they were members of the Yan group and she had to hand it over. But in response, they heard that they were late, and the items had been stolen by the Star God Temple. Grabbing the girl by the hand, he told her that she was poisoned and wanted to help her remove the toxins, but on the condition that she tell him how to get to those who are Taishu. Looking straight into his eyes, she was only worried about one thing. Namely, why should she trust him in such a situation? Touching her stomach, she was able to confirm and begged him not to stop, because the infection was slowly beginning to disappear. Using the Tianxing life needles and placing them all over the girl's body, she screamed in pain as it was not the most pleasant feeling. The young man shared that the people in the Star God Temple actually have two hands, and the poisonous backlash will cause people to burst and die. The beauty stopped understanding what was happening, but she heard that the young man would be sorry that he would be to blame for this. After some time, he also reported that he had already completely removed the poison, and she thanked him for this because it was really great. Smiling and rising to her feet, she asked the boys to wait a minute while she changed. Having collected her thoughts, the lady said that she could help him, but it was up to him whether he could enter or not, because the token that opened the entrance had been stolen. Thinking over the whole situation, he was not bothered by the fact that there was no way to get there without this, but he still needed to inquire whether it was possible. Having dug into her memories, the beauty actually began to think about what other option there was. Suddenly, the glass in the room broke, and a brunette entered, shouting that Ye Yi should not tell them how to enter those who are Taishu. In response, the girl only began to shout at him that she still would not tell them to the temple lackeys, to which she heard that then she would die. At that very moment, a sword launched by young Master Yi suddenly pierced the man's hand. He didn't expect at all that such a thing was possible and that someone could actually harm him at his level. Raising his Tianqing life needles, the handsome man was ready to attack and finally figure out everything that was happening. Only then could the young lady be convinced that her new acquaintance was truly half a step innate. The enemy was thrown to the side and literally frozen in place from the pain, as it was completely unbearable. Hugging the girl, the guy noted that she shouldn't worry, and he could handle it, and everything would be fine.